If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Bathed in the lyrical moonlight, Kaido stood quietly in front of the shrine inside the Uchiha clan's territory. Before him, the Uchiha ninja were neatly lined up in a row. Several weeks ago, Kaido had received the message transmitted by Kakashi, and so he started to prepare early. Whether it was informing the other families or his own clan members, Kaido was very conscientious in everything he did. For he knew, this time was definitely more dangerous and troublesome than dealing with Dans before. Looking at the Uchiha clan members before him, especially the sight of Shisui and Fugaku standing at the very front, Kaido nodded silently in his heart. These Uchiha ninjas were all the best of the clan, a total of over 50 people, each of them at the level of an elite ninja. Most of them had participated in wars, being veterans, and even those who had not been on the battlefield were among the finest in the security department. Truthfully, the number of these ninjas was not high, especially when faced with the number of ninjas from the three major families, they seemed pitifully few. However, this was all Kaido had asked for. If the whole Uchiha clan were mobilized, at least several hundred ninjas could be drawn out. In Kaido's heart, however, a large number of people did not mean everything. Middle and low-level ninjas in such a potential battle would not play much of a role. Rather than having them follow as ambience, it would be better to have them protect the clan, guarding the old, young, and women. A gentle breeze blew, rendering the entire shrine even more quiet. However, when a dazzling flare appeared in the sky, Kaido spoke calmly. "Everyone, are you all ready?" Kaido's voice was not loud, but his words clearly reached everyone's ears, his tone resolute and unmatched. "I believe everyone knows why we gather here tonight, and that we are about to do something of great significance. The Uchiha is one of the founding clans of the Hidden Leaf Village. We've always been here, never leaving. But there are always those who wish to tear the Uchiha away from the leaf, to alienate us from everyone in the village, to isolate us, to keep us in eternal darkness. We have rebelled, we have struggled, but their actions never cease. Uchiha Itachi is a typical example. He betrayed the clan, even wanted to destroy it. We resisted firmly against the matter of Uchiha Itachi, thinking that perhaps it would end there. But the reality is, we have underestimated their malice towards us." Kaido paused here for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice. "But they have also underestimated the Uchiha's resolve to resist. Are you willing to be oppressed at will? Are you willing to be isolated, treated as outsiders in the vast leaf village? Are you willing to be stared at with disgust by everyone? Are you willing to be targeted by relentless malicious tactics? Are you willing to see our clan destroyed by these detestable individuals, to watch all your kin beheaded? No. No. No." As soon as Kaido finished speaking, tsunami-like responses erupted from in front of him. The darkness of all those present was so fervent, so angry. Their unified shouts rang out loud and clear in the silent night. Kaido raised his right hand high, and the tsunami-like cries stopped. "That's right, none of us are willing. But as members of the Leaf Village, we can't provoke war either. So, without provoking war, there's only one thing I can do, that is to impeach the Hokage. Soon, we will set out. I don't know exactly what will happen next, but we must prepare for the worst. That is, a battle may occur, and once a battle breaks out, everyone could be in danger, even death. However, even in death, we must let them know that we Uchiha will never surrender. I ask you one last time, are you scared? No fear." This time, the voices were still in unison, still resonating loud and clear, so much so that Kaido, standing at the forefront, could feel an intimidating aura rushing towards him. "Good, let's move." Kaido nodded satisfactorily, then turned around and headed out. Shisui, Fugaku, and the 50 Uchiha ninjas followed Kaido without uttering a word. Their pace wasn't particularly fast. This was a speed that Kaido deliberately controlled. After all, Kakashi needed time, and this operation was not only their family involved. But what Kaido didn't expect was, as they left the shrine, the lights in every household in the Uchiha clan started to illuminate one by one. And many clan members came out from their homes, standing silently on the streets watching Kaido and his party. Victory! Victory for the clan leader! Victory! Victory for the clan leader! No one knew who started, but the intermittent voices began to rise, and in the end, the clan members sent them off with their tsunami-like cheers echoing through the clan. All of this was so shocking, and it moved Kaido's heart. He vowed that there must be a satisfying result tonight. Prepare to set out. Inside the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi watched the signal flare blossom in the sky, his gaze also turned to his clansmen. The Hyuga clan had a decent number of people assembled, around 30 or 40 when he looked around. But such a number was quite inadequate compared to the Uchihas, and there was a significant gap in the quality of the ninja as well. Only a few of the people Hayashi had gathered were from the main family, the rest were basically from the branch family, all loyal individuals he had nurtured himself. But he had been the clan head of the Hyuga clan for a certain amount of time now, and the fact that he only had these people proved that the obstacles he faced within the clan were indeed significant. The main family leads the branch family, this is an unchanging principle of the Hyuga clan, and although there are few people in the religious sect of the Hyuga clan, each person will lead a certain number of branch families. These main family members were essentially the clan's elders, and these guys weren't necessarily aligned with Hyuga Hayashi. Yes, clan head. The people of the Hyuga clan responded in unison to the order, but their voices and momentum compared to the Uchiha clan, were really lacking by too much. However, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't do anything about this, but he had firmly remembered these so-called elders, remembered their attitudes and actions. He could never forget that years ago, these so-called elders, in collaboration with Sarutobi Hiruzen, demanded that he make that dreadful choice. And now these guys were hindering him again. Even though he admitted he also wanted revenge for his brother, essentially, everything he did was for the clan. Yet they disrupted his plans in the name of the clan, they were only concerned about themselves, they feared the dire consequences of his failure. For these people who are deeply immersed in the vortex of power, completely unaware of what's good or bad, Hyuga Hayashi had nothing good to say. Perhaps there would be a confrontation in the near future, as Hayashi's patience with them had reached its limit. If things go smoothly this time, if we can return. Hyuga Hayashi thought silently. Just as he was walking, he suddenly looked up and glanced sideways. A few elders were staring at them intently, their foreheads gleaming, and their eyes revealing anger and resentment. They were all elders of the Hyuga clan, and they were the ones who opposed him. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath and quickly averted his gaze. The moonlight was as melodious as a song, silver light showering the entire Hyuga clan, rendering it so serene. As for them, this group walking the streets of the Hyuga clan, they were so lonely. It's time, let's go. Within the Nara clan's territory, Nara Shikako watched the signal flare in the sky, and finally addressed the clan's people before him. Compared to the impassioned Uchiha clan and the tragic Hyuga clan, the entire Nara clan appeared extremely calm. Kaido was right about one thing, Nara Shikako would never take action without certainty. He was the kind who would consider all gains and losses thoroughly before making a decision to act. This operation was dangerous, but Shikako had already considered all possible issues. The order Kaido gave to Kakashi was actually provided by Nara Shikako. It was a form of creating public opinion. In fact, the method was similar to how Kaido dealt with dans, their aim was to let everyone witness it all. Moreover, this time the 7 major clans were acting together, they had evidence and the legal basis from the Daimio. Even if it came down to actual combat, he had thought through how to deal with it. Nara Shikako was very clear, that they were understaffed, therefore, meticulous arrangements had to be made. Especially since these people were the elites of the clan, the loss of even one would be exceedingly painful for any clan. Hence, these people would not directly enter the Fire Country's building area, but would be assigned to key transport nodes on the outskirts to wait. Only if an inevitable fight broke out, would these people be involved. But when it comes to fighting, actually the Uchihas alone are enough. As long as it's not the whole village launching an attack, 3 Uchihas possessing the Manjiki Sharingan will absolutely not encounter problems. Nara Shikako secretly thought. His confidence stemmed mainly from his faith in the power of Kaido, Shisui, and Fugaku. He could rely on his wisdom to ensure they had an advantage in public opinion, but he lacked the power to deal with a group of desperate individuals. And on this point, Kaido and his crew had a great advantage, because they were a combat family, they were ninjas possessing the Uchiha's strongest power. With the 3 of them wielding the strongest power, along with the ninjas led by their 7 clans, they still held the advantage when facing 3 clans that could only fend for themselves. If it really doesn't work, then find a way to incite those leaf ninjas who are spectating, because tonight's event must succeed. Nara Shikako silently muttered to himself, then turned around preparing to leave. But at the moment he turned around, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the crowd, which made him halt. Yuniko. Nara Shikako looked at Yuniko hidden in the crowd. What are you doing here? Don't you have your own mission? Nara Shikako distinctly remembered, he had assigned Yuniko to stay within the clan and protect the women and children of the clan with the others who stayed behind. I think it's better for me to go with you. After all, I'm not lacking in strength. Knowing she had been discovered, Yuniko didn't hide any longer but spoke directly. Moreover, this matter isn't just your concern, it's a problem for our entire clan. My strength can aid the clan, so I insist on going with you. Do you realize how dangerous this mission is? Nara Shikako felt a bit of a headache. His cousin's daughter seemed a bit hard to handle. Of course I know, but don't underestimate me. My mission record has never been poor. Yuniko's expression was incomparably firm. Her steadfastness caused Nara Shikako to contemplate carefully. Indeed, Yuniko's skills were impressive, otherwise, she wouldn't hold the title of a ninja. In fact, Shikako had initially planned to let her go. If it hadn't been for the consideration that her direct cousin was in the Fire Country's capital, and he didn't want to put their entire family in such possible danger, he would have arranged for Yuniko to join much earlier. Also, Uncle Shikaku, I think we should speed up. You know, the signal flare has already been lit in the sky. While Shikako was pondering, Yuniko pointed to the dazzling signal flare in the sky, and her words made Shikako finally nod. Looking at the streak of white light in the sky, Shikako waved his hand and once again shouted aloud. Move out! Yes, clan leader! Let's go, it's time! Yes, clan leader! Inside the Akimichi clan, Akimichichza watched the signal flare in the sky and spoke to the ninjas in front of him, receiving loud affirmations from everyone. Such scenes were also occurring within the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans, as at this moment the ninjas of the 7 major clans were all springing into action. What's going on? I don't know, a signal flare suddenly appeared in the sky. That location, it seems like it's the Hokage building. In every corner of Konoha village, countless leaf ninjas saw the dazzling signal flare in the sky and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But when they figured out the direction the signal flare came from, they immediately began to mobilize. That direction was the Hokage building. Could a signal flare coming from there be a simple matter? But for some unknown reason, countless leaf ninjas seemed to recall the incident a year ago when Uchiha Kaito led his clan in besieging dens. That night had left a profoundly deep impression on them, one they couldn't forget even now. What's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was preparing to rest at home, suddenly received a report from the Anbu, causing him to rush to the window. Looking at the dazzling white light in the sky, Hiruzen's face seemed somewhat strange. Even without the Anbu's reminder, he could tell that the direction was the Hokage building, a direction he knew all too well. But what did a signal flare launched from the Hokage building imply? Which team is on duty at the Anbu tonight? After a while, Hiruzen asked in a low voice. Team 9, Lord Hokage. The Anbu member immediately replied, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen already knew who was likely on duty at the Hokage building tonight, Yamato's team, unless something unexpected had happened. Yamato was the one he snatched from Dan's, the only survivor of Orochimaru's experiment who could use wood release. Such talent would have remained in Dan's hands if Kakashi hadn't discovered him during a mission. This young man had performed excellently after coming to the Anbu, there should be no problem with him there. However, after thinking it over, Hiruzen decided he needed to go and see for himself. After all, anyone who dared to cause trouble in the Hokage building was absolutely unforgivable. I really want to see who has such audacity. Even that damned Uchiha Kaito wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in my building. Ding! Inside the Hokage building, the harsh sound of clashing metal echoed continuously. Kakashi's swordsmanship was still strong. Even though he rarely used his ninja blade now, his sword skills had long since become an integral part of him. Each of his strikes, every angle of his attack was perfectly executed, especially under the aid of his Sharingan, everything seemed more aesthetically pleasing and more dangerous. However, Kakashi was very restrained, because he knew exactly who his enemies were. These Anbu were just like him in the past, merely carrying out their necessary tasks. The crimson in Kakashi's left eye flickered slightly. In the moment the ninja blade struck, he quickly ducked, avoiding the ambush and delivering a kick to an Anbu's chest. The Anbu struck by Kakashi was sent flying and crashed hard into a wall, but the next moment a figure arrived behind Kakashi, their ninja blade aiming directly at the back of Kakashi's neck. However, the Kakashi that this Anbu struck suddenly turned into smoke, revealing it was merely a shadow clone. This Anbu seemed to sense something and almost immediately leapt into the air. But it was all slightly too late, as a hand suddenly reached out from the ground and grabbed his leg. It was Kakashi. With a tremendous force in sync with his chakra, Kakashi directly pulled this fellow underground, where he was further trapped tightly by the earth. Landing steadily on the ground, Kakashi looked at the Anbu member still struggling in front of him and sighed softly. While the Anbu was struggling, his body trembled involuntarily. It was obvious that he absolutely had not expected to encounter Kakashi tonight. Rest well, everything will be fine. Kakashi murmured softly, his Sharingan in the left eye spinning rapidly, a strange power emanating from it. Why? The Anbu struggled harder, but was attacked by Kakashi's eerie power, making it difficult for him to articulate his words. Because I have something more important to do. Kakashi said softly to the Anbu. Under the strange power, the Anbu gradually stopped struggling and eventually fell into a deep sleep. Kakashi stood up, turned around and locked his gaze onto a dark area. Finally, he began to speak slowly. Because this is my mission tonight, I think you should come out now, Yamato. Kakashi-senpai. From the darkness, a figure with brown hair and a mask slowly emerged, taking off his mask as he walked. His expression was full of both unease and shock, he could hardly believe that Kakashi would do such a thing. This was an attack on the Hokage building, this was an act of defection. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? I told you, this is my mission, something even more important that I must do. Kakashi looked at the hysterical Yamato, his heart filled with incredible anguish and discomfort. However, he didn't think to explain too much. Many things can't be explained clearly right now, the key reason being lack of time. What they need to do now is not something that can be summed up in a few words. Moreover, Kakashi must cause enough chaos tonight. After releasing the signal flare, he suddenly understood why Kaido wanted him to do this. The reason was simple, to attract everyone's attention, to let everyone see this. What is it that everyone wants to see and can prove the guilt of the third Hokage? The answer is also very simple, it's the wood release triggered by Yamato. The third Hokage had done too many things, whether it's concerning his own father or Naruto's affairs. However, if one calmly contemplates, he could perfectly explain it all for the sake of Konoha. Even if everyone knows it's not right, even if everyone can imagine there must be a problem, so what? The deed is done, the plan was provided by Dans, and Dans is already dead. At worst, the third Hokage could set up a hero title for his own father, at worst, he could just treat Naruto well. After all, no one is infallible, but to recognize one's mistakes and correct them is truly virtuous. But can this really make up for everything? Kakashi obviously cannot accept it, those charges were unbearably heavy for him, but for the Hokage, they might not be a big deal. Therefore, he must come up with the greatest, most irrefutable charge against the Hokage. Then, is there anything more disgusting and unacceptable than conducting unauthorized research on the first Hokage's cells, desecrating the first Hokage's body, and disturbing the peaceful sleep of the ancestors? Clearly, there is no such thing. Yamato truly cannot understand Kakashi, he really cannot understand why Kakashi would make such a choice. Does he still need the Kakashi in his memory? What kind of secrets are hidden in all this? Yamato kept questioning himself inwardly, but unfortunately, he could not find the answer, and Kakashi would not provide any answers. If Yamato's eyes are sharp enough, he would notice that Kakashi doesn't seem eager to kill, and that Kakashi has a large scroll on his back. Is that scroll his real objective? What exactly is inside it? Yamato pondered rapidly, but Kakashi didn't give him much space to think, for Kakashi had already made his move. The sound of slicing air echoed in Yamato's ears as the wind stirred by the blade cut through the sky. Yamato drew his own ninja blade almost instantly and managed to block Kakashi's strike with a hard lift. I don't wish to be like this, but some things leave me no choice, it is the same for you as it is for me. Kakashi continued to exert force and pressure with his ninja blade, but still, he spoke to Yamato in a calm tone. Kakashi-senpai, if you have any difficulties, just say it. And don't underestimate me. Yamato gritted his teeth and pushed hard with his blade. Kakashi immediately felt the force from Yamato's hand, which made him take a step back. But in the instant of retreating, his Sharingan slightly spun, and simultaneously he quickly lifted his blade, blocking Yamato's attack in a blink of an eye. I've never underestimated you, not ever, Yamato. Kakashi said softly while parrying Yamato's ninja blade. However, the chakra in his body was circulating even more rapidly. As for my difficulties, it's not appropriate for you to speak of them. However, you can rest assured, you'll see and know everything in due course. As he spoke, he increased the force in his hand slightly, quickly repelling Yamato, and looked calmly at the figure before him. But here's a friendly reminder for you, you cannot afford to be careless when fighting against me, because I will go all out. With that said, Kakashi lunged once again, and this time, a silver arc of electricity appeared in his left hand. Lightning release had always been one of Kakashi's most proficient jutsu, even though he had copied thousands of jutsu through his Sharingan. But his favorite ones to use remained lightning release and earth release, and his signature jutsu, the Chidori, made his name famous in the world of shinobi. Seeing the arc of electricity in Kakashi's hand, Yamato's face grew even more solemn, because he knew Kakashi's determination. If he didn't take this seriously, his fate would be very grim. With that thought, Yamato couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the chakra inside him began to surge wildly. In the next second, the two disappeared and reappeared with their silhouettes interlaced. Once Kakashi got serious, his speed was astonishing, streaking through the space like a bolt of silver lightning. Yamato's speed obviously couldn't match Kakashi's, and even with strong defenses, he seemed unusually passive at this moment. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and Yamato was increasingly on the back foot. His body began to show some minor blade wounds, and the blood seeped through his clothes, gradually emerging. However, Yamato could feel that this style of battle was a great burden on his own chakra. But what felt strange to Yamato was that Kakashi didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. His battle frequency remained high, his speed was still so fast, he still seemed so desperate. I can't keep this up much longer, it's taking a toll on me. Yamato gritted his teeth and thought to himself. He knew some of Kakashi's physical condition, so he initially had the idea to wear him down. But Kakashi's performance made him realize that he wouldn't have the chance to wear him down if he didn't go all out. By that time, he may not have worn Kakashi out yet, and would have already been cut down by Kakashi. Thinking this, Yamato quickly put some distance between them, and his hands began to weave signs rapidly. In an instant, a vast surge of chakra erupted. Earth release, earth-style wall. Along with the burst of Yamato's chakra, an earthen wall sprouted from the ground, blocking Kakashi's attack range and preventing him from reaching Yamato. Earth release, hey? That's not enough. Kakashi murmured to himself. He wasn't merely after earth release, what he wanted to see was Yamato's wood release. His right hand slightly retracted the ninja blade, the electrical arc in his left hand emitted a strong light. Finally, Kakashi fiercely plunged his left hand, carrying the electrical arc, into the earthen wall. Boom! A thunderous noise abruptly sounded. The earthen wall disintegrated instantaneously under the assault of Chidori. Yet, through the fractured earth wall, Kakashi saw Yamato once again weaving hand seals. Earth release, earth flow spears. In a blink, Yamato's seals were complete. The earth began to shake, countless earth spears sprouted from the ground, striking fiercely towards Kakashi. Kakashi's response was exceedingly fast. His ninja blade radiated a faint chakra glow. He then swiftly swung the blade towards the incoming earth spears. None of the earth spears lasted more than a second under his ninja blade. To increase his efficiency, an electrical arc appeared in his left hand once again. The ninja blade and electrical arc worked in sync, coupled with his breathtaking speed, he had already quietly closed in on Yamato. Even though he was beginning to pant and had expended most of his chakra, his actions did not slow down in the slightest. Boom! Finally, under Kakashi's relentless onslaught, he closed in on Yamato once again. The electrical arc in his left hand became even more dazzling at this moment. The sound of Chidori was so sharp it was ear-piercing. Yamato looked at Kakashi in disbelief. He knew Kakashi was powerful, but he had not expected Kakashi, who fought without regard to consequences, to be this terrifying. Especially when he saw Kakashi's eyes, cold and full of killing intent, Yamato knew he could no longer hold back. He had to go all out to stop the now rampaging Kakashi. What in the world is happening, senpai? Yamato muttered to himself, his heart aching, for the Kakashi before his eyes was too unfamiliar. As he retreated swiftly, Yamato's hands were frantically weaving hand seals. Finally, he showcased his most proficient jutsu. Wood release, World of Trees wall. The moonlight was like a song. In the land of fire, Nara Shikako walked slowly in the grand palace of the city. A few days ago, he had received a message from his younger brother. He knew that the impeachment operation should begin tonight. Therefore, he also had to take action tonight. He had to meet with the Daimyo alone. This meeting should have taken place a few days ago, but the so-called 12 Guardian Ninja had been continually interfering with its completion. This infuriated Nara Shikako. His anger wasn't just directed at the ignorant members of the 12 Guardian Ninja, but also at the Daimyo's attitude this time. The virtue of a person is in self-awareness. Regrettably, neither the 12 Guardian Ninja nor the Daimyo had any. Knowing he couldn't meet the Daimyo alone, Shikako spent this period getting acquainted with the layout of this palace. He was fully aware he couldn't single-handedly defeat these 12, especially considering their collective strength. He would be at an even greater disadvantage. Therefore, the bold yet meticulous Shikako made a decision. He planned to meet the Daimyo under the cover of night, avoiding the guard ninjas. He was aware that doing so wouldn't let him bypass everyone, as there were surely guards in the daimyo's room. However, this was already the best choice. Even if he had to take action, he wouldn't be up against 12 defensively and offensively capable, harmoniously coordinated guard ninjas. He moved swiftly, constantly creeping forward while evading the guard ninjas' surveillance. Soon, he reached the outside of the daimyo's room. Having been in hiding for so long, he could assert this was certainly the daimyo's residence. Moreover, when he neared this place, he distinctly felt a chakra presence locking onto him. Nonetheless, he didn't show any signs of panic and calmly spoke, "Lord Daimyo, I believe we should meet tonight. The daimyo is resting. Any matters can wait until tomorrow." A cold voice echoed from within the room. Unsurprised by this reply, Shikashiro continued calmly, "And if I refuse?" "Shikashiro, the Jainin, be mindful of your status." The cold voice resonated from the room once again. This time, Shikashiro could distinctly feel the voice becoming issier and filled with killing intent. "Humph, is that so?" Shikashiro snorted, his tone turning somewhat indifferent. "I am a Jainin of the Leaf, I've always been clear on that. However, it seems some people are unsure of their own status and don't know how they should address me. Let me reiterate, I want to see the daimyo now. Are you courting death?" Along with the cold voice, a terrifying surge of chakra was released. This chakra was dead set on Shikashiro, as though any reckless action from him would lead to certain death the next moment. "You can try, if you're not worried about any misfortune befalling your daimyo." At this moment, Nara Shikashiro had no intention of disguising his intentions any longer. His voice was cold but incredibly clear. "And who exactly do you think you are, mistaking yourselves for the daimyo? You are nothing more than the daimyo's guard ninjas, you're not even formally part of the Leaf ninja system, while I am a bona fide Jainin of the Leaf." Nara Shikashiro's words were sharp, but he harbored no regret for what he had uttered. People fear death, but as ninjas, to complete missions, they sometimes have to adopt extreme measures. Shikashiro was obviously using such methods now, but only such extremity could strike fear at the moment. Indeed, power is like real estate, the location is everything. The closer to the center, the more valuable the property. However, proximity to power can lead some to mistake it for ownership. Shikashiro didn't know the mindset of these guard ninjas, but he knew this was a point he could hit them hard on. Shikashiro's words this time received no reply, but the murderous intent became tangible. However, Shikashiro's expression remained calm. Despite the terrifying murderous aura, he sensed that the people inside had no intention of making a move, or rather, they didn't dare. This sight allowed Shikashiro to breathe a sigh of relief internally. Though he appeared calm, he was still somewhat anxious. "Lord Daimyo, as I mentioned earlier, what we need to discuss in private is not only the future of the Leaf but also the future of the Land of Fire." Shikashiro quickly adjusted his emotions, then he continued speaking. "Such important matters, I believe, should not be overheard by miscellaneous personnel. Moreover, the changes in the Leaf will also affect some of your established plans for the future, Lord Daimyo. Of course, if you insist on your stance, I will have no choice but to return to the Leaf and report truthfully all that I have experienced in the capital of the Land of Fire. Lord Daimyo, you need to weigh the gains and losses carefully. Although the Leaf depends on your patronage, you are also under the protection of the Leaf. You've enlisted a bunch of ninjas of unknown origin and intentions as your guards. The Leaf has not commented on this, as it is your freedom, Lord Daimyo. However, your actions may easily lead the Leaf to misconstrue whether you've fallen under unnecessary influence or have already been controlled. According to the relationship and agreement between the Leaf and the Daimyo, the Leaf can intervene to save the Daimyo in necessary situations, as long as one of your children reports to us. Of course, Lord Daimyo, you needn't worry. We will send our best ninjas to handle this. Once resolved, you can send one of your children to the Leaf to discuss the matters that need to be discussed. I believe they will make the most reasonable choices on your behalf, don't you agree, Lord Daimio? Shikashiro's voice was still so calm, especially now with a hint of a smile on his face. However, his words turned the room chillingly cold. The murderous intent, although still fixated on him, was starting to falter. That deep, profound malice, now indelibly carved into everyone's hearts, was inescapable. Nara Shikashiro glanced at the room's main entrance ahead of him. Then, without uttering a word, he turned around to leave. However, just as he moved, a weak voice emanated from inside the room. "Jainin Shikashiro, please come in. We indeed need to have a proper discussion." Chapter 147, Chapter 147. Nara Shikashiro calmly entered the room, and just as he had anticipated, there were 6 people inside. However, at this moment, he paid no attention to these individuals, his gaze fixated on the Daimio. The Daimio of the Land of Fire stared back at Nara Shikashiro, his heart filled with loathing for this man. He regretted his misjudgment, thinking this fellow would be as reassuring as Nara Shikashiro's cousin, Nara Shikako. In truth, the Daimio had never really been respected by those in Konoha. Not to mention that Shimura had blatantly threatened him, he still remembered the disdainful, icy gaze of that man during the selection of the 4th Hokage. It was something he could never forget. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, appeared to respect him, but in reality, it wasn't so. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision, he had no right to participate in the discussion, much less influence it. On the contrary, Nara Shikako, the minister of Konoha's administrative department, had given him a favorable impression, pragmatic, unpretentious, and respectful. That's why, upon meeting Nara Shikashiro, he had shown a bit of enthusiasm, for Shikashiro was Shikaku's cousin. But the reality proved this fellow was even worse, even more terrifying than Shimura-dan's. Although he seemed respectful, his actions and behavior revealed his true intentions. Each of his statements was seemingly mild, but they each instilled a profound unease in the Daimio. The Daimio knew all too well how he was perceived by the shinobi of Konoha, but regardless, he was a patron of the village hidden in the leaves. Sighing inwardly, he understood that his position as Daimio was to some degree the result of a deal struck with the Hokage of the Land of Fire. The Hokage was undoubtedly more influential than the Daimio. Others may not know this, but he was painfully aware of it. As a result, he had no choice but to see what Nara Shikashiro intended to do. "Everyone, leave," the Daimio commanded, waving his hand in resignation. "Daimyo-sama." The remaining guard shinobi seemed to have something to say, but the Daimyo interrupted him. "I said leave," the Daimyo waved his hand dismissively, clearly not wanting to discuss the matter further. Seeing this, the guard shinobi could only sigh in resignation, and one by one, they left the room. Soon, only the Daimyo and Nara Shikashiro remained in the room. "Whatever you have to say it now," the Daimyo said, sounding somewhat deflated. "Daimyo-sama, I apologize for making such a decision. It was an act of desperation. However, before we proceed, I need to set up some things." Nara Shikashiro's tone remained calm. His hands quickly formed seals, then he placed them directly on the ground. As chakra surged, a row of tadpole-like runes instantly appeared on the ground and rapidly spread outwards. The Daimyo looked on with some anxiety, but Nara Shikashiro quickly provided an explanation. "Do not worry, Daimyo-sama, this is merely a simple sound barrier. As I've said, our conversation should not be disturbed by anyone, so I had to resort to this." "I understand, now you can tell me, what exactly do you want to say?" "Before I go into specifics, I need to ask you a question, Daimyo-sama." Nara Shikashiro revealed a smile at that moment, but his smile did not bring any comfort to the Daimyo. "I wonder, Daimyo-sama, what is your opinion on the 3rd Hokage? This bastard is just a sanctimonious son of a gun." The daimyo thought bitterly to himself, but dared not voice this sentiment. He had no idea what Nara Shikako intended by asking this question. He could only respond in the most neutral way. The third Hokage is a steady man, a man with his own ideas, and an extremely responsible and confident Hokage. The daimyo's words made Nara Shikako pause for a moment. It seemed that the daimyo's thoughts were quite similar to his own, even though all the words spoken were praise. It was clear that the daimyo was also a man of high emotional intelligence. Yes, the Hokage is indeed a thoughtful, responsible, and confident man. Nara Shikako nodded with a smile, but his next words made the daimyo's face change slightly. But it's precisely because of this attitude and behavior that his reputation in Konoha is now somewhat tarnished. You. The daimyo looked at Nara Shikako with disbelief. For a moment, his mind was in turmoil, but he seemed to realize that something intriguing was about to happen. According to our intelligence, we know that the Hokage is not as simple as we imagined. Nara Shikako paid no attention to the change in the daimyo's expression. He continued calmly. As we know, our Hokage, in order to secure his position, secretly collaborated with a certain individual. This person is a mysterious Uchiha who has been making appearances recently, apparently with the aim of exterminating the Uchihas of Konoha. I presume, Daimyo-sama, that you must have received a message from Dan's. He was the one who allied with the mysterious Uchiha, but was stopped. That same mysterious Uchiha admitted that it was he who attacked Konoha 9 years ago, releasing the 9 tails, leading to the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Upon saying this, Nara Shikako paused intentionally. His gaze fixed on the daimyo, eager to see what his reaction would be at this moment. As expected, the daimyo was deep in thought at this point, seeming to seriously consider what Nara Shikako's purpose could be for seeking him out this time. Nara Shikako smiled and spoke again. Of course, whether this matter is true or not, we cannot be sure, as the intelligence we've received may not all be accurate. However, considering the timing of Asuma's arrival by the daimyo's side and the corresponding actions taken back then, could it be possible that all of this is true? Furthermore, the third Hokage has been in power for far too long. After the unexpected demise of the 4th Hokage, the rightful successor should have been the 5th Hokage. Even if the 3rd Hokage had to step in due to exceptional circumstances at that time, his reign has gone on for too long. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage is getting old, and his actions have started to cause many issues. The consequences of such issues are unimaginable, as evidenced by the present. I've heard some rumors that the actions he took against Kumagakure in the past were greatly resented by the Hyuga clan. The daimyo asked tentatively. This issue had caused a big stir back then, and it was impossible for him to not have heard about it. It's not just the Hyuga, the recent events involving the Uchiha can also not be disassociated from him. Nara Shikako, seeing the daimyo so receptive, had a deeper smile on his face. Moreover, this time, there are 7 clans in total that are unhappy with the Hokage, and these 7 clans are major forces safeguarding Konoha. Daimyo-sama, think about it, what would happen if you upset 7 important clans at once? At this moment, Nara Shikako showed his hand, and the daimyo had a sudden realization. You want to impeach the Hokage? Boom! There was a sudden muffled sound inside the Hokage building, and in the next moment all the glass shattered. Along with the shattered glass, Kakashi leaped out, with countless branches following him through the window. Kakashi landed steadily on the ground, his ninja blade swinging violently, directly cutting off a section of the incoming branches. However, he did not dare to stop. With a turn, a fierce arc of electricity burst from his left hand, cutting through a row of branches. This wasn't Kakashi's first encounter with Yamato's wood release, but each time he could feel the power of it. And he could tell that Yamato was now fighting desperately, but it was just desperation, not yet reaching a point of wanting to kill him. The power of the wood release couldn't be easily described. Kakashi didn't know what kind of scene it would be if Yamato truly unleashed his full power. But he was very clear about one thing, that he hadn't yet fully achieved his goal. Although the wood release is strong now, the effect is still not enough. It must be pushed further. Kakashi thought to himself. What he was anticipating was the wood release that could move mountains and fill seas, only then could it truly prove the actions taken by the third Hokage. Sensing the chakra within his body, Kakashi gritted his teeth, deciding to push himself further. His chakra was now running low due to the repeated use of the Chidori, combined with the operation of the Sharingan. This had caused a crisis in his already not particularly abundant chakra. To ensure the smooth execution of this operation, and the full implementation of this plan, he had to go all out. However, this battle did give him quite a few thoughts. For example, integrating sword techniques with the Chidori seemed to be more efficient. Like using sword techniques in conjunction with the Sharingan, the results seemed to be very good. He now had a peculiar feeling, as if he had a new understanding of sword techniques. Gripping the ninja blade tightly, he seemed to hear a clear cry coming from it. Perhaps it was the friction between the blade and the chakra, but Kakashi indeed felt something he had never felt before. It was a unique emotion, as if the blade in his hand was more closely connected with him at this moment. He realized he hadn't seriously used sword techniques for a long time. He wasn't sure exactly when that started. Perhaps it started when he transplanted Obito's eye, or perhaps when he truly bore Obito's will. His combat skills had changed. He now preferred to understand the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents through various trials, and then use the Sharingan in conjunction with Taijutsu or Ninjutsu to deal a lethal blow to the enemy. Such a combat method was very much like an Uchiha, but he wasn't a true Uchiha. Kakashi-senpai, don't persist in your mistakes. Yamato quickly chased out of the Hokage building, landing steadily on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. Why can't you discuss things peacefully? And senpai, causing such a commotion, do you really think you can leave the village smoothly? There are things I won't tell you, and can't tell you. Kakashi took a deep breath, the arc of electricity on his left hand suddenly disappeared, but in the next moment, the electric arc appeared on his ninja blade. At first, this arc of electricity wasn't very noticeable, but as his chakra poured into it, the sharp chirping of the Chidori began to ring out. Kakashi took a deep breath. Although he had often covered his kunai with Chidori, this was the first time he had covered his ninja blade. There was a significant difference between the ninja blade and kunai. First, the coverage area would consume more of his chakra. Second, using a kunai was meant for an instantaneous burst, while covering the ninja blade meant ensuring the burst while also maintaining continuous combat. This is not an easy task for him, but now he has no more choices left, he must exert all his efforts. In a flash, Kakashi unleashed all the remaining chakra, his ninja blade fiercely swinging towards Yamato. The constantly jumping electric arc, carrying a breathtaking killing intent, along with the shrieking sound of Chidori, made Yamato's face turn slightly unsightly. People from all directions in Konoha were now rushing towards them. Kakashi obviously couldn't leave, but he was still fighting. Why was he doing this? Yamato didn't understand, but he knew he had to do something. His hands quickly forming seals, by the time Kakashi got to him, he had already completed the sealing. Wood style, battering ram. Vines suddenly sprouted from Yamato's body, these vines rapidly winding towards Kakashi. Once these vines wrapped around a person, they would grow into large trees in an instant and swallow the enemy. Yamato still wanted to trap Kakashi, however, Kakashi's terrifying speed and current burst of energy really startled him. Kakashi's Sharingan was spinning rapidly, for some reason the power erupting from this eye at this moment seemed a little beyond expectation. And Yamato could clearly see, the three tomo in Kakashi's Sharingan seemed to faintly connect. His ninja blade swung forward fiercely, in an instant, the terrifying current accompanied by the sharp blade edge cut off his vines. And Kakashi's speed showed no sign of slowing down, he deftly avoided the direction of the vine attack, as if he had seen through everything. In just a few breaths, he had reached Yamato, his ninja blade fiercely swung out. Wood style, forest wall. Yamato bit his teeth and quickly completed the seals, but when the wood style had just formed and not yet fully exerted its power, Kakashi's ninja blade had completely stabbed in. Seeing this, Yamato's heart dared not hold any hope, his face started to turn cold, followed by a surge of chakra bursting once again. Wood style, deep forest emergence. With the crazy influx of Yamato's chakra, the ground began to tremble wildly at this moment. A large tree rose rapidly at his side, rotating from the ground, and then wound towards Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, then he abandoned his ninja blade, using all his last strength to constantly leap backwards. But his consumption was too great, he had neither much chakra nor physical strength left. The spreading tree branches quickly wrapped around him, under Yamato's control, Kakashi was instantly trapped, and a huge tree stood in front of the Hokage building. "Give up, Kakashi-senpai." Yamato looked indifferently at Kakashi, but in the end, he didn't kill him. "I don't know why you did this, but it's all over now." "Indeed, it's all over." Kakashi weakly nodded, but surprisingly his mood was quite good. "I'm sorry, Yamato, this time I had no choice but to do this, but my mission is accomplished." "What do you mean?" Mysteriously, Yamato felt something was not quite right. Because what Kakashi clearly said was that his mission was accomplished, so what exactly was his mission? "Didn't you just ask me how I could leave the village?" Kakashi spoke in a weak and soft voice, but there was a hint of exhilaration brewing in his tone. "I never intended to leave the village, I never betrayed Konoha, what I wanted is the result now." As his words fell, countless ninjas had already arrived, they stared blankly at the towering tree in front of them. At this moment everyone fell silent. When countless Konoha ninjas saw the signal flare in the sky, they spontaneously ran towards the Hokage building. But they were also very puzzled, what exactly happened today, or what has been going on with Konoha recently. First, the Uchiha clan besieged Danzo, then Uchiha Kaito was attacked and then counter-killed a large number of ninjas, and finally tonight's incident. In fact, they had already begun to doubt whether tonight's incident was related to Uchiha Kaito again. Although Kaito was forced to counterattack each time, every incident he caused was quite significant. Boom! As they continued to approach, the ground's vibration and the fluctuation of chakra had been felt by them. At this moment they more clearly confirmed that someone had definitely attacked the Hokage building. Could it be Uchiha Kaito again? Many Konoha ninjas secretly thought, although the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, the head of the security department, has recently displayed an image that is truly respectable. However, attacking the Hokage building seems like something a Konoha ninja shouldn't do, and at this time, the Hokage isn't even here. Did the Hokage do something to upset the head of the security department? In the minds of Konoha's residents, Kaido, although a ruthless person who never hesitates to fight and hardly spares any enemies when he does, seems to be forced to counterattack every time. And every time an incident blows up, he always has solid reasons, and in the end, there's no fallout. With such incidents happening over and over again, this has led the residents of Konoha to subconsciously think in this direction. It must be said that while Kaido did not intentionally create an image for himself, his figure as one forced to retaliate had indeed deeply imprinted itself upon people's hearts. Except for being a bit too ruthless, and having a hint of a vengeance is a must vibe, everything else seems fine. The Konoha residents kept repeating these thoughts in their minds, their pace getting faster and faster. However, when they arrived at the outskirts of the Hokage building, they all stopped in their tracks without prior arrangement. They stared blankly at the sight before them, at the strangely branching tendrils, at the towering tree, and at this moment there was only one thought in their minds. Is this wood release? Just how significant wood release is to Konoha, probably only its residents would know. It's a legend, it's a symbol of invincibility. Now that wood release has once again appeared before them, how could they not feel excited? But while they were excited, they were also puzzled. Who exactly used this kind of wood release? A descendant of the Senju clan. Some ninjas were silently musing, but the faces of some had become quite grave. The Senju clan has almost disappeared from Konoha, now suddenly there is a user of wood release. How could this not make people puzzled? Especially the ninjas of Konoha will not forget that many years ago a man left the village due to the exposure of human experimentation. In the death of Danzo a year ago, there was also an indelible accusation, that of involvement in human experiments. Could there be some unknown connection here? These Konoha ninjas secretly thought, they didn't know the specifics, but they had a very special feeling. That tonight would definitely not be a peaceful night, tonight something they could never imagine might happen. This is... When Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the scene and saw the massive towering tree, his face also subtly changed. He already knew that Yamato was stationed in the Hokage building tonight, but he didn't expect anyone could push Yamato this far. That towering tree was clearly the deep forest emergence, but what kind of enemy could push him to use such a jutsu? Not only was he forced to use this jutsu, but who knew that he was on duty here tonight? Hiruzen Sarutobi was an intelligent man, and in an instant, he thought of a terrifying fact, that this wood release was actually used in front of everyone. What the Senju clan is like now, as the one who personally pushed them into the abyss, how could Hiruzen not know? Obviously, he couldn't explain to others that this person is a descendant of the Senju clan, so his only explanation was that this formation was actually one of Danzo's experiments. However, such an explanation gave him an immense headache because it inevitably involved the cells of the first Hokage. The first Hokage was the one who established the structure of the shinobi world, he was the one who created Konoha. And now, as his disciple and successor, to have desecrated his grave, exhumed his corpse, and used his body for experiments was utterly intolerable and unacceptable. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt as if he were being enveloped in a conspiracy. He determined that someone must have done this on purpose, and the purpose of these people was to target him, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Who is it? Hiruzen roared in rage internally, quickly advancing to see who had launched the attack. Only by determining who it was could he come up with better countermeasures and find ways to resolve the current crisis and trouble. Lord Hokage. As he entered the square in front of the Hokage building, the surrounding Konoha ninjas couldn't help but call out in respect when they saw him. But Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't pay the slightest attention to these voices, he continued to stride forward. However, when he passed through the crowd and reached the front, he froze. Kakashi? How could this be? Hiruzen's voice trembled at this moment, he had never dreamed that it would be Kakashi who had triggered all this. Especially when he saw the giant scroll behind Kakashi, who was entwined by tree branches, he felt dizzy. Why is it like this? Hiruzen couldn't help but question himself internally, he truly couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. But this harsh reality was telling him, he had been betrayed. Lord Hokage. Yamato also saw Hiruzen frozen in place, he couldn't help but softly call out. I'm fine. Hiruzen quickly came back to his senses, and the next moment his gaze became gloomy and cold. He stared at Kakashi, then gritted his teeth and said, Give me an explanation, Kakashi, why did you do this? Lord Hokage, don't you know why I did this? Kakashi's voice remained calm, but his gaze towards Hiruzen was equally cold. I think. I understand. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi's gaze, at his resemblance to Sakumo Hatake, and at the scroll on his back. In this moment, he couldn't help but close his eyes, because he understood everything at this point. You should not have done this, Kakashi. All that I have done is for a purpose, while you are disrupting the order of Konoha, do you understand? Is that so? Is that what you call for Konoha? Kakashi gently shook his head. He had no desire to argue with Hiruzen Sarutobi. In my eyes, all you have done is for yourself, Lord Hokage. It seems you have completely fallen, Kakashi. You have truly disappointed me. Hiruzen did not answer Kakashi's question, he simply responded with indifference. From now on, you are a rogue ninja of Konoha. Yamato, kill him and bring back his scroll. Lord Hokage, this. Upon hearing this command, Yamato couldn't help but change his expression. But looking at the cold gaze of Hiruzen, he could only remain silent for a moment. Hiruzen's decision to kill was firm, and he was truly bothered by how he was going to explain all of this. This damn Kakashi had created such a mess, he must find a way to fix it. Lord Hokage, after killing the White Fang with your own hands, do you still want to kill the son of White Fang? Just then, a clear and cold voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. And this voice instantly made Hiruzen's expression become ugly. Hearing this voice, Hiruzen slightly hesitated, the next moment his eyes were filled with endless rage. He naturally recognized the voice, it was Uchiha Kaito. Abruptly turning around, Hiruzen looked at Kaido with furious eyes, but the next moment his body stiffened slightly. Because he saw that it was not just Kaido who had come, but also Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku who were following him, as well as Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikako, and others. All 7 clan heads were present. While it wasn't surprising that they were all here today, the fact that these people had gathered at this time indicated the seriousness of the situation. The Konoha ninjas naturally saw their arrival, but their focus wasn't on this, they were more thinking about what Kaido had just said. What did he mean by Lord Hokage personally killing the White Fang, and wanting to kill his son? Sakumo Hatake once had a famous nickname, the White Fang of Konoha. This was something all the ninjas present had some impression of. But in their memories, this White Fang, apart from being Kakashi's father, left only the impression of committing suicide out of fear of punishment for mission failure. How did it become that the Hokage had caused the death of this White Fang of Konoha? Could there be hidden circumstances in all this? And who was this young ninja who used wood release? The minds of all the Konoha ninjas present were now filled with questions. And all of these uncertainties inevitably made them look to Hiruzen Sarutobi, their Lord Hokage. What kind of nonsense are you talking about now, Uchiha Kaito? Hiruzen spat out through gritted teeth, and this time, he could not help but start to use his chakra. That vast and enormous chakra seemed to be a testament to the fact that although Hiruzen had aged, his strength was still formidable. Regrettably, Kaido was not moved in the slightest, or rather, those who had come with him completely ignored Hiruzen's behavior. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, you know very well, Lord Hokage. Kaido calmly shook his head, then his gaze turned again to Kakashi, who was still bound in the distance. You're so eager to execute Kakashi, and brand him with the name of a rogue ninja, don't you think your behavior is a bit excessive? Kakashi has betrayed Konoha, what is wrong with what I've done? Hiruzen also had no intention of backing down, or rather, he couldn't afford to. Yamato, kill him, that's an order. Lord Hokage, whether Kakashi has defected or not is not for you to decide, but needs to be thoroughly investigated. Kaido couldn't help but smile at this moment, he said loudly to Hiruzen. Every ninja's actions have their own reasons and logic, and behind their deeds, there must be more information worthy of scrutiny. And Lord Hokage, is it in accordance with Konoha's laws to issue execution orders without an investigation? Or is it that Kakashi has grasped your secret, so you must immediately silence him? You. Hiruzen was choked by Kaido's words, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Kaido. Also, investigating matters is the business of our security department. Bypassing the security department and making a direct judgment is the same as disrespecting Konoha's laws. As the Hokage, you should not make such a decision, Lord Hokage, you've crossed a line. As Kaido's voice fell, the entire scene was silent. Everyone looked at Kaido in astonishment, even Nara Shikako and the others. They had never dreamed that Kaido would say such a thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also left dumbfounded, for he remembered saying the same thing to Danzo in the past. However, what was tragic was that he found himself without any excuse or reason to refute. As the Hokage, he should have been the staunchest supporter of Konoha's laws and regulations. And as the Hokage, he naturally knew whether the security department had such a right. Unfortunately, the security department did, and even more unfortunate was that he had to comply. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became strangely tense as Hiruzen stared angrily at Kaido. He was now trying to figure out what Kaido and the others were up to, while also seriously considering how to break the current situation. More and more Konoha ninjas were returning, and the current situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him. There was a time when Yamato's would release made him so proud, but now it seemed like a death sentence hanging there. The presence of Uchiha Kaito and the clan heads made him feel a chill in his heart. The taste of conspiracy was becoming heavier and heavier, as if he was about to be swallowed up entirely. Finally, Hiruzen's face darkened. He couldn't just sit back and wait to die. He could basically conclude that no matter what kind of conspiracy was at play, it was probably centered around those scrolls and Yamato, the user of wood release. Whether I've overstepped is not for you to decide, don't forget, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's face hardened, then he directly issued an order. Yamato, take action. I'd like to see who dares. Seeing Hiruzen's stubbornness, Kaido's face also changed instantly. His voice at this moment became extremely cold. Yamato was in a great dilemma, he didn't know what to do. On one side was Kakashi, on the other was the Hokage. He was stuck in the middle, and it was incredibly difficult. Even though Kakashi had indeed attacked him, he couldn't bring himself to strike back. However, soon, Yamato found that he didn't need to worry about these things, as an unknown moment, a kunai was already resting against his throat. Using his peripheral vision, Yamato realized it was Shisui of all people. Shisui was once a member of the Anbu. Although Yamato wasn't familiar with him due to various reasons and they had never had any communication, Yamato had heard more than once about just how exaggerated Shisui's speed was. He didn't believe it before, but now he had to admit, Shisui truly lived up to his name as the one with instantaneous body flicker. Uchiha Kaito, what are you doing? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face had turned ashen, you are disregarding the Hokage's order without reason. Are you planning a coup? The word coup made the already eerie atmosphere incredibly oppressive. This was an extreme word, this was the most serious accusation. However, the expressions of the Konoha ninjas present were somewhat complex, because they didn't see anything wrong with Kaido's statement. Though what Kakashi did was excessive, what Kaido said was correct. Every ninja's actions must have their own logic and reasons. Even if he is to be deemed a traitor, there must be many things hidden in his heart worth exploring. If one was to be killed without uncovering these things, did it mean that the Hokage did not want these things to be unearthed? Or could it be that these things had a great deal to do with the Hokage himself? As such thoughts emerged, everyone present could not help but shudder. They now realized that this was a power struggle at the highest level. Make way! Just when everyone was trembling with fear, hardly daring to breathe, the third Hokage, 2 advisors, and a large number of ninjas finally arrived. Among these ninjas were members of the Anbu and a large number wearing standard Konoha uniforms. They quickly flooded the scene, subtly surrounding Kaido and others. Their arrival made the open space in front of the Hokage building even more crowded. Hokage-sama, you should consider your words carefully before using the term coup. Kaido seemed to be very calm about everything happening around him. He continued to speak to Hiruzen in his indifferent tone. Tonight, I indeed have something to do, and that is to overthrow the Hokage's rule over Konoha. As soon as Kaido's words fell, it was like a bomb exploding on the scene, stirring up a tremendous uproar. Overthrowing the Hokage's rule was not something that could be said lightly, especially by someone like Kaido who was not only the head of the Uchiha clan but also the head of the security department. As soon as he said this, even if he hadn't taken any action, it meant he had declared war on the Hokage. At this moment, the watching Konoha ninjas couldn't help but place their hands on their ninja tool bags, and sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Kaido once gave them an unparalleled deterrent, which they all remembered vividly. Facing Kaido directly, with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui by his side, their inner pressure was imaginable. However, the next moment Kaido spoke, and all their faces changed. "But what I want to do is not a coup, you're not worth it for me to do so. What I want to do is impeach you, the incompetent third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi." Chapter 148, Chapter 148. Impeach the Hokage? Kaido's words left everyone present dumbfounded because nothing of the sort had ever happened in Konoha's history. But soon, everyone felt this was only natural. If you aren't planning a coup, then the only way to overthrow Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule would indeed be through impeachment. Impeach the Hokage, is this truly a feasible strategy? No one could answer this question, because there was truly no precedent. Not even to mention the Hokage, there was barely a precedent for impeaching a department head. It's not that it can't be done, but this is an incredibly troublesome matter, with an equally complex procedure to follow. The difficulty of impeaching the Hokage need not even be considered, such a level of difficulty might just drive a person to despair. What kind of confidence does this Uchiha Kaito have to complete such a task? Has he obtained some evidence that assures him he can achieve this? Also, he said the third Hokage is not a qualified Hokage. What exactly did the third Hokage do? All the Konoha ninjas pondered secretly. At this moment, they all paused their actions, quietly watching Kaido and others. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face also became strange and hard to look at. He did not expect Kaido to adopt the method of impeachment. This method was something he hadn't anticipated, and it also completely contradicted his understanding of the Uchiha clan's actions. Weren't the Uchiha people the kind to draw their swords against each other without hesitation once dissatisfaction arose? While Uchiha Kaito was a bit of an outlier, as the clan leader, shouldn't he take into account the views of his clansmen? Or is it that Uchiha Kaito's prestige within the clan has grown to unimaginable proportions? Regardless, neither of these was something to be pleased about for Hiruzen. He was 100% sure that today's events were Kaido's conspiracy. Kakashi siding with Kaido could very well be because of that damned Sharingan, and that Kaido might really have obtained some information. Because strictly speaking, Sakumo Hataki's death is indeed akin to Danzo's methods against the Uchiha. Did this cunning Kaido pick up on a pattern, and manage to persuade Kakashi to investigate? Especially considering this guy, he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan means having the ability to leave subtle hints and trigger dangerous subconscious thoughts in others unknowingly. Kakashi likely did get the evidence he wanted, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to me in such a manner previously. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no other choice but to take a more proactive approach, trying to find a way to turn things around. Impeaching the Hokage, you think you can just impeach whoever you like, Uchiha Kaito? Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at Kaido, stretching out his finger and pointing at Kaido as he spoke out loudly. Even though you're the head of the security department, you're just one person. To impeach me, you need more than just yourself. What if it's not just me? Kaido calmly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and at this moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Hokage-sama, don't be overly confident about certain things. I second the motion, Hokage-sama. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, raising his hand calmly and indifferently towards Hiruzen. While Hiruzen was prepared, the moment Hayashi stepped forward, his face turned sour. He knew very well of Hayashi's resentment towards him. Otherwise, Hayashi wouldn't have been the first to send his people into the security department, which was clear opposition. However, just having the Uchiha in Hyuga, Hiruzen was still relatively calm. We second the motion, Hokage-sama. However, the next moment, when Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka and Koji Akimichi stepped forward and raised their hands, his face began to turn sour. The Ino Shikacho trio was not to be trifled with. The influence of these three families in Konoha was immense. Even individually, these clans were remarkable entities. Even if their power wasn't extraordinary, their connections were beyond imagination. We also second the motion, Hokage-sama. Yet, what made Hiruzen's face turn paler was when the leaders of the Aberame and Inyazuka clans also stepped forward. He incredulously looked at the two before him, especially at Shibi Aberame, causing his lips to twitch slightly. The Aberame clan was a very low-key but immensely powerful family in Konoha. Shibi Aberame's strength was a puzzling presence that one wouldn't dare underestimate, especially his mastery in insect control, unmatched in the ninja world. However, this clan was too low-key, often overlooked. Regardless of who it was, having an Aberame clan member by one's side was a source of absolute trust and comfort. This was the unique characteristic of the Aberame clan, deeply ingrained in people's hearts. In Hiruzen's mind, the importance of the Aberame clan was irrefutable and irreplaceable, regardless of their low profile and silence. Now, when even such a silent and low-key clan like the Aberame clan stepped forward, the shock in Hiruzen's heart was, naturally, immense. He truly didn't know why even the Aberame clan was opposing him. Kaido was unaware of the high regard Hiruzen held for the Aberame clan. He didn't realize that he'd stumbled upon a treasure. The other Konoha ninjas, watching 7 major clans stand together, were equally as shaken as Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had never dreamt that they would witness such a thing today, something so unsettling. They knew very well, if these 7 clans united, a storm was likely coming to Konoha. Kaido calmly looked at the somewhat dazed Hiruzen and spoke again. I believe the number of people seeking impeachment should be enough now. 7 clan leaders, many of whom are heads of divisions and departments, are united against you. Hokage-sama, have you ever wondered what you've done wrong? What are you trying to do, incite civil unrest in Konoha? However, before Hiruzen could speak, Koharu angrily interjected, which caused Kaido to slightly furrow his brow. Do you show any respect for the Hokage at all? Do you still act like Konoha ninjas? Look at what you're doing, you're only weakening Konoha. Are you waiting for other villages to wage war on us again? Koharu's voice was loud, and her words powerful, but neither she nor Homura Mito Kaido beside her could keep their composure. Tonight, they had noticed the signal flare shining in the sky, immediately realizing something was amiss. Especially after Kaido's previous attacks, they dared not let their guard down. Thus, they immediately gathered their clan ninjas and deployed available personnel from the Anbu. They had prepared thoroughly, but what they had not expected was, they were facing something even more terrifying than an attack from Uchiha Kaito. Impeaching a Kage, this was something that had never happened in the history of Konoha, or the entire ninja world. Kaido's words were shocking, but they had to admit, this political coercion left them at a loss. Especially, the combined offensive from Konoha's 2 bloodline limit clans and 5 secret technique clans, no one could withstand such pressure. However, they were smart people. Looking at the ground covered in wood release and Kakashi tied up by trees, they knew impeachment absolutely could not be allowed. If this were permitted, it would set a precedent, and based on their understanding of Shikaku Nara, he would never do something without certainty of success. Therefore, they had to find a reason, one that everyone would accept, to prevent this from happening. Koharu was undoubtedly quick-witted, thinking instantly to use the prospect of war as an excuse. Suddenly impeaching the Hokage could likely cause all sorts of trouble, potentially even leading to war. However, the unfortunate thing was, she was facing the 7 major clans, who had planned for a long time. How could they possibly abandon their plan due to her words? War is indeed terrifying, but what's even more terrifying is the wrong person leading Konoha, or even leading a war. Kaido looked at Koharu, his tone calm yet unmistakable. I acknowledge that Hokage-sama did once lead Konoha to its glory days, but do not forget what happened during the Third War, and do not forget why the Hokage once resigned." Kaido's words left Koharu speechless. Hiruzen had indeed lost his position as Hokage because the losses of the Third War were too great. And he abandoned nearly all benefits that Konoha should have obtained, thus bearing immense public pressure. Although the Third War has been over for many years, the ninjas present still remember that despairing war. They also remember that Konoha lost so much and gained nothing. Looking at the 7 clan leaders standing at the forefront of the crowd, the ninjas of Konoha had already started leaning towards a consensus. Or rather, the moment these 7 stood together to impeach the Hokage, these ninjas' hearts had already tilted. "Shikaku, Shibi, why are you doing this?" Seeing that the excuse of war wasn't going to work, Homura Kaito turned his gaze to Shikaku Nara and Shibi Abarame. "Don't you know the cost of doing this? Don't you know what the consequences will be? Why are you joining this Uchiha boy's madness? This is our decision, Elder Mito Kaito." Shikaku Nara sighed slightly, then spoke calmly. "This is a decision made by all 7 clans together, because the Hokage has indeed failed his duties. Did you really not prepare for this, Elder?" Just as Shikaku finished speaking, Shibi Abarame opened his mouth. Even through the sunglasses, Homura could feel the chilling gaze. "You should not forget Kimimaro, nor should you forget Torun." Shibi Abarame only said 2 names, but it made Hiruzen and the others immediately understand his meaning. Kimimaro and Torun were both forcibly taken by Danzo and made to join the route. What joining the route means, perhaps others might not know, but how could they not know, and how could these clan leaders not know? After saying this, Shibi Abarame slightly closed his eyes. His silence and reticence were not due to cruelty. They were just not good at talking. The love for their clan and family has never faded. Seeing their brothers, their children, taken away by Danzo, never to see them again, that pain is still unforgettable. This was also a significant reason he was willing to support Kaido, to support the impeachment of the Hokage. The Abarame clan were not slaves to anyone, he just hoped that the children of the clan could choose their future freely as they grew up. Rather than being taken away from a young age, shackled like a dog with a curse mark, even if they knew they were alive, they could only treat them as if they were dead. This contradicts the will of fire. This is not for Konoha, this is not the will of fire, this is for their own selves. At this moment, Hiruzen and his 2 compatriots were compelled into a disquieting silence, especially as they noticed the curious gazes of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. They knew that tonight's events would not be easily resolved. "Ah!" After a long time, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, his gaze slightly desolate as he looked at Kaido, at these 7 clan leaders. "You want to impeach me, you must certainly have enough reasons. I'm curious what great sins I've committed that could make you 7 so unified." Hiruzen. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Koharu and Homura Mitokadu's faces changed, but Homura was particularly calm at this moment. He grabbed Koharu and then signaled something with his gaze. Koharu was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned somewhat pale. After a while, she nodded seriously and then silently moved back. Kaido noticed his little movement and gave a slight signal to Fugaku Uchiha beside him. Fugaku nodded lightly, then also silently moved back and blended into the crowd. Kaido looked at Hiruzen and then slowly began to speak. "Hokage-sama, firstly I do not deny that you are a Hokage who has brought glory to Konoha. But time changes everything, and you, Hokage-sama, have also changed. Time has always been the easiest thing to change a person." Naturally, Hiruzen could not escape this rule. Kaido had no intention of defending Hiruzen. He simply aimed to state the facts as they were as much as possible. Hiruzen's dark secrets were too numerous. Kaido didn't need to invent anything to make him uneasy, it was enough as it was. Even though many things in this, from Hiruzen's point of view, were right. But since it is impeachment, it is not just about what he thinks is right or wrong, it is for everyone to make this judgment. Kaido calmly looked at Hiruzen and spoke in a deep voice, "Third Hokage, you have unknowingly changed beyond recognition, you have unknowingly come to oppose everyone. Hiruzen did not speak, but quietly looked at Kaido, his fists clenched slightly, showing his inner dissatisfaction. But in the end, he let go. He gently closed his eyes, as if indicating for Kaido to continue. Nobody wanted it to come to this, but for Konoha, we had to make a choice. Kaido naturally had no intention of stopping, even though it would be better if the 7 clans were together in this. But the situation now was clearly his own stage, and he himself had similar experiences. Though it was not a pleasant memory for Fugaku Uchiha, it was the reality. The first reason for our impeachment, Hokage-sama, is that your current position does not comply with the rule of law. After the unexpected death of the 4th, it was acceptable that you temporarily took up the role of Hokage due to various reasons. But this is not an excuse for you to permanently occupy the position. 9 years have passed since the 4th's death. Are you telling me that in 9 years, a village as large as Konoha can't select a suitable 5th Hokage? Or is it that you simply don't trust the villagers of Konoha and only trust yourself? Or perhaps, you're simply greedy for the full authority of the Hokage and want to monopolize this position? Of course, perhaps Hokage-sama indeed wanted to select a suitable successor, but this successor could only be someone who would inherit your will, isn't that right? Kaido's voice, though not loud, still reached the ears of everyone present due to the effect of his chakra. His first accusation was already quite severe, and this kind of charge made the Konoha ninjas who were watching whisper among themselves. Indeed, Hiruzen has been monopolizing the position of Hokage since the death of the 4th Hokage, never letting go all these years. Was it a lack of trust in the villagers of Konoha, or was he simply so greedy for power that even his successor had to be his own person? These whispers were definitely not loud, but for a ninja like Hiruzen, he could completely hear them. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a slight twinge in his heart. How was he going to explain this? This question, he couldn't explain at all. He believed he was right, he always believed he was right, that he could lead Konoha to become better and stronger. He had proven his capabilities in his youth, but he couldn't say this. Because once he said it, it would truly mean he did not trust everyone in Konoha. This would push him to oppose everyone, it was as if he was asking for his own demise. Moreover, Kaido's accusations and charges against him did indeed comply with the rule of law. He had indeed abdicated back in the day, and Konoha did elect a 4th Hokage. At this moment, Hiruzen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He knew he had fallen into Kaido's plot, and he knew this situation would be very difficult to handle. But he didn't expect that just at the start, he would already feel so uncomfortable. This is my first reason for impeachment, and the second is your favoritism towards your former close friend and classmate, Danzo Shimura. Not only have you shown favoritism, but what exactly have you and Danzo done together? Do you not have a clear account in your heart? Kaido continued to speak, only when he mentioned Danzo, his gaze shifted to Yamato, who was controlled by Shisui on the side. Danzo has been killed by me, everyone should remember that. But what Danzo has done, perhaps no one knows, and even who Danzo is might not be too clear to everyone present. Who Danzo was indeed far too unfamiliar to all the ninjas of Konoha. If Kaido hadn't attacked and brutally dismembered him with his clan a year ago, perhaps no one would have realized that Danzo was such a terrifying existence. He commanded an organization similar to the ANBU, his elite ninjas were countless, and even included many from the great clans. Such a figure, hidden in the shadows, did indeed instill fear and unease. And what this mysterious and terrible fellow did also aroused people's curiosity, even though he was dead. Danzo was a childhood friend of the Hokage-sama, as well as a classmate, and they were both disciples of the second Hokage. Kaido, seeing the emotions already brewing, directly gave the answer. But this fellow's actions were never honorable, and the things he did can only be described as outrageous. According to investigations, countless people were assassinated by him for various reasons, many of whom were Konoha's meritorious ninjas. For example, Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo Hotaki, the father of Kakashi Hotaki. Kaido's words immediately sparked an incredulous discussion among all the ninjas present. They couldn't believe that there was such a demon in Konoha. What they found even harder to believe was that Sakumo Hotaki was assassinated. Wasn't the White Fang of Konoha known to have committed suicide in their memory? I know, everyone has many questions, but since I stand here today to say these things, naturally I have evidence. Such noise proved how explosive Kaido's words were. However, due to the noise, Kaido had to increase his chakra output while speaking. When his voice rose again, it immediately silenced everyone present. They all watched Kaido closely, waiting for him to reveal the answer. Kakashi was still bound in the wood release. Although Kaido didn't let him down, his thoughts at the moment were not focused on this. He felt very emotional inside, especially seeing Hiruzen and the others silent. A sense of indescribable pleasure filled his heart. He himself could not remember how many years had passed. He hadn't felt so liberated in his heart for a long time. Even though so many years had passed, the image of his father in his heart was still so clear. His father was a gentle and kind man. Whenever someone encountered difficulty, his father would always provide encouragement and help. And his father loved Konoha so much that he was even willing to sacrifice his own life for it. Yet such a gentle man was driven to death in such a despicable manner by someone with an ulterior motive, and was even further harmed by malicious gossip after his death. And the one who drove him to his death, while constantly claiming to do everything for Konoha, still sat at the table of Konoha's highest power, still above the law, and still did everything he thought was right as he pleased. Kakashi truly could not accept such a tragedy, and it nearly pushed him into the dark abyss. If not for Obito, if not for his own teacher who pulled him back, perhaps he would still be a living dead lost in the dark. Kakashi silently looked at Kaido not far away, quietly listened to him narrating the deeds of Danzo and Hiruzen, and his eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. He quietly lifted his head to look at the moon in the sky. Tonight wasn't a full moon night, the moon in the sky was like a small curved boat, also like a shallow smile. It seemed like his father was smiling at him. Father! I've cleared your name. At this moment, he could no longer control his emotions. The tears that had been brewing in his eyes flowed down, and then slowly fell onto the ground. And the ninjas who were attentively listening to Kaido's narration were also silent at this moment. They really did not expect that the suicide of Konoha's White Fang had such an unbearable and ugly hidden truth. Most importantly, almost everyone in Konoha had become an accomplice at that time. They collectively killed this hero of Konoha. Everyone's gaze turned to Hiruzen, as if seeking confirmation. However, Hiruzen could only close his eyes without uttering a word. What could he say? Kaido had spoken about the number of times Danzo reported and the general content. This indicated that he had fully read those reports. If that's the case, what was there for him to refute? What he lamented most now was that he never expected Kakashi would betray him. In addition to that, he was also pondering a question: why he ended up in such a situation. Was I wrong? Shouldn't I have supported Danzo's idea to deal with Sakumo Hotaki? Hiruzen was somewhat lost in his thoughts, but soon he became resolute again. He was sure about this matter, and he also believed that this was beneficial to Konoha. Moreover, in his view, Sakumo Hotaki did not deserve this. He didn't have the experience, he never learned any management-related knowledge. Letting him take charge would harm Konoha, wouldn't it? Therefore, he was not wrong, not wrong. Hokage-sama, I have a question for you. Just then, Kaido suddenly interrupted Hiruzen's thoughts. According to my report, Hokage-sama, you believe that Sakumo Hotaki lacks the ability and experience to manage Konoha. So, I would like to ask Hokage-sama, who is born with these abilities? And, Hokage-sama, if I remember correctly, when you were chosen by the second Hokage, you didn't seem to have any experience or abilities in this area either. Hiruzen slightly opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't utter a single word. This question caught him off guard once again. Back then, he was only in his 20s, and even though he had some relevant knowledge from his prior education, but he knew very well that what he learned only made sense once he truly took on the position, and those learnings were fundamentally useless. From the position of the Hokage, everything in the world had undergone quiet changes. The world was no longer just black or white, and there was no longer such clear good and evil in the human world. If anything, the most beautiful aspect of this world was the exquisite grey, and as Hokage, one must delve into this grey. He could not be too white. Excessive kindness and justice could lead to disastrous results for the village. Likewise, he could not be too black, as this could also bring about destruction to the village. As a Hokage, one must stand in the middle ground, constantly adjusting and controlling based on the interests of Konoha. And constantly reminding oneself not to step into either side. These things are truly not something one can learn by teaching. Hiruzen sighed slightly, and suddenly a warning bell rang loudly in his heart. He widened his eyes at the ninjas in front of him who were looking at him with complex expressions, especially those with disappointment, regret, and even hatred. He suddenly thought of a question. Did I really control myself, not stepping into either side? Once he realized this question, Hiruzen's body started to tremble uncontrollably. Because he dared not contemplate this answer, as he felt that what he would find would definitely not be the answer he wanted. It's clear, Hokage-sama, you did not. Kaido noticed the abnormality of Hiruzen, although he felt it was somewhat baffling. Why did this old man start to tremble like this? Could it be that he had also trained in the art of persuasion, being able to talk people to death just like Naruto in the future? However, as an Uchiha, Kaido felt that it was more likely he was just very good at deception. Even though he indeed had a history of persuading people like Shisui to be completely loyal to him, that was just because they were Uchihas as well. He gently shook his head, then spoke with immense seriousness. So, Hokage-sama, if you do not possess such ability, how can you determine that others will certainly not do well? Even if he does not succeed, can't you, Hokage-sama, assist him? Can't the members of the Nara clan assist him? Why must you kill him? Why do you have to cause his death? In the end, Hokage-sama, you are just craving the power in your hands. In the end, you trust no one, you only trust yourself. And your actions have put you at odds with everyone else. Do you realize that, Hokage-sama? Damn it, why has it turned out this way? Koharu quickly maneuvered through the crowd discreetly. She had been attentively listening to Kaido's speech. The more she heard, the greater her inner sadness and rage. The things Kaido was saying were essentially damning her old classmate and friend to hell. How could she not be furious? But what saddened her was that she could do nothing to stop it. How could you rest when the 7 major clans of Konoha are joining forces? The worst part was that it was all true, it was not just groundless accusations. The root of the action report had undoubtedly been leaked, and now that damned Kakashi had gotten a hold of it, there was no way to stop it. Recalling the past, she sighed deeply inside. There were many things that she didn't think were right to do, but she had never really opposed them. Perhaps it was for power. After all, she had reached the pinnacle of Konoha's power, and although she had not become a shadow, she was not far off. Having experienced such power, she naturally did not want to lose it. She started compromising and giving in on many things as long as they did not involve her. Whether these things were right or wrong, the only thing she cared about was the benefit, maybe her own benefit, maybe for the benefit of the clan. The Uchiha clan is not a large clan, even compared to the Hiruzen clan, which excels at mastering ninjutsu. There is a huge gap. But now her clan has amassed a vast fortune in Konoha, all because Hiruzen is the Hokage, and she is the Minister of Finance. For the sake of the clan or herself, there are not many paths she can take, and the current situation is precisely the result of her step-by-step journey. That Danzo guy. Thinking of this, Koharu sighed silently. However, soon, the figure of Danzo Shimura appeared in her mind. Although she and Danzo were indeed teammates and friends, she really didn't like Danzo. He was extremely self-centered, and would do anything to achieve his goals, regardless of the consequences. To put it bluntly, he was the one who caused the situation today, he was the one who harmed them all. Maybe, if I had been more decisive and done something back then. Koharu murmured softly to herself, but everything was too late. All she could do now was struggle at the end. Looking at the note in her hand, Koharu squeezed it tightly in her palm. She had spotted the person she needed to deliver the message to, but the crowd was too thick around her for her to reach him in time. Kaido and the others' impeachment absolutely must not succeed. All they could do was besiege and take down Kaido and his ilk. And they absolutely must not let the impeachment matter reach the ears of the feudal lord, that way, Hiruzen could keep his position. With such a position, many things can be explained slowly later, and some things can also be changed gradually later. Although Hiruzen might not be able to stay as the Hokage for long after tonight, it's still 1,000 times better than him being forcefully removed, or even sentenced to punishment. But dealing with Kaido, Shisui, and Fugaku with their 3 pairs of Sharingan eyes is not going to be easy. All she could think to do was alert all the ninjas present. The note in her hand contained the plan to strip Kaido and others of their positions and label them as rogue ninjas. The key to this plan is that their own people, disguised as civilian ninjas in the crowd, would take action against Kaido and his allies. The best outcome for these people is to die at Kaido's hands, which would provoke feelings of anger and fear among everyone. Only then can these Konoha ninjas be led to besiege Kaido and solve the problem of these 3 pairs of Sharingan. Tui. Suddenly, Koharu, who was hurriedly moving towards the front, felt a cold sensation in her chest and heard the sound of metal cutting through flesh. But as the coldness spread, she instantly realized that she had been stabbed in the chest. You. Koharu wanted to say something, then she felt her strength quickly draining from her body. In an instant, she became exceptionally weak. People around her were still focused on the front, not even those beside her took a glance at her. She sat helplessly on the ground. Struggling to lift her head, she saw a person opening her hand and taking out the note. At this moment, she clearly saw who had attacked her. Uchiha. Fugaku. Koharu said in a stuttering voice, her eyes full of shock and unease. Rest in peace. Your friends, your clan members, will soon join you. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the note, then he took out a pen and began to quickly mimic the handwriting. Afterward, he stood up and disappeared into the crowd. Koharu's expression of despair intensified. She extended her hand wanting to cry out, but she couldn't. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker, and just as her consciousness was about to leave her brain, she suddenly saw the ninjas around her turning to look at her. What made her even more desperate was that in the eyes of these ninjas, there wasn't just coldness, but also a hint of crimson. Lord Hokage, this is the second allegation, and the first against your dealings with Dans. Kaido calmly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of him, unaware that another member of the Konoha F4 had been dispatched by Uchiha Fugaku. He merely continued as planned, outlining the sadness and sins created by Hiruzen Sarutobi. What Kaido never expected was that Hiruzen suddenly heaved a deep sigh, then lifted his head and stared at Kaido with extreme seriousness. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth to speak. The second allegation about my relationship with Dans, is it about the wood release? Hiruzen addressing this directly threw Kaido off, especially what he said next stunned Kaido even more. If it is about that, then I confess, I did indeed allow Dans to research the wood release, even using the remains of the first Hokage. As soon as these words came out, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 149, Chapter 149. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words truly left people in utter shock, as he willingly cast himself into the abyss. Such a frank admission of his violation of the first Hokage's remains, it was as if he no longer cared to maintain appearances. Could he have some kind of scheme? Kaido stared at the remarkably composed Hiruzen Sarutobi, unable to resist the emerging suspicions within him. However, no matter how much Kaido thought about it, he could not comprehend how any reasoning or excuse could absolve him from desecrating the first Hokage's body. Is he emphasizing the importance of wood release, hence the desperate measures? Or suggesting it was the second Hokage who began the research and he simply took over? Or, perhaps, is he retreating to advance? Kaido silently mused, maintaining his vigilance. Hiruzen Sarutobi was an old fox, not an adversary to be taken lightly. However, to Kaido's utter disbelief, Hiruzen Sarutobi's next words left him utterly flabbergasted. Not just him, but everyone present looked incredulously at the third Hokage. Yes, it was I who agreed to allow Dans to conduct this experiment, as I deem the importance of the wood release to be immense. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke calmly, his words somewhat startling. The wood release is a ninjutsu that can create a peaceful era. The first Hokage has proven everything with his strength. As a Hokage, I naturally would not hesitate to replicate such power, and the one who started the experiment was not me, but the second Hokage. It was I who expanded this experiment during my tenure, and Here, Hiruzen Sarutobi paused slightly, his gaze shifting towards the somewhat bewildered Kaido. I allowed Dans to conduct human experiments on the villagers of Konoha. What? Hiruzen's words struck like thunder, leaving countless people dumbfounded. They could not have dreamed that Hiruzen would voluntarily admit to this. Kaido was also somewhat stunned at this moment. Not just him, the 6 clan leaders with him stared blankly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had thought the third Hokage needed to clear his name, not realizing he would deliberately cast himself into the abyss. They glanced at each other, unsure of what to say, completely thrown by Hiruzen Sarutobi's move. More than 300 people were involved in this experiment, and a wide range of individuals participated in implementing the plan. Dans provided the test subjects and various experimental equipment, with Orochimaru being the main one to carry out the experiment. Kaido, this is the information you wanted, right? I don't know if you've seen it, perhaps it's still in the scroll behind Kakashi. Let me lay it all out here. I indeed permitted this matter to exist, I allowed all of this to take place. Although I halted the experiment upon sensing its danger and uncertain consequences, I found that Dans did not truly stop. I also wanted more data, so the experiment continued. You told me a year ago that you detected a strange power in Dans. Indeed, barring any surprises, that would be the power of the first Hokage, the power of the wood release. Having said that, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and lit it, taking a deep puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. I suppose a person like you would have obtained crucial evidence to present it and discuss it so continuously, right? Yes, Lord Hokage. Kaido fixed his gaze on Hiruzen Sarutobi, and eventually, he nodded slowly. Although he did not quite understand what the third Hokage's game was, since he had already cast himself into the abyss, Kaido would naturally show no mercy. The man has already plunged into the abyss, does he still expect to climb out? Even if he wants to rise again, Kaido would kick him back down. While thinking all this, Kaido pulled out a scroll from his pocket and unfurled it. Accompanied by a wisp of smoke, a shriveled and pale arm appeared before everyone's eyes. The arm was so inconspicuous, yet the power it faintly radiated shook those with considerable strength. Clearly, this was Kaido's evidence, and the arm was likely Dan's. Many of the Konoha ninjas remembered the disheveled figure of Dans a year ago with his severed arm, and Kaido killing him with a merciless, Ajuro-like stance. All these were deeply imprinted in the minds of those Konoha ninjas who witnessed it all. They really did not expect Dan's severed arm to carry such a story. And such a story implicated human experimentation, involving even the first Hokage. This arm is Dan's, and it's my spoils of war. Kaido looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly and slowly said. I told you before, I sensed a strange power within Dans. At that time, I was not sure what it was. It wasn't until I returned to the root base and got hold of it that I was certain of the horrifying things you had done. Indeed, it was horrifying. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. He picked up his pipe again and took a harsh puff, slowly saying through the misty smoke, although I never saw the experiments or touched the test subjects myself, I know that very few survived. The power of the first Hokage is a taboo that seems to refuse to be unlocked and used by anyone. However, there are always exceptions. Among those experiments, one person survived, and that person is Yamato. Sarutobi's words drew everyone's eyes to that shadow ninja, for he was the only one who exhibited the wood release power. At that moment, Yamato also fell silent. He knew he was a test subject and the only survivor. But how much convoluted and twisted history was involved, he could no longer remember. Shisui also involuntarily shook his head at this moment. If he had heard such news in the past, his faith would probably have crumbled. But now, he could calmly accept all this because he knew that the Hokage was not as he imagined. Yamato, you are the only survivor. I didn't have much sentiment for your plight before, but now I feel some shame. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a soft voice, and this time his gaze shifted to Kaido. There's a lot that makes me feel ashamed. Uchiha Kaito is right, I have indeed been involved in many things, many unimaginable things. Sakumo Hatake could also be considered my masterpiece, but he is not my only masterpiece. Are you satisfied with this answer? Satisfied? Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's question, Kaido really wanted to say he was indeed very satisfied. Still, Kaido remained very calm. He absolutely didn't believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi would kindly spit out all these matters, he always felt there was a trap laid in there. Almost subconsciously, Kaido's gaze landed on Shisui, who was still standing behind Yamato. He was really suspicious now, wondering if Shisui had done something to Hiruzen Sarutobi, like secretly performing a Kota Amatsukami? Although Shisui's one-time Kota Amatsukami was currently unusable, his other Kota Amatsukami could still gradually guide, couldn't it? Shisui obviously noticed Kaido's gaze. He instantly understood what Kaido was thinking, which made him innocently shake his head. Clearly, Shisui truly hadn't done anything. So what is really going on? Kaido was a bit puzzled, but just then there was sudden agitation among the crowd. Looking around, Kaido found that some ninjas were even starting to disperse the crowd. And they rapidly converged towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, swiftly separating Kaido and the rest from Sarutobi. Mitokado Homura quickly stepped forward. He stood beside Sarutobi, gazing at his friend and superior, his gaze finally sweeping over Kaido and the others to rest on the other ninjas. Let this farce tonight end here, all irrelevant personnel leave immediately, that is an order. But elder, this... One of the Jonin seemed incredulous as he looked at Mitokado Homura, but before he could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by a nearby ninja. Elder Mitokado has spoken, relevant personnel hurry and leave, are you intending to disobey orders? All people leave now, I said everyone. In front of the Hokage building, such voices continued to echo, many ninjas, although their faces showed great dissatisfaction, had no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, more and more ninjas from the Mitokado, Udaten, and some from the Sarutobi clan were coming together, and they faintly surrounded Kaido and the rest. Kaido inexplicably watched this scene, then he couldn't help but quietly ask, "Did you do this?" "Yes, clan leader." Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku appeared at Kaido's side, his head lowered as he softly answered, "I did it." "How did you manage that?" Kaido asked incredulously. "What kind of confidence do these guys have, thinking they can handle us?" Though Kaido had to admit, their ninja count was a bit high, and it included members from the ANBU. Looking around, their dense crowd had thoroughly surrounded them. If they really start fighting, it won't be an easy matter. But Kaido's team wasn't unprepared, their ninjas were stationed and gathered in key outer streets. The moment a fight breaks out, they can immediately provide support. And these guys, why are they so sure they can handle 3 individuals with Mangeki Sharingan? While it certainly won't be easy to take them on, Kaido now is not the Kaido from a year ago. With the help of the Divine Ascent, even without undergoing some specific tests, Kaido's strength has genuinely seen significant growth. And Shisui and Fugaku are also people who have gone through an experiment. Even if the level of this experiment is very low, the growth they've gained is considerable. Kaido has thought more than once, perhaps Nara Shikako is willing to help them because of their strength. I killed Koharu Yuditen, then mimicked her handwriting and altered her action plan. Uchiha Fugaku looked indifferently at the people in front of him, but his voice was still very well controlled. Koharu Yuditen was a smart person. Her plan was to unite all the Leaf Ninjas, pushing us to the opposing side of everyone, making us face the whole village. Once they start, their people would pretend to be ordinary Leaf villagers and be the first to act, then be severely injured or even killed by our counterattack, thus guiding everyone's emotions. So I altered the plan, letting the ANBU act, driving away all those who have doubts and opposition towards the Hokage, and summoning the ninjas of their respective clans to deploy and surround. As for Koharu Yuditen herself, she has temporarily returned to her clan. She is working on adjusting relations with the Daimyo, and trying to get the Daimyo to deny this matter. Uchiha Fugaku spoke very calmly but also very comprehensively. It must be said that Koharu Yuditen was indeed very calm. She knew exactly what to do at this moment. However, Kaido quickly glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. One of the Leaf F4 was now sent to the afterlife by him. He didn't feel much about this. Since she was an enemy, she should naturally be prepared to be taken down. After all, Kaido himself had personally killed Dans. Nodding lightly, a smile appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth. It seems, we are in for a good show. Under Homura Mitokadu's brusque expulsion, the surrounding ninjas had to quickly scatter. But they had no intention of leaving. Anger had already emerged in their eyes. How could they not guess what might happen next? But the sad part is they found they could do absolutely nothing. At this moment, they really discovered their Hokage is not as they imagined, and these Leaf high-ranking individuals are also not what they thought. For the first time, they felt the Leaf village was like an abyss, and they were just a group of people blinded by the fog in the abyss. They knew nothing, understood nothing. Sarutobi, you're being foolish. Homura Kaido with a stern face, approached Sarutobi, his voice lowered ominously. Do you understand what your words imply? Do you know what your actions mean? Of course I know, but does it matter now? Sarutobi was surprisingly calm. He gently shook his head and slowly opened his mouth. Homura, we've changed, everyone has changed. Whether we've changed or not, now is not the time to discuss this. Homura Mitokadu's face became incredibly ugly. He turned his gaze to Kaido and the others, his eyes now filled with angry flames. The Leaf Village is ours. Its development till now is due to our efforts and sacrifices. It is the result of our blood, sweat, and tears. And now, are you intending to destroy everything, to give up everything? Wake up, Sarutobi, do you know what you're doing? If this is because you're truly tired and don't want to continue as the Hokage, you should consider our clan, consider the consequences of your actions. And don't forget, it's this brat who killed Dans. Saying this, Homura Kaido took a step forward, standing in front of Sarutobi, glaring fiercely at Kaido, then he opened his mouth loudly. Uchiha Kaito, you've sent Kakashi to infiltrate the Hokage building and steal confidential documents. Are you aware of the sin you've committed? You've disturbed the morale of Konoha, recklessly attacked the legitimate Hokage. Are you still a ninja of Konoha? What exactly is your intention? Even if there's an impeachment of the Hokage, it must be affirmed by the Daimyo. Your current actions are nothing short of treason. You all deserve death. Having spoken to this extent, there wasn't much left to say. Homura Kaido raised his hand high and ordered loudly. All Anbu and ninjas, seize these traitors. At times, Kaido couldn't help but wonder, why were there so many sleeping dragons and rising phoenixes in Konoha's management? While Koharu Yudin might be one of the more clear-headed ones, the current Homura Mito Kaito was truly not thinking straight. By putting himself against everyone, even Kaito was stunned by such a course of action. It was an act of suicide, one that could push oneself into the abyss. Silently observing Homura Mito Kaito's furious yet anxious appearance, and the incoming ninjas, the smile on Kaito's face grew wider. "Everyone outside, get ready. We're making our move," Kaito said softly. He then slowly walked towards the group of Anbu and clan ninjas. His chakra started to surge wildly. Homura Mito Kaito stared at Kaito, his fists slightly clenched. He also felt that there might be problems with the plan, but he simply couldn't attend to that now. Koharu Yudin was one of the people he trusted most, and she was also the calmest among them. Therefore, there must be reasons for her decision. As for her current absence, as she claimed to be liaising with the Daimyo, Koharu Yudin trusted her implicitly. At this point, he realized the most crucial person for impeaching the Hokage was indeed the seemingly least useful one. Taking a deep breath, Homura Mito Kaito tried to calm his emotions, but involuntarily glanced around at the residents of Konoha. Seeing their disbelief, confusion, and even anger, Homura Mito Kaito's face turned extremely sour. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to concede that without the support of these Konoha ninjas, many things would indeed be impossible. But these ninjas were also the most easily provoked by emotions. The incidents involving Uchiha, Hyuga, had proven it all. At this moment, Homura Mito Kaito seemed to understand why Koharu Yudin didn't trust them. Did these damnable people not realize that the current achievements of Konoha were the results of their hard work? Yet while they enjoyed everything Konoha had to offer, they did nothing when the Hokage faced rebellion. Are these really Konoha's ninjas? A bunch of ignorant, pitiful fools. Homura Mito Kaito thought bitterly. But the most important thing for him now wasn't these ignorant plebeians. Suppressing the rebellion, contacting the Daimyo, stabilizing the situation, these are the things they need to focus on now. Hiruzen is getting old indeed, coming out with such remarks. But it can be explained that he's under the control of the Sharingan, damn Uchiha. Whether Hiruzen is truly getting old or is being controlled by the Uchiha, Homura himself does not know. But some accusations can be made through his own hand. What he doesn't know is that the look in Hiruzen's eyes when he looks at him at this moment is particularly inexplicable and complex. Facing the impeachment tonight, Hiruzen's state of mind has been constantly changing. At first, he was indeed infuriated to the extreme. But when he found out that the ones who impeached him were the 7 families together, it caused him to feel a sense of doubt. Further, the attitudes and emotions of the Leaf Shinobi made him really start to think seriously. He tried to look at these matters from the perspective of an onlooker, hoping to get a not-too-bad answer. But the reality left him somewhat shocked and sorrowful, as he felt that his right actions seemed so despicable in the eyes of others. I have done so much for Konoha, was I wrong all along? Hiruzen seriously began to ponder this question, and the more he thought about it, the less he could accept everything, because he realized that he was gradually drifting away from everyone in Konoha. Danzo, Homura, and Koharu have always been by his side, but they have completely distanced themselves from everyone else. Given such a huge disparity, Hiruzen finally made a choice. He simply told Uchiha everything he wanted to know about himself. He truly felt a little tired now, a kind of deep-seated fatigue, a kind of indescribable weariness. And Homura's actions at this moment only reinforced his thoughts. They had all unknowingly changed over the course of time. Especially when Homura said, "Konoha is our Konoha," it saddened Hiruzen's heart. And the phrase, "think of your clan," made Hiruzen close his eyes slightly. Have we all become so estranged? Hiruzen silently pondered in his heart, but no matter how much he thought about it, it was already too late, because Kaido had already made his move. Facing so many enemies, Kaido's demeanor remained utterly calm. He didn't know why, but at this moment, a surge of inexplicable bravado stirred in his chest, even his blood seemed to be boiling. The feeling was mysterious, but at this moment, Kaido was somewhat enjoying it. Though Kaido never thought of himself as a warmonger, the changes in his body and emotions at this moment seemed to be refuting his view. Shikaku, Nara and the others, upon receiving his signal, had already gone to notify their clan's ninja to take action. But before that, they naturally needed to stop these guys. However, Kaido had a very strange yet incredibly strong feeling that he didn't need anyone else's help. He could solve most of the problems on his own. However, Kaido didn't completely trust these feelings. After all, he was neither an Edo Tensei nor an Uchiha Madara. He had only one life, he would never take it lightly or make light of such a matter. Casting a sidelong glance at the ready Uchiha Fugaku, and at Shisui, who had already released Kakashi and was constantly vigilant against Yamato, Kaido's gaze focused on what was in front of him. "Do you even know what you are doing?" With a slight smile on his face, Kaido began to speak calmly as he slowly moved forward. As his breathing became more rhythmic, the chakra within him seemed to be even more turbulent. For some reason, the faces of the ANBU and the three clans ninjas all became a bit odd. Almost subconsciously, they all gripped their kunao tightly, some even had cold sweat dripping down. Despite facing only one person, they felt an indescribable pressure. Kaido at this moment did not display a strong aura, but a sense of destruction and bloodshed could be felt from him. Especially since they remembered the ruthless performance of this guy a year ago, it made them feel as if they were facing an Asura. It would be one thing if only a few of them felt this way, but when almost all of them had this sensation simultaneously, something was clearly wrong. Kaido had no idea what was going through the minds of these people, but he continued to speak unhurriedly. "The Hokage may be the leader of the village, but aren't we allowed to question him when he makes mistakes? What do you think made the third Hokage worthy of his title? It's because he was recognized by everyone. Only then could he become the Hokage. Because the Hokage is the Hokage of Konoha, and Konoha belongs to everyone. Have you presumptuously assumed that Konoha is yours? What qualifications or rights do you have to act this way? Enough of this nonsense, kill him now." Kaido's words struck hard at the heart of Homura Mito Kaito, especially given Kaido's current situation, which suddenly filled Homura with panic. He immediately shouted out loud, ordering all the ninjas who followed his commands to take action. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently pondered Kaido's words, closing his eyes without a word, but his body had already started to tremble slightly. "Attack!" Accompanying Homura's command, a sudden loud shout from someone unknown set off all the ninjas except the ANBU. They roared and rushed at Kaido from all directions. Facing the surging crowd roaring and rushing at him, Kaido remained quite composed. Almost instantly, his eyes turned a deep red. The three tomo linked together, forming a bizarre triangular pattern, and at this moment, his feeling of being able to handle everything grew even stronger. But he had no time to ponder, as the speed of the ninjas was extraordinarily fast. In the blink of an eye, several enemies had already rushed to Kaido's front. Boom! However, the next second, a dull sound rang out, followed by several ninjas being flung away, their screams of pain rising and falling intermittently. Kaido felt like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, and in the first instant of the clash, several ninjas had already fallen to him. His movements were concise and natural, precise and elegant, but at this moment, he did not yet make a killing blow. It wasn't that he was concerned about the fact that these people were Konoha ninjas. For Kaido, once he made a move, it was either because he had a clear goal or because it was a sparring session agreed upon beforehand. Otherwise, anyone who struck him would be considered an enemy. Kaido had never had the idea of showing mercy to his enemies. His decision not to kill was simply for the spectators to see. Once these guys started to act more outrageously, Kaido would no longer restrain his actions. As Kaido's movements became faster and faster, more and more ninjas were flung away. However, they didn't seem to appreciate Kaido's mercy. Instead, they stood up once again, chose to take up their weapons without hesitation, and once again charged at Kaido. Unfortunately, their fate seemed to be predetermined. Kaido avoided their attacks with deft movements and then flung them away once more. This intense battle seemed to be treated too lightly at this moment, and the watching ninjas were also breaking out in cold sweats. They had never seen this kind of combat before. Could this be the power of the Uchiha? But Director Kaido is too kind. These guys are going too far. Among the crowd, many ninjas were whispering to each other, all of them speaking in favor of Kaido without exception. After all, the combat power displayed by Kaido, and his restraint were truly impressive. But being too restrained obviously did not fit the current situation. They were now all watching to see how Kaido would handle it. That's enough. Having once again sent a ninja flying with a kick, Kaido muttered to himself. He didn't enjoy this kind of battle, but he knew it was a necessary process. However, the reckless behavior of this group of people had given Kaido a reason to go all out. With a light step back, he dodged a blade he had been aware of, and then he lowered his body and grabbed the arm of the man who had been behind him. With a twist of his wrist, Kaido yanked hard, and the kunai in the man's hand fell to the ground. The next moment, Kaido grabbed the man's throat and hoisted him up. At this moment, powerful chakra gushed out, and no one dared to approach. Kaido quietly spoke. I have been tolerating you as Konoha ninjas, but have you forgotten that a person's patience has its limits? Kaido's scarlet eyes swept around. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was being unleashed, and the icy aura continually assaulted everyone present. Yet, they still held their weapons tightly, showing no intention of laying them down. To this, Kaido could only sigh gently. Kaido exerted a slight force, and with a bone-chilling sound of a neck snapping, he casually tossed away the corpse. Then, he thought of Uchiha Madara, thought of that arrogant and disrespectful figure, and quietly asked, "Do you also wish to dance?" As for Kaido's question, no one had the mental capacity to respond. All they knew now was that the situation had escalated. Looking at Kaido, who had gently drawn his ninjato, and looking at the ninja whose neck he had snapped, everyone involuntarily swallowed. Previously, while Kaido was restraining himself, they didn't know what to do. Now, he had started killing. Could they resist him? No one would answer this question for them, because they already knew the answer. The moment he drew his ninjato, Kaido had completely ceased restraining his power. His ninjato was precise and bloody, each swing claimed a ninja's life. Easily evading a dagger thrust by an Anbu ninja, Kaido swung his blade and severed the artery in his neck. With a nimble step back and after dodging a side assault, Kaido swiftly thrust his ninjato backward, causing a burst of blood. With a single hand seal, Kaido's scarlet eyes subtly shifted. Body replacement and genjutsu were instantly activated. A ninja from one of the great clans felt dizzy for a moment. The next moment, he felt his body being pushed by Kaido, then pierced by numerous kunai. The Sharingan turned slightly, and an Anbu assaulting from the flank suddenly froze in place. The next moment, blood spurted from his neck. In the midst of the vast number of ninjas, Kaido at this moment clearly realized that he indeed had control over everything. Every place on the battlefield that his Sharingan had swept over was almost imprinted in his mind. Every person, every move, what they wanted to do, what they would do next, it seemed Kaido knew it all clearly. Kaido truly didn't expect that his mind at this moment would resemble a computer, yet he felt no burden at all. Everything was so natural, everything was so smooth. This feeling of controlling everything, this experience, was too wonderful, to the point that Kaido was somewhat intoxicated by it. Wielding his ninjato amidst hundreds of ninjas, Kaido moved with ease and grace. Up until now, he hadn't been hit once, and barely any blood had stained him. Such combat had lasted for a few minutes, and already countless individuals had fallen under Kaido's hand. Furthermore, he moved too swiftly to be locked on by long-ranged ninjutsu. Even if they could lock onto him, it was impossible to use ninjutsu in such a crowd. Another slice, and Kaido nonchalantly executed another ninja. Then, silently, he pulled an explosive tag from his pouch. The enemy didn't dare use explosive tags or ninjutsu within the crowd, but Kaido was different. His ruthlessness had already been demonstrated a year ago, and this time, after having endured for so long, he no longer cared about his subsequent performance. In order to fully exert his power, the use of ninjutsu was inevitable, especially when he didn't have to worry about friendly fire. Channeling chakra into the explosive tag, Kaido's eyes seemed slightly vacant. In the next second, his body flicker technique brought him beside an Anbu ninja. This Anbu ninja had no time to react, he just felt a sudden piercing pain in his brain. Then, a twist of pain from his abdomen followed. By the time he came to his senses, he found himself kicked into his own troops. What terrified him more was that he discovered an explosive tag had somehow been stuck to his chest. This Anbu was quick to react. He hurriedly tried to push away the surrounding ninjas while frantically attempting to tear off the explosive tag on his body. Boom! But he was still much too slow. A violent explosion resonated among the group of ninjas, several were blown away, their bodies not even remaining whole. Almost there. Kaido murmured to himself. He was indeed very satisfied with the devastation he had caused, especially as it proved one thing. That was, after using his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could still maintain an unparalleled dominance, even when facing so many people. But Kaido knew well, comparing himself to Uchiha Madara who had just been resurrected by the reanimation jutsu, the gap was not small at all. Though Uchiha Madara was then immortal, even possessing endless chakra as a backup. But Kaido still remembered, the state of Uchiha Madara's eyes was the genuine three-tomo Sharingan. Merely in the three-tomo state, he had already displayed a strength that did not fall short of Kaido's current state. Even the simple act of killing was more terrifying, and he was truly standing against everyone alone. He glanced around at the situation, everyone had already engaged in the fight, whether it was the Inoshikacho trio, Hyuga, Inyazuka, or Abarame. They all quickly plunged into the battle, beginning to help Kaido share the pressure. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui, leading a small portion of their clan, were already engaged in combat with the ninja of the three clans and the Anbu. This made Kaido involuntarily nod in approval, while at this moment, several more ninjas fell under his blade. Although constantly comparing myself to Uchiha Madara can sometimes be disheartening, one should still harbor some dreams. At least, I possess things that Uchiha Madara does not, and these things allow me to grow better without side effects. However, it's time to wrap up now, at least I need to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to make a stance with my conclusion. That guy is too peculiar. Kaido was silently musing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's state today really puzzled him, but no matter what, Kaido could not stop. A slight shift in the chakra within his body, then he quickly took to the skies, and Fugaku, who had been observing Kaido, seemed to realize something. Is he wrapping things up? Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself, then quickly made a hand sign. As another owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku held his own pride. An Uchiha ninja nearby, upon seeing this, swiftly shot a signal flare into the sky. At the same time, all members of their clan began to retreat upon seeing this. While retreating, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but ponder. He was truly amazed by the power exhibited by Kaido. When he lost to Kaido initially, it was partly because he didn't know Kaido's abilities, and partly because he yearned for death. If it really came to a life-or-death battle, Uchiha Fugaku did not believe that he would be much inferior to Kaido. But now, the power displayed by Kaido was causing him to sigh. He knew Kaido was strongest in the use of ninjutsu, his physical skills were rather mediocre. But now, Kaido's physical skills had left him utterly speechless, and he also noticed that Kaido's eyes seemed to have grown even stronger. Such chakra fluctuations really leave one breathless. Uchiha Fugaku murmured to himself, looking at Kaido who had slowly ascended into the sky. He was filled with even more awe. In the next moment, terrifying chakra madly spread from within Kaido, and Kaido began to speak. I think, it's time to put an end to this. Kaido spoke indifferently, as he was slowly forming hand seals. I must say, you've indeed disappointed me. At least, you've not made me feel any pressure. So. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Chapter 150, Chapter 150. Flames of intertwined black and white erupted suddenly, with the bright glow of the fire style appearing. A massive river-like wave of fire surged towards the ninjas. Kaido's strongest suit has always been his ninjutsu, which is also what people fear the most. When Kaido replaced the traditional fire style with the black flames, the resulting terror made one feel absolute despair. Is this guy even human? Looking at the wave-like fire style, many ninjas couldn't help but shudder, realizing that such ninjutsu could not be cast by an ordinary person. At this moment, many of them were internally collapsing. Not only did Kaido possess terrifying physical skills and incomprehensible combat ability, his ninjutsu was also driving them to despair. Could they really handle such an enemy? Water release, water formation wall. Compared to the ninjas from the regular clans, the organization and discipline of the Anbu were much superior. Even when faced with such a terrifying spectacle, they were filled with despair. Yet they could still rapidly form hand seals, trying together to counter Kaido's fire style. However, everything they did at this moment was just a drop in the bucket. Dozens of Anbu performing water style indeed formed a wall of water, but it was no match for Kaido's fire style. The intermingling black and white sea of flames instantly swallowed everything. The water style spells simply touched the flames and turned into steam, vanishing without a trace. At this very moment, as all the ninjas were preparing to turn and flee in despair, a powerful surge of chakra suddenly erupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared in front of everyone, his hands clasped together in a seal, his gaze firmly locked on Kaido. Earth release, Earth-style rampart. With the surge of chakra, a huge earthen wall rose from beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet. This massive wall, covering the sky, blocked all the ninjas behind him. He had made his choice. He would confront Kaido head-on. Boom! A tremendous roar sounded at this moment. The resulting shockwave from the clash of two powers was unimaginable. Visible energy ripples quickly spread out in all directions, nearly all buildings in their path being toppled by this force. Run! Those ninjas who were originally onlookers, watching Kaido and others in action, turned completely pale at this moment. Then they began to flee with all their might. Even if their powers were subpar, they could clearly see that if they were caught up in such a force, they would definitely be finished. Perhaps it is in the face of survival that a person can burst forth unimaginable power in the blink of an eye. They had run over 100 meters away. Looking back at the houses destroyed by the energy shockwave, they felt their blood turn cold at this moment. They were genuinely relieved right now, thankful that Kaido had handled everything in an orderly manner, giving them a reason and an excuse not to get involved. Moreover, the power Kaido had previously displayed had left them sighing in their hearts. Had they been forced to confront Kaido for the sake of the Hokage, would they still be alive at this point? The strength of the head of the guard department is so overwhelming. He is still so young, how could he be this powerful? Though Kaido was never an unknown, even his repeated rampages in Konoha had not caused such a shock as this. They never dared to imagine that one person could handle the siege of hundreds and do so effortlessly. Today, they witnessed it, a battle fought with such elegance, a combat style that would be etched into their hearts. Maybe this is the true power of the Uchiha. Many thought to themselves. They had seen Uchiha activate the Sharingan in battle, but compared to Kaido, there was a huge difference. Kaido had taken the combat they had seen to an extreme, reaching an unprecedented level. However, their gaze quickly returned to the massive earth style and the man standing atop it. Their expressions had begun to become complicated. What does it mean for the Hokage to intervene personally? Even if they couldn't understand, they knew how severe the situation had become. Hokage-sama, I didn't expect you to step in yourself. Kaido calmly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, gently shaking his head and sighing. But this isn't that surprising. After all, it would be more surprising if you didn't take action at this point. But there's one thing I don't understand. Don't understand why I would voluntarily disclose everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to know Kaido's thoughts, and he spoke slowly. I naturally have my own thoughts and considerations. Maybe you don't understand, but that's not important. Uchiha Kaito, I want to see just how strong you are. I want to see to what extent your power has reached, that's the key. With that, chakra once again surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen. His hands formed a seal and pressed against the ground. The next moment, accompanied by swirling smoke, a monkey appeared before him. What is this? Inma, just summoned, was a bit confused, but when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing atop the giant earth style and Kaido towering in the sky, his expression slightly changed. Especially when he recognized the pattern of Mangekyo in Kaido's eyes, he understood the severity of the situation. Mangekyo Sharingan? Hiruzen, we're in trouble this time. Indeed, it's a bit tricky, but this is a fight we cannot avoid. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed softly, then he promptly removed his Hokage uniform, revealing his black battle suit underneath. Hiruzen had not anticipated the potential for combat, so he had not donned his battle armor. However, the symbolic value of the armor was greater than its practical significance. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, its absence wasn't a great deal. Transform, Inma, we cannot let others underestimate us this time. Hiruzen. Inma, looking at the somewhat spirited Hiruzen, let out a deep sigh. He truly had no reason to reject Hiruzen's choice, all he could do now was accompany Hiruzen through this fight. I made you wait. Gripping the Ruyi Jingbang staff in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally turned to Kaido. His face maintained a smile, but behind that smile was an inexplicable determination. I've heard how despairing the Mangekyo can be. Even though I've witnessed the power of Uchiha Madara, strictly speaking, I've never faced these eyes. So, don't let me down. Kaido felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit schizophrenic. After all, his current state was like that. He had just admitted to all his deeds, as if ready to complete his final redemption. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he picked up his weapon, posing as if he was ready to fight Kaido to the death, leaving Kaido somewhat baffled. However, regardless of what Hiruzen was thinking or planning to do, it meant nothing to Kaido. Since they had clearly identified each other as enemies, there was truly no room for turning back. Almost instantaneously, Kaido was in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ninjato in his hand was mercilessly aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was swift. The moment the ninjato nearly touched him, he fiercely raised his Ruyi Jingbang, barely blocking Kaido's attack. But as soon as he blocked it, Kaido directly attacked from the other side. So troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly blocked Kaido's attack once again, muttering under his breath. Facing an assailant with flying ninjutsu is absolutely a headache. One of the reasons Uniki has remained so powerful at his age is due to his method of combat, which relies on his flying ninjutsu and his unique bloodline limit for bombing attacks. If Oniki had to physically grapple with an enemy, like Kaido, he would have been killed countless times over. This unique fighting style and special bloodline limit allow Uniki to maintain high combat strength even at his advanced age. Although Kaido's fighting style is different from Oniki's, Sarutobi Hiruzen can see that Kaido has the potential to utilize similar tactics. Even if, in terms of current power, Kaido cannot be compared to Uniki. But Kaido is in the prime of his life, and what's more terrifying is that his speed and physical prowess are breathtaking. Being caught in such a high-level physical battle would leave anyone feeling suffocated, as there's no guarantee of being able to withstand it. Especially as he can attack from the air, making it even harder to defend. Boom! Another dull thud rang out as Sarutobi Hiruzen once again blocked Kaido's onslaught. The thick earth barrier under his feet was now constantly cracking. It had already withstood Kaido's fire release, and the fact that it didn't collapse all at once was due to Hiruzen's abundant chakra input. But it was already unable to withstand more impacts, and the intensity of this fight was simply fatal for it. Why would he make such a mistake? Kaido naturally saw this scene. Under the gaze of the Mangekyou, there are few things that could evade his eyes. Although Hiruzen wasn't continually adding chakra to this earth release, he still chose to fight on it as it was about to collapse. Such an approach either signifies a problem with his mind or that he has ulterior motives. While his current series of actions do seem to suggest a problem with his mind, as the Hokage, he must have his own thoughts. But no matter what his thoughts are, all Kaido could do is defeat him. Only by completely defeating him and confirming the charges against him can today's mission be considered a success. However, it seems like he confirmed his own guilt. Kaido thought to himself. His hands were not slow. In an instant, he attacked again from the air, his ninjato aimed precisely at Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment also demonstrated astonishing combat power. He continuously waved the Ruyi Jingbang in his hand, forming whirlwinds. These dense whirlwinds completely blocked Kaido's attacks. After all, Hiruzen is not someone ordinary ninjas can compare to. Moreover, he still has 5 or 6 years before he's attacked by Orochimaru. At his age, strength generally tends to decline year by year, each one bringing a decrease in power. However, there are still so many years left before his death, his momentum and his abilities haven't plummeted to the pathetic state they did in the original story. Actually, even the level of power he had in the original story is far stronger than that of the average ninja. After all, he is one of the legendary shinobi. The chakra torrent formed by their intense clash spills out all around them, but fortunately, they are far above the ground, not affecting everyone as before. However, the earth barrier beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen is clearly no longer able to withstand such power. When Kaido once again viciously strikes with his wind-infused ninjato. Upon clashing violently with Hiruzen's Ruyi Jingbang, the massive earth barrier protecting all the ninjas behind Hiruzen finally collapses. Boom! The tremendous roar echoes through the sky as the crumbling barrier swiftly disintegrates into countless fragments, fiercely plunging downwards. Hiruzen also falls with these fragments, but a glint flashes through his eyes. He raises his head to look at Kaido, who is still in the sky, and a faint smile appears on his face. Such a smile causes Kaido to raise an eyebrow, but then his expression slightly changes. Earth release, earth flow river. Suddenly, Hiruzen quickly forms hand seals. The fallen rocks and debris, which had been formed by his chakra, begin to change rapidly. At this moment, due to Hiruzen's chakra, they turn directly into a mudslide, fiercely rushing towards the crowd behind Kaido. This guy! Hiruzen's actions naturally fall into Kaido's eyes. He had been wondering why Hiruzen chose to fight him on the earth barrier. Obviously, being so high up against him is definitely a significant disadvantage. And indeed it was. He was almost breathless under Kaido's pressure, but Kaido did not expect him to change tactics like this. This guy could actually reuse waste, using those shattered barriers to launch another attack. Perhaps, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability. Kaido silently mumbled to himself, then his whole body erupted with an unimaginable amount of chakra, and the next moment he rapidly forms hand seals. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. It's the signal, everyone move. In various traffic hubs leading to the Hokage's building, the ninjas from the 7 great ninja families are hidden amongst them. At this moment, their hearts are filled with worry and unease, for what they are about to do could indeed be considered treason to some extent. However, they do not regret their actions, for they know what they are doing is for their clan, and for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer a suitable Hokage, a consensus reached by all of them. For their beliefs, for their clans, or for the village of Konoha, they must take action. Seeing the brilliant signal flare in the sky, everyone immediately understands that it's time for them to act. Even before this, the terrifying chakra torrent had already made them understand just how intense the battle ahead was. Especially when they saw the towering earth release technique, akin to a city wall, and the figure launching relentless attacks from high above. They all understood that the Hokage had likely stepped into the fray himself, clashing with the head of the Uchiha clan. However, when it was really time for them to move, they did feel a bit of tension and anxiety. They were, in fact, seasoned ninjas, their hands stained with an untold amount of blood. Many among them had even participated in the Great Ninja War, and such feelings should not exist in their hearts. But the Great Ninja War and the current situation are very different, because previously they faced external enemies, so their psychological pressure wasn't as high. Now, they have to confront their own fellow villagers. Attacking their own comrades is very different from facing foreign enemies. Still, none of them hesitated, because they knew that after today, the entire Konoha would undergo a radical change, and they were the pioneers of this transformation. Nervous. Nara Shikako also silently picked up her weapon among the crowd, but at this moment, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan suddenly asked. The Inoshika trio each dispatched 30 to 40 people, and because of their special relationship, they basically acted together. Even for tonight's operation, they had formed small teams composed of people from all three clans. For them, even if they had not undergone specific team training, they were certainly more in sync than others. Shikako turned to look at the Yamanaka clansman, then gently shook her head. Not exactly nervous, of course I can't be calm either. But I know I should adjust my state to better assist everyone. Good attitude. It seems we don't need to worry too much about your condition. The Yamanaka clansman nodded with a smile, then curiously asked. I heard you and Kaido are on good terms. What kind of person do you think he is? You guys really? My uncle asked me the same question several times. Facing this question, Shikako seemed somewhat helpless. She sighed lightly, then finally answered seriously. All I can say is that Kaido is always a reliable person, a trustworthy one, and that's it. Well, that puts me at ease. The Yamanaka clansman nodded with a smile, took a deep breath, and then said seriously. You trust him, the dear elder trusts him, so we all trust him. Let's get moving, we shouldn't keep everyone waiting. The Yamanaka clansman chuckled, and then quickly caught up with the departing team, rushing towards the Hokage building. Shikako also picked up her weapon and quickly followed, but her gaze was locked on the dark silhouette standing in the distance against the skyline. She knew it was Kaido, and it seemed only Kaido could achieve this. However, in the next moment, all their advancing troops froze, because the giant earth release technique that was like a city wall before them collapsed with a loud bang. Clearly, Kaido had gained the upper hand once again, filling their hearts with joy. After all, the third Hokage was once a man known as the ninja hero, his combat power unmatched and unimaginable. The fact that Kaido could take the upper hand against such a terrifying opponent truly gave them immense confidence and motivation. Stay alert. Everyone, stay alert. But just then, a noisy commotion drew everyone's attention, as other clans' ninjas had already appeared before them. These ninjas were not only those retreating from the front, but also those supporting from behind, and they had all drawn their weapons the moment they met. The battle was on the brink of breaking out. That Kaido! In the center of the battlefield before the Hokage building, everyone watched the terrifying eruption of Kaido's fire release, their hearts filled with emotion. Ever since Kaido signaled for everyone to evacuate from the central battlefield, they had been quietly watching. Actually, from the start of tonight's battle to now, the biggest sentiment in everyone's heart was, Kaido didn't seem to be a single person at all. He bore the brunt of the strongest firepower, but he dealt the maximum damage to the enemy with his most unbelievable physical techniques. A siege by hundreds of people seemed to pose no trouble to him at all. Moreover, they all knew one thing: Kaido's greatest strength lay in his proficiency in ninjutsu. And this was indeed the case, as the ninjutsu deployed by Kaido covered a wide range and was of high quality. Just watching and feeling such ninjutsu was enough to send chills down their spines. They couldn't imagine what it would feel like to face such ninjutsu directly. Perhaps by that time, all that would be left in the hearts of those confronting it would be spreading despair. But the strength of the third Hokage doesn't seem to be as weak as imagined. The fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi is powerful is an established fact. After all, he is the third Hokage, capable of facing off against the likes of the third Hokage. However, time is a ruthless entity, and Hiruzen Sarutobi is not a man like the Uchihas. His fighting power would inevitably be whittled down over time, an elegy that nearly every ninja must face. Yet, the fact that Sarutobi still maintains such an exquisite fighting power truly merits admiration. Moreover, his sense and experience in battle are quite formidable. The heavy landslide that descended from the sky was his arrangement. Before this, they hadn't expected that a seemingly useless stone wall, only serving as a stepping point, could be utilized to create such a terrifying ninjutsu. This is the manifestation of battle experience. This is a ninja's mastery over their own techniques, and Sarutobi has clearly reached perfection in this regard. But Kaido's response was still swift. He may not be as adept as Sarutobi at using his previous ninjutsu to synthesize new ones. However, being young and strong, he directly used a new, powerful fire release technique to solve the problem, a response that was without any issues. But this somehow revealed a bit of a deficiency in experience, and in terms of chakra consumption, Sarutobi seemed to have the upper hand. However, it's not their turn to act yet, not because their strength does not meet the mark, but perhaps those in battle would prefer not to have their interference. Therefore, what they have to do now is deal with those shinobi from the three clans, and those guys from the ANBU. Flames continuously burned, and the heavy landslide, roasted by Kaido's black and white flames, finally hardened and fell to the ground. The burning earth that fell on the ground formed a natural barrier, blocking Kaido, Sarutobi, and the many ninjas outside. Although due to their positioning, Kaido had to face Sarutobi, as well as a group of their own ninjas. Yet Kaido did not fear in the slightest. Even though he had been forced to use a large-scale ninjutsu just now, his chakra still remained abundant. Quietly looking at Sarutobi, Kaido suddenly smiled and said, "Truly deserving of the title of Hokage, this move was unexpected. Ninja battles are filled with unpredictability, and the weak overcoming the strong is quite common." Sarutobi calmly looked at Kaido, revealing a slight smile as he slowly spoke. "In the end, I am old, so my way of fighting is quite different from yours, but my methods are a reflection of experience, something you should learn." Listening to Sarutobi's words, Kaido couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His statement was quite interesting. It was as if a senior was encouraging his juniors to explore and move forward, and to learn from his own experiences. Normally, it would be acceptable for a Hokage to encourage the Leaf Shinobi, but the problem is that they are enemies now, and likely ones who won't stop until one of them falls. In saying so, it seemed as if he was revealing a loss of his fighting spirit, as if he couldn't possibly surpass Kaido, as if the ultimate victor must be Kaido. "Sarutobi, what on earth are you blathering about?" Homura Kaido naturally detected the incongruity in Hiruzen Sarutobi's words and immediately sought to correct him, his gaze locked on Kaido the whole time. "Let's kill this kid, we join forces and finish him off. Only then can this situation be settled. This damned guy who disrupted our peace and tranquility, he is truly unforgivable. Homura, this is my battle. Please do not interfere." Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, ultimately sighing and speaking slowly. "Sarutobi, don't be stubborn, now is not the time for stubbornness." Homura's face was still angry, and it was clear that he was filled with dissatisfaction towards Sarutobi. Your stubbornness put us in a very disadvantageous position. To turn things around, we need to solve these problems quickly. Only by killing him can we truly find peace. Only then can we deal with the remaining rebels and resolve all the current troubles. Upon hearing his old friend's words, Sarutobi gave a long sigh. He turned to look at his old friend, seeing his angry and slightly fierce appearance, he couldn't help but shake his head. Homura, have you ever considered why we have ended up like this? Considering all this, isn't it all the work of this damned brat? Isn't it all created by the rebels in the village? Homura turned his head to look at Sarutobi, lowering his voice and speaking indifferently. But I don't know what you're thinking, and I don't know what aspect of this kid has bewitched you. Your actions just now were highly inappropriate. Don't forget you are the Hokage, and never forget our clans behind us. Clan, Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a bitter smile and slowly closed his eyes. For a moment, he was uncertain whether his role as the Hokage was more important, or their clan standing behind them. Because the Hokage and the clan essentially have a conflicting relationship, the Hokage needs to consider the entire village, while the clan, to some extent, draws upon the village's resources. On reflection, their clan is now far from what it was when they first joined the Leaf Village. Their clan has expanded exponentially, the scope of their interests is vast, and all of this came about because he became the Hokage. Slowly, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his eyes. He gazed at Homura next to him and spoke softly. In your opinion, do our powers ultimately benefit the Leaf Village, or our clan? Are you out of your mind? Homura stared angrily at Sarutobi, speaking low and harshly. Sarutobi, now is not the time to discuss this. You should know what is most important right now. Isn't this an important question? Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a low voice, his tone turning somewhat icy. He asked again. Do we benefit the Leaf Village, or our clan? Is the Sarutobi clan in a bad situation now? Homura, somewhat frustrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed at him and said softly. We must admit that our respective clans have indeed grown considerably since you became the Hokage, but how do we compare to the Hyuga and Uchiha? Not to mention Hyuga and Uchiha, the clans of Ino Shikacho, and how about compared to the clans of Inyazuka and Abarame? Although our power does indeed bring a lot of convenience to the clan, we are truly fighting for the Leaf Village. For the Leaf Village? Upon hearing this phrase, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a peculiar sense of irony. For the Leaf Village, would he now be besieged by the 7 major clans of the Leaf? For the Leaf Village, how many have died in secret due to this, whether because the crisis has reached their status, or because they participated in experiments? For the Leaf Village, the power of their 3 houses has expanded rapidly, and their very nature is squeezing the living space of civilian ninjas. Perhaps Uchiha Kaito, this little brat, was right. He wasn't fighting for the Leaf Village at all, but for themselves, for their own clans. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already understood these things. His questioning Homura again was to figure out just how completely they had changed. He had now gotten an answer, a devastatingly disappointing answer, but also an answer that strengthened his resolve. Homura, there is one thing you got wrong. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly opened his eyes. His aura had undergone a drastic change, so sharp and so robust. Even Kaido, far away, frowned at this aura, because it made him feel threatened. And this kind of aura could only belong to a true shinobi. What's wrong? Homura also felt the change in this aura. While he was pleasantly surprised, he inexplicably felt a hint of unease. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Sarutobi roared, his voice was so heroic at this moment, his voice piercing the sky. Always remember what this means, and remember who I am. Having said this, Sarutobi flicked his wrist, his staff darting straight towards Homura. Homura had no time to react, the staff, with astonishing force, struck his head. In an instant, Homura lost his breath. But his eyes were still wide open, as if he could not believe what had just happened to him. Not only Homura himself, but even Kaido in the distance was somewhat dumbfounded seeing this scene. What the hell was going on? What on earth had just happened? Did Sarutobi just strike down his own friend? Even if the relationship between Homura and Sarutobi was not as good as Danzo's, he was still a member of the Konoha F4, one of Sarutobi's most trusted. Kaido had no intention of letting him go, but now there was no need for Kaido to take action. Sarutobi had taken him out directly. "I'm sorry, Homura. As a Hokage, this is something I had to do. But I'll join you soon." After doing all this, Sarutobi took a deep breath. He looked at Homura who had fallen to the ground and lost his breath. He muttered softly. Then he lifted his head to look at Kaido. Although there was a hint of sadness in his voice, he still spoke with a heroic tone. "Come on, Uchiha Kaito, let's continue the battle of the shinobi." At first, Kaido really didn't understand Sarutobi's actions or what he had gone through. But at this moment, he seemed to understand something. Looking at Sarutobi in front of him, looking at the ninjas behind him who were equally dumbfounded, Kaido gave a soft laugh. He raised his shinobi blade towards Sarutobi, his chakra surging wildly within him. "Since it's the shinobi's request, I won't let you down." Kaido's words made Sarutobi nod with a smile. Indeed, at this moment, he was a true shinobi, the true third Hokage. And as a shinobi, what he desired most now was a worthy battle. The two silently stared at each other. Neither made the first move, but their momentum had already peaked at this moment. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi made the first move, throwing his staff directly at Kaido, his hands swiftly forming seals. Kaido responded quickly. His eyes almost instantly determined the direction of the flying staff, but he dared not be the slightest bit careless. Because he had not forgotten that this staff's essence was life itself, transformed from the monkey demon. Ding! Kaido quickly swung his shinobi blade, and the staff was immediately blocked. However, the next moment a stout arm suddenly extended from the staff, grabbing hold of Kaido's blade. At that same moment, Sarutobi had completed his hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Sarutobi released two consecutive ninjutsu, which then merged into one in midair and continued towards Kaido. Kaido had seen such a technique in the original work, and he had also tried it since coming to this world. But it must be said that the difficulty of this operation was beyond imagination. At least, Kaido had never succeeded. And the power of this combination of ninjutsu wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Holding my shinobi blade like this, aren't you overestimating yourself? However, facing such an onslaught, Kaido was not panicked at all. He even smiled at the monkey demon on his blade. In the next moment, a deep blue chakra appeared on Kaido's blade, and the azure edge quickly enveloped Kaido's blade. Under the terrifying chakra coverage, the monkey demon immediately felt pain, and the arm holding the blade began to redden. Kaido, forcing the monkey demon to let go of his weapon, fiercely swung his shinobi blade. The wind blade that had been brewing for a long time instantly rushed towards the combined ninjutsu. Boom! At that moment, a dull roar rang out again, and a thick smoke quickly covered and spread everything around. Sarutobi quickly raised his hand, summoning back the staff that had been knocked away by Kaido. Then he cautiously watched every movement around him. Smoke lingered, these were definitely not conditions conducive to his fighting. However, at this point, he didn't care about that. This battle ignited his long-lost passion. This battle was also his return as a true shinobi. This battle was the fight he staked everything on. No matter what, he had to give it his all in this battle, he had to show the world the style of a true shinobi. Because this battle might well be his last in this lifetime. Chapter 151, Chapter 151. Watch out! In the area surrounding the Hokage building, ninjas from the 7 great families were fiercely battling. Faced with ninjas from the Sarutobi, Mito Kaito, and Uchiha clans, even though they were outnumbered, their absolute power still held the advantage. After all, they were, in one way or another, from secret technique clans and bloodline limit clans, while the Sarutobi and the other 2 could only be classified as ninjutsu clans. Their foundation was built upon various ninjutsu collected over hundreds of years during the Warring States period, and developed into their present form through their constant cultivation and accumulation. Strictly speaking, their own bloodlines were still within the range of ordinary ninjas, and the techniques they used were nothing more than ordinary ninjutsu. However, over these many years, they had managed to create a significant gap between themselves and the ordinary ninjas. Especially the Sarutobi clan, they were on the verge of forming their unique bloodline or secret technique. Because for them, deploying 2 or even more than 2 types of escape techniques was not a difficult task. They even naturally possessed several types of chakra attributes. Especially the current 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was a master proficient in all attribute escape techniques. Nara Shikako swiftly moved through the crowd, with members from the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans fighting alongside her. 6 people up ahead, get ready. Understood. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan closed his eyes tightly. After quickly sensing and selecting his targets, he informed Shikako. Shikako overlapped her hands, made a seal, and her chakra began to surge as she uttered a command. The shadows on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight, shot out quickly, swiftly locking the 6 ninjas from the 3 clans. The moment the shadows on the ground touched them, the 6 ninjas were rendered completely immobile. The ninja from the Akimichi clan, who had been closely following them, quickly charged up. Multiplication technique. The Akimichi ninja's chakra surged, and his hands instantly increased in size several times over. With a swing of his fist, he brutally hit the ninjas. In that moment, screams echoed, and blood gushed out with each swing of his fist. The coordination of the Inoshika CH trio was beyond imagination. Even under their most basic and simple cooperation, the ninjas from the Sarutobi, Inuzuka, and Uzumaki clans were hard-pressed to resist. Finally, after a lot of hard work and many injuries, they finally managed to clean up these guys. Strange. Even though the enemies had been dealt with, Shikako slightly furrowed her brows. Because she noticed that the fighting will of these people, especially those who had retreated from the front line, wasn't particularly high. The reinforcements were disorganized, and their numbers were not as many as expected. This was a significant deviation from their expectations. Although the low-level resistance was indeed a good thing, under normal circumstances, this shouldn't be happening. Could it be, has Kaido and his team on the front lines done something? Shikako was uncertain, but as things stood, this seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Regardless of the specifics, Shikako took a deep breath and charged forward with the main force. Having chosen to participate, there was naturally no turning back. What they had to do now was to ensure the victory of this operation. When they reached the central area of the battlefield, ninjas from the other clans participating in the operation also arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. This scene made Shikako breathe a sigh of relief because it confirmed her suspicions. It was absolutely something Kaido and his team did on the front lines that made the battle easier for her and the other reinforcing troops. Looking out, the forces of the front line were now surrounding a massive barrier that looked like it was covered in molten lava and was still burning. The flames were fierce, seemingly impervious to being extinguished, and they were special flames that intertwined black and white. Clearly, this was Kaido's unique power. Within these brilliant flames, shadowy figures flickered in and out of sight, making the scene especially eerie and mysterious. Clan leader! Clan leader! The teams that had arrived began to surround the massive barrier, and many clan ninjas also reported to their clan leaders. How's the situation? Nara Shikako swept his gaze across the scene. Only after confirming that the onlooking leaf ninjas showed no signs of action did he breathe a slight sigh of relief and asked. The other clan leaders did the same. After all, these ninjas were the elite of their clans. Even if they were mentally prepared, if they really suffered heavy losses, it would still make them incredibly upset. However, they all received a rather good result. While casualties were inevitable, the outcome was within an acceptable range. After all, they were only facing reinforcements from the 3 clans, and the number of reinforcements wasn't large. The other leaf ninjas had not made a move. Vice clan head Shisui, elder Fugaku, how is the clan leader? Just then, there was a slight commotion from the Uchiha side, which made everyone involuntarily turn their heads. From a distance, they had seen Kaido battling Hiruzen Sarutobi alone. Although from the state at the time, Kaido was indeed having the upper hand. But now, the battle was blocked by flames. How could they not worry? Do you not believe in the clan leader's strength? Shisui raised an eyebrow. He knew that these clan members meant no harm and were, in fact, concerned about Kaido. But in his eyes, such concern seemed like distrust towards Kaido. As Kaido's most loyal ally, how could Shisui accept such doubt? Shisui's words made everyone look at each other. Uchiha Fugaku felt that while Shisui was loyal to Kaido, his attitude was far off from Kaido's. However, just as he opened his mouth to say something, a sudden, violent boom rang out, followed by a surge of vast chakra. At this moment, the ground quickly cracked, terrifying fissures spreading rapidly from the center of the barrier, directly shattering the burning rocks and soil. Under such impact, everyone felt as if they were about to lose their footing. Many ninjas on the outskirts swiftly dodged, fearful they might fall into the huge fissures. Boom! In this instant, the world was filled with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, and a heavy rain suddenly fell. All of this happened quickly but also ended quickly. Only the vast surge of chakra continued to spread, and the thunderstorm in the sky told of the previous terror. What just happened? Many ninjas asked in low voices. As they turned their heads towards the origin of the tremor, all of them froze. The people of the 7 great clans also turned their heads to look as soon as they stabilized. Like everyone else, they were frozen at that moment. But in the next moment, a fierce cheer erupted among them. Yuniko stared intently at the distance, and after a long while, she showed a faint smile. It's really like you, Kaido. Smoke shrouded the center of the battlefield. Under the intense heat of the flames, everything seemed to become more blurred. Hiruzen Sarutobi was cautiously on guard, suddenly furrowing his brows, then quickly planted his Ryuji stick into the ground. His hands rapidly formed seals, and at that moment, a suffocating power came from the sky. A massive shockwave swiftly dispersed the smoke, revealing 4 flaming dragons in front of Sarutobi. Fire release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Kaido was flying among these 4 fire dragons, charging fiercely towards Sarutobi with the dragons in tow. Sarutobi's reaction was indeed swift. The moment he sensed the chakras shift, he decisively began to form seals. Indeed, his physical fitness had taken a serious decline. Although it was still decent, there was quite a gap compared to his prime. This was inevitable. Even though ninjas possessed great power, their bodily functions were not much different from ordinary people. It seemed the only one who could break this boundary was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Unfortunately, he chose to give up his own life. However, as one grows older, their chakra reserves steadily increase. And with the passage of time, the quality of their chakra becomes even more formidable. Such powerful fire release, you really are increasingly resembling him. Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered to himself, his ninjutsu still being completed at this moment. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. This time, Sarutobi did not choose to use earth release, but rather the water release, which was most effective in countering fire release. He had used earth release before purely to save people, while a water release too close could have flooded his own people. Now, although he still held certain worries, he was focusing more on the battle itself, hence his reservations were much less. Under his churning chakra, a torrent of water suddenly burst from the parched earth, which had already been scorched by the fire release. This water quickly converged together, and in the next moment, it formed an unimaginable flood that quickly filled the isolated area. And Sarutobi's hand seals did not stop. Almost immediately after completing the Great Waterfall technique, he finished another set of hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. A towering wall of water rose high above the surface. Its terrifying height and thickness were far beyond what a normal water formation wall could match. Only with Sarutobi's impressive strength could he exhibit such a terrifying water release. And under Kaido's Sharingan scrutiny, he clearly knew that the quality of this water release surpassed his previous earth wall flow. Boom! Kaido's 4 Dragon Flame release song techniques fiercely collided with this massive water release. The intertwining black and white flames completely ignited this water wall. However, what was terrifying was that even Kaido's special black flames couldn't break through Sarutobi's defense. The quality of this guy's ninjutsu was really too formidable. But Kaido didn't entirely take this matter to heart. He simply didn't believe that Sarutobi could block his attacks every time. Moreover, didn't Sarutobi want a battle fit for a ninja legend? How could Kaido disappoint him? With a stride, Kaido had already instantly charged in front of Sarutobi. But before his ninja blade could fully swing, Sarutobi had already quickly backed away with a body flicker technique. Moreover, while retreating, he completed another hand seal, lightning release, lightning roar. A ball of lightning spewed from his mouth, swiftly plunging into the water, followed by Sarutobi's agile leap into the air. In mid-air, he clasped his hands together, and beneath him, the water surface started to ripple. A giant dragon, emanating clear arcs of electricity, suddenly leaped out from the water, and then charged ferociously at Kaido. Combination secret technique, lightning water dragon bullet. Another combination ninjutsu. Watching Sarutobi hop and skip across the water surface, continuously deploying ninjutsu to attack, he could only marvel at this guy's extensive combat experience. Water release counters fire release, that was a certainty. His taijutsu, after the previous battle, was no longer able to directly resist Kaido. So, he very simply kept distancing himself and releasing ninjutsu. Even if Kaido's fire release was strong, he would find it troublesome to deal with someone like Sarutobi, who possessed both ample and high-quality chakra. However, if it's only to this extent, then it's far from enough for me, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kaido slightly lifted his head, the Sharingan in his eyes starting to rotate. From the beginning of the fight to now, he hadn't actively used his dojutsu power. After all, he didn't want to lose face. Just look at others like Uchiha Madara, who would just go ahead and fight thousands of ninjas in his 3-tomo Sharingan state. Kaido had already activated the Manjiki Sharingan and even had others help. If he had to use dojutsu under such circumstances, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. But now, the situation was different. Sarutobi's strength was definitely formidable, and it wouldn't be excessive for Kaido to use such an ability. The moment Kaido activated the power of reverse path, he clearly felt his speed increase. And he didn't know if it was just his illusion, but he seemed to find his perception significantly improved at this moment. The water dragon filled with lightning release seemed to be full of flaws in Kaido's eyes at this moment. He took a step forward and ran directly towards the lightning water dragon, his ninja blade blossoming with a deep blue chakra. The cyan edge was once again brewing on his blade. Suddenly, Kaido swung his blade, tracing an odd angle across the lightning water dragon. His movements were so gentle and elegant, as if he had exerted no effort at all. Yet, Sarutobi's expression subtly changed in the distance. Because he clearly felt that the lightning water dragon he was controlling had fallen apart. Destroying a ninjutsu directly was never a simple matter. Orochimaru could effortlessly destroy a ninjutsu because his proficiency and familiarity with a ninjutsu was simply too high. As Orochimaru's teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi's mastery in ninjutsu certainly won't be inferior to Orochimaru's, it might even surpass him. But because of his profound understanding and proficiency, he has always been mindful in constructing his ninjutsu, ready to fend off any unexpected happenings. His ninjutsu are not only rich and of high quality in chakra but are inherently difficult to dismantle, especially when it comes to combination ninjutsu. After all, it's an attack formed by the combination of two types of chakra, its construction surpasses ordinary ninjutsu, naturally making it even harder to break. However, right at this moment, Kaido managed to do this all so effortlessly. This caused Hiruzen Sarutobi's face to become rather grave. Is it because of those eyes? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered silently. Ninjas can never believe in coincidences and accidents. Even if such things happen occasionally, in high-level battles, the probability of them happening is even smaller. And right now, Hiruzen Sarutobi can clearly feel that Kaido's momentum has increased by who knows how much. Although the notion of momentum is somewhat ethereal, it is also a reflection of a ninja's capacity, spirit, and other conditions. Kaido's current state is indeed strange, but Hiruzen Sarutobi also understood one thing. This young man's difficulty level is unimaginable, and he hasn't even used Susanoo yet. As Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, he dodged Kaido's attacks. In the next moment, he performed a one-handed seal, and a wall suddenly rose from the water. He then submerged himself in the water and once again launched a surprise attack from the flank with a water dragon bullet. However, unfortunately, Kaido's reaction was too quick. The moment the water dragon bullet appeared, he swung his sword, directly destroying his own water dragon. This scene has occurred many times. Aside from the first time when Kaido was slightly embarrassed, he has since been sufficiently prepared. Continuing like this is not a solution, and this kind of battle is not what he wants. He wants the kind of battle a ninja hero should have, but if he can't even force out his opponent's strongest abilities, what right does he have to hope? He also knows that he must risk his life to face the situation now. If it were before, I might have given you the dead demon-consuming seal, but I won't now. You members of the great clans have the pride of the great clans, right? Then let me show you the pride of the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi once again blocked Kaido's ninja blade, his body suddenly surging with chakra. The next moment, he didn't show any intention of evading at all. Instead, he used all his strength to push hard against Kaido. Suddenly feeling the strong force in his hand, Kaido, although prepared, had no choice but to retreat a step to avoid its edge. The strength of Hiruzen Sarutobi's chakra at this moment and his peak momentum made even Kaido look sideways. This state made Kaido realize that he was going all out. But what kind of trick does this guy still have up his sleeve? Does he intend to unleash the Reaper Death Seal with such chakra? The strength of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kaido has come to fully grasp. If Kaido wasn't equipped with his Mangekyo Sharingan, and if Sarutobi's power hadn't declined somewhat, Kaido might have already been brought to his knees, even without the use of space-time ninjutsu. The battle so far had enlightened him that the old man knew exactly how to counter the Sharingan. More than once he'd used his techniques to block Kaido's vision, then launched sneak attacks from other directions, even catching Kaido off guard the first time he did so. Damn Hiruzen, why are you always researching such peculiar things? Kaido found himself cursing Hiruzen more than once. Without his Mangekyo, he doubted he could withstand Hiruzen's assault. However, despite Kaido's grumbling, Hiruzen's threat to him at this moment wasn't too severe. But the old man still held a technique that made him somewhat cautious. If he were to actually use it, Kaido wouldn't give him any more chances to be a shinobi legend. Maintaining his vigilance, Kaido cautiously approached Sarutobi once more. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Sarutobi fiercely threw his Monkey King Inma staff at him. The staff twirled quickly in the air, transforming into Inma, the monkey demon, and swiped a claw at Kaido. Humph! With a cold snort, Kaido's wrist flicked and his ninjato traced a bizarre arc, striking hard towards Enma. Even if Enma's body was as hard as iron, it was still a living creature. Kaido refused to believe it could be invulnerable. Ding! A sharp, piercing sound rang out as Kaido's blade struck Enma's chest, but the monkey's hands clung firmly to Kaido's blade. At this point, Enma was covered in wounds, particularly his hands, which were seeping blood. But he didn't seem to have any intention of letting go. "I didn't expect you to be so loyal." Kaido spoke indifferently. But as his Mangekyo scanned over Sarutobi, he saw 5 distinct nature transformations within the old man's powerful chakra. The power of the Uchiha, indeed, no matter how long it has been since I've seen it, I can't forget such a sensation. Enma's expression looked grim, but oddly enough, Kaido noticed a certain happiness there. Kaido's blade was coated with his own chakra, a deadly force once it entered an enemy's body. Enma was currently enduring the impact of Kaido's chakra, but he still managed a smile as he spoke to Kaido. "But speaking of which, I really have to thank you, Uchiha brat. These years, Sarutobi has increasingly lacked the presence of a shinobi legend. I've even felt that he was slowly falling into darkness. As a summoning creature, I can't really say anything to him, all I can do is assist and observe him. But today, I can clearly feel a change in him. He's beginning to show the same flair he had in his youth, he's starting to return to the Hiruzen Sarutobi I remember. Even though this battle is likely to be his downfall, at least you have allowed him to die as a shinobi legend. So no matter what, I have to thank you, and I also have to tell you to take a good look at the power of a true shinobi legend." "Thank me?" Kaido silently stared at the monkey demon in front of him. For a moment, his expression was rather complex, several times he started to speak but choked back his words. "Am I really Orochimaru now? I'm about to kill him and you're thanking me, are you out of your mind?" Kaido couldn't comprehend this so-called glorious death sentiment. If his friends, his comrades, thanked his enemies when facing death, he'd probably die from high blood pressure without the enemy even needing to lift a finger. However, Enma's words did spark Kaido's alertness. What exactly did he mean by the power of a shinobi legend? In his memory, the only thing that made him worry about Sarutobi was the Reaper Death Seal. He had never heard of the Sarutobi clan possessing any special bloodline or secret techniques. Hold on, 5-element assimilation. Kaido thought of this technique in a flash, as it seemed to be the only one capable of dealing with the divergent chakra within Sarutobi's body. But soon, he frowned. This technique didn't seem to pose any real threat to him. While the technique would release 5 types of elemental ninjutsu simultaneously for an attack, requiring high proficiency from the user, the power of the technique itself wasn't particularly strong. With such low power, how could it possibly threaten Kaido, especially considering this technique didn't incorporate composite ninjutsu? Hold on, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Kaido suddenly realized something. Although Sarutobi didn't combine these techniques in the original, that didn't mean it was absolute. For example, a violent explosion resulting from the interweaving of the 5 great elemental techniques causing drastic nature transformations, that's something unimaginable. What's more, Sarutobi's use of composite ninjutsu had reached a level of pure simplicity, which Kaido had truly felt in their recent combat. If this guy were to risk everything and forcibly merge the 5 elemental chakras together, it wouldn't be an impossible feat. If that's the case, Kaido sensed a hint of danger. He gripped his ninjato and twisted it forcefully in one direction. Blood splattered mercilessly, and Enma, the Monkey King, winced in pain as several of his fingers were severed in the fray. Unable to endure it any longer, he vanished in a puff of smoke with a poof, but at that very moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already charged forth. Without any hesitation, Kaido swung his ninjato accurately towards Sarutobi. Yet the very next moment, Kaido's hand stilled mid-swing, for he saw clearly that Sarutobi had used a substitution jutsu to appear behind him. Hence, he turned around without a second's hesitation, his ninjato slashing out swiftly once again. Only this time, Sarutobi had a gigantic shuriken in his hand. Ha! With a ferocious roar, he forcefully hurled the shuriken at Kaido, his hands swiftly forming seals simultaneously. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The gigantic shuriken suddenly split into four, shooting towards Kaido from different directions. Kaido's eyes spun rapidly. The next moment, he twisted around to face a shuriken, and with a gentle swing of his ninjato, he skillfully directed one shuriken into another. Lastly, he lightly jumped backwards to evade the final shuriken, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Sarutobi had completed his shadow clone technique. This time, there were precisely 4 clones, and Kaido detected that the chakra within each clone was different. Each was specifically storing one type of elemental chakra, and they had already finished their seals. A substitution technique. Boom! At that moment, the scattered shurikens that Kaido had struck transformed into Sarutobi's shadow clones. Uchiha Kaito, this is my most powerful attack as a shinobi legend, and it is also my most powerful attack as a Hokage. Thank you for allowing me to complete a battle in my role as a shinobi legend. As the Hokage, I cannot disgrace the name entrusted to me by my predecessors. Sarutobi bellowed, and the next moment, he simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu of 5 chakra natures, 5-pronged seal of elemental harmony. Seeing the 5 swiftly approaching ninjutsu and hearing Sarutobi's words, Kaido was resolute. There were many options for him, considering he possessed space-time ninjutsu that could evade the attack, but now he was intrigued to see the power of these 5 elemental techniques. In the same vein, it was a mark of respect for Sarutobi, the shinobi legend. A radiant blue chakra burst forth from Kaido, and the next moment, a gigantic half-bodied figure clad in armor stood tall upon the earth. The vast amount of chakra was terrifying, for Kaido had channeled a vast quantity of his own chakra into it. And when the 5 elemental techniques violently slammed into Kaido, his expression slightly changed. At the beginning, everything was as he had predicted, and he was even somewhat disappointed at the power of this jutsu. However, when these 5 elemental techniques intertwined, everything changed. The already suffocating atmosphere suddenly became as despair-inducing as hell itself. The wind raged, fueling the fire that tripled in size in an instant. The flames roared, and the intense heat began to distort the air unnaturally. As the flames soared and the temperature increased, large volumes of water became scalding under such high heat. A great amount of steam appeared, swept up by the wind style, forming dense clouds where the destructive lightning style made its entrance. These lightning techniques joined the clouds, forming clusters of small thunderclouds. But that was not all. The scalding water style poured onto the earth style, turning the heavy earth into a muddy slush. Under the scorching fire style, it quickly dried and crumbled, turning into tiny particles swept up by the wind style. Lightning style emerged menacingly, imbued with an aura of destruction, converging with the solidity of earth style in the wind style's clouds, creating stones enveloped by electricity. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 5 types of chakra, with their generation and restraint cycles, were almost perfectly orchestrated in that moment. And the power they unleashed was just as eerie, just as suffocating, yet just as memorable. Is this a fusion of chakra natures? Kaido stood at the heart of the ninjutsu, watching in disbelief at the events unfolding before him, and simultaneously, he was understanding it all. All of these made him feel in great peril, because his Susanoo had been shattered by this damned jutsu, forcing him to draw upon more ocular power. However, he also felt great joy at this moment, because of everything he was witnessing and understanding. It was truly opening a new door for him, a door to the fusion of chakra. Should I be thanking you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kaido muttered softly, and in the next moment, he activated a secret technique he had not used for a long time, unyielding will. He had discovered a long time ago that the abilities of the Alistar could cleanse his negative status and also provide him with a high recovery ability due to the world issue. However, this ability was basically reserved by Kaido for life-saving moments, and he would not use it lightly under normal circumstances. Although it was not exactly a life-saving moment now, Kaido wanted to ensure the strength of his defense and the intensity of his next attack. Ha! When Unyielding Will was fully activated, Kaido felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and his ocular power reached an extreme peak at that moment. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, with two different types of power being completely unleashed at this moment. An immense, ultimate chakra radiated from his body, a chakra that was cold, despairing, and brought an oppressive suffocation with it. In an instant, Kaido's Susanoo was repaired and once again enlarged. A godlike giant materialized in the blink of an eye, seemingly carrying an air of disdain for the world. Boom! The majestic chakra of Susanoo trembled slightly, and in an instant, the surrounding power was shaken apart, causing a powerful shockwave to rush outward. The power of the fusion of the five elemental jutsu seemed less impressive in front of Susanoo at this moment. After all, it had been depleted for so long, and Kaido had reached the pinnacle of his combat power. Kaido stood within Susanoo, his Mangekyo Sharingan emitting a bloody red glow. Suddenly, Susanoo drew its ninjato, a destructive power overflowing, adding a touch of solemnity to an apocalyptic scene. So, you were finally pushed to this point. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood panting weakly on the spot, but he didn't seem to regret it, and there was even a hint of exhilaration on his face. Come, Kaido, let me witness the power that my teacher, the second Hokage, feared. Let me see the ultimate power of your Uchiha clan. Madman! Kaido murmured softly, although he really admired Hiruzen's attitude at this moment, he did not quite understand it since he had not been pushed this far himself. But the time has come for Kaido to conclude some things, whether it's about tonight's battle or about himself. The enormous ninjato was slightly lifted above his head, the next moment it swung down, a blade light beyond anyone's imagination appeared. Under this sword aura, the earth was as fragile as tofu, instantly cut in half. In an instant, in Hiruzen's eyes, the sky tilted and the earth leaned. Boom! At this moment, whether it was triggered by Kaido's power or for some other reason, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out in the world. Is it over? Hiruzen Sarutobi sat weakly on the ground, his body covered in wounds, and blood constantly flowed from him. Gently turning his head, he saw the earth completely shattered, the entire scene resembled purgatory. Those family ninjas who were left with him in the barrier had long since disappeared. Hiruzen knew that they could not have escaped under such an onslaught, and most likely they were already gone without a trace. If he hadn't run away quickly in the end, he'd probably be in the same state as those guys by now. The might of Uchiha Kaito is becoming more and more like that person, his power truly unfathomable. It seems, Hokage-sama, you've utterly failed. Just then, Kaido's nonchalant voice sounded in Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears, and Kaido slowly emerged from the shadows. But I have to say, Hokage-sama, you've somewhat earned my respect. Your capacity and strength indeed befit the title of ninja hero. Yet how far have we come? If I were 20 years younger, no, even just 10, the last laugh might not necessarily be yours. Blood trickled from the corner of Hiruzen's mouth, then he straightened up and adopted the standard Seiza position. But as a ninja, failure cannot be justified with ifs, especially as a Hokage, I must not. I have already disgraced the trust of my predecessor Hokages. I don't wish to further humiliate myself. Hiruzen paused and raised his head with some difficulty to look seriously at Kaido. He then said with a smile, I never imagined that my actions have fallen to such a disgraceful level. Power corrupts, and unbeknownst to me, I fell into what I considered all for the sake of Konoha. It's really laughable, really sad. Would you say I'm a failed Hokage? Yes, but not entirely so. Kaido shook his head gently. He still looked down on Hiruzen from a high position, and slowly said in the heavy rain. Before the Second War, you were a competent Hokage, consolidating power, stabilizing people's hearts, and leading Konoha to victory. But from the start of the Second War till now, you're not. How many people died for the power struggle under the banner of Konoha? You dug up the body of the first Hokage for experimentation, breaking the taboo of the family and causing how many deaths? Konoha's essence is to protect everyone, but you let the children go to the battlefield. How many died here? Most importantly, you shouldn't have swelled with arrogance thinking Konoha is yours, then recklessly targeting those you shouldn't. The second targeted the Uchiha because he believed he could handle it, but you couldn't. You made Konoha suffer huge losses for the so-called peace after the Third War, tasted the bitter fruit and were forced to abdicate, but you shouldn't have come back. You only considered the consequences of war in the matter of the Hyuga clan, not thinking about how everyone felt, stubbornly doing what you thought was right. War may be terrible, but not to mention whether it's truly affordable, merely losing the people's hearts is the most foolish thing. The worst is. Speaking to this point, Kaido paused slightly before shaking his head gently. The clan and the ninja village are inherently one, but your actions, and those of Danzo, have already disrupted this balance. These are the various reasons for your failure, and the fundamental ones. So in your eyes, I've failed so utterly. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed lightly, then he seriously looked at Kaido and asked. Who's the new Hokage? We've decided internally, it's Jiraiya. Kaido responded calmly. His gaze shifted to the ninjas who had come to participate in this operation. Jiraiya, I see, Hiruzen closed his eyes, it seems the 7 clans will have to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. If you hadn't done so many things, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. Kaido didn't deny Hiruzen's words because that's the truth. Hearing this, Hiruzen couldn't help falling silent. In the end, he shook his head with a sigh, and then he struggled to his feet. Do me a favor, please preserve my last dignity. Last dignity? Kaido looked at Hiruzen's determined eyes. He knew what this guy meant. Hiruzen's eyes already showed a death wish, and his so-called dignity was the dignity of a ninja, the dignity of a Hokage. A Hokage only dies in battle, not judged by the entire village. He had already tarnished the trust of the previous Hokages. Even if he woke up now, he would not have a better choice. But Kaido looked at Hiruzen for a long while, then suddenly broke into a smile and threw his ninja blade towards Hiruzen. The blade stuck precisely into the ground in front of Hiruzen. Amid the downpour, Kaido calmly said. Although a true death in battle is a dignity a Hokage should have, if I really kill you, it probably also destroys the Uchiha's hope of becoming Hokage, right? Even in death, you don't forget to suppress me and the Uchiha as much as possible. You really have some nerve. Why do you think the Uchiha and I are not good enough? But anyway, you're going to die. Learn a bit of samurai honor, this is the dignity I can give you, because no matter what. Without you, it's really important to me. After saying this, Kaido disregarded Hiruzen's complex expression and turned to leave. Even if he killed the Hokage with his own hands, no one would say anything even now, but such implicit influence would always be there. Walking away, Kaido raised his head to look at the stormy sky. He knew that tomorrow would probably be good weather, and that would mark the beginning of a new chapter for Konoha. Chapter 152, Chapter 152. The morning light shone above Konoha, a new day arrived as usual. But the Leaf Village did not meet the cheerful morning as it typically would. At this moment, a strange sense of suffocation permeated the village. The usually bustling streets were now devoid of the hustle and bustle of the past, with only closed doors and the ninja force on high alert. The events of last night had left an indelible impression on the residents of Konoha. First, Kakashi attacked the Leaf Building, followed by the collective impeachment of their third Hokage by the 7 major clans of Konoha. Then, the unthinkable happened. Their third Hokage actually admitted all his actions. However, his confession did not gain the approval of others. The former elder of the Mito Kaito clan was the first to object. And he, along with his clansmen and the Anbu, initiated an attack, turning the Hokage building, a place of solemnity, symbolizing the highest seat of power in Konoha, into a battlefield. However, it was this battle that made the people of the Leaf Village realize the strength of the head of their security department. Even those who didn't have the courage to come to the scene, or those who couldn't see clearly due to their positions being too far back, they all knew exactly what happened. Kaido not only faced the siege of hundreds of ninjas single-handedly and remained unscathed, but he also defeated them all. He even faced the third Hokage and others alone, killing and defeating them one by one. Such a record is unimaginable, and such power is touching, but the impact of this battle is also extremely terrifying. The impeachment of the Hokage has set a precedent in Konoha and even the entire shinobi world, and now Konoha has completely fallen into a chaotic and Hokage-less era. Nearly all members of the Elder Council were killed. The once influential Sarutobi, Mito Kaito, and Uchiha clans now have their doors firmly closed. And their peripheries have already been taken over by the Konoha Defense Force, who are closely monitoring every move of these three families. Not only their family homes but even their businesses in Konoha are also being monitored, making Konoha tense and uneasy. But this was inevitable. Konoha is already chaotic enough and can't afford any more trouble. How's the situation now? Inside an office in the Hokage building, Kaido stood by the window looking at the busy ninjas outside who were completing renovations. He couldn't help but ask. There were 7 people in the conference room, the heads of the 7 major clans who acted last night. Strictly speaking, Kaido, by virtue of his age, should not be leading the conversation. But he made the greatest contribution in last night's battle, and as the head of the security department, his power is one of the greatest. Therefore, when he spoke, no one would object. Even Nara Shikako turned his head to look at him, and then slowly replied. The situation is relatively optimistic. My former Hokage has provided me with the most substantial evidence. He admitted everything, and our impeachment was successful. Moreover, we have received the greatest legal support. Shikashiro has sent back the Daimyo's manuscript, so the transition of various forces has been very smooth. Upon hearing this news, Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. From last night until now, they had not slept. They all knew that the success of the impeachment was just the beginning, and many follow-up matters were incredibly troublesome. Fortunately, for now, the news they received was good. The smooth takeover of the various units in Konoha meant they officially had control over the village. The next thing was to elect a new Hokage, and to quietly deal with any potential trouble that might arise. Their actions last night were high-profile enough. If they continued to draw attention, things could backfire. Moreover, it wasn't necessary to completely wipe out these 3 clans. Konoha's strength was worth salvaging, if possible. Even if it was just a show, Kaido and his allies had to do it. Otherwise, causing panic would be disastrous. However, all of this depended on the attitudes of the 3 clans themselves. If they truly did not cooperate, they couldn't blame others for being ruthless. That's good, the security department will also cooperate as much as possible with everyone. Kaido chuckled, and then continued. Thank you all for your hard work. So far, we can consider this a preliminary victory. Indeed, gaining control over Konoha was a significant victory, but also a preliminary win following the loss of the Hokage. Their most important task now was to find that damn Jiraiya as soon as possible. Then, regardless of his ramblings and excuses, put him directly in the position of the Hokage. Only in this way could they fully stabilize Konoha and consider the impeachment operation complete. Actually, the one who has worked the hardest is you, Kaido. Yamanaka Inoichi, who had been the most silent, raised his head to look at Kaido and then softly spoke. You killed Denso, you proposed the plan, and you defeated the 3rd Hokage. If the security department needs anything, please let us know. And I believe, this time, Kaido, you will get everything you want. This was a collective effort. Without you all, even if I wanted to overthrow the Hokage, it would have been impossible. Kaido shook his head with a smile. He, of course, understood what the quiet clan leader meant. It was a simple and straightforward issue. This was a promise of sharing the spoils in the future. Kaido's contribution this time is impeccable, and his efforts are the greatest. Frankly speaking, although it was Shikaku Nara who initiated contact, without Kaido, none of this would have been possible, let alone making it this far. Moreover, everything Kaido led them to do has largely avenged them. At this moment, giving Kaido the greatest support is the best way to handle this matter. However, Kaido still kept a low profile. Even for this seemingly low-key work, he had to clarify. Besides, the issue of sharing the cake needed to be handled properly. Many times, a team's collapse is due to improper distribution of the cake. Actually, Kaido didn't necessarily need the lion's share. After all, a single security department was enough to satisfy him. At most, he was trying to figure out if he could gain legislative power. Of course, if there is an opportunity, Kaido would also try to get involved in finance, but these are topics for later. Now, their urgent task is to focus on maintaining the stability of Konoha and finding Jiraiya, who is floating in the ninja world. Of course, if necessary, they also need to arrange a funeral for Konoha's shinobi. At noon, Kaido finally came out of the Hokage building. Konoha is still quiet at this moment. The high sun in the sky did not change this oppressive environment. But Kaido did not care too much. Such martial law was very necessary now. After all, it's not just to guard against people from the three clans causing trouble, but also to guard against spies from other ninja villages. Each village inevitably has spies from other countries, which is almost an unspoken secret. It would be extremely difficult to catch these guys, as they may have already integrated into Konoha or are just passing by. So when encountering trouble in the village, the best way is not to catch people, but to implement martial law directly. Walking along, Kaido suddenly stopped, looking to the side. Because not far away, a person had been quietly waiting there. That person was Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi's gaze at Kaido was somewhat complicated. In his heart, he was grateful to Kaido. If it weren't for Kaido, he might not have been able to dig up so much information, getting Hiruzen Sarutobi to admit so much. Then, the wrongs his father suffered might be hard to wash away. His father would have to carry all kinds of disgrace for the rest of his life until everyone forgot him. On the other hand, Kakashi also felt helpless and lost because he couldn't avenge his father himself. Although last night's battle was blocked by flame and magma in the final stages, so that ordinary people could neither enter nor see what was happening inside. However, through the fire and the terrifying, suffocating chakra flood, people knew that this battle was far beyond imagination. Kakashi understood that he really couldn't participate in this battle, which made him incredibly regretful and desolate. However, Kaido won this battle in the end. Yet, he didn't slay the third Hokage himself, but rather, ensured the latter's dignity in the storm. He took his own life. In the stormy night, he lost his life, and the rain washed away his sins. Kakashi didn't know whether this outcome was good or bad. He learned who his enemies were and participated in exposing their atrocities. But none of his enemies died by his hand, neither Danzo nor Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Kaido. Seeing Kaido had noticed him, Kakashi took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, then began to speak seriously. Just call me Kaido. Skip the Lord. After all, I grew up listening to your legends at school. Kaido interrupted Kakashi before he finished speaking, with a smile on his face. You had a hard night yesterday. If you hadn't forced the Anbu to use wood release, if you hadn't obtained decisive evidence, perhaps our former Hokage wouldn't have backed down so easily, nor would he have admitted defeat so lightly. Kaido probably guessed Kakashi's thoughts. After all, anyone who saw all their enemies dead, but didn't take revenge themselves, would feel some regret and helplessness. But life is never perfect. Lord Kai, you flatter me. I only did everything I could. You, Lord Kaido, played the decisive role. Kakashi bowed his head slightly. He seemed very respectful at this moment, but his expression soon turned serious. Lord, I have an unsuitable request this time, and I hope you can agree. Oh, let me guess the reason you are looking for me. Seeing Kakashi like this, Kaido couldn't help but stroke his chin. If I'm not wrong, you're looking for me to apply to leave the Anbu, right? Yes, Minister Kaido. Kakashi nodded very straightforwardly. There was no need for him to hide this matter. After everything he had experienced the previous night, he basically couldn't stay in the Anbu any longer. After all, as an Anbu member, infiltrating the office of the Hokage he was supposed to protect and stealing information, anyone would find this unacceptable. Even if the Anbu is now in a semi-crippled state. The number of Anbu members led by Homura Kaido last night wasn't small, but the number of frontline members wasn't many. After one night, only 1/3 of the Anbu members are left, and everyone is grateful for that. Most of the remaining third of the Anbu, it could be said, were likely not in Konoha at the moment. To put it bluntly, the Anbu at this moment were an empty shell. However, even being an empty shell, one could imagine the attitude of the people inside the Anbu towards Kakashi. Moreover, Kakashi had completed his mission to infiltrate the Anbu. Though it didn't lead to a complete transformation, he did manage to obtain everything he wanted. Leaving the Anbu seemed like an excellent choice for him. He wished to truly embrace the light and start anew, but for Kaido, it seemed it wasn't the right time. Firstly, you've got the wrong person. You belong to the Anbu, and I am the Minister of the Guard Department. What's the use of coming to me to apply to leave the Anbu? Kaido laughed and shook his head. He then patted Kakashi on the shoulder and spoke. In fact, the Anbu still needs you now, needs your strength and experience. I am aware of the Anbu's losses, so the Anbu needs rebuilding now, and you have almost 10 years of service in the Anbu. You understand all the mechanisms of the Anbu, and you do have some connections within the Anbu, like Yamato last night. Konoha is currently in dire straits, and you should put your experience and abilities in the most crucial position. As for leaving the Anbu, I think the new Hokage can help you with that once they are in place. Is that so? I think I understand. Kakashi fell silent for a moment after hearing Kaido's words, but in the end, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the current situation in Konoha was not terrible, it was not particularly good either, and the role of the Anbu was highlighted at this moment. As for restructuring the Anbu, Kakashi was not worried. Although Kaido had almost obliterated the main Anbu, the Anbu reserves were still plentiful. As long as they are promoted and a strong, experienced person is assigned to lead, everything can transition smoothly. As for the current Anbu minister, he had already been subconsciously ignored by Kakashi, and Kakashi's focus was on something else. Could I ask who the new Hokage is likely to be? Someone you know, a friend of your teacher, and a friend of our previous Hokage. Upon hearing this question, Kaido couldn't help but laugh. You can disseminate this information appropriately through the Anbu. And this person is Jiraiya. News of the impeachment of the Hokage by the clan's shinobi in Konoha spread through various channels to the entire shinobi world in a very short time. For a time, the entire shinobi world fell into an unusually strange atmosphere, as Konoha was truly setting a precedent. In fact, Konoha has set many precedents. As the founder of the shinobi village system, Konoha was the first shinobi village in the whole shinobi world. Similarly, under the guidance and compromise of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, they created a situation where each shinobi village possessed a tailed beast. I also hope that the tailed beasts, as strategic deterrent weapons, could be used to intimidate other ninja villages to ensure peace in the ninja world, a precedent, indeed. Of course, owning a tailed beast does not necessarily guarantee peace in the ninja world, as all things pale in comparison when driven by interests. At most, it means not having the capacity to directly invade local ninja villages, and now, wars are impossible to break out in the major nations. However, this situation is a hardship for those small countries. After all, they do not have tailed beasts to serve as strategic deterrent weapons. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost and died just like that? What the hell is Konoha doing? Inside the Uegakure village in the Land of Earth, Noki, looking at the documents in his hand, couldn't help but slam his hand on the table, his face looking extremely grim. The actual ruler of a large ninja village, the Kage of a village, was impeached by a group of clansmen. What the hell is this? This is the most typical, and also the most successful, case of a coup d'état. Such a successful case will undoubtedly spread to those who harbor some ideas, making them, the Kages, feel threatened. Especially those Kages whose positions are designated by inheritance, their hearts are filled with unease. Yes, the Kage is chosen by everyone, but if the people who can participate in the election are limited, and public opinion is controlled properly, then the chosen Kage will naturally be the one they currently need, and will only be the one they need. Ordinary ninjas wouldn't know about this manipulation, but how could those clan ninjas not understand? Before, they dared not rebel because rebellion was akin to a coup, and the end of a coup was being besieged by the entire village. They wouldn't dare to contemplate such a thing, and the strength of the Kage was also incredibly intimidating. Nobody would dare to take a risk easily. But now, Konoha has provided a feasible path for all those who want to rebel but can't find a way. Now they can get legal support from the Daimio, then unite with like-minded people for collective action, and finally settle everything. Of course, there is a prerequisite here, which is to obtain evidence of the Kage's wrongdoing. But the problem is, among those who sit in the position of Kage, how many of them haven't done something extreme for their own benefit? The answer is obviously none. When it comes to interests, no one is clean. So now, no matter who it is, they would feel extremely uncomfortable because they know that the times have indeed changed. We must find a way to curb this, otherwise. Noki stood up, his face looking extremely grim. Otherwise, the trouble will be great. It seems that I have to make some concessions. Now, Noki really hates Konoha, hates the Uchiha-led group of people. If it weren't for them, would things have gotten to this point? Moreover, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen truly struck a chord in his heart. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen were of the same generation, and both were the third Kage of their respective villages. Through the years of confrontation, although they deeply resented each other, there was always a mutual understanding in their hearts. After all, there were only 5 individuals who could stand at their level in the entire ninja world. The third Mizu Kage was the first to die, followed closely by the third Kazekage, and then the third Raikage died under his own siege. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen was gone too, he was the only remaining third Kage in the entire ninja world. Thinking of this, a touch of melancholy inevitably appeared in Noki's heart. However, this feeling of melancholy quickly disappeared. Despite his old age, he refused to admit defeat. He must pave the way for the next generation of Kages. Those bastards of Konoha. The fourth Raikage fiercely slapped the report on the table, showing his current state of fury. In fact, his initial reaction to this report was one of pleasure, because without a Kage, Konoha would inevitably struggle in defense should they launch an attack. And he did exactly that, immediately calling a meeting with the top brass of Kumigakure to discuss this matter. But quickly, his excitement was doused, like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Because Tsuki arrived in a hurry and informed him of the intricacies of the situation, causing him to hesitate before making any rash moves. Tsuki was a trusted ally from his father's reign, even hailed as a retainer to the third Raikage, the one who tells the tale of the greatest myth. His intelligence and power were indeed formidable. In addition to mastering lava release, the famed hell stab technique was assessed by him when the fourth Hokage was young. The fourth Hokage admired and trusted him immensely. He might not take others seriously, but he would never dismiss Tsuka's words. Now, he realized that this was not the time to attack Konoha at all, but a crucial moment for them to deal with internal issues. Lord Hokage, please calm down. Now is not the time to be angry, but to think carefully about how to appease those fellows. Seeing the furious fourth Hokage, Tsuka could only shake his head helplessly. Although Kumigakure was united internally, they too faced various issues. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the infamous Gold and Silver brothers in their history, who ignited a great ninja war, causing heavy losses. With Konoha's recent incident, those who were originally well-behaved might start harboring certain thoughts. And if such dangerous thoughts are not handled properly, and nipped in the bud, he didn't dare imagine the future. Inside a tavern in the land of hot water, Jiraiya was enjoying his drinks, surrounded by two sultry women. The three prohibitions of shinobi might seem like a daunting concept, but for Jiraiya, he didn't feel like he was violating any code. He was just experiencing life, seeking inspiration for his writing. In simpler terms, he was collecting material. Although he knew that his departure from Konoha was ostensibly to pursue Orochimaru, deep down, he was well aware, as was his teacher, that he merely wished to escape the vortex of Konoha. Much like Tsunade's departure from Konoha, on the surface, it seemed she left because she lost her brother and lover, and developed hemophobia, losing her ninja abilities. But essentially, it was due to the decline of her family and the doubts she had about her belief in the Hokage that she chose to leave. As for Orochimaru, Jiraiya wasn't ignorant of some secrets within Konoha, so he can't be said to have been fully dedicated to capturing Orochimaru. What he was doing now, besides seeking the child of prophecy, was perfecting his own philosophies and writing books that interested him. Jiraiya felt truly helpless that the books imbued with his thoughts were ignored by all, with nobody bothering to read them. On the contrary, works he penned out of sheer interest turned out to be bestsellers. Perhaps this was a form of helplessness as well. Did you hear? Something big happened in Konoha village. Just as Jiraiya was cheerfully drinking his sake, a voice suddenly came from behind him, instantly catching his attention. After all, he hadn't forgotten that he was a shinobi of Konoha, and naturally, any news about it would catch his ear. I heard it ages ago, are you only getting the news now? I actually got it a while ago too, I just didn't want to believe it. The 7 great clans jointly impeaching the Hokage, such a thing is inconceivable. The 7 great clans united, all impeaching the Hokage? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's body stiffened slightly. Ever since the 4th passed, the Hokage had always been the 3rd. And the 3rd was his teacher. What he couldn't believe was that his teacher was being impeached by 7 clans joining together. What exactly did he do to provoke the wrath of both gods and men to end up in this situation? Indeed, this 3rd Hokage always seemed so benign, but who would have thought that he's done so many dreadful things behind the scenes? It's truly shocking. However, I heard that the 3rd came to his senses in the end. Though he participated in the battle, he truly embodied the spirit of a shinobi. We can't judge the actions of those in power. But it's said the 3rd left with dignity. That clan head of the Uchiha really saved his face. Left with dignity, Uchiha? Hearing these 2 pieces of information, Jiraiya could no longer control his emotions. He distinctly remembered that a major incident had occurred in Konoha a year ago, which left Dans with no place to rest in peace. Moreover, Konoha issued 2 proclamations. One detailed Dan's crimes and stripped him of all his accomplishments. Bearing the title of a rogue ninja, he was forever despised, eternally nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. The other was the announcement that Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan, had been completely stripped of his surname and declared a rogue ninja, a rogue of the same caliber as Orochimaru, no less. When Jiraiya received these 2 proclamations at the time, he just lightly shook his head and said nothing more. Because he could see this was another power play within the village, and this time, the loser was Dan's. He was indeed curious about how the Uchiha managed to alter his fate, as he knew some insider information. However, he had left Konoha, and so didn't want to delve into or question its affairs, let alone get involved. Yet he truly hadn't expected that the power play from a year ago would still have repercussions today, and the loser now was his own teacher. I wonder how things are in Konoha now. Who do you think they'll choose as the next Hokage? What does Konoha's business have to do with us? We should think about our own affairs. But if you ask me about the Hokage, perhaps the head of the Uchiha clan could be a possibility. The head of the Uchiha clan? Even though he is really powerful, isn't he a bit young? You asked me, I just gave an answer. Besides, as I said, it's Konoha's business, it doesn't concern me, unless they start a conflict with Kumagakure. Jiraiya listened to all this in a numb state. At this moment he could no longer control himself. With a thud, he forcefully propped both hands on the table, and then stood up. Are you out of your mind? His abrupt movement quieted the tavern for a moment, but the next moment, a torrent of curses poured in. However, Jiraiya didn't pay attention to these details. He fixed his gaze on the two women who had been beside him. These two women were already trembling a bit, scared by Jiraiya's outburst. After all, Jiraiya was a shinobi, not someone they should provoke. Sir, did we do something wrong? One of the women summoned up the courage, her voice trembling as she asked. I apologize, it's a personal matter. Jiraiya took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, then took out his wallet and placed a stack of bills on the table. Having done all this, he immediately turned and left the tavern. Stepping onto the street, Jiraiya looked up at the sky. At some point, the previously bright sky had darkened, with a few ominous clouds gathering. Not the best weather, hey? Jiraiya muttered, then silently walked on. At this moment, his mind was full of memories from the past, and he made a decision. He would return to Konoha, to give his teacher a proper farewell. He had heard that his teacher had a moment of realization in his final moments. He had heard that his teacher had shown the bearing of a true ninja before his death, and that his teacher had passed on with dignity. In this world, the people close to him were becoming fewer and fewer. People from his time either drifted apart due to differences in status or had gone their separate ways. His student, Minato Namikaze, was already dead, and as for Nagato and the others, he wasn't sure where they were now. Now, his teacher was gone too. A sense of loneliness instantly permeated his heart. No matter how powerful he was, at this moment, he seemed somewhat silent and solitary. So, he's gone too? And his departure wasn't a graceful one. Outside a gambling house, Tsunade walked on, somewhat absent-mindedly. Shizuan followed her anxiously but helplessly. In this matter, Shizuan really didn't have any say. After all, the deceased was Tsunade's teacher. At first, when they received this news, they couldn't believe it. After all, impeachment of a Hokage from a major ninja village was unprecedented. However, as more and more people relayed the news, especially since they were within the Fire Country, where the Daimyo's decree had already been issued, this forced Tsunade to accept the truth, but after believing it, she seemed somewhat lost. Her feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi were always complicated. On the one hand, Hiruzen was her teacher, who taught her many things, emotions she held close to her heart. On the other hand, the decline of the Senju clan really couldn't be separated from this teacher of hers. Originally, she thought that even if Hiruzen died, she wouldn't have too much emotional change, but she hadn't expected that she would be somewhat unable to bear it. It was an inexplicable emptiness, a lament for a familiar person who had suddenly gone far away. Taking a deep sigh, Tsunade's expression became serious. Let's go, Shizuan, we're going back to Konoha. Shizuan was startled when she heard this, then she asked in surprise, Lady Tsunade, are you sure? Yes, I'm very sure. Tsunade nodded earnestly, then she smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't really know what I'm thinking, but when he really left, I have an indescribable feeling. This feeling is like a fishbone stuck in the throat, very uncomfortable, so I want to go back and see, as a disciple to bid him farewell. Having said that, Tsunade continued walking ahead without looking back, and all Shizune could do was silently follow. In a valley within the grass country, Orochimaru stood quietly, gazing into the distance. He had received news from Konoha and naturally knew everything that had happened there. However, after becoming aware of these events, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh. Life is truly fragile, so you've gone just like that, Master Sarutobi. Looking at the lush, vibrant forest in the distance, and at the gathering dark clouds in the sky, Orochimaru suddenly laughed. His laughter was a bit hoarse, but also somewhat bleak. He only stopped when his eyes began to sting from laughing too much. Boom! Suddenly, a dull rumble sounded from the sky, silver lightning rolling among the dark clouds. Soon, the drizzling rain fell, quickly soaking Orochimaru through and through. But Orochimaru didn't mind this. His gaze remained focused on the horizon, and after a long time, he licked his lips. But perhaps this is for the best. Although you didn't die in battle. As a Hokage, you recognized your mistakes and chose a dignified way to leave, it could be considered a good outcome. Moreover, I heard that you crossed hands with Uchiha Kaito before your death and exhibited the nobility befitting of a true ninja. That's good, really good, it's a pity I couldn't witness that scene. Orochimaru's feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi were sincere and complicated, but he still had great respect for his teacher. Of course, the one he respected was the Hiruzen Sarutobi from his memory, the one titled a true ninja. Not the one who had become obsessed with power, the one hailed as the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage. The rain continued to fall, and Orochimaru stood in the rain with his eyes closed. He seemed to be reminiscing, contemplating something. Boom! As the rain continued to pour, Orochimaru stood alone on top of the valley. Suddenly, a rumble sounded from the sky, and the next moment, a silver bolt of lightning came crashing towards him. With his eyes still closed, Orochimaru furrowed his brows slightly, quickly stepping back to avoid the lightning from the sky. Boom! The lightning struck the top of the valley, instantly splitting many rocks, and Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. Master Sarutobi, do you miss me? Do you want me to accompany you? Orochimaru licked his lips, then chuckled mockingly. But it's a pity, I'm afraid I won't be accompanying you. However, to let you come up and meet me, I think I can manage. After finishing these words, Orochimaru turned to leave, but he halted as soon as he took a step. For he had keenly realized that the vibrations coming from this valley were entirely different from those of a typical one. Having undergone various modifications, Orochimaru was far from ordinary, it would be entirely accurate to say his true form was a snake. These modifications granted him an enhanced sensitivity to subtle changes in the environment, which prompted him to halt and scrutinize the valley. Could there be some secret hidden within? Orochimaru pondered silently, and the next moment his vast chakra began to gather within him. Earth release, earth flow divide. Placing his hand lightly on the ground, his immense chakra surged out in an instant, seeping into the earth. Under the influence of his chakra, the ground swiftly rose and split, and Orochimaru soon discovered something intriguing. There was indeed a hidden chamber underneath, but its defenses were exceptionally well constructed. Even he couldn't breach them in one go. Interesting. Such a level of defense is truly interesting. Faced with such a curiosity, how could Orochimaru resist? He immediately increased the output of his own chakra. Orochimaru's chakra was already extraordinarily formidable, yet even he had to spend close to 10 minutes to completely breach the defenses. By the time he finished, Orochimaru was covered in sweat. Even his normally pale face had become even more ghastly due to the continuous high-intensity output of chakra. But his heart was now filled with excitement. He was becoming increasingly certain that there was an unknown secret hidden beneath. Slightly unsteady, Orochimaru rose and slowly walked forward, then lightly leaped into the secret chamber within the valley. However, the moment he descended, his entire body felt a chill, as if a terrifying primordial beast was lurking within. Oppressive, chilly, and filled with destruction, these were Orochimaru's first impressions upon entering, which immediately put him on guard. But when he squinted his eyes to look ahead, he was taken aback. There were no signs of life within the secret chamber. All there was a skeleton, seated grandly upon a stone chair. Chapter 153, Chapter 153. After several days of martial law, the situation inside the Leaf Village began to ease. After all, everyone has to eat. Long-term martial law is not conducive to development, nor does it favor the reputation of the initiators like Kaido and his group. So, the correct choice is to gradually relax the controls, and now Kaido and his group have done so. Of course, the three families should not expect their martial law to be relaxed. During these days, Kaido and his group were not idle. They spent this time steadily removing the ninjas from these three families in some important positions, and at the same time brought in a large number of newcomers. And these newcomers, the majority of those supplemented by Kaido and his group, were civilian ninjas. This is a crucial point. Although Kaido and his group are clan ninjas, if they really want to stabilize the situation in the Leaf Village, civilian ninjas will always need to be won over. Put simply, what Kaido and his group were doing was actually just using Sarutobi Hiruzen's method, but it must be said that such an approach is really effective. How many members of the ninja families make up the total population of the Leaf Village? And what proportion can clan ninjas occupy in the entire Leaf Ninja system? Even if they do have powerful forces, the gap in population is really hard to make up for. In addition to those at the top of the Leaf Pyramid, a ninja village cannot be called a ninja village without a large number of civilian ninjas to fill the middle and lower levels. This village might as well disband and revert to the Warring States era, which might be better. After all, at that time, there were ninja groups based on clans, but in this era, if they do this, they will end up being crushed by other ninja villages. In addition to these, we should also increase the welfare of civilian ninjas. At a meeting held in the Hokage building, Kaido directly proposed his own idea. Of course, the purpose of doing this is simple, that is to stabilize ourselves. Don't think that strengthening the civilian ninjas is weakening us, although it may seem so on the surface. But in reality, their strengthening will stimulate our own clansmen to work harder, making our power even stronger. This is a competitive situation and relationship. Once a person becomes complacent without rivals, that person will soon degenerate. If a ninja becomes complacent, then that ninja is not far from death, and a clan or even a ninja village is the same. Perhaps by that time, its fate will be to disappear into the long river of history. Kaido's words made everyone at the scene furrow their brows, but they had to admit it was indeed the case. Complacent ninjas are prone to lose their vigilance. Complacent clans will only rest on past laurels, which is absolutely unacceptable to them. Moreover, even if the welfare and resources of civilian ninjas are improved, as clan ninjas, they naturally have advantages that others can't reach. Centuries of heritage gave them sufficient confidence and background. Cultivating their descendants from a young age allows them to win right from the starting line. If they still can't succeed under such favorable conditions, they should just honestly manage the family business. However, improving the welfare of civilian ninjas is a huge pressure on the finances of the Leaf Village. At the same time, what exactly to give and to what extent is really headache-inducing. Before they could figure it out, Kaido spoke again. We should also reform education. Our current education is completely following the comprehensive education system of the second Hokage. The third Hokage did not make any changes, but we can take this opportunity to make some adjustments. For example, we can set up some theoretical courses and some specifically biased courses. For example, some civilian children have very strong theoretical knowledge, we can cultivate them towards civil service. Some people have talent in ninjutsu, we can specifically let them learn ninjutsu. We can also set up classes to teach and cultivate them in taijutsu, genjutsu, etc. This Kaido's educational reform made their faces change slightly. If it weren't for the fact that Kaido came from the Uchiha and was the head of the Uchiha clan, they would have doubted whether this person's stance was questionable. This kind of cultivation to strengthen civilian ninjas, although beneficial to the Leaf Village, seemed like a blow to their clan ninjas. But what Kaido said next made them nod their heads in satisfaction. And then there's the elite education system. Kaido calmly said, simply taking out the Western European and American education system. After all, the previous generation's island nation always wagged its tail and followed others, and this world is a world of bloodline theory, he naturally wouldn't break it and change something recklessly. After all, he himself is a member of the vested interests of the bloodline clan, would he kill himself? The best people in the school will be allocated by us for personal education. In this education process, how to make them have a sense of identity depends on each individual's methods. The decent ones are handed over to the Genin to lead, to cultivate their sense of belonging and identity to the Leaf Village. As for the rest, keep the status quo. With the benefits of our reforms as support, coupled with their own task execution, I believe, they will definitely live better than now, live more happily, won't they? Kaido's proposal naturally satisfied the other clans present, even the most conservative Hyuga clan couldn't help but nod their heads. Although these most talented children are not from their own families, their cultivation in this way can definitely give these children a sense of special belonging. This is also a way to strengthen their family, and it's a particularly innovative, low-cost but high-efficiency method. Because this is directly using the power of the village to help them select talents. If they oppose this, it would be really unreasonable. Of course, there are pros and cons to everything. For example, how to distribute these talents may cause some problems due to conflicting interests. But luckily, if everyone can sit down and discuss it, they will always get a relatively acceptable result. I think we can accept this proposal. Hyuga Hayashi swept his eyes over everyone present, and finally nodded and said, "So, Clan Head Kaido, do you have any other insights? Don't worry about high or low insights, doing these things is a big financial problem," Kaido said with a smile. However, he quickly thought of something, and then he began to speak. But since Koharu Udadan died, the position of the Minister of Finance is vacant, which gave me an idea. That is to set up a financial budget and audit agency under the Finance Department, which has two functions. The first is to calculate how much the annual budget expenditure of the various aspects of Leaf Village is, and then we tell the amount to the Minister of Finance to negotiate with the Daimyo. The second is to audit and supervise whether these funds are used in key areas, to ensure that they don't flow into the pockets of people who shouldn't get the money. And, certain organizations that should not exist. What do you think about this? The finance department has always been low-key, but it is a department with great power. Money talks, and this is equally true in this world. Of course, it also depends on what kind of existence this rich person is. If it's a daimyo, then it might just be a money bag. If it's an organization of a ninja village, then it's a colossal entity. Why did Kaido secretly resell arms? Why did the Inoshikacho clans agree happily, and why did the other three clans also be willing to participate after knowing about this? In plain terms, it's because following Kaido can make money. This money can enhance the strength of the clan and also increase the budget of their department. How could they refuse? Of course, they are willing to do it for another reason, which is to do it without harming the interests of Leaf Village. These people are very principled. Compared with a certain person who is always saying for the leaf, they are simply like the guardians of the leaf. Moreover, everyone present is smart. At first, they felt that Kaido's proposal seemed not that big of a deal. But as they carefully pondered over it, they immediately thought of some key points. Who does clan head Kaido think should be given the position of Minister of Finance? Nara Shikaku's eyes were gleaming as he knocked on the table and asked. Isn't it a bit presumptuous for us to decide this? I think it should be decided by the Hokage. Kaido gave a perfect answer without revealing anything, and this answer immediately satisfied everyone present. They had thoroughly confirmed Kaido's thoughts. The Minister of Finance is chosen by the Hokage, which seems to exercise the Hokage's rights. But what is the function of the Minister of Finance under such a plan? That's to ask for money from the Daimyo. The Daimyo may not amount to much, but after all, he is still the Daimyo. Therefore, some surface respect should be given. Unless he pushes them too hard, the ninjas will let him know how big the gap is between ordinary people and ninjas. The Minister of Finance is personally selected and appointed by the Hokage, so if the Daimyo is upset, it's the Hokage he's upset with, not them. Although they all felt that Kaido was somewhat shameless, after all, Jiraiya is a very good person, but he hasn't even taken office yet and has already been plotted against. But no matter what, they always had to take the blame in the past. Now the tables have turned, and it's Jiraiya's turn. After all, he's the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so what if he has to shoulder the blame? As for auditing each expenditure, apart from ensuring that the money really goes where it should when supervising each department, they are also supervising themselves. How much the three clans have embezzled is unclear, but the businesses they currently have under martial law are already staggering. Now they are the 7 clans who have jointly impeached and overthrown the Hokage. If they aren't careful, they might suffer in the future. Strict self-discipline is a requirement that these clan ninjas must meet now. Of course, they also thought of one more thing, to supervise whether the money will flow into places it shouldn't. Although the root has been annihilated, this organization has left them with an indelible memory. Especially when it was found out that the organization was doing human experiments, cultivating a bunch of unregistered ninjas like dead soldiers, it was truly terrifying. They absolutely will not allow anyone to bypass the financial sector in any form, in any way, and create a new route. As for whether they will export weapons to those in need like them? Sorry, they have already taken that path. Would they still let others continue down it? At this point, the meeting was almost over, with only some minor details and some intelligence exchanges left. Kaido also learned about the current situation of the Anbu in this meeting. Kakashi is doing a good job, even if he is not well received by the members of the Anbu, but with Kaido and others' endorsement, he has reorganized the Anbu. Although the current Anbu's combat power and work experience are vastly different from before, given that they have just been formed entirely from the reserve team. However, they can now complete basic defense tasks normally, so what remains is to let time and combat slowly hone them. Interestingly, Kaido also received a piece of intelligence, which was that the frontline defense forces found that Jiraiya had returned to the Fire Country from the Land of Hot Water. Having received this news, Kaido roughly guessed that Jiraiya had come back to send Sarutobi Hiruzen on his last journey. After all, Jiraiya is his disciple. So, you dragged me along to meet Jiraiya with you. Nara Shikako looked at Kaido speechlessly on a small road outside the Hidden Leaf village. She hadn't expected to be dragged into this by him. Although the Hidden Leaf village had calmed down these days, the 3 clans were still on the verge of explosion. Isn't Kaido's departure at this time equivalent to weakening the fighting power of the Hidden Leaf village? However, even though she was thinking this, Shikako still followed Kaido out. As a member of the Nara clan, their character is to help you once they recognize you. Shikako has always been doing this. Although she, like Shikamaru in the original work, often complains, Shikamaru in the original work also helped Naruto a lot. Besides, speaking of Hidden Leaf Village, there are still 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users, Fugaku and Shisui, so it's unlikely that the 3 clans can stir up any trouble. After all, he is our internally selected Hokage. Isn't it natural to greet him in advance? Kaido knew Shikako's character very well, so he didn't care about her complaints and explained the reason with a smile. Yuniko could only shake her head lightly at this explanation, but her gaze remained on Kaido. Kaido's strength was truly beyond imagination. He was the same age as her and had even been in the same team as her. Although he had the halo of a genius from a young age, this growth span was somewhat incomprehensible. However, one thing about Kaido hasn't changed, which is his character. His inner self is still the same as it was years ago. Smart and slightly cunning, still cold towards enemies, but towards his own people, he is quite gentle and tolerant. This character of his is really different from other Uchihas, which is why Kaido has so many friends, and why she recognizes him so much. I say, you keep staring at me like this, do you like me? Suddenly, just as Yuniko was pondering, Kaido's light laugh broke her train of thought. Yuniko glared at Kaido unhappily, withdrew her gaze, and added in her mind. Hey, since when did he become so narcissistic? Inside a secret base in the forest of the Fire Country, Orochimaru is brewing chakra with utmost seriousness. Upon finding the skeleton, Orochimaru immediately took it and hurried to this base in the Fire Country. This base used to be a forward assembly point for the route to gather and replenish supplies. As a former member of the Three Ninjas and the route, Orochimaru naturally knew this place. And since the route had been wiped out by Uchiha Kaito, this place was deserted, perfectly suitable for Orochimaru to do something here. Orochimaru can't forget the feeling of despair he felt when he encountered the skeleton in that cave. That cold, domineering, and destructive aura was so terrifying that even he felt despair. If the aura of a dead person is so terrifying, what would he be like when he was alive? This question kept circling in Orochimaru's mind. How could he not be curious about who this person was? Therefore, he spent several days preparing, not only to select a suitable material, but also to adjust his own state. In terms of material, he chose a ninja from the grass village, who was a jonin there. However, people from small country villages like this, the level of jonin can be very deceptive, but this is exactly what Orochimaru needs. The deterrent power of the skeleton was too terrible. He really couldn't imagine how strong such a person would be if they were brought back to life. Therefore, he had to make such a choice in terms of material. Of course, he also knew that his current research on the Edo Tensei, resurrection to the impure world, technique was not very good. He feared that even using good materials might not fully demonstrate the strength of the summoned entity, but being cautious is never wrong. After all, he had never encountered such a frightening existence before. Almost ready. Feeling the boiling chakra inside him, Orochimaru couldn't help murmuring. The next moment, complicated arrays appeared on the ground, looking like the ones used for the summoning technique. In essence, Edo Tensei is a variation of the summoning technique, but more advanced. It summons a person's soul from the Pure Land. Moreover, the summoned person has infinite chakra, which is something normal people cannot imagine. However, this technique has certain flaws, namely the need for compatibility between the soul and the vessel. For powerful ninjas, chakra is not a problem at all. The quality of the chakra and their own bloodline strength are the key. Chakra only defines the lower limit of a ninja, not the upper limit. In this world, what determines the upper limit of a ninja has always been the bloodline. Therefore, the higher the compatibility, the higher the strength of the summoned can be restored. The power that the summoned can exert will be stronger and closer to their peak level when alive. Orochimaru obviously can't do this now, and he doesn't even want to do it. Simply put, he couldn't guarantee that he could control the person he summoned. If he carelessly got killed by the person he summoned, he would really be at a great loss. The array quickly spread, encircling the unconscious grass ninja. Orochimaru placed the liquid he extracted from the skeleton using a special technique into the array. Chakra continued to output, and the special array began to emit a strange light. With the emergence of this light, white pieces of paper quietly floated out of the array. Each of these pieces of paper carried a bizarre power, a power that sent chills down one's spine because it seemed to represent death. The grass ninja's body suddenly shook violently. He was obviously awakened by this power. He looked around in bewilderment, but when he realized he was bound and unable to move, his face suddenly turned pale. Orochimaru didn't pay any attention to him. With the continuous influx of chakra, these white pieces of paper were harshly attached to his body. Ah! The grass ninja let out a scream instantly. His face began to distort, and his body shook even more violently. Because he could clearly feel his consciousness being erased by these white pieces of paper, his body was also in extreme pain. This feeling was truly worse than death. Fortunately, this pain didn't last long. The white pieces of paper spread rapidly over his body, and in a moment, he was completely engulfed. The painful scream abruptly stopped, and at this moment, a bizarre and strong chakra emerged from the man who was completely covered by the white pieces of paper. Orochimaru felt this strange chakra, and his face became serious. This feeling was exactly the same as when he found the skeleton in the cave. However, the feeling was much lighter than before, but it was still terrifying enough. When the white pieces of paper completed their final transformation and the chakra under the paper began to solidify, they slowly started to fall off. Orochimaru was watching the man in front of him attentively, silently waiting for the final result. When the paper fell off to reveal the man's face, Orochimaru was completely taken aback. It took him a long time to lick his lips, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "I really have to thank you, Sensei. If it weren't for that lightning strike, I wouldn't have discovered that place. If I hadn't discovered that place, I wouldn't have found this existence that's like an Asura." Looking at the figure with black hair in front of him, the smile on Orochimaru's face became even brighter. At this moment, the figure of Kaido once again appeared in his mind. He already had some new ideas. Jiraiya slowly walked towards the direction of Konoha, and several days had passed since he set off. Along the way, he had been thinking about one question. That is, what kind of situation would he encounter when he returned to Konoha? As the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya's situation was somewhat awkward. His teacher was impeached and finally passed away for various reasons, among which resistance was one. Although Jiraiya may seem like a fool, he is essentially a wise man playing the fool. He could probably guess that the current situation in Konoha was probably not very optimistic. Although the 7 major clans controlled Konoha, the 3 clans led by his teacher were probably not so optimistic. He didn't know how the 7 major clans would view his return this time. And those 3 major clans were said to have not been touched yet. What they would do if they knew he was returning, he didn't dare to imagine. All of these things gave Jiraiya a headache, but he did not regret his decision to return to Konoha, to send his teacher on his last journey. No matter how bad the situation was, it was something Jiraiya had to do and must do. "I hope there will be a better outcome." Jiraiya sighed softly, but soon he frowned because he sensed that someone was following him. Tracking him at the border of the Land of Fire was something he would not have encountered in the past. After all, the ninjas on duty in the Land of Fire were basically Konoha ninjas. Konoha ninjas tracking him now meant 2 situations. First, he was probably in an unwelcome situation now, his return must have attracted a lot of attention. Second, Konoha was now, as he thought, completely controlled by the people of the 7 major clans. This made him sigh, but he did not stop his steps and continued to move forward firmly. This was the attitude he wanted to show, he wanted to tell everyone that he was returning to Konoha. Walking forward, Jiraiya soon came to a small town, a necessary route on his way to Konoha. Actually, as soon as he stepped into this small town, Jiraiya's face didn't change. He had been to this town before, but at that time, this town became a gathering point for Konoha ninjas, and he was quite familiar with it. Because of its geographical location, there had always been Konoha ninjas stationed in this town. As soon as he arrived, he saw several ninjas waiting for him at the town entrance. "Lord Jiraiya." A Konoha ninja stepped forward and gently nodded, then respectfully said, "Someone wants to see you, please come with me." "I know, I will go with you." Jiraiya seriously looked at the ninja in front of him before continuing to speak. What do you think about what happened in the village? Although it's surprising and unbelievable, there is evidence for all of it. The Konoha ninja glanced at Jiraiya, but he didn't say anything harsh. After all, he knew the man in front of him was the disciple of the third Hokage. The third Hokage himself has admitted to everything, which means it's all true. And we are ninjas, so we can only obey orders. Jiraiya could only nod lightly when he heard this. The intelligence he received was the same, it was his teacher who voluntarily admitted to all the charges. Can you tell me who wants to see me? Jiraiya asked, shaking his head slightly. You will know when you see them, please come with us. The ninja didn't say much, just made a please gesture. Seeing this, Jiraiya understood that he was not going to get any more information, so he simply nodded and followed the ninja. Following the ninja, Jiraiya soon arrived in front of a tavern. He understood that this was probably where he was to meet the person. He slowly entered the tavern by pushing the door open on his own, and found that the entire tavern had been cleared out, with only 2 people sitting inside. Both of these individuals were young, a man and a woman who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. But when Jiraiya took a closer look at the man, his brows furrowed because he recognized that the man was Uchiha Kaito, a name that commanded great respect. Why is it him? Jiraiya thought to himself, but he also started to be somewhat alert. The fact that Uchiha Kaito personally attended meant that this matter was definitely not simple. However, he still went over and then sat across from Kaido and Yonko. Lord Jiraiya, I've heard a lot about you, but this is the first time we've met. I look forward to learning from you. Kaido smiled and spoke to Jiraiya, then pointed to Yonko next to him and continued to speak. This is my teammate, also a member of the Guard Corps, his name is Nara Shikako. Lord Jiraiya, nice to meet you. Yonko nodded at Jiraiya and then quieted down. Along the way, she had already thought about what she wanted to do, and she clearly defined her role, which was to assist Kaido in persuading Jiraiya. She knew that Jiraiya was the designated Hokage, because having Jiraiya in power had many advantages. On one hand, he was a disciple of the third Hokage, which was a very good choice in terms of succession. Secondly, Jiraiya's reputation was definitely enough, there were hardly any people in Konoha who could compete with him. Of course, the most important point was that Jiraiya was not a person who could manage well. Not being good at management means he would delegate authority to more professional people, which is the best choice for the 7 major clans. Of course, Tsunade would also be a good choice. Although Tsunade is somewhat laid back, her abilities, prestige, and status as a descendant of the Senju clan make her an excellent choice. However, Yonko has studied the history of the Uchiha and Senju clans, and she knows that the person next to her probably wouldn't allow this to happen. Not only Kaido, but also the other clan members would not want a Hokage with real management abilities to take office. So, Tsunade could only become a figurehead in the end, and Jiraiya was their best choice, probably the only choice. Clan leader Kaido, although it's our first meeting, your reputation precedes you. Jiraiya stared at Kaido, sighed, and asked, I wonder what business you have with me, as you're a busy man and wouldn't come to see me, a leisurely person, without a reason. Jiraiya's words were direct, he seemed to have no interest in beating around the bush with Kaido. This attitude made Kaido nod slightly, which was quite in line with Jiraiya's character. Although Jiraiya was not completely straightforward, when facing serious matters, he preferred to make things clear. However, Jiraiya's current attitude made Kaido somewhat helpless, as it seemed that Jiraiya had a great misunderstanding of him. Actually, Kaido could understand why Jiraiya had such an attitude, after all, he was the one who had killed Jiraiya's teacher. But Kaido didn't bother to care about this little problem. Jiraiya coming to him now saved him a lot of time, so he was still in a very good mood. Before discussing my issues, I would like to ask Lord Jiraiya 2 questions. Kaido gently tapped on the table and then started speaking with a smile. The first question is, what is your purpose for returning this time, Lord Jiraiya? And the second question is, do you remember what your identity is, Lord Jiraiya? Since he had to persuade Jiraiya, he could not rush this matter. First of all, he wanted to know what Jiraiya intended to do when he came back this time. Although he guessed that it was probably to pay tribute to Hiruzen Sarutobi and send his teacher off on his final journey, it was better to clarify this to avoid misunderstandings. As for the second question, it was to lay the groundwork for his subsequent conversation. Jiraiya is undoubtedly a Konoha ninja, this fact has never changed. Kaido said this to reinforce this concept, and to use this concept to pressure him into submission. Jiraiya was unaware of the many thoughts in Kaido's mind. He frowned at Kaido and finally spoke slowly. My purpose in coming back is to bid my teacher a final farewell. Although various pieces of information prove that he made many mistakes he shouldn't have made and disgraced the reputation of the Hokage. But he admitted everything when he was alive, and he is now dead. I think everything has passed, so there shouldn't be any problem with me coming to bid him a final farewell, right? As for what you ask about my identity, I can tell you very clearly. Jiraiya paused slightly here, then his expression became very serious, and he said with a firm tone. I am the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, and I have always been a Konoha ninja. Very good, Lord Jiraiya. Your answer is very admirable and satisfying. Kaido couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He nodded in satisfaction and handed Jiraiya a scroll. Take a look, this is the record of the operation that night. At the same time, it also contains many things about your teacher, Danzo, and Orochimaru. These are action reports and records from the root organization, and you don't need to doubt their authenticity. We also have no need to falsify this aspect, after all, your teacher admitted it himself. Of course, we welcome you to go back to bid farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi because we are also waiting for you to return to Konoha. Jiraiya's expression was more puzzled, but he silently accepted the scroll and opened it to start reading seriously. The scroll contained a lot of information, so Jiraiya read it slowly. But the more he read, the more his body began to tremble slightly. He knew some things, but some things he really didn't know, especially what happened after he left Konoha. He was somewhat clueless. After reading all this, Jiraiya silently closed the scroll, lowered his head and quietly said to Kaido. If all this is true, then I apologize for what my teacher did to you. There's no need, both he and Danzo have paid the price they should have paid. And you are not them, and you didn't participate in this matter, so you don't need to apologize for them. Kaido shook his head calmly. He leisurely tapped the table and looked at Jiraiya with a smile. And as I said, we welcome you back to Konoha. Do you know why? I don't know. Jiraiya shook his head, but his expression changed slightly. He seemed to realize something, but before he could speak, Kaido had already given the answer. Because now that Konoha has lost the Hokage, we naturally need a suitable person to take on this role. But looking at the entire Konoha, there aren't many suitable people, and our 7 major families are not qualified for now. After all, we just impeached the Hokage. If any of us were to take the position at this time, not to mention whether we ourselves would be satisfied, I'm afraid the villagers would not accept it either. But you are the disciple of the third Hokage and one of the 3 great ninjas of Konoha. In terms of prestige, strength, and inheritance, you are the most suitable, Lord Jiraiya. Or to put it another way, you are the most suitable to be the 5th Hokage of Konoha right now. You. Upon hearing this answer, even though he had already realized it, Jiraiya couldn't help but stare at Kaido in astonishment. The 5th Hokage, they actually want him to be the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya stared hard at Kaido. He knew his personality was absolutely unsuitable for being Hokage. Choosing him must have a hidden agenda, right? Jiraiya has never been one to enjoy predicting a person's inner thoughts with great suspicion, but at this moment, he had no choice but to think in this direction. If he became the fifth Hokage, with his management abilities, it would be impossible to properly handle the affairs of Konoha. In the end, many of Konoha's matters would still fall into the hands of these 7 major families. Simply put, they don't want a fifth Hokage, or a qualified fifth Hokage who can manage Konoha. What they want is just a symbolic fifth Hokage that can stabilize the situation in Konoha. Do you want me to go back and be a puppet? Jiraiya said, almost gritting his teeth. I refuse this. I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya, you don't have the option to refuse. Kaido gently shook his head, and then he spoke leisurely. Why do you think you are a puppet? Do you think the Hokage has to be perfect in everything he does? You're wrong, Lord Jiraiya. If that were the case, why would there be so many ministers like us to assist the Hokage? Moreover, don't you think it was a serious problem that the Hokage used to monopolize power? I always agree with one saying, that is, every craft requires specialization. Leaving matters to professionals is always much better than someone who is not skilled in the field. At this point, Kaido paused for a moment, then he smiled and said, And Lord Jiraiya, you can't refuse us. Just now you said it yourself, you are a ninja of Konoha. Now Konoha needs you, are you going to refuse like this? Chapter 154, Chapter 154. Orochimaru was in a very joyful mood at the moment, the gains he had made were truly beyond imagination. He had never dreamed that he would actually find this legendary being, this being who once swept across the ninja world. Now he held 3 perfect cards in his hands, especially in regards to Uchiha Kaito, he had many more choices. But there was one thing he hadn't figured out, that was why this person would be here. Although Orochimaru had read the report of the second Hokage, knew some records about this person, and knew he didn't die at the hands of the first Hokage. But he had never shown his face after he disappeared, no one could have imagined that he would be hiding in such a place. The Land of Grass, it was a battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure during the Third War. Does he have any plot? If it were someone else, Orochimaru probably wouldn't think so much, but he had to seriously consider this person. This godlike figure, they must have their own reasons for their actions. However, no matter how much Orochimaru thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, he could only give up helplessly. He was now focusing more on going to Konoha, to bid his teacher the final farewell, and also to see Uchiha Kaito again. In the Land of Bears, he was indeed taught a good lesson by Uchiha Kaito. Although Orochimaru did not go all out at that time, the problem was that Uchiha Kaito didn't even use the Sharingan at that time. He knew that this guy had even mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the strongest power of an Uchiha was indeed in their eyes. This guy was already so terrifying without using his eyes. If he used his eyes, to what extent would he reach? Orochimaru was very curious about the personal strength of Uchiha Kaito, what level he had reached. He himself did not dare to confront him, after all, he couldn't even handle Uchiha Atake, and now he was really struggling with the illusion of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kaito easily solved Uchiha Atake, and even his own teacher was now dealt with. Even though his teacher was old, according to the information, his teacher had demonstrated the demeanor of a ninja hero. This kid was able to do this, it really pleased him greatly. He had already been thinking about how to deal with Uchiha Kaito, plus the matter of his teacher this time, and he had found this once powerful figure. Orochimaru naturally couldn't suppress the thoughts in his heart, so that's why he took the actions he has now. He had come all the way to the Land of Fire, and quickly arrived at the town closest to Konoha. Orochimaru was also full of emotions. Although he had often come to the Land of Fire for various missions, he had never been as close to Konoha as he was today. In the end, he was also a returnee, but he couldn't really walk into the place where he was born in a fair and square way. Fortunately, Orochimaru was not a sentimental person. If he couldn't go back, he didn't have to. His heart was no longer bound by a small village, he had bigger pursuits and more dreams. The death of his teacher this time further confirmed his belief. Although life, old age, sickness, and death are human nature, what he desired more was eternal life. On this point, I am quite similar to that guy Sasori. Orochimaru licked his lips. Although he didn't like Sasori and knew Sasori despised him, their philosophies were indeed similar. Perhaps this was why they were assigned to the same team. After all, they were both pursuing eternal life, just in different ways. Orochimaru walked on silently. But when he entered this town, he noticed something was off. The town was so close to Konoha, there must be ninja troops stationed here, but since he entered, he hadn't seen a single one. Orochimaru did not march in boldly. He had disguised himself when he came here. But the lax defense of Konoha really surprised him. Did the Uchihas not completely control these troops, or did something happen in this town? Orochimaru was very keen, and the current situation piqued his interest. So while he quietly moved forward, he was also secretly exploring the surroundings. Soon his attention focused on a small pub. There were many ninjas hidden outside the pub. Their concealment was not bad, but it was nothing to Orochimaru. Looking through the pub window, there didn't seem to be any customers inside. Someone was probably sitting in a hidden corner, discussing something. And in there, could there be some big shot? Orochimaru licked his lips. He slowly wanted to approach and send a snake in to check the situation. He needed to enter Konoha and find Uchiha Kaito. He would certainly need to collect enough information. Even though he could do this after entering Konoha, since he had many subordinates there who hadn't been cleaned up yet. But now encountering such a situation, if he managed it well, he might save a lot of trouble. However, as he was about to approach the pub's door was suddenly pushed open, and 3 figures walked out. The 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, and the appearance of the 2 men momentarily left Orochimaru somewhat stunned. Jiraiya? Uchiha Kaito? Orochimaru whispered their names, but soon he noticed some small details. He found Jiraiya's complexion a little off, as if he was a little helpless and seemed lost in thought. What are they discussing, and why does Jiraiya look like that? Could it be that Jiraiya is here to say goodbye to our teacher too? Orochimaru muttered to himself, then prepared to turn around and leave quietly. Facing Kaido or Jiraiya alone would be trouble enough, but meeting both of them together now, what could he hope for? His plan to confront Kaido was to do it alone, then rely on the person who was once invincible to challenge him. He didn't want to involve Jiraiya in this, not because he felt he couldn't win, but because he genuinely didn't want to fight Jiraiya. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a sudden chill locked onto him. He immediately understood that he was being watched. Inside the pub, Jiraiya looked angrily at Kaido. The atmosphere became exceptionally tense at that moment. Yuniko glanced worriedly at Jiraiya and then at Kaido. She had long figured out Kaido's tactics. But obviously, this tactic was not a good thing for Jiraiya, as it could be considered moral kidnapping. But admittedly, this argument was very destructive. After all, as a ninja, you have to obey. But the biggest problem was that Kaido was not someone who would obey, otherwise, Konoha wouldn't have been in its current state. Even if Kaido's actions were not wrong in the normal sense, if they were scrutinized according to certain ninja precepts, there would be a big problem. A person full of rebellious will telling another person to obey everything, it felt awkward and embarrassing no matter how one looked at it. Fortunately, Kaido didn't know what Yuniko was thinking, or he would definitely think of a special period when the Brazil was shouting against imperialism. How are you considering, Jiraiya-sama? I think this isn't a difficult decision, right? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with a smile, tapping lightly on the table and speaking in his usual unhurried manner. As ninjas of Konoha, wasn't becoming Hokage the dream of all of us when we were children? Now, Jiraiya-sama has the opportunity to realize this dream, why hesitate and be torn? No matter how you look at it, this isn't the time for hesitation, Jiraiya-sama. You want me to go back and become Hokage, we all know your intentions, you are profaning the Hokage. Finally, Jiraiya spoke out in anger. You don't have the Hokage in your heart at all, and you don't need the Hokage either. What you want is just a Hokage standing in front of you, so you can play with power. Jiraiya-sama, that's too much to say. Besides, you are not the Hokage now, and you don't have the right to criticize me. Kaido's eyes flickered a little when he heard these words. Who caused the current situation? Who forced us to resist? Who pushed us, out of desperation, into the limelight? A shinobi village is a settlement formed by the coexistence of clan ninjas and civilian ninjas. The Hokage is the leader of this settlement, but that does not mean he owns the entire settlement. The Hokage is the Hokage of Konoha, and the village belongs to everyone. Now the Hokage is hurting the people in the village for his own purpose, is this right? We had no choice but to impeach the previous Hokage, and to prevent this from happening again, we had to make some changes. Were we wrong? In my eyes, Orochimaru is the most suitable Hokage. He has strategies and ambitions, but he clearly knows where he should be. You and he are both part of the Sunin. Compared to him, you fall a bit short. It's just a pity that he was forced out by your teacher. Kaido's words once again hit Jiraiya's pain point. He clenched his fists tightly, and his chakra began to gather. Yuniko, who was sitting next to Kaido, couldn't help but glare at him secretly. Did he come to find the Hokage, or did he come to fight Jiraiya? Yuniko sighed silently in her heart. She knew that she had been dragged out this time to clean up the mess. She immediately started thinking seriously about whether there was any way to remedy the situation, but Kaido spoke again. If you want to fight me, save it, Jiraiya-sama. You need to understand one thing, I can determine whether or not you're a rogue ninja. Kaido looked at Jiraiya casually, then smiled and said. Besides, Jiraiya-sama, you may not be my match. If you lose to me, have you thought about how you might spend the rest of your life in Konoha's prison? Don't forget, I'm the head of the security department. What's the difference between me returning to Konoha to be Hokage and being imprisoned in Konoha? In the end, Jiraiya sighed deeply, looking helpless. Can't you leave me alone? I'd be more useful outside Konoha than inside. Jiraiya-sama, your thinking is wrong. In Konoha, you have enough resources to use, but outside Konoha, you can only rely on yourself. As Kaido was saying this, he took a book out of his ninja tool bag. This book immediately attracted the attention of both Yuniko and Jiraiya, especially Jiraiya, who knew it was his book. You actually read my books? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, suddenly unsure of Kaido's intentions. Of course, I've read all of them, including Make Out Paradise, although I don't think Make Out Paradise is very well written. Kaido said with a smile, his words causing Jiraiya's face to darken once again, while Yuniko looked curious. However, he didn't care and continued speaking. As for this book by Jiraiya-sama, I like it very much because I see the life of Jiraiya-sama in this book. Likewise, I also see Jiraiya-sama's views and insights on the current shinobi world. Unfortunately, there are some things in it that I do not agree with. Having said that, Kaido directly selected a passage and read it out. The world of ninjas is full of conflicts. Where there is conflict, there is war, and war brings hatred. Hatred triggers new conflicts and fights, and like a chain, they link and cycle, eventually forming a deep-rooted curse-like chain. Most people seem to think this way, whether they pursue power or rule with an iron fist. Almost no one thinks that war can be ended by negotiation. After reading this sentence, Kaido stopped. He looked at Jiraiya very seriously and then asked quietly. Is this Jiraiya-sama's understanding of war? Yes, this is my understanding of war. Jiraiya didn't understand what Kaido's intentions were. They were talking about the Hokage, but then shifted to interpreting war. Could it be that Kaido and his group could provide him with resources to fulfill his dream? This was clearly impossible, because this guy had clearly stated that he didn't agree with his thinking. Jiraiya-sama, what I want to say is that your thinking is not wrong, but you are looking at the problem from the perspective of a ninja. Kaido shook his head gently, his face becoming serious. From a ninja's perspective, war is indeed led by hatred. But do you know where hatred really comes from? And if you look at this from the perspective of those in power, is it really just a matter of hatred? Is it really just a matter of hatred? Jiraiya looked at Kaido with a frown. He wanted to say yes, but in the end, he fell silent. Kaido raised a core question. His position was from the perspective of a common ninja. From a ninja's perspective, there is indeed war where there is conflict, and war brings hatred. Because war kills their friends and family, and in order to avenge the dead, once such a belief is passed down, there will inevitably be an ongoing cycle of hatred. But where does the real hatred come from, and what does it mean from the perspective of those in power? Jiraiya stared at Kaido for a long time before he finally shook his head gently. Then you tell me, what's really going on? The answer is actually quite obvious, Jiraiya-sama. Kaido looked at Jiraiya seriously, his tone becoming extremely solemn. From the perspective of those in power, hatred is not just hatred, and war is not simply war. Yonako, I ask you a question. If you are the shadow of the village, and your village is limited by geography, environment, and transportation, you need to solve these problems to develop your village, and there is a rich and fertile country nearby. And this village has also fought against you before, although you lost, but now your village's strength has improved. What will you choose? I'm afraid I will choose to start a war and plunder resources. Yonako didn't hesitate at all, directly gave her answer, and there was some admiration in her eyes for Kaido. She completely understood Kaido's thoughts. This guy was step by step denying Jiraiya's belief and guiding Jiraiya to agree to return to Konoha. In order to understand Jiraiya's belief, it's clear that he has done a lot of research. The book in his hand was obviously written by Jiraiya. He saw Jiraiya's misunderstandings in it. His control of the details is indeed impressive. Yonako thought she'd better look at Jiraiya's novels when she gets back to see what he wrote, like the Make-out Paradise that Kaido mentioned just now. After all, Jiraiya is set to become Hokage. It's very important to understand what he thinks and what his personality is like. So, how would you rally everyone to unite and be willing to wage war against this village? Remember, you lost to them before. Kaido didn't know about the dangerous thoughts in Yonako's heart. He continued to speak with a smile. Since we lost, we naturally have hatred. With hatred, we can inspire everyone. Yonako confidently replied. Such a question couldn't pose a challenge to a member of the Nara clan, especially when she was an excellent member. Jiraiya quietly listened to all this, and when he heard Yonako's answer, although he looked calm, his pupils had unknowingly dilated. Hatred is actually a tool to incite war? War is just an action taken for self-development? This theory somewhat overturned Jiraiya's thinking. He never thought that the root cause of war could be the rulers. Thank you, Yonako. Kaido smiled and nodded at Yonako, then he continued to flip through the book and whispered. Master Jiraiya, war has never been an extension of hatred, because hatred is just a change in public opinion. Your so-called chain of hatred is just influenced by individual behavior. Compared to the interests of the village, who do you think is more important? And there's a big problem with this part of your thinking. Some people try to rule with an iron fist, believing that only by using force and war to rule everything can they achieve ultimate peace. Others try to spread pain, to make others feel their pain, thus fearing war and succumbing to force. Still, others plan to bear the chain of hatred, to unite people against him because of their personal hatred, in order to stop the fights among them. At this point, Kaido paused slightly before continuing. These three types of people, they are all capable of creating peace. Although you, Master Jiraiya, feel their peace is tainted, but do you know peace is not achieved by mere words? Without the deterrence of powerful strength, who will obey you? Do you know why Konoha is peaceful? It's because Konoha is strong enough, achieved through 3 great ninja wars. You hope people can dispel hatred through communication, to achieve your purpose. I tell you, this is pure nonsense. You have always been daydreaming, putting everyone on an equal footing and then advocating communication. But the world has never been equal. Every person, every village has a variety of differences. The hidden sand village is full of sand, with harsh natural conditions, lack of water, lack of arable land, and even without convenient transportation. Konoha has everything. If they come to you to discuss if they can cede some land from the land of fire to them, so that they can develop and overcome difficulties. So, I ask you, Master Jiraiya, can you agree? Can he agree? Jiraiya's mouth opened slightly, and in the end, he simply closed it. If he dared to agree, the entire Konoha would have him executed. Because this involved the issue of sovereignty, it touched on the interests of the village. No one could possibly agree to this. But if he didn't agree, wouldn't that contradict his own ideals? Because the hidden sand village would still choose war to solve their own problems. Why did the Third Great Ninja War happen? Back then, Jiraiya was following Sarutobi Hiruzen. He, Jiraiya, understood what it truly meant. With this in mind, Jiraiya closed his eyes. His fists were clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly, and he was struggling immensely inside. As for the 3 types of people you denied, I said they are truly capable of bringing peace. The second type of person needs to have great power, comparable to the power of the ninja world, and such a person has appeared in Konoha, that is the first Hokage. His power is incomparable, his existence is the guardian of Konoha, but you deny the meaning of his existence. You are truly amazing, Master Jiraiya. Kaido didn't mean to let Jiraiya off the hook, he still stared at Jiraiya and kept talking. As for the third type, it is based on threats, forcing everyone to unite and face the enemy together. In such a situation, everyone has to compromise and help each other. Why do you deny they can't bring peace? Why do you say they've distorted peace? As for the first type, that's what you, Master Jiraiya, are most likely to achieve, and it's most in line with the current ninja world. At this point, Kaido looked at Jiraiya meaningfully, and spoke softly. However, you're still wrong. Rule doesn't necessarily require an iron fist, but constant self-adjustment and policy change. During the Third Great Ninja War, the ninjas always put the mission first, and after the war, everyone began to emphasize the importance of bonds. This is the self-adjustment and self-change of the ruler, because the policy needed would be different depending on the current environment. The entire ninja world actually has no language and text differences, let alone historical and cultural differences. If you unify the ninja world by force, and then appease them through gentle measures, and combine education to let them recognize that everyone is a member of the ninja world. And then each region helps and supports each other. Kaido looked seriously at Jiraiya, who was already somewhat dazed, then asked heavily. So tell me, is the ninja world peaceful? Is the ninja world peaceful? Jiraiya's mentality is now completely messed up by Kaido's words. He really doesn't know how to answer this question. From his point of view, he thinks Kaido is an extreme realist. Not to say that this kind of realism is bad, but it feels out of line with his own thoughts. He is more eager to solve problems through peace, but Kaido slapped him hard in the face with a simple example. The issue of the Hidden Sand Village is so abrupt. The development of the Hidden Sand Village will inevitably violate Konoha's interests, so should Konoha yield? The answer is obviously no. Moreover, if we follow this line of thinking, looking at the many large-scale wars that have occurred in the ninja world, it all seems to have an answer. Konoha occupies the fertile land of fire, they have everything they need, and can reach a state of self-sufficiency while continuously making money from other villages. The good situation of Konoha will naturally make other villages jealous, otherwise there would not have been so many great ninja wars. The first great ninja war was indeed caused by the rebellion of the idiotic brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, but wasn't it also because Konoha had too much that they were dissatisfied? The second one was even more direct. Hands of the Rain, who gave them the title of the Three Ninjas, openly expressed his desire to develop his own village, triggering the war. As for the third great ninja war, Jiraiya participated in it all along, so he naturally knows that it was also a war triggered for self-development. The excuses for the three wars are different, but the fundamental purpose is the same. This is indeed not a war triggered by hatred, it's a war triggered for the benefit of one's own village. Hatred is indeed only a guiding tool, guiding the people in the village to hate the enemy, to despise them so as to have stronger morale and combat power. However, after being enlightened by Kaido, Jiraiya didn't feel any joy, all he had was inner confusion and helplessness. Was he wrong? He has been working hard for so long, constantly pondering and struggling towards a direction, is it really all in vain? And the fable provided by the great Toad Sage, was it wrong too? No, it shouldn't be, the great Toad Sage would not deceive me so easily. Jiraiya opened his eyes, his heart became a bit more firm, and then he looked at Kaido and said, I admit that what you said is right, all of it is right, but as a ninja I have my own ninja way, and I believe I can do it. Do what? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with amusement, and then he said something that made Jiraiya's heart tremble. Find someone who can lead the change in the ninja world. You. Jiraiya pointed incredulously at Kaido. If he could control his emotions before, now he really couldn't. How do you know the prophecy of the great Toad Sage? Who are you really? What prophecy? Kaido blinked, making a puzzled face, and in Jiraiya's eyes this gesture turned into what the hell are you talking about? In fact, Kaido couldn't possibly not know, but unfortunately, Jiraiya only mentioned these things to Nagato and Minato Namikaze, but Kaido was not worried. He gently tapped the table, and then said slowly. The fourth Hokage's diary mentioned that you visited him before his child was born. And said that among your students, there would be someone who could lead the ninja world towards change, even hoping that the fourth could be such a person. The fourth Hokage kept all of this in mind. He also hoped that he could do as you wished and bring peace to the entire ninja world. Sadly, the Nine Tails destroyed everything. Oh yes, you should know that the person who controlled the Nine Tails has been found. This guy has some connection with Danzo Shimura. And the diary I found was also found at the base of Danzo Shimura's root organization. Unfortunately I did not bring it out, but you can go look for it after you become the Hokage. It was through this that I came to understand your actions. Of course, your beliefs are also very clearly stated in the book. To tell you the truth, I admire you. You said, don't forget that there is a power of trust between people, and this belief can be passed down. The things that one generation can't do, let the next generation take over. What one person can't do, entrust it to another person. As long as we hold hope and trust in others, the hatred between people can possibly be eliminated. As long as the path we choose is not biased, we should keep going. Believe in yourself, believe in the future, believe that one day, through the efforts of like-minded people, we will surely welcome true peace. The day when people understand and trust each other, so that there is no longer a day of war, will also come. But as I said, to reach this step, we must have a fair platform, everyone is the same, only then can there be the possibility of mutual trust and understanding. You want to cultivate someone who can change the ninja world, but have you thought about how you are going to cultivate them? I don't know where your so-called prophecy comes from, nor do I care which lunatic told you. But what I want to tell you is, you are a ninja, your way of teaching your students is to cultivate them into outstanding ninjas. Ninjas are people who wield power. Only when they are sufficiently excellent and powerful can they gain people's trust and make them dependent and follow. At the same time, because of his strength, other people dare not start a war, and then they talk with him to form the so-called peace. Do you know, Jiraiya, the person you created to change the ninja world, is nothing more than the second kind of person you don't like. You haven't escaped this cycle at all, you haven't really seen everything. When Kaido finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire pub was heavy, and Jiraiya didn't say another word. Because he knew that his heart was in turmoil now, even the bit of firmness he had just from thinking of the great Toad Sage, was already shattered at this moment. Yes, what could he teach his students, if not power? While he did indeed impart his own thoughts to them, in the end they still had to rely on power to forge ahead in this ninja world. Nagato, that child, is the owner of the Rinnegan, and the essence of his own choice might just be those eyes. If it wasn't for those eyes, after saving them, he really might not have stayed and taught them so much. Because in the end, he's a ninja whose hands are stained with blood. Thinking of this, Jiraiya really felt desperate. Although he didn't want to deny everything he had done, it now seems that he was really too naive. Am I really destined to fail? Jiraiya muttered with his head down. This time he really had no way to adjust his mindset to be firm again. No, it's not a failure, I've said that your thinking is not wrong from the perspective of a ninja. Although Jiraiya's voice was very soft, Kaido and the others couldn't possibly not hear it. Kaido lightly tapped the table and slowly said, "Ninjas are also people, and it's okay to have their own thoughts. You made a mistake by not considering the situation from the current village mode. But failure is the mother of success. Idealism is good, but ultimately it has to compromise with reality. You can achieve all of what you want, but the premise is that everyone can really have an equal platform. Do you want me to become the first kind of person, integrate the entire ninja world, and then realize my current dream?" Jiraiya lifted his head and looked at Kaido, then he gave a bitter smile and said, "Can this really be done, or can you guys do it? Everything depends on people's efforts, I can't tell you the answer, because I don't know either." Kaido gently shook his head, he pondered for a moment before continuing. "But I can tell you one thing, in fact, during the era of the first Hokage, someone proposed to integrate the ninja world because he saw the future. He believed that the development of the ninja villages would make wars more terrifying. During the Warring States period, the ninjas were mostly family units, and when they really fought, it was nothing more than small-scale, low-intensity warfare. But the appearance of ninja villages maximized the combat power of the ninjas, and with the support of the country, the intensity of wars will increase infinitely and the intensity will be extremely high. The facts proved that his thoughts were correct. The casualties of the current wars are so heavy, the horrors of the current wars once they break out are so terrifying. But alas, the first Hokage was deceived by the peace of the time, he thought this was the ultimate peace of the ninja world. But he didn't realize that the reason for the peace was the deterrent force formed by his existence." Kaido repeated the words he once told Shisui to Jiraiya without changing a word, and Yuniko, who was sitting next to him, raised her eyebrows and looked at Kaido. She didn't know what Kaido was thinking. Could it be that he really wanted to integrate the entire ninja world? That's impossible, brother. What was the level of the first Hokage back then? He was a titan in the ninja world. Now what's the level of the Leaf Village? Apart from you guys, who else can be called competent? So let's just talk big, don't mess around. You know the Leaf Village doesn't have that ability, right? And now she also hopes that Jiraiya doesn't think too much. If this guy really takes it seriously, it will be a big trouble. Let's not talk about this." After a long while, Jiraiya helplessly shook his head, he sighed. "You need a Hokage like me who doesn't care much about things, right? I can agree to that. But I need to know how you are going to deal with the issue of my teacher. He left the world as a Hokage, people die like a lamp going out, even if he has already redeemed himself." Kaido directly told them the plan they had already thought of. "Anyway, this matter has already been approved by all 7 of them. We will hold a funeral for him, you can come to send him off, he can be buried in the heroes' cemetery." This is a tribute to his contributions to the Leaf Village in the first half of his life. They will not deny his contributions. As for the rest, his family's assets will be frozen and liquidated, and they will investigate bit by bit what he did. This is the consequence of the mistakes he made in the second half of his life, including the other two clans. None of them can escape. Jiraiya couldn't help nodding when he heard this. This way of handling things gave his teacher enough respect, and also allowed him to leave with dignity. Since this is the case, Jiraiya has nothing to hesitate about. He was originally going back to the Leaf Village, although now he has been given a bunch of additional conditions when he returns. But no matter what, he has to go back, and since they want him to be the Hokage, then he has to see if what Kaido and he said is true or not. I understand, I'll go back to the Leaf Village with you. Jiraiya stood up, he looked at Kaido seriously. Let's go, I think we've stayed here long enough. Well, welcome back, Lord Jiraiya. Kaido also stood up with Yuniko, then he smiled and said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked a bit helpless, but more than that, he seemed to be lost in thought. It looked like he was still thinking about what he had just said. But that's normal, because Kaido's words really are destroying his beliefs. Even though Kaido has established a new perspective for him, he also needs to have enough thinking and exploration. Lord Kaido, Lord Jiraiya. As Kaido and the others came out, the ninja guarding the door bowed slightly to them. Kaido nodded at them, but just as he was about to say something, his gaze suddenly shifted and locked onto a figure. On this person, Kaido felt a familiar aura, and this person also gave Kaido a rather dangerous feeling. Who is this guy? Kaido silently muttered in his heart. Only when his sensory ability touched this person's chakra, he instantly understood who this was. He didn't expect to encounter Orochimaru here. And at this moment, his aura was completely locked onto Orochimaru. Chapter 155, Chapter 155. Orochimaru. Kaido frowned as he spoke, and his words immediately drew the attention of everyone else. Jiraiya quickly turned his head to follow Kaido's gaze, while Yuniko prepared herself for battle, as she completely trusted Kaido's judgment. As for the other Konoha ninjas, their faces changed dramatically at the mention of Orochimaru's name. Orochimaru's reputation was certainly not a joke. He was the one who struck fear into the hearts of enemies during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, and nearly became the fourth Hokage. However, these Konoha ninjas quickly regained their composure. Although they were terrified by Orochimaru's reputation, they also had Uchiha Kaito by their side, a ninja who had defeated the Hokage. As well as Jiraiya, who, like Orochimaru, held the title of one of the three legendary Sunin of Konoha. The presence of these two quickly settled their minds. This was a testament to their strength. It seems I'm not very lucky, running into you. It's a pleasure and a dilemma to see you again, clan leader Kaido. Knowing he'd been recognized and targeted, Orochimaru no longer bothered to maintain his disguise. He reached up and ripped off the disguise on his face. Turning around, he looked at Kaido, Jiraiya, and the others with a smile. And you, Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to come back. It seems you're here to see our teacher off on his final journey. Indeed, Jiraiya replied, gazing at Orochimaru. He nodded slowly before continuing, and what about you? Are you also here to see our teacher off on his final journey? Well, you could say that, Orochimaru nodded. But soon his focus shifted back to Kaido. Of course, besides saying goodbye to our teacher, I also have another idea in mind. That is to have a private meeting with clan leader Kaido. Oh! Kaido looked at Orochimaru with surprise. He hadn't expected this guy to seek him out. They had already met in the Bear Country, and during that encounter, Kaido had demonstrated enough power. Moreover, through his contacts with Kakuzu, Kaido knew that Orochimaru had already been taught a lesson by the one-eyed Uchiha Itachi. Why would he continue to seek him out, and from the looks of it, he doesn't seem particularly friendly. Does he have another trump card up his sleeve? I wonder what advice Lord Orochimaru has for me this time, he said. Although Kaido was very curious, he asked calmly, with his chakra beginning to stir subtly. He wouldn't believe that Orochimaru would come to him for no reason. Orochimaru was someone who never did anything without preparation. Nothing much, just wanted to verify something. I just didn't expect to run into Jiraiya. Orochimaru licked his lips and slowly continued. Although it's a bit unexpected, it doesn't matter. I suppose clan leader Kaido won't let me leave easily, will he? Since you are here, you are a guest, why rush to leave? Kaido nodded lightly, then smiled and said. Do you know that I am the head of the security department? Upon encountering Lord Orochimaru, I naturally have to invite you back for a sit-down. We can have a good chat and see what important business Lord Orochimaru has with me. As I thought, clan leader Kaido has no intention of letting me leave, just as I expected. Orochimaru lightly licked his lips. Suddenly his chakra burst forth, and he instantly created a significant distance between them using the body flicker technique. Kaido closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, he had activated his Sharingan. The three tomo slowly spun. He didn't directly use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was still a bit curious about what Orochimaru was up to. Lord Jiraiya, you protect Yuniko and the others. I'll handle Orochimaru. Are you sure it's not a problem? Orochimaru is not a simple character. In fact, Jiraiya didn't want to fight with Orochimaru either. After so many years of pursuit, they had silently developed a kind of understanding. If they did meet, they would try to avoid each other as much as possible, rather than taking action. But now that a fight was inevitable, Jiraiya would help Kaido no matter what. Similarly, he would also provide some information to Kaido. I must remind you that Orochimaru is really not a simple character, and he has joined a very mysterious organization. This organization has a strict internal structure, and all of them are high-ranking rogue ninjas. You must be careful no matter what. I know the organization you're talking about. Someone from that organization has already died at my hands, and the life of another has been preordained by me. Kaido's expression remained incredibly calm. He put his hand on his ninja sword and silently drew it out. That guy is Uchiha Kaito. I think you must have heard about him. He is now in this organization. It seems you know more about that organization than I do. Jiraiya was dumbfounded when he heard Kaido's words, but upon careful consideration, it seemed normal. After all, Kaido had contacted them in advance and even killed one of them. And the intelligence network of Konoha is trustworthy, so getting a lot of information doesn't seem strange. I see, then I'll protect the others. With Jiraiya's promise, Kaido was completely relieved. Jiraiya was someone who kept his promises. Once he made a promise to you, he would certainly keep it. With him protecting Yuniko, Kaido could comfortably confront Orochimaru and see what Orochimaru was up to. I wonder if Orochimaru plans to use something like the reanimation jutsu on me. Kaido had a very clear memory of Orochimaru's abilities. After all, as the main antagonist of the first part of Naruto and the only villain who survived from the beginning to the end, Kaido had a deep impression of him, especially since under his guidance, a character like Kabuto appeared. The endless reanimation jutsu almost became Kabuto's signature ability, and it was taught by Orochimaru. Kaido was also wondering, could Orochimaru be preparing to summon the first Hokage and the second Hokage together? After all, he personally dealt with the body of the first Hokage and had the cells and genes of the first Hokage. Summoning these two wouldn't be difficult for Orochimaru. But at the current stage, with his reanimation jutsu ability and the materials he could find to summon these two, could they really pose a threat to him? Even years later, a declined Hiruzen Sarutobi could handle these two. And he was in a relatively peak state of combat power. If Orochimaru really did this, Kaido might be somewhat disappointed. In the distance, Orochimaru quickly began to form hand seals. The next moment, he summoned a coffin, which made Kaido even more sure that he was going to use the reanimation jutsu. But, why did he only summon one? Does he think one can deal with me? Kaido murmured in his mind, but he also became more vigilant. Although Kaido could judge from experience that he could show contempt for Orochimaru. But ninja fights never have absolutes. If not careful, the one who ends up dead would be oneself. And Orochimaru definitely wouldn't be so mindless in his actions, he must have his own thoughts and plans. Are you ready, clan leader Kaido? Orochimaru licked his lips, then he smiled and said, "This is a gift I specially prepared for you, I hope you like it." As he spoke, Orochimaru directly infused chakra. Kaido's eyes became slightly hollow. He could feel that the person in this coffin seemed a bit strange. That chakra was too similar to his own, and Kaido had a dangerous feeling. Bang! However, what both Kaido and Orochimaru didn't expect was that, accompanied by a loud noise, the door of the coffin shattered, and immediately a figure impatiently walked out of it. At this scene, Orochimaru was somewhat stunned, and the color of Kaido's face changed as well. He showed a bitter smile on his face, then he slightly tilted his head and said to Jiraiya, "Do you know who I was just talking about that opposed the first Hokage's opinion and wanted to unify the ninja world?" "I don't know." Jiraiya shook his head, but he was also extremely vigilant now, because he too felt a chakra that moved him. "It's him." Kaido subtly gestured towards the front and finally gave a wry smile. "That man is Uchiha Madara." Regarding the appearance of Uchiha Madara, Kaido was indeed a little dumbfounded, but on second thought, it didn't seem impossible. After all, in the original story, Kabuto dug up Uchiha Madara. Now that the timeline has been moved forward slightly, it's normal for Orochimaru to do this. If Kaido remembered correctly, Uchiha Madara should have died in the Land of Grass. He let Obito witness Kakashi killing Rin by his own hands, and after explaining many things, thinking that he had created a perfect Izanami. He silently unplugged his own oxygen tube in the safe house in the Land of Grass, and then went to the Pure Land to find Hashirama Senju. To dig up Uchiha Madara in the Land of Grass is definitely not an easy task. Although the Land of Grass is not large, it is not easy to dig inch by inch of this land. Kaido didn't know what kind of outrageous luck Orochimaru had to actually find this guy. But for some reason, Kaido didn't feel scared at all at this moment. Instead, he felt his blood boiling. This was Uchiha Madara, the man who had mastered the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Although Kaido knew that he himself was as insignificant as an ant compared to a fully powered Uchiha Madara. But the question is, how much power does Uchiha Madara, who Orochimaru has summoned now, have? And if his power is too strong, maybe Uchiha Madara can give Orochimaru a surprise. Kaido thought maliciously in his heart, while Uchiha Madara had already stepped out of the coffin, and then stretched out his hands in front of him. It seems that Nagato has grown a lot, finally returning to this mortal realm again. Uchiha Madara's words fell into Orochimaru's ears, which immediately made Orochimaru's eyes slightly vacant. He felt like he had stumbled upon some incredible secret. Who is Nagato? Has Uchiha Madara been waiting to return to the world all along? Has he been carrying out certain arrangements to bring himself back to life? And what is his purpose for coming back to life, and what kind of bloodshed will this terrifying existence stir up in the ninja world? Orochimaru had many questions in his mind for a while, which made him subconsciously lick his tongue. He found this matter to be much more interesting than he had imagined, although it was also much more dangerous. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara made a puzzled sound, carefully looking at his hands. He seemed to confirm something. "No, this is... I'm sorry for disturbing you, but you're under the control of a jutsu right now, and this jutsu is called reanimation." Orochimaru licked his tongue and spoke softly. "I don't know why you're so surprised, or what kind of plan you have, but I think we have trouble right in front of us." "Trouble?" Uchiha Madara locked his gaze on Orochimaru's expression, realizing he had been summoned by this man. And soon he also started to explore his current state, but what made him slightly frown was that his state was unimaginably bad. In comparison with his peak condition, his current state was pitiful. Even though he had the characteristics of reanimation, possessing infinite chakra and fearlessness of death, this state of his was giving him a headache. He had never experienced such a large drop in condition, even at the time of his death, his state wasn't this bad. It's to guard against me, deliberately making my state this bad. Uchiha Madara thought silently in his heart. However, after he explored Orochimaru's power for a while, he had other thoughts. Or is this guy's current power not up to par, the sacrifice chosen is very poor, so I can't reach my full strength. Orochimaru's deliberate introduction seemed unaware that Uchiha Madara actually knew about reanimation. And Uchiha Madara wouldn't reveal this, he had no interest in explaining to a man who was like an ant. Regardless of which it was, both were extremely disappointing for Uchiha Madara. In his current state, he didn't even think about breaking free from the control of reanimation. Knowing about reanimation, he naturally realized that even if he freed himself from control and tried to resurrect, it probably wouldn't make much difference. Even if he was originally very powerful, he would be significantly weakened in his current state if he were resurrected. He had no interest in doing such a thing. Moreover, he was curious to see what kind of trouble the one who summoned him had encountered. He had been dead for too long now, and was very unfamiliar with everything in the world. However, when Uchiha Madara turned his head, he was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such interesting descendants. Uchiha Madara's gaze naturally locked onto Uchiha Kaito. At this moment, he sensed that the kid in front of him was extraordinary. As someone who mastered the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara easily detected Uchiha Kaito's current state. He noticed that this kid's aura was unusual, he could confirm that this kid absolutely mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more interesting is that he found this kid's eyes seemed to be reaching their limit. But after reaching the limit, if there are no new eyes to fill the gap left by the current eyes, the journey could be difficult. However, this is true for normal Uchiha. It seems that this kid has discovered something amazing. Because Uchiha Madara also found something on him, a very peculiar power very similar to that of Senju Hashirama. They were both such pure yang release powers, but not exactly like Senju Hashirama, which made Uchiha Madara very interested. Who are you, boy? Uchiha Madara stared at Uchiha Kaito, he looked very curious. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan could produce someone like you, very interesting. I am Uchiha Kaito, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kaito nodded slightly to Uchiha Madara, then he seemed to sigh. I didn't expect to meet you, the previous clan leader, Uchiha Madara. It seems you know me, and you're so young and already a clan leader, interesting, really interesting. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Kaito, a smile already appeared on his face, and he seemed very interested. I originally thought I was awakened by boring people to do some boring things, now it doesn't seem so boring. Uchiha Kaito, hey? An Uchiha born out of the wrong leaf village with such abilities, it's truly incredible to me. So. As Uchiha Madara spoke, even though his expression still carried a smile, his aura had completely changed. Cold chakra quickly surged out from his body, his eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the three tomo in his eyes slowly rotated. Let's see what your capacity is. Uchiha Madara's aura was very terrifying. Even though Kaido could sense that his current state was really weak, there was a considerable gap compared to Hiruzen Sarutobi. But his aura made people feel suffocated. Even Kaido, who was considered battle-hardened and could even be said to be at the pinnacle of the current ninja world, felt extremely uncomfortable. This is Uchiha Madara? Even if his strength is now only 1/10 of what it used to be, he is still the arrogant and independent Uchiha Madara. Kaido took a deep breath, then slowly walked forward. He didn't know how far Uchiha Madara could push the Sharingan now. After all, the reanimation could bring out the power of the Sharingan from purgatory. But their abilities also relate to the harmony between soul and body. In the original story, Uchiha Madara was initially unable to use his Rinnegan's limbo, border jail. And now this Uchiha Madara, who was summoned without the special material from the original story as the foundation, how much strength could he exert? Thinking about this, Kaido's ninja blade was already emitting a cold glow. However, neither of them made a move, but their auras had already reached a peak. Such aura made the surrounding leaf ninjas feel very uncomfortable, even Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. Just then, a leaf was inadvertently blown off the tree, it leisurely drifted towards the ground. And when it completely fell to the ground, a cold glow passed across Uchiha Madara's neck, as fast as lightning. And Uchiha Madara had already dodged. At the same time, he punched straight towards Kaido's abdomen. The battles of ninjas are very terrifying, especially those of the Uchiha. Because their grasp of the battle situation is almost flawless, as long as the opponent has a moment of distraction, they will attack without hesitation. Uchiha Madara, even though he was reanimated and his strength could be said to be 1/10 of what it used to be, but his battle consciousness and his Sharingan were still there. With these two things, Uchiha Madara is definitely not someone anyone can deal with easily at this stage. Both of them had activated the three Tomo, and the terrifying insight they possessed was perfectly demonstrated as they dodged and maneuvered. Uchiha Madara once again dodged Kaido's blade, then he quickly reached out and grabbed Kaido's wrist, while his other hand swiftly reached into Kaido's ninja tool bag. Bang! Almost instantly, Kaido had already used the replacement technique to avoid Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara still managed to snatch a kunai. This guy! Kaido raised an eyebrow, without hesitation he quickly followed up, swinging his ninja blade once again at Uchiha Madara. Before, Uchiha Madara, empty-handed, could only dodge, but now that he had a weapon in his hand, he became more proactive. Cling, cling, cling. The crisp sounds of metal clashing constantly resounded, their exquisite body techniques made the onlookers feel goosebumps. After Uchiha Madara dodged Kaido's blade, his kunai immediately stabbed towards Kaido's neck. Then his movement stopped halfway, followed by a strange twist, his kunai stabbed towards the side. Kaido also suddenly appeared, grabbing his arm, and then without hesitation, stabbed his ninja blade into his abdomen. Bang! However, the moment Kaido's ninja blade had just stabbed into Uchiha Madara's abdomen, Kaido stopped, then fiercely attacked behind him. Such fast speed, this guy's eyes seemed to be of great help to him. Uchiha Madara calmly looked at Kaido rushing towards him, the corner of his mouth still carrying a smile. He was quite enjoying such a battle, the only regret might be that his strength was greatly restricted, and he could also feel his blood boiling. He was a person who enjoyed battles, and his battles, even at this moment, still maintained the elegance that an Uchiha should have. For example, just now, as a reanimation, even if he was stabbed in the abdomen by Kaido, it wouldn't be a problem. But he was Uchiha Madara, he absolutely wouldn't let his enemy do such a thing. Now, I should be able to barely use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the guy who summoned me is really careful, only leaving me this much power. Uchiha Madara was upset in his heart, this little power was really not enough for him to show off. In fact, he didn't know that Orochimaru had already been quite generous. What did he use in the original story to summon Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju? Two Chunin level people as materials, at least he is a jounin here for Uchiha Madara. Even if this jounin's level is limited and can be treated as shoddy goods, it's still a qualified jounin, right? It can be said that Uchiha Madara is already a quite generous product of Orochimaru. Cling! Once again blocking Kaido's ninja blade accurately, Uchiha Madara fiercely swept a kick, while Kaido quickly jumped back with agility. He pulled his ninja blade in front of him, always on guard against Uchiha Madara's attack. However, what he didn't expect was that Uchiha Madara did not follow up. He shot the kunai towards Kaido, and then his hands suddenly began to make rapid seals. In an instant, a vast chakra was drawn by him, and the world became extremely hot at this moment. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Flames burst out from Uchiha Madara. The scope of these flames was extremely wide, almost including everyone present. Kaido quickly shook his hand, directly flicking the kunai away. Then he fiercely stabbed his ninja blade into the ground. The chakra in his single upright hand began to surge. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Kaido also chose great fire annihilation. No matter what, fire release was always his most familiar and best jutsu, and it was his first choice of ninjutsu. Moreover, Kaido had no intention of holding back. He chose to use black flames without hesitation, and his flames instantly engulfed Uchiha Madara's fire shadow. Black flames, forming fire release, combined with Amaterasu and Kagutsuki. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara immediately furrowed his brow. No, the intensity is weaker than Amaterasu, and the range of Kagutsuki's ability is not that large. It seems that his ability is not the same as Izuna's. Uchiha Izuna is Uchiha Madara's younger brother, who also created Uchiha Madara's Eternal Eyes. And Uchiha Izuna's ability is Amaterasu and Kagutsuki. Tobirama Senju has personally experienced this power. Therefore, after seeing Kaido use the same ability, he could say, I have never seen such a powerful Kagutsuki. But even if it's not, this guy's ability is strong enough. The intensity of these flames is far beyond that of ordinary flames. Uchiha Madara looked at the flames that were constantly engulfing him, and he couldn't help but sigh. This body is really too poor. Even if I use infinite chakra, it doesn't make much difference. But it doesn't matter, let me see the strength of this little guy. With that thought, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly, and the next moment, 3 Tomo had completely connected. In an instant, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and at this moment, his aura expanded countless times. However, there was no expression on Uchiha Madara's face. In fact, his dissatisfaction became more and more severe. Because he found that the power of his Sharingan had shrunk. He was clearly using the Eternal Eyes, but the current intensity might barely match the Mangekyo Sharingan. This made him more dissatisfied and depressed inside, but unfortunately, he didn't know that Hashirama Senju was even worse off than him. Otherwise, he might feel a little better. The Eternal Eyes were spinning rapidly in his eyes, and in an instant, the flames that were constantly being engulfed by Kaido erupted once again. The hot flames continuously retaliated against Kaido's black flames, which suddenly put pressure on Kaido. Although he and Uchiha Madara were clearly only separated by a wall of fire, he clearly felt that Uchiha Madara's state had undergone a tremendous change. Have you used the Eternal Eyes? But in your current state, can these eyes exhibit the standard of the ordinary Mangekyo? Although Kaido was quite pressured by Uchiha Madara, this guy's strength wasn't really that impressive. However, he had an essential difference with the Senju brothers from the original storyline. That was, he had an independent will to fight this battle. In this respect, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju really had it tough. Not only were they summoned by inadequate sacrifices, but their fights were also controlled by Orochimaru. They originally couldn't exert much power, and being controlled like this meant they couldn't even display their abilities fully. The unluckiest thing was, they were finally sealed by Hiruzen Sarutobi using the dead demon consuming seal. Such misfortune was truly unprecedented. Although the current Uchiha Madara's situation was similar to theirs, after all, Orochimaru didn't have a chance to control him. He fought with an independent will, and that was the most terrifying thing. But if Hashirama Senju's wood shield could only have that little effect, how much effect could his Eternal Eyes have? Thinking of this, Kaido leaped up. This battle really made his blood boil. But his opponent was Uchiha Madara. He couldn't fight for long. He had to find a way to solve the problem as soon as possible. Although Kaido didn't have any seal data to seal this guy, Kaido could control Orochimaru to directly dispel this jutsu. So what he had to do now was to quickly defeat Uchiha Madara and then go to trouble Orochimaru. The fire was blocking their vision, so it would be best to quickly take advantage of this fire to launch a surprise attack. Hiruzen Sarutobi had taught him a lesson before his death, and Kaido naturally had to learn it well. However, what Kaido didn't expect was that as soon as he jumped into the air, a figure had already rushed in front of him quickly. Bang! A punch, without any fancy moves, hit Kaido directly in the chest. But Kaido didn't fly out, because a blue chakra had already appeared on his chest. This chakra directly blocked Uchiha Madara's attack, so Madara didn't touch him at all. Oh, Susanoo! Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows, but soon shook his head. No, it's not Susanoo, just a kind of chakra application, but the intensity is very good. To receive your praise, I am indeed thrilled. Kaido said with his mouth, but he was extremely depressed in his heart. How did this guy know that he was going to launch a surprise attack? But he didn't hold back at all. While speaking, his ninja sword was already being swung ruthlessly towards Uchiha Madara. Kaido was a man who had mastered the ability to fly, but Uchiha Madara did not have this ability, at least not before he underwent the Six Paths transformation. However, Uchiha Madara didn't seem to mind this at all. Facing Kaido's ninja sword, he could still easily twist his body in mid-air. Then, he forcefully pushed his hands towards Kaido's ninja sword, and he flew backwards, and his hands quickly formed seals again. I can feel that your emotions are indeed running high at this moment. You look like a qualified Uchiha. But if your abilities are just this, I will be very disappointed. Uchiha Madara remained calm. In an instant, he completed his seals, and under his vast chakra, 4 fire dragons were summoned. Come on, your eyes should not have reached their limit by now. Let me see what kind of person the Uchiha clan has cultivated after my departure. Fire release, dragon flame release song technique. What a pervert! Kaido looked at Uchiha Madara who, even without the ability to fly, still launched attacks leisurely in mid-air. Kaido really felt deeply about this. He knew that there was a huge gap between himself and Uchiha Madara, but he thought their gap was the absolute strength gap on the eyes and bloodlines. But now, Uchiha Madara made it clear to Kaido that their gap was not that simple. Even in terms of combat consciousness and combat experience, their gap was huge. Uchiha Madara's combat consciousness was truly terrifying. Kaido could clearly feel that this guy was weaker than him. But throughout the fight, Kaido was almost led by the nose. Even though Kaido never fell behind and even kept gaining the upper hand. But Kaido was at his full strength, and facing himself in this state, Uchiha Madara made Kaido feel very embarrassed, even though his opponent was Uchiha Madara. However, Kaido was also a man who would feel the shame and then get courage. He couldn't stand being treated like this by Uchiha Madara. And didn't Uchiha Madara say he wanted to see his power? He wanted to see where the limit of his eyes was. Faced with such a request, Kaido naturally would fulfill it. Besides, Kaido did need to end this battle. Thinking about this, the 3 tomo in Kaido's eyes started to rotate rapidly, and in an instant, his eyes had turned into Mangekyo state. At this moment, Kaido's aura underwent a huge change, and for the first time, his aura truly suppressed Uchiha Madara. The sky dance technique quickly revved up, and Kaido's body suddenly started to fly backwards under Uchiha Madara's slightly surprised gaze. Quickly holding the ninja sword in his mouth, Kaido's hands began to form seals rapidly. At the same time, his right eye began to spin rapidly. The reverse path was activated at this moment, and at this time, his ninjutsu was completed. Fire release, dragon flame release song technique. The technique that Kaido chose was the same as Uchiha Madara's, the dragon flame release song technique. Just like when he used the fire destruction earlier, Kaido deliberately chose this. Roar! The 4 fire dragons let out angry roars. They were emitting flames of alternating black and white on their bodies, and the intense heat around them seemed to twist the space. The 4 fire dragons circled in the air for a second, and the next moment they went ruthlessly towards Uchiha Madara's fire dragons with unstoppable momentum. Humph! Uchiha Madara, whose body was falling, snorted coldly. His controlled fire dragons also slammed into them, but his eyes looked slightly vacant. He clearly felt that Kaido's power this time was even more terrifying than before. The quality of this dragon flame release song technique far surpassed the previous fire destruction. Even though he also used the power of the Mangekyou this time, he was surprised to find that his technique was still suppressed by this guy. This made him start to doubt, could this kid's ability be the same as his? Boom! In the sky, the 4 fire dragons collided 2 by 2. The violent explosion, accompanied by the hot flame, instantly formed an invisible wave of energy. This wave of energy dispersed the fire technique that they had been contending with before, and then it quickly spread throughout the town. As Uchiha Madara was falling, he watched his fire dragons in the sky being ruthlessly shattered and devoured. The smile on his face became even brighter. Such a fire technique, such an ability, it's really interesting. The fire light was reflected on Uchiha Madara's face, making his smile and those scarlet eyes seem especially eerie. Now he was almost certain that this kid named Kaido had an ability similar to his own. He actually also had the ability to directly amplify the power of a technique. This ability to forcibly enhance the power of a technique was not rare compared to other techniques. But this ability was indeed the most practical and one of the most useful in combat. Uchiha Madara really didn't expect to meet someone who had a similar ability to his own. This made him more interested in Kaido. At the same time, he was thinking about what Kaido's other ability could be. Could it be the ability to fly? Uchiha Madara had already noticed that Kaido could fly. If Kaido's other ability was this, it would also be pretty good. Flying in the sky combined with a jujutsu that enhances the power of techniques, this combination and configuration can make countless enemies feel despair. After all, you can only be hit passively, but you can't touch the person who's hitting you. This feeling is truly stifling. It's just like that guy from Iwagakure called Mew, using the light-heavy rock technique in conjunction with his dust release to launch an attack. However, if you are just like this, then I'm going to be disappointed. After all, you have a power similar to Hashirama within you. I don't know how you managed to conceive, attain, and utilize such power. But if you tarnish such power, then no matter what, I will kill you. As he thought this, a thick layer of chakra quickly emerged on Uchiha Madara's body, and with the coalescence of this chakra, a skeletal giant quietly appeared on his body. Seeing this from afar, Kaido was slightly surprised. Could Uchiha Madara still use the Susanoo under such circumstances? But regardless of whether Uchiha Madara could use it or not, Kaido also used Susanoo at this moment. The same deep blue chakra emerged on his body, and the skeletal giant roared and growled as it started to grow bigger. As he grew larger, a layer of armor appeared on him, and the helmet of Sotengu covered the giant's head. The cold and destructive aura shot straight into the sky, and the atmosphere seemed to echo with this suffocating aura. Uchiha Madara silently looked at the Susanoo in the sky, and at this moment, he seemed a bit silent. Especially when he took a serious look at his own Susanoo, and looked at the giant that was emitting a deep blue luster, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile after a long while. This feeling is really strange, it's like facing another younger self. How is this kid so similar to me? Chapter 156, Chapter 156. Uchiha Madara did indeed feel that Kaido was very much like him. Setting aside character traits and other aspects he did not understand, this guy was the leader of the Uchiha clan, a position he himself held years ago. Looking at this guy, he seemed to be about 17 or 18 years old. At this age, Madara Uchiha had already activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. This guy now also possessed these eyes, and his abilities seemed to be somewhat similar to Madara's. Apart from that, the color of their Susanos was the same. Madara found this quite amusing and nostalgic. His current fight felt like he was boxing his own shadow. Sometimes he wondered if there really was such a thing as reincarnation in the world. Had another guy like him emerged in the Uchiha clan after his death? But in the end, you are just similar, you are not me. Madara Uchiha was full of pride at this moment. His Susanoo could only reach the second stage due to strict limitations. But he didn't care. For him, this was enough. He had an understanding of Kaido's basic abilities, which were of a standard ninja. However, in Madara's eyes, Kaido was severely lacking in real combat experience. Perhaps it was a matter of the times. Judging by Kaido's age, he probably had not participated in any wars. Even if he had been a part of the Third Great Ninja War, given his age, he probably hadn't even been on the battlefield, let alone during the most brutal period. Therefore, this kid hadn't received much training. His basic abilities might be fine, but in Madara's eyes, they were somewhat lacking. The fact that he could maintain parity or even gain an advantage relied entirely on his eyes and overall strength. Especially his physical conditioning, it was very impressive. However, this was to be expected, considering he had such an obvious Hashirama-like power within him. But Madara Uchiha was also a little puzzled about how he got this information. Such information indeed existed in the stone tablets beneath the Uchiha clan's shrine. But to know this information, one would need the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This kid's eyes clearly hadn't reached that stage, which was quite puzzling. But Madara couldn't be bothered to think about it any longer. He commanded his Susanoo and drew his twin swords. At this moment, his furious chakra engulfed the surroundings. Assisted by the amplification of his eye techniques, and his understanding of Susanoo. Even the second stage of Susanoo was no less impressive than Kaido's Susanoo, which had reached the third stage. One Susanoo stood in the sky, while the other was in the center of the flames. They faced each other without taking action, but everyone knew that a more desperate battle was likely to ensue. Is this really something a human can do? The ordinary leaf ninja who left with Jiraiya looked in the distance at the two giant figures, they couldn't help but express their fear. Jiraiya didn't answer because he too was gravely observing the distant scene. In his view, these two people were no longer normal. No, to be precise, Uchiha Kaito was no longer within the realm of normalcy. Uchiha Madara was not alive, but was resurrected through Edo Tensei, so him being normal would be odd. But Kaido was different, he was very much alive. But the question was, how old was he? His strength had reached this level at such a young age, it was difficult to understand. Jiraiya wondered what it would take for him to match or even defeat Uchiha Kaito. Upon thinking, he felt that the only chance would be if he had intelligence on Kaido and fully activated his Sage mode. This might be the power of the Uchiha clan, it's truly terrifying. Jiraiya thought to himself. However, when his gaze fell on Yuniko, he was somewhat surprised to find her exceedingly calm. She seemed to have very little emotional change, as if everything was as expected. Has she seen this before? Was it when facing the teacher? Jiraiya murmured to himself, feeling it was very possible. He knew how strong his teacher was at his peak. He also knew that his teacher, who exhibited a heroic spirit, was still incredibly powerful despite his old age. If Kaido could defeat his teacher head-on, that meant he must have used some terrifying ability to overpower him. Thinking about it, Jiraiya felt that it was very likely this formidable chakra giant. Only such a jutsu could potentially leave his teacher with no chance to retaliate. So this is the power of the Uchiha, this is the power of Uchiha Madara. On the other side, Orochimaru watched the battling duo, looking at the massive Susanoo, he couldn't help but lick his lips. He had no intention of controlling Madara's will, or rather, he dared not do so lightly. He had a feeling that if he attempted to, Madara might take control of him or even kill him before he had a chance to act. Madara's presence was simply too overwhelming, so much so that even Orochimaru, the summoner, felt a chill. And the fact was, Madara's power truly matched this oppressive presence. The quality of the summoning material was so poor that Madara's current power level was far below Kaido's. But this guy was still able to fight Kaido to this extent, and Orochimaru even saw that Uchiha Madara was leading this battle to a large degree. In some sense, this was already a complete victory for Uchiha Madara. And now that they had both summoned Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's was obviously not as strong as Kaido's. But strangely, in terms of momentum, they were both on par. Uchiha Madara seemed to give off an illusion of being unbeatable just by standing there. Kaido, although still dominant, was still far too inexperienced compared to Uchiha Madara. One can only say, truly worthy of the demon who once pacified the ninja world together with the first Hokage. If I could find him stronger summoning material than this guy. Orochimaru couldn't help but shake his head fiercely. Just with this summoning material, Madara had already displayed such power. If he were to find a stronger one, perhaps Orochimaru himself would be in danger. However, after this experience, Orochimaru had made a decision: he must find a way to strengthen his control over Edo Tensei. Only by strengthening his control over Edo Tensei could he command more powerful individuals. And only then, could he summon an even stronger Uchiha Madara. With someone like Uchiha Madara in his grasp, Orochimaru felt that there would be very few people in the ninja world who could stop him. Are you satisfied with this state? Kaido stood high in the sky. He looked down at Uchiha Madara, who was gazing up at him from the ground. Suddenly, he let out a chuckle. Not bad for your age, but considering your era, this is quite sad. Uchiha Madara, his hands folded across his chest, calmly looked at Kaido and spoke. Your era, compared to mine, is much more peaceful. Of course, I won't deny that once a war breaks out in your era, the scale, intensity, and number of participants are truly despairing. However, it seems that you didn't have much chance to participate in these wars. But even so, you have grown to this point, which is already commendable. Should I thank you for your praise? Kaido raised an eyebrow. He manipulated Susanoo to slowly unsheath his ninja sword. In an instant, his momentum had completely surpassed Uchiha Madara. Or should I say, I should thank you for creating Konoha with Hashirama Senju, right? Creating Konoha is one of the things I regret the most in my life, because the darkness it bred is beyond your imagination, kid. Uchiha Madara's eyes also started to spin, a cold aura continuously spread over his body. His Susanoo's double-bladed sword was also continuously infused with energy, the curvy chakra long sword pointed straight at the sky. You don't understand me at all, you don't understand me at all, and now you probably don't even know why I left Konoha. But all of this doesn't matter, it's rare to meet such an interesting junior, so I couldn't help but talk a bit more. But this farce should end now, let's get to it. In the middle of speaking, Uchiha Madara's ninja sword had already swung out fiercely, the bright blue chakra blade was directed straight at Kaido. Kaido calmly took a deep breath. The next moment, Susanoo's ninja sword in his hand had already gently raised above his head. The ultimate chakra was being brewed crazily at this moment, the green blade was continuously spreading between his ninja swords. With one slash, the green wind blade, filled with wind release chakra, fiercely collided with Uchiha Madara's blade. Kaido's green wind blade was extremely fast, in an instant it had already collided fiercely with Uchiha Madara's blade. Boom! The deafening roar sounded once again, the visible energy ripples in the sky again violently collided, turning the originally bright sky instantly dark with clouds. Uchiha Madara, controlling Susanoo, clutched the double-bladed sword in his hands, his eyes gazing at the sky. The grey, cloudy sky covered everything, preventing him from immediately locating Kaido. However, he could feel that Kaido was continuously approaching, that vast aura and an unprecedented sharpness were attacking him. Suddenly, Kaido, carrying the enormous Susanoo, descended from the sky, as gracefully as a water bird diving to catch a fish, yet full of killing intent. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a familiar sensation surge up, as he had once been attacked by such a technique. Back then, he was directly forced into a disastrous state by such swordsmanship. If he had not relied on the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu, he might have been in serious trouble. Such swordsmanship! Jiraiya and the other Konoha ninjas also witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but mutter quietly, they had never seen such swordsmanship before. But they could feel just how dangerous and deadly such swordsmanship was. It's this swordsmanship again. Yuniko wasn't too unfamiliar with Kaido's swordsmanship. After all, she had seen it a few times, and each time, there were countless souls lost under this swordsmanship. Uchiha Madara also slightly furrowed his brows. He too could feel the danger of this swordsmanship. However, what he felt more was excitement. Uchiha Madara himself was a genius who was proficient in all abilities, and his own swordsmanship was not weak. During the Warring States period, he had many clashes of swordsmanship with the Senju brothers, so seeing such a peculiar and powerful swordsmanship now naturally filled him with interest. Let me see what your limit is. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara gave a light shout, his Suzanu's double swords were raised, and then violent chakra spread endlessly between the two swords. The next second, he swung out his double swords fiercely, a destructive power spilled out, adding a touch of chill to the apocalyptic scene. And at this moment, Kaido also moved. He lightly waved the ninja sword in his hand forward. In an instant, it seemed as if the world had come to a standstill. There was nothing else in space, only the scene of this sword slashing down. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel the sky tilted and the earth skewed. A blade beyond everyone's imagination was wantonly spreading. The earth under this blade seemed as fragile as tofu, instantly cut in two. The next moment, Kaido's blade and Uchiha Madara's sword fiercely collided. A huge roar suddenly echoed. All the Konoha ninjas felt their eardrums vibrate. A stream of blood flowed out. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru's faces didn't look good at this time. A speck of light emerged from the point of the clash, instantly swelling. An indescribable light burst out. At this moment, the light shone for miles. The wind was rampaging. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. The residual energy swept out wantonly. Countless houses in the small town and even the tavern were completely destroyed. Some of them were thrown high in the air by this energy surge, and then torn into fragments in an instant. Some, at the first moment of contact with these forces, were directly obliterated by them. The clouds in the sky quickly dissipated under this energy, and the bright sunshine once again illuminated the earth. But this time, the earth was no longer the vibrant scene of all things thriving, but more like a hell, causing despair and suffocation. However, all this was not over yet. After a brief stalemate with Uchiha Madara's sword, Kaido's blade. Uchiha Madara's blade was eventually shattered, while Kaido's blade continued to slash forward without losing momentum. The ground was torn apart in frenzy. The huge cracks spread until Kaido's blade hit a mountain peak, only then did it stop. Countless clouds of dust spread wildly, completely blocking the figures of Kaido and Uchiha Madara. Cough cough cough. Jiraiya was coughing violently. The dust at this time was just too much, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The power erupted by Kaido and Uchiha Madara just now forced him to use the toad mouth bind jutsu. They were just too close, and if they weren't careful, they could be swept away by this power. Naturally, Jiraiya didn't want this to happen, so he decisively defended and protected Yuniko and the other Konoha ninjas. However, when he undid the toad mouth bind jutsu and took a careful look around, his face had completely changed. The land in front of him was riddled with holes, with pits of varying sizes appearing before his eyes, some of which were still smoking. The houses in the town had basically collapsed, and there was almost no place that was spared in this battle. The vast forest not far away had lost more than half of its outer area, with countless ancient trees broken or even completely shattered. There was a particularly noticeable, dark, and deep crack on the ground, as if the earth had been forcibly split in two. All of this was like a mess after the apocalypse. Damn it! Jiraiya suddenly changed his face and cursed harshly, the clash of these two, the inhabitants of this town. Please rest assured, Lord Jiraiya. Yuniko also seemed a bit stunned when she saw the scene in front of her, because this scene was even more brutal than when Kaido dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, after hearing Jiraiya's words, she couldn't help but stabilize her emotions, and then spoke. We've already moved all these residents ahead of time, just to prevent accidents from happening. Is that so? When Jiraiya heard this, he couldn't help but look seriously at Yuniko and the other Konoha ninjas. After confirming that they were not lying to him, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, but his face soon changed slightly. To prevent accidents from happening, did you foresee this situation, or were you guarding against me from the beginning? We were guarding against you, Lord Jiraiya. Yuniko didn't hide anything, but looked straight at Jiraiya and told the truth. We couldn't be sure what you were thinking, after all, Kaido forced your teacher to commit suicide. If you were determined to avenge him, then if we didn't prepare, the residents of this town would be in trouble. After all, you are Lord Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha, no one would underestimate your power. Jiraiya was somewhat torn between laughter and tears when he heard this, but in the end he just nodded silently, acknowledging her words. Kaido and the others were so careful that Jiraiya didn't know what to say, but it seemed that such caution was indeed necessary. If it weren't for their caution, I'm afraid that all the inhabitants of the entire town would have become dust in history by now. Shaking his head slightly, Jiraiya didn't want to think about these issues anymore. He lifted his head and looked at the thick dust in front of him, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything at the moment. The Konoha ninjas were speechless as they looked at the situation in front of them, feeling incredibly lucky to still be alive. It seems I won. In the dust, Kaido slowly stepped up to Uchiha Madara. He calmly looked at Uchiha Madara, who had a crack on his body, and then smiled slightly and said breathlessly, "Yes, you won." Uchiha Madara's expression was unusually calm, he even nodded slightly at Kaido, naturally knowing that he was indeed injured by Kaido. But even so, he didn't lose his composure at all, but still maintained that arrogance, as if no one in the world could change him. Defeating me is something to be proud of, even though I'm not in good shape right now. However, the winner always has the right to speak, I've never denied that. But you have to keep pushing, kid. This world is never as beautiful as you imagine. Your lack of combat experience is actually because you've participated in too few battles. And, don't think your life is covered by peace. Are you trying to tell me that this world is actually like hell? Kaido quietly looked at Uchiha Madara, then he smiled slightly and slowly said, "Yes, this world is hell, what you see is just a corner of the world, just covered up." Uchiha Madara started to say directly, but before he could finish his words, Kaido interrupted him. "I've never denied that this world is a hell." Kaido shook his head calmly, then slowly spoke in a soft voice. "Actually, this world should be better, as long as all countries can be integrated into one, there won't be so many wars. I am now the leader of the Uchiha clan, I have naturally seen some records about the past, and you are among them. I don't actually approve of many of your actions, but there's one thing I've always supported you on. That is, you want to unify the ninja world." Kaido's words stunned Uchiha Madara for a moment, he looked at Kaido somewhat speechlessly, and finally a smile emerged on his face. "Tell me what you think, why do you agree?" "It's simple, the existence of the ninja village is an ultimate violent organization. And the wars triggered by this violent organization are the ones that can integrate all the forces of the ninjas to erupt together." Kaido stopped in front of Uchiha Madara, watching as Madara gradually recovered, he spoke slowly while maintaining caution. "Therefore, there were the first, second, and third large-scale wars in the ninja world. These wars were much larger and much more bloody and cruel than any war in the Warring States period that I saw in the records. So I was thinking, did you guess the possible future situation, so you wanted to integrate the ninja world? At the same time, I was also wondering, if the entire ninja world has been integrated, would there still be so many wars? If you ask me the answer, then my answer is, definitely not. The smile on Uchiha Madara's face became brighter. He could see that Kaido was on guard, but he didn't say anything. Leaning back slightly, Uchiha Madara sat on the ground without any defense, then he laughed. If the ninja world is integrated, then it's hard for wars to occur again. What remains is to govern through some means. I'm not good at this, but the Nara people are good at it, and the most cunning man in the Senju family is also good at it. Under such circumstances, as long as those people recognize the concept of the ninja world is a village or a country, then, war will be permanently eliminated from this continent. It's a pity that this can't be done, Hashirama. How do you know it can't be done? Kaido laughed and looked at Uchiha Madara. He gently shook his head and then made a regretful gesture. Almost all of Konoha is mine now, but it's a pity you can't see it. Maybe I can tell you when I go to the Pure Land in the future. But you'll have to wait, Uchiha Madara. Really? Uchiha Madara looked at Kaido's current state. His smile became even brighter. I can't believe you didn't hear me before. We might meet and fight again in the future. Let it be this time. Although Kaido could guess what Uchiha Madara was thinking, he still asked. Does it still matter? Let's end it here. Uchiha Madara also didn't mean to waste any more words. As he spoke, his hands began to form seals, and in an instant, his body radiated a white light. The scraps of paper attached to his body began to dance in the wind, and he started to look somewhat ethereal. Well, see you next time. Kaido looked at Uchiha Madara, then he turned around and waved his hand, but the next time, it probably won't be as easy as this time. That's something I should be saying to you. Uchiha Madara looked at Kaido with slightly vacant eyes. Also, don't leave your back to others, especially enemies. I know, but can you really break my defense in your current state? Kaido slightly turned his head back, still smiling as he spoke, and after finishing his sentence, he left without looking back. Uchiha Madara silently watched Kaido's retreating figure, and after a long while, his smile became even brighter. I didn't expect, I survived unexpectedly this time, and met such an interesting guy. Uchiha Madara was feeling somewhat emotional now. His resurrection this time was truly a huge surprise for him, a surprise that might even affect his subsequent plans. However, Uchiha Madara was not overly worried. After all, he didn't put all his eggs in one basket. Both Nagato and Uchiha Obito were his prepared pawns. And to make the pawns act according to their destined trajectories, Madara had also prepared Black Zetsu. It can be said that Uchiha Madara had made sufficient preparations for everything, so he didn't take this little accident too seriously. But the one who summoned me, how did they find my body? Uchiha Madara was somewhat puzzled, but this doubt soon disappeared. Instead his expression became slightly playful. The one who summoned me to deal with the Uchiha is quite imaginative, and this operation was a failure for him. Then he will surely try to summon me again next time, and my strength may be even greater next time. I'll wait patiently, maybe there will be another way for me to resurrect myself in the future. Uchiha Madara's smile became even brighter. He knew that Obito would have his own plans. After all, he didn't do things without leaving traces. For example, the curse seal in Obito's heart was left by him. Obito will notice it sooner or later, and maybe he will have other ideas then. As for Nagato, this guy was just a tool for him to carry the Rinnegan. He never trusted Nagato. After all, this guy didn't even know the truth. All Uchiha Madara needed was for him to use the rebirth technique at the critical moment. He didn't care about anything else. As for whether this guy will die or not, that's even less of Uchiha Madara's concern. Using my eyes for so long, experiencing the existence of a godlike being, isn't all this enough? Uchiha Madara is a real power player. He always has a backup plan. Even for Black Zetsu, he wouldn't mention, let alone this unexpected event. Moreover, he is a person with extremely high pride, and there are very few people who can catch his eye. So far, the only ones who have gained his approval are his brother and Hashirama Senju. However, he now has one more person who has piqued his interest, someone who once had similar ideas to him, and whose identity, abilities, and even Susanoo are similar to his. Uchiha Kaito. Uchiha Madara muttered to himself. At this point, his figure was becoming increasingly blurred, as his soul was about to leave this world. It's a pity, your beliefs and ideas are already outdated because the Sage of Six Paths has left us with the best method. This method is the infinite Tsukuyomi, and it is the true way to bring peace to this world. I hope your eyes can see further, I hope you can make a better decision, and I hope the next time I see you, your performance can improve. After all, there are very few people in this world that can pique my interest. Ever since the death of Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara felt that the world was really boring because no one could capture his attention. He had no intention of communicating with others because they simply could not understand him. Now he has met someone similar to his past self, although their personalities may be vastly different. After all, this guy hadn't experienced a cruel war, but he did slightly pique Uchiha Madara's interest. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly shone with dazzling white light. The next moment, his soul soared into the sky, and the body that was carrying his soul collapsed onto the ground, revealing the corpse of a grass ninja inside. The dust dispersed, as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru stood at a safe distance, his expression somewhat strange. After a while, he licked his lips. Has it been dispelled? It shouldn't have been dispelled by Uchiha Madara. If he had dispelled it, it should have re-solidified the relationship between him and Tobirama Senju. I guess he wouldn't tell him the secret of this jutsu, so it should have been Hashirama. But it doesn't matter, this time I got the answer I wanted. This is the power of the Uchiha. Hey! It's really moving, it's really enviable. Orochimaru's eyes were slightly vacant, and then he directly turned and left. This battle was over, and he didn't want to face Kaido again. Although he still has to go to the Leaf Village, meeting him would be too uncomfortable. Walking on the road to Konoha, Jiraiya wore a frown, while Kaido and Yanako followed him silently. Jiraiya had a troubled expression, and it was unavoidable because he discovered that he had to deal with a very tricky issue even before he officially became Hokage. That was the small town that had been destroyed after the battle between Kaido and Uchiha Madara. This was indeed their responsibility, and the cost of reconstruction naturally fell on Konoha. Originally, Jiraiya didn't want to consume his own brain cells for this kind of thing. After all, he was very clear about his role. Any trouble would naturally be handled by Kaido and the others. But a single sentence from Kaido made Jiraiya feel uneasy, forcing him to think seriously. Jiraiya-sama, although this matter concerns Konoha, it is also inextricably linked to you. First, even though you have not officially taken the position of Hokage yet, you are a ninja of Konoha, and you have the duty and responsibility to handle these matters. Secondly, our battle was against Orochimaru, who is your target and mission. Fighting him was my duty and responsibility as a Konoha ninja, but ultimately, he is your target, Jiraiya-sama, so you can't get out of this. All the losses caused by this battle, Jiraiya-sama, you must bear. I think you should understand such rules, right? Finally, Orochimaru summoned Uchiha Madara, an existence tantamount to a deity or demon. I must think about how to report this. Strictly speaking, this report should be made by you, Jiraiya-sama. If you insist, I will leave everything to you. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya didn't dare to speak again. Kaido's words made him realize that he had more problems than he had imagined. And he really couldn't get away from these messy things, so he could only sincerely think about how to handle them. However, with this thought, he sadly discovered that without Konoha as a backup and support, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. This made him feel even more helpless and depressed. He knew that he had no hope of escaping and could only obediently obey. But, Kaido was able to deal with an enemy as powerful as a deity or demon. That's really terrifying. As Jiraiya pondered how to deal with the current problem of the town, he also thought about Kaido's situation. He didn't know the specific information about Edo Tensei. He only knew that Kaido had demonstrated an impressive power and had dealt with Uchiha Madara, who was resurrected through Edo Tensei. Such strength was enough to amaze and sigh. After all, that was Uchiha Madara. Kaido showed such power at such a young age, it was really incredible, but he also felt a bit puzzled. That is, it seems that this Uchiha Madara was somewhat different from what he had seen in some documents. Could it be that the Edo Tensei resurrected version of this once ninja world warrior, in fact, didn't reach his peak strength? Jiraiya pondered silently, but when he thought of the terrifying battle situation just now, he couldn't help but hesitate. Perhaps the history books had magnified the historical figures too much. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the ninja world. After all, the person is gone. No matter how strong his previous strength was, it can be exaggerated as much as possible. This can also motivate the younger generation. Shaking his head, Jiraiya didn't focus on this anymore, but it didn't mean that Yonko wouldn't think about it. After all, the relationship between Yonko and Kaido was not comparable to that between Jiraiya and Kaido. Yonko could ask many things directly. It seems that Jiraiya's problem has been solved, and Konoha can pass through this turbulent period. Walking behind Jiraiya with Kaido, Yonko said to Kaido in a low voice. But it seems that I didn't need to come at all. Aren't you just wasting my time? Do you really not need to come? Kaido gently raised his eyebrows, also speaking in a low voice with a smile. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the residents of that town would have been in trouble. Although you were worried about Jiraiya and I taking action, you played an unimaginable role no matter how you look at it. The residents of that town were evacuated at Yonako's request. She always takes into account any circumstances to avoid unnecessary accidents. She was indeed worried about Kaido and Jiraiya taking action. After all, before the matter was completely clarified, Kaido and Jiraiya were adversaries in some sense. Once they started, with their strength, those civilians might really be in trouble. This is a way to prevent things before they happen, and although Kaido didn't take action against Jiraiya, he did against a much more terrifying enemy. Without her, Kaido might have had to apologize. Don't say that, anyway, I feel that you brought me here just to clean up your mess. Yonko rolled her eyes, then spoke helplessly. This was the case when we were in a team before, and now you are the head of the security department, and you are still like this. Doesn't this show that I'm still the same boy I was, without a bit of change? Kaido gritted his teeth, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this. Besides, getting in touch with Jiraiya early is a good thing, at least you can know what kind of person the future Hokage is likely to be, right? Jiraiya-sama has always been a romantic idealist, I've known this for a long time. Yonko spoke helplessly, but she still nodded. All right, let's assume you're right. It's good to get to know the Hokage in advance, but are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. Kaido looked a lot more serious this time, and after nodding, he spoke softly. Orochimaru really surprised me, he actually found Uchiha Madara's body. But he was very cautious. I've seen the manuscript of the Edo Tensei Jutsu, he didn't give Madara any good material choices. Therefore, Madara's strength is probably less than 1/10 of his peak. This is why I was able to have the upper hand. However, next time, I need to be careful. Who knows what this dangerous guy Orochimaru can pull off? Kaido indeed felt that he needed to step up his game. Facing Uchiha Madara directly this time gave him a lot of pressure. Even though his overall strength had the upper hand, he was barely able to gain the advantage due to Madara's self-will and battle awareness. This is something unimaginable, but fortunately, after going through so many things, Kaido's system can now extract. It's just that he was too busy and never had time to do it. Now that he has brought Jiraiya back, he can go back and take a good look. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Yuniko was shocked. She didn't expect that Madara only had 1/10 of his strength, yet he displayed such terrifying power. What kind of monster is this former clan leader of the Uchiha clan? Yuniko was pondering in her heart. Just looking at Kaido, she suddenly felt as if this was not something difficult to understand. This person beside her, after all, is an existence that people can't understand. It seems that when I go back, I need to take a good look at the past history. It would be best to apply to my uncle and see if I can access the information recorded in Konoha. Yuniko was thinking in her heart. She was really curious about what Kaido had told her. However, when her gaze fell on Jiraiya walking in front, she couldn't help but touch her chin. It seems that I also need to understand this Hokage-sama well. What was the name of the book that Kaido mentioned before? It seems to be called Make Out Paradise. It looks like I have to take a good look when I get back. Chapter 157, Chapter 157. Perhaps it was due to their battle with Uchiha Madara, but Kaido and his team encountered no trouble on their way back to Konoha. However, they did notice an unusually high number of ninjas heading towards the small town they were just in. Kaido knew he was the cause of this, but he still looked at Jiraiya. This made Jiraiya feel helpless. The whole situation had nothing to do with him initially, but now it seemed as though it was all his problem. Still, after much thought, Jiraiya decided to bear with it. After all, the person who picked a fight with Kaido was Orochimaru. What else could he do? Who would have thought that his task of capturing Orochimaru would lead to him leaving Konoha, and now he was facing the repercussions of his actions. He remained silent for most of the journey. However, Kaido and the little Nara girl chatted merrily, which caused Jiraiya to speed up. He couldn't stand the situation. He missed the days when he could hold hot women and enjoy drinks. Now, returning to Konoha meant he had to be Hokage, something he was not looking forward to. This was like saying goodbye to his old life, which made him even more depressed. He now thought that out of sight, out of mind was better. How did a Nara and an Uchiha end up together? Jiraiya muttered to himself. Under this mood, they returned to Konoha in less than a day. Seeing the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Konoha, Jiraiya was filled with emotion. It seemed like almost 10 years since he last returned. The last time he was here, his student Minato Namikaze was in power. After his death, Jiraiya felt unable to face it and chose to flee. Such actions were childish. Looking back, Jiraiya was full of guilt, but he genuinely couldn't face it. The pain of an elder burying the young is something ordinary people can't understand. Clan leader Kaido, we've arrived, Jiraiya sighed after a long silence. I wonder if I could visit the cemetery. I want to see some people. No problem. I'll have Kakashi accompany you, Kaido nodded, adding quickly as if worried Jiraiya would overthink, it's not that I'm afraid you'll run away, but to help you adapt to things in advance. After all, the Hokage always has ANBU following them. Besides, Kakashi was the 4th Hokage's student, so I think you two will get along well. Is Kakashi still in ANBU? I heard it was him who exposed my teacher. Jiraiya didn't mind Kaido's words and didn't refuse Kaido's intentions. Instead, he asked curiously. Kakashi's actions, both as a ninja and a member of the ANBU, were severely inappropriate. Jiraiya was surprised that he was still in the ANBU. He wanted to leave, but most of the ANBU that adhered strictly to their missions were taken out by me. He needs to stay in the ANBU for the reorganization, Kaido replied. Kaido spoke without a hint of stress, leaving Jiraiya at a loss for words. Also, Naruto hasn't had an easy time these past years, and I think you know why. Although he's been coming to our clan over the past year and receiving some good care, I believe you would want to look after him yourself. Minato's child. The name Naruto held special significance for Jiraiya. It was a name given to his student's child, carrying special meaning. He could imagine Naruto's life and the thought made him feel both helpless and heartbroken. Therefore, he simply nodded to show his understanding. After all, he really wanted to meet the young Naruto. Having gotten Jiraiya's acknowledgement, although Kaido would have done the same regardless, he quickly found Kakashi, instructed him, and then left. "Where are we going now?" Yuniko, following Kaido, asked curiously. "If there's nothing to do, I'll go back first. There's a meeting coming up. I need to see your uncle and others." After all, Jiraiya's return is a big deal. Kaido paused before speaking and then smiled at Yuniko. "How about it? Want to come along? These meetings may be boring, but they are useful." Upon hearing this, Yuniko didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Her decisiveness amused Kaido. Kaido quickly caught up and grabbed Yuniko's hand, then chuckled. "Come on, is it that bad? It's just a meeting. Do you need to react so violently? First, in what capacity am I going?" "Yes, I'm a member of the security department, but I'm guessing this meeting is about the Hokage." Yuniko let Kaido hold her hand, showing no resistance. She spoke with a disgruntled expression. "Why would you invite me to a meeting about the Hokage? If I accidentally leak something, I'd be the one in trouble. Secondly, I'm not interested in these matters. Instead of listening to you old men discuss interests, I'd rather find a place to rest." Who knows what Jiraiya was doing? He came back so fast I didn't even get a good rest. "I see. That makes sense." Kaido knew Yuniko had that typical Nara character. Although she would follow him if he insisted, Yuniko was one of his best friends, and Kaido naturally didn't want to force her. Besides, Yuniko's strength was indeed not comparable to Kaido and Jiraiya. She was indeed tired from the long journey back. Thinking of this, Kaido nodded. But just as he was about to say something, his eyebrows furrowed. "Did you just call us old men?" "Yes, old men." Yuniko nodded. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a smile crept onto her beautiful face. Okay, you're not old. I misspoke. But being around those old men all the time, people might start to think you're old." Watching Yuniko's insincere apology, Kaido didn't bother arguing with her. After giving her a glare, he turned and walked towards the Hokage building. As he walked, he couldn't help but touch his chin. It was smooth and completely free of stubble. Even though he was an individual who had crossed over from another world and his actual mental age wasn't young, he didn't want to be called an old man. People should always have a young heart because it gives them the motivation to strive. Kaido was willing to strive for his life, but no matter how you look at it, this was a good motivation. Watching Kaido's retreating figure, Yuniko couldn't help but smile. Despite the vast gap between their current power and status, he was still the same. Just like he said, he was still that same young man. "All right, off to the bookstore then." With a small smile on her lips, Yuniko turned and headed towards the bookstore. Even though the name of the bookstore was a bit odd, she trusted Kaido's choice. However, half an hour later. "Uchiha Kaito, you damned pervert. So Jiraiya's back already? Looks like the troublesome times are about to end." Inside a Hokage building office, the heads of the 7 major clans gathered again. Other than Nara Shikako and Yamanaka Inoichi, who worked in the building, none of the others were usually there. But as soon as Kaido sent out the call, they all arrived in less than 10 minutes. This showed the state of collective tension they were in. After all, the implications of what they had done were huge, and the resulting impact and controversy were unimaginable. They needed to be prepared to gather here quickly and discuss the situation when problems arose. If Konoha were to fall into chaos, they wouldn't even have the chance to react. After all, this was a leaderless period for Konoha, and any event could make them feel extremely tense. But thankfully, with Jiraiya's return, this period of martial law was about to end, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, he's back. But there were some minor troubles. Kaido nodded lightly, then briefly explained what had happened on the journey. As he spoke, the faces of everyone present changed subtly. They hadn't expected Kaido to encounter such things just by going out to find Jiraiya. They had received news earlier that the town closest to the Hidden Leaf village had suffered devastating damage. Moreover, the chakra emanating from the town had terrified the members of the sensory division. The cold, destructive chakra was truly suffocating. Though they had experienced Kaido's power, as he had unleashed such force that night, this time there were two sources of such chakra. This news had made Nara Shikako and the others quite uneasy. However, now they understood what had happened, and this understanding made their headaches worse. Because Orochimaru had also appeared in the Land of Fire, and it seemed he might be coming to the Hidden Leaf village. Orochimaru was already dangerous enough, and now he had mastered the Edo Tensei Jutsu, increasing his threat level several times over. Indeed, troubles never come singly, Nara Shikako said, shaking his head after hearing Kaido's account. What does Minister Kaido plan to do? If Orochimaru really enters, it will be a problem. Be ready with contingency plans at all times. If he behaves, then so be it, but if he doesn't. Kaido's eyes were filled with cold light, and he unconsciously started tapping on the wooden table in front of him. Then I'll deal with him. During the previous battle, I let him run wild because I wanted to see what he was up to. But now, once I locate him, I can prevent him from causing any destruction. If it were Orochimaru before his reincarnation, Kaido wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. But now, Kaido was confident enough to say this. Although Kaido's genjutsu wasn't particularly specialized, he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan after all. Moreover, he had Shisui and Fugaku with him, both of whom were strong in genjutsu. If Orochimaru dared to cause trouble in Konoha, Kaido, Shisui, and Fugaku would certainly make him pay a painful price. That's a given. Since Minister Kaido is so confident, we can rest easy. Seeing Kaido's confidence, Nara Shikako felt much more relieved. Now, I think we should start preparing for Jiraiya's inauguration ceremony. We've been promoting this for a while, and it's time to wrap it up. To push Jiraiya into the position of Hokage, in addition to legal confirmation, a sufficient amount of publicity was needed. While the Hokage was elected, in urgent situations the Hokage could also be selected in special ways. The second Hokage's selection of the third was such a special election. Although Kaido used this to criticize Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tobirama Senju's decision couldn't be completely denied. Besides the third who was specially elected, Tsunade in the original story was also specially selected. After all, at that time the third Hokage had passed away, and the Hidden Leaf was leaderless. There was an urgent need for a prestigious and capable Hokage to take charge. Jiraiya would have been a good choice at that time, but he refused, and no one in the village could suppress him. This allowed him the chance to find Tsunade and bring her back. The original narrative focused on Naruto and Jiraiya at that time, and Kaido guessed that there must have been a lot of publicity in the village to support this. Otherwise, Tsunade wouldn't have been accepted so smoothly by nearly all the civilian ninjas and ordinary villagers. Strictly speaking, even Danzo was a product of special election. He was very close to touching the throne of the Hokage. However, he did no publicity and almost offended all the families in the Hidden Leaf, which ultimately made him just an acting Hokage. Don't rush. I think everyone should find time to meet with Jiraiya. Kaido said slowly as he pondered. Jiraiya's return can't exactly be called willing. He's not as stupid as imagined, he's clever enough to see through our thoughts. And I've promised him some things, like we need to hold a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Humph, a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi? Does that old man deserve one? Hyuga Hayashi, although he already knew about this, was still upset when Kaido brought it up. This guy did so many ugly things, let him commit suicide to preserve the face of the Hokage, and now we still have to hold a funeral for him. This is really a ceremonial funeral in exchange for a hands-off Hokage, clan head Hiashi. I think we are making a good deal. Kaido naturally understood Hyuga Hayashi's displeasure. In fact, not only him, even Kaido himself was somewhat displeased. But as he said, sometimes you have to bow to reality, and there's no way around it. And though Kaido was unhappy, he didn't resist the idea of holding a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi too much. Because in the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi came to his senses in his final moments. He died with the dignity and grace of a shinobi. The funeral wasn't for his identity as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but for his identity as shinobi Hiruzen Sarutobi. This can also be seen as a commemoration for the departure of a generation of shinobi. Although this matter is basically settled, a lot of detail work needs to be handled properly. For example, in the funeral for the shinobi, a lot of details and security work must be done well, and the feelings of many people must also be considered. Nothing is simple or easy, especially as many things need to be arranged properly. This makes Nara Shikako feel a bit of a headache. Kaido, on the other hand, is relieved, since these things are not within his jurisdiction, and he doesn't need to worry about them. At most, he would just send members of the security division to maintain order, and let professionals handle and deal with the complicated matters. By the way, how have those three families been behaving these days? After finalizing the funeral arrangements, what was left were some relatively important matters, like those three families. For the sake of the village's internal stability, these three families had not been interfered with by Kaido and his team yet, they were merely placed under strict quarantine. Of course, during this period, everyone wasn't idle, and all departments were inventorying their assets. Kaido and his team were already aware of their overt assets, which was a staggering amount. But who knew how many unseen and substantial assets they had behind the scenes? Therefore, this matter needed to be thoroughly investigated. If they could clearly understand their resources, perhaps the village's finances could improve substantially. The three families were initially in chaos, or rather, they were extremely agitated. However, seeing our actions, they've now calmed down. Strictly speaking, they were probably intimidated by us, said Abarame Shibi, who was in charge of strictly controlling one of the three families. He was still wearing sunglasses and a hood to hide his identity. The deaths of Koharu, Homura, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had a great impact on them. These three families developed rapidly, but their foundations were not solid. With the death of these three, they did not have capable individuals to suppress dissenting voices, lead and unite them. There might be some in the future, but with such a short amount of time and under such shock, coupled with our pressure, they might find it difficult to quickly align their thinking and stabilize. Kaido was taken aback upon hearing this, and then a smile emerged on his face. He realized that he might have overestimated these three families, or that his understanding of them was not deep enough. Under such chaotic circumstances and with such immense external pressure, it would be difficult for them to quickly consolidate their family. After all, their rise was only during the 10 or so years when Sarutobi Hiruzen was Hokage. Over 10 years, perhaps only one generation had time to grow. However, whether this generation could match the current size of their family was a significant issue. To put it bluntly, how could they possibly compare to the 7 great clans of Konoha with thousands of years of heritage? Even if they could stabilize the situation, it wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. Kaido never believed that after the fall of these three heads, the people in their families who had been severely oppressed would not have other ideas. For example, now that you're dead, and it's been proven how wrong you were, the family must be preserved by someone unrelated to you. With this mindset, various people within their family might start to stir. By then, Kaido and his team wouldn't need to do anything. The families might plunge into chaos on their own, even to the point of killing themselves. Thinking about this, Kaido was considering whether he should relieve the pressure on these people, to let them cause their own chaos. But let's deal with this later. At least for now, we have more important matters to handle. By the way, Minister Kaido, Asuma has returned. At this moment, Nara Shikako seemed to remember something and spoke. Shikashiro sent me a message yesterday. Asuma, who was in the capital of the Land of Fire, has learned about his father's death and has now reported to the Daimyo, hoping to return. The Daimyo has agreed to this, and according to Shikashiro's report, Asuma seems very repressed and angry, although he didn't do anything to Shikashiro. He's back. Upon hearing this, Kaido touched his chin thoughtfully, then looked at Nara Shikako and asked, "What do you think, Minister Shikako, or what preparations has he made?" "I think it's no big deal if he comes back," said Nara Shikako, seemingly indifferent to the matter, and then seriously discussed his idea of dealing with the Sarutobi clan. After all, Asuma is the son of the Hokage. If he can cooperate with us to keep others in line upon his return, then we could potentially help him control Sarutobi. Although I understand that everyone here has major grievances with the third Hokage, even affecting his family, this is a normal thing. But we can't deny that their family is very strong now. They might not have many jonin, but the number of chunin and genin is quite substantial. This represents Konoha's basic combat power, so if we can win them over, we should do so as much as possible. Only if that doesn't work should we consider extreme measures. As Nara Shikako spoke, his gaze swept over Kaido and Hayashi. Because these two were the most difficult for him to persuade, and also had the deepest grudges against Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he couldn't convince these two, all his efforts would be in vain. However, what made him helpless was that Kaido didn't seem to care too much about this matter, and Hayashi remained exceptionally silent, not saying a word. He knew this matter could only be touched upon temporarily, and it was better to deal with other issues. Besides, let's not forget that the 12 guardian ninja around the Daimyo are divided into two factions. Asuma belongs to the faction that supports the Hokage, and he is also the son of the Hokage. He carries a significant deterrent power. Now that he has left, those supporting the Daimyo will inevitably take the upper hand, which may influence the Daimyo's leaning. What do you think? Can we use this opportunity to make Konoha's finances a bit more flexible? Making Konoha's finances more flexible would greatly benefit the development of the village. Everyone present was intelligent, and at Nara Shikako's words, they instantly understood what he was thinking. Nara Shikako was actually considering making a move against the Daimyo? But upon further thought, it seems this is not entirely unfeasible. The Daimyo, although prestigious and incredibly wealthy, so wealthy it is alluring, runs a family business that spans the entire shinobi world. But the fact that he can enjoy all this, and that his family business is so dominant without facing any direct opposition, is entirely due to the protection offered by Konoha. Of course, Konoha also needs his money to maintain its own development. It can be said that there is a relative balance between the two. But there is a limit to this balance, because the two parties are not on the same level in terms of power. In this world, there are existences with superhuman strength. Comparing ordinary people like the Daimyo to the ninja of Konoha village, who have mastered such power, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth. Now that the Daimyo seems to have different ideas despite never expressing it, he has employed a group of people who clearly tend toward the idea of Daimyo over Kage. This truly forces the people of the ninja village to seriously consider the Daimyo's current stance. If his stance has really changed, then Konoha will have no choice but to do something to ensure its own interests. Konoha is not like Tsunagakuer, the unfortunate ninja village being strangled by the Daimyo of the Land of Wind. Konoha has always maintained a proper and strong demeanor when dealing with the Daimyo. Changing the Daimyo would indeed be a bit troublesome, as they have cooperated with the current one for so long, and everyone has an understanding of each other. If they suddenly brought in someone new, many things would need to start from scratch. This is not a simple matter. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, I fear that Konoha would not particularly want to replace the current Daimyo. But the premise is that he is a smart and reasonable person. However, I think that Nara Shikako probably doesn't intend to replace the Daimyo. He probably wants to eliminate those people and teach the Daimyo a lesson. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to put pressure on the Daimyo, forcing him to contribute more funds to Konoha, thereby making Konoha's finances more flexible. Kaido pondered silently as he walked home. Nara Shikako's ideas and plans are probably the same as he thought. After all, Nara Shikako is not a man who kills casually, and doing this might serve another purpose. That is to let Jiraiya, the future Hokage, get the plan for this operation after taking office, and be able to accept the results smoothly. The Hokage is, after all, the symbol of Konoha. Even though Jiraiya, as Hokage, will probably be 100% hands-off, it's still important for him to be informed. This would improve his reputation and lessen the resistance to him from others. Then, with the money that Jiraiya received, the ninja reform plan they had previously discussed could be implemented. Both families would benefit. This is truly a win-win situation. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. This guy doesn't seem to want to stand out too much, but also doesn't want people to forget about their existence. Low-key, practical, but absolutely not hidden from sight, this guy is as stable as ever. Having basically figured out Nara Shikako's thoughts, Kaido had no intention of opposing him. On the contrary, Kaido was very supportive of Nara Shikako. The 7 great families stirred up such a huge issue, but now, with the position of the Hokage vacant, none of them dare to take up the role. They are afraid of giving others the impression that the impeachment was essentially for their own benefit. Of course, while this is true, they can't afford to appear unseemly. They aren't Hiruzen, who for no reason pushes himself to the brink of death. Really, if they are pushed too hard, they might end up having a wild imagination or becoming magnanimous. Although it's one thing whether anyone could do it, it's another matter whether anyone would do it. Even though Kaido isn't afraid of what these guys might do, he also has to guard against the public having such thoughts, because that would only prove that Kaido and his allies' performance was a failure. Kaido returned home and collapsed on the bed. At this point, he had moved to a much larger house. Furthermore, the house was elegantly decorated and had a small pond inside with fish swimming around. What's outrageous is that Kaido didn't have to worry about the cleanliness of the entire house. Someone would come to clean every day. Even the fish had someone to feed them, which saved Kaido even more time. This is just like the life of a millionaire. Kaido felt the softness of his large bed and the fragrance on the quilt, the source of which he didn't know. He felt particularly relaxed at this moment. Even though he had been living here for some time, he couldn't help but marvel at this extravagant lifestyle every time. However, Kaido knew that he had more important things to do now. He focused his mind, and soon his system panel appeared on his retina. Current binding, Uchiha clan. Current status, stable and thriving. You have solved the internal problems of the clan and dealt with the external troubles. You have truly stabilized the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Prosperity, 20,000, the basic prosperity of a normal family is 10,000. Advice, continue to transform the clan, make the Uchiha the strongest clan in Konoha. This is the goal you as the Uchiha clan head must achieve. Looking at the system panel's prompts, Kaido nodded slightly. The current state of the clan had finally changed. It was no longer the shaky situation that made Kaido feel the clan was on the brink of collapse. This indicated that Kaido's efforts were absolutely successful. He led a nearly extinct clan to its current thriving state. And, the prosperity level is 20,000, hey? I remember it was over 16,800 last time, so that means I can have a 3 consecutive draw now. When Kaido looked at his points, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle a bit. Ever since he obtained the Divine Ascent, he never had a chance to draw. The Divine Ascent rank was a long-term skill. Its growth aspect made Kaido very happy. What could be more anticipated than being able to restore and repair bloodlines? But it was a bit unfortunate that it didn't immediately give Kaido strong combat abilities, which left him somewhat helpless. Looking at the points this time, Kaido decided to have a good draw. As he let the system start executing the command, the next moment, he was a bit stunned. Points have reached 3,000, 3 skill draws can be performed. Based on the current family situation, the host can choose 3 from 9 abilities for learning, cultivation, or adaptation. Because you helped the family through the difficulties in the village, you can draw a special reward. Would release Vortex of Vengeance. You can summon 5 roots that keep moving within a large range. Power depends on the amount of chakra invested and the quality of the chakra itself. This skill belongs to the wood release category. The host must possess earth release, water release, and strong yang release, otherwise, it cannot be executed. Ice release glacial storm. You can cast a strong wind filled with bone-chilling cold mixed with ice and hail in the target area. It can even turn a scorching summer into an ice age instantly. The water release attribute can be obtained through skills if not already possessed. Secret Art Thunder Prison Pull. You can release a thunderstorm within a certain range. The power of the technique is directly proportional to the output of the chakra. Upon seeing these 3 skills, Kaido remained relatively calm. After all, he had witnessed the appearance of a full passivity. Even though these 3 skills made his heart race, he could still control it. To be honest, he was really tempted by these 3 skills, although the Thunder Prison Pull was not the first time he had seen it, but the problem was that he didn't have the Lightning Release attribute. Thunder Prison Pull can fully compensate for his lack in Lightning Release. It's a key to supplement his chakra attributes. Having witnessed the great explosion of 5 elemental ninja techniques, Kaido had seen that unbelievable self-integration scene of elemental power diffusion. This self-integration truly shocked Kaido and made him remember this feeling deeply. Also at that time, Kaido silently decided that he needs to gather all the chakra attributes and then attempt to do his own integration. However, at present, the chakra attributes he possesses are fire release, earth release, and wind release obtained from waterfowl dance. Besides, he probably has yin-yang release since his ability in this aspect has also been improved. But apart from these, he doesn't know any other attribute techniques, whether it's lightning release or water release, he simply does not possess them. As a Uchiha, it seems strange to not have lightning release, but Kaido is just such an exception. This time seeing the Thunder Prison Pull, it's impossible for Kaido to not be tempted. And the Vortex of Vengeance and Glacial Storm techniques have attracted Kaido's attention, especially these 2 techniques seem to complement each other to some extent. The wood release is out, but it needs water release to be executed, and Glacial Storm can provide water release directly. How can this not be tempting? Kaido murmured to himself. He was almost holding back his desire to choose these 3 techniques and continued to look down. After all, he still had 6 more techniques to choose from, but when he saw the remaining 6 techniques, he fell into deep thought. Secret Art Crow Storm. Form death crows with chakra, plunging the enemy into endless illusion and fear, even causing irreversible damage. Secret Technique Unstoppable Blade. Infuse the blade with chakra radiance through the secret technique. In the next 5 seconds your attack can ignore defense. Sword Technique Blood Blade Dance. Inflict unimaginable damage on the enemy like a whirlwind, like a dance causing the enemy's blood to flow wildly, can advance or retreat. Kaido had seen these 3 techniques before, but the last time he chose a technique that was more important to him, so he didn't choose these. Their effects were also unpredictable and they could probably serve as a family secret technique passed down through any family. The problem was, Kaido had too many options to choose from, so he had to pick the best and most practical. Courage. Whenever you kill an enemy, you can obtain a shard of courage. Once you have collected 100 shards, you can increase your yang release power to a certain extent and improve your physical fitness. Each level of ninja carries different amounts of shards. Curved Path Leap. You can actively open a portal to the place you want to go within a suitable range, and you can also bring a certain number of teammates with you for the teleportation. The range of teleportation depends on the amount of chakra you invest, but the further the teleportation, the more chakra it consumes. Grand Annihilation, you can instantly detonate your chakra, enlarge your body, and gain high chakra recovery ability, attack power, and movement speed. This technique can be applied to Susanoo. Looking at these three techniques, Kaido's heart twitched hard again. These three techniques hit him hard, and he couldn't bear to turn his eyes away. If he remembered correctly, the courage technique should be Garen's W in the game, which increases both resistance and toughness. If it were according to the game, Kaido probably wouldn't take a second look, but here it directly increased Yang release. Even if Kaido had Yang release, he wouldn't think having more of it was bad. On the contrary, such power was of course better the more there was. Yang release could bring about changes to the body. Under the transformation of Dark Scythe and Divine Ascension, Kaido had already deeply experienced this. His chakra amount, physical strength, and even his speed had all seen incredible increases, and even his coordination had improved many times over what it was before. This was why he could make his opponents shudder with just taijutsu, not to mention the incredible benefits this kind of enhancement would bring to the repair of his eyes. Yang release, this is the foundational power that can change fate. Kaido murmured, and he was also very torn about the second ability. Curved Path Leap should be the ability of some bald old wizard. In the game, Kaido usually used this ability as a passive way to increase magic explosion. It was also a key skill for escaping in critical moments, as the teleportation range of this technique was too small. But here, this ability had undergone a subtle change. Its teleportation range was no longer limited. This small but significant change immediately increased the value of this technique countless times, especially since it could also teleport others. How could Kaido not be moved? As for the last one, Kaido seemed to remember that it should be Aatrox's skill. Normally, Kaido might not choose this ability. But now this thing could be used on Susanoo. Without mincing words, this ability could absolutely boost his combat effectiveness massively. Indeed, every time I have to choose a technique, it's the happiest moment, but it's also the most depressing and painful. Chapter 158, Chapter 158. Kaido never denied one thing, that he was a person suffering from indecision. Even if he hadn't had this issue originally, he would have been driven to it helplessly when faced with his own system. Looking at the 9 skills before him, Kaido was completely at a loss. Given that he could only choose 3 skills, Kaido had no choice but to make some difficult decisions. First of all, he chose courage, a skill that could enhance his Yang release capabilities. The power of Yang release had always been exceedingly precious. Since he had encountered it, Kaido naturally couldn't miss it. As a Uchiha, he probably didn't need to worry about his Yin release. However, their Yang release abilities seemed to be cut off by someone. They had it, since it's the most fundamental power of life that everyone possesses. But it was very hard for their Yang release power to grow. Maybe other Uchihas wouldn't care too much about this, but for someone like Kaido who knows the real development path of the Uchiha, it's unacceptable. So, the power of Yang release absolutely cannot be missed. After choosing courage as the first skill, Kaido hesitated for a long time before finally choosing Thunder Prison Pull as his second skill. He had seen this technique quite a few times, and Kaido found that he seemed to have a real affinity with the electric mouse. The first time he drew a skill, Kaido encountered his ultimate art Chidori. Later, he encountered Thunder Prison Pull twice. Given his affinity with the electric mouse cannon and the fact that Kaido indeed lacked a lightning release, making this choice seemed normal. However, making this choice meant that Kaido basically couldn't choose the glacial storm, and also couldn't choose the unique wood release from the big tree in this world. But Kaido didn't really regret this, mainly because he never thought of using ice release and wood release. At least for now, they are not suitable for him. There are indeed users of ice release in this world, but the problem is that the only one left is the white one besides Zabuza. This means that the legacy of the ice release family, which Kaido once mistakenly thought was called Mizu no Tsuki but is actually called Yuki, has been cut off. After obtaining this technique, Kaido could only use Ice Storm in a step-by-step manner. Even though the technique was powerful, it lacked variation and flexibility. This didn't really match Kaido's fighting style. Even though he was skilled in using techniques, he wouldn't foolishly stand in one place and cast large-scale ninjutsu. He didn't have confidence that his control over ice release could be as flexible as fire release, and he couldn't use existing frost to cast other techniques. This meant he wouldn't be able to perfectly restrict his enemies. After all, Kaido's enemies were also ninja, and they might even be some formidable ninja that would make people despair. They wouldn't stupidly stand in one place waiting for you to attack. As for the wood release of the Great Tree, the Vortex of Revenge actually looked quite similar to the advent of a world of trees that Uchiha Madara used to play with Naruto. There are indeed enough records about wood release in Konoha, and Kaido could definitely get them with his own status. But once he used it, how would he explain it? He had just accused Sarutobi Hiruzen and others of desecrating the body of the first Hokage, and arbitrarily researching the power of the clan's bloodline, pushing them into the abyss. Then, he turns around and, as Uchiha Madara, he can use wood release. Would he dare to say he hasn't done any research? This kind of situation can't be explained clearly, and there's no way to explain it. Even if Kaido got it, he could only tuck it away at the bottom, unable to use it. So, does he still need to take it? Although my heart hurts, one must lose to gain. The necessary sacrifices can provide me with more room for development. Kaido comforted himself in extreme pain, for a wood release that he couldn't use, to give up 2 positions for skill selection, was something Kaido really couldn't do. However, the Thunder Prison Pull was different. The Uchiha clan had a lot of records about lightning release. Not to mention anything else, but in Kaido's mind, he basically remembered all the lightning release techniques that his disciple Sasuke came up with. Chidori was not something difficult to learn. He could copy Kakashi's Chidori with his Sharingan, and then he could create some original development. After all, Thunder Prison Pull is a technique that can be used over a wide area, and it can be used while moving. The fact that the Thunder Prison Pull could be deployed while moving quickly was what attracted Kaido the most. Being able to move or not being able to move are 2 different concepts for a large-scale technique, and the key is that Kaido is a man who possesses void walking. Imagine, if Kaido performed the Thunder Prison Pull and then void walked into the crowd, that scene would be quite spectacular. Without mincing words, the combination of these 2 techniques definitely gave his melee combat abilities a huge boost. This is the ultimate practical ninjutsu combination. Thinking about this made Kaido feel much better. As for the final ability selection, Kaido almost gritted his teeth to choose Great Annihilation. The description that it could affect Susanoo really made Kaido's heart flutter, and the 3rd stage of Susanoo had a fatal weakness. That was, the Susanoo at this stage didn't have legs, which meant Kaido could only drag this massive and clumsy Susanoo around by himself. Although he had the Flying Thunder God technique, which largely avoided this weakness, running up to the sky when it was time to fight on the ground seemed rather strange no matter how one looked at it. And the Great Annihilation ability seemed to have solved Kaido's troubles on land. It allowed Kaido to maintain a certain degree of mobility even in the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Furthermore, Great Annihilation could increase the size. If this was applied to Susanoo, it would be another unimaginable upgrade. Kaido's 3rd stage Susanoo had already reached a height of about 50 meters. Don't think this is short, after all, Kaido's Susanoo didn't have legs. And it's only the 3rd stage, the size naturally couldn't compare to Uchiha Itachi, future Sasuke, or even Kakashi who had an external upgrade. But by using this technique, Kaido could at least ensure that in the upper body, his Susanoo would not be weaker than those guys. And once Kaido reached the stage in the future where he could activate the final Susanoo, this Great Annihilation will provide an increase in size. Then, Kaido can affirm that his Susanoo will definitely be the largest, and he can even try to catch up to their ancestor Indra's level. So choosing this technique, is not only an immediate boost to the current combat power, but also a guarantee for the future combat power. Although Kaido was quite satisfied with his choice, there was still a hint of helplessness in his heart. But now that the decision has been made, Kaido decided not to think about it too much. After all, every choice he made was based on his immediate needs, so even if there were some regrets, it was the most suitable for what Kaido needed. After a good night's sleep, Kaido felt refreshed when he woke up the next morning. He didn't go out last night to experiment with his new abilities, as he felt quite tired at the moment. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of Uchiha Madara. A revived corpse with its own will, coupled with the possession of the dojutsu, and combat experience beyond imagination. Kaido had really been fighting without reservation. The intensity of such a battle made him feel suffocated, and he felt extremely tired. However, fortunately, Kaido's recovery ability was also very excellent, having been modified by both the Dark Scythe and Divine Ascension. Even though his recovery ability couldn't compare to Senju Hashirama or even Tsunade, overall it was still quite good. Besides, the biggest gain from this battle was the improvement in combat experience. Kaido was quite lucky. He was born at a relatively safe point in time. Even in the Third War, he only went to experience it at the end. Even though he was a mission ninja, how could the missions he received compare to the brutality of a war? Especially with his rapid increase in strength now, his mastery of his current strength was frankly mediocre. It's not to say that he didn't know how to maximize his strength. But his use of his own strength, especially when facing powerful enemies, seemed a bit clumsy. The battle with Uchiha Madara couldn't compensate for this, but it could let him find out where his problems were, so that he could find ways to solve them. This can be regarded as an improvement in his own combat experience, and it is the most critical improvement. Knowing where the problem is can better solve the problem. The most fatal thing is not knowing the problem and still blindly moving forward. Kaido muttered to himself, quickly got up and freshened up. With Jiraiya's matters sorted out, now it was just waiting for news from Nara Shikako, and he could also release some information outside the village. Kaido has always been worried about one thing, that is, will other ninja villages follow the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then start the Fourth Ninja World War in advance? In the original story, after Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru, peace was still maintained without a war breaking out. But that was because Konoha handled the situation quickly, not only quickly resubmitting the alliance with Tsunagakuer, but also having someone like Jiraiya in the village who could step up at any time. Therefore, they didn't dare to mess around. After all, if they pushed Jiraiya too hard, he could call for help, and then Konoha would have a backbone again. If they attacked, it would just be helping Jiraiya. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to do such a thing. When Kaido and his group impeached Sarutobi Hiruzen, apart from the 7 major families in Konoha, no one else had the qualification to do so. But the question is, would these 7 major families really dare to step up? Obviously, they wouldn't. So Kaido was indeed worried that things would change, especially those in Kumagakuer, who were full of muscle brains, were most likely to make some moves. But up until now, the entire ninja world was still peaceful. It seemed as if their impeachment of Sarutobi Hiruzen by the 7 major families, causing such heavy casualties, didn't cause any waves at all. This made Kaido sigh with relief, but at the same time, he couldn't help but ponder the reason for this. After much thought, Kaido came to a somewhat amusing conclusion. Could it be, because we 7 families impeached the Kage, other Kage worried that there might be such ambitious guys existing within their villages? So they are now focusing on their villages, planning to pacify those families that might be dissenting. Therefore, they didn't put their focus on Konoha, and that's why it has remained calm up until now. Kaido rubbed his chin. He felt that his reasoning should be correct, otherwise why would the entire ninja world be so silent until now? They must be worried and afraid, right? Exciting, right? Breaking the inherent cognition of the ninja world, impeaching the high and mighty Kage. Now everyone must be feeling threatened, so you should worry about your village's affairs, there's no need for you to worry about Konoha's. Kaido thought mischievously. He then quickly finished his morning routine, feeling very good right now. However, when he was preparing to go to the security department to clock in for work, he unexpectedly found that Shisui was waiting at his front door. "Don't you know to knock on the door when you come? What are you doing standing at the door?" Kaido spread his hands towards Shisui. This guy was good at everything, but sometimes he was too formal. Such formality gave Kaido a headache, because he was not a particularly rule-abiding person. Also, what do you want coming over so early in the morning? Don't tell me you want to do morning exercises with me. Clan. Kaido, it's about Konoha. Shisui rubbed the back of his head. He also knew some of Kaido's character traits, which made him feel useful but also helpless. But he had changed a lot. At least when it's not a formal occasion, he would call Kaido by his name, not clan leader. Konoha's matters. Kaido raised an eyebrow, curiously looking at Shisui. Is there any news from Konoha, or have they found Orochimaru's trail, or is it about the funeral? They didn't mention the funeral, but strictly speaking, this matter does have some connection with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Shisui thought for a moment, then spoke very seriously. It's Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade returned to the village this morning, and Director Shikaku immediately sent someone to inform you. However, the person he sent did not dare to enter our clan, so this matter was relayed to me instead. Tsunade is back. Kaido was stunned upon hearing this news. Although in the original work, Tsunade's reaction to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death was complex, she had been avoiding Konoha and was not willing to return. Why has she returned now? Kaido rubbed his chin, guessing that Tsunade's return might also be to bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, thinking of this, Kaido had to sigh that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed quite impressive in teaching his students. His 3 disciples were all exceptional in strength, and none of them had low achievements. Even if their relationships had become somewhat distant before the end of the Third War, they still thought of coming back to bid him farewell after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Such feelings were really precious. Perhaps this was the charisma of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninja hero. Tsunade was back, and as one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Kaido also had to take it seriously. So after greeting Uchiha Fugaku, he directly took Shisui and headed towards the Hokage building. Kaido's idea was simple, that is, to meet Jiraiya and then meet Tsunade, understand some of Tsunade's thoughts, and then make further plans. Kaido didn't bother thinking about Tsunade's strength or her status as a member of the Senju clan. But one thing that Kaido had to face seriously was that Tsunade was the ancestor of thousands of medical ninjas in Konoha. The systematic emergence of medical ninjas and their inclusion in organized squads were all thanks to Tsunade's efforts. Of course, this also couldn't be achieved without the support of the man she loved the most. Indeed, her ideas and judgments brought about changes in Konoha. The emergence of medical ninjas significantly reduced the casualties of Konoha ninjas. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also keenly seized the opportunity. He initially did not support Tsunade, but now seeing the results, he naturally would not just stand by idly. The emergence of the medical department was a sign of the perfect systematization of medical ninjas, and Tsunade then took up the position of medical department director. As time progressed, the medical department became one of Konoha's most important departments and was a department that Sarutobi Hiruzen had firmly held in his hands. Ninjas are professionals who lick their wounds on the edge of a blade. The probability of them getting injured is very high. Once injured, they naturally need hospitals and medical ninjas to handle. Medical ninjas save wounded soldiers and lives, naturally accumulating a large and good reputation. They became an indispensable department for Konoha ninjas, aside from food, clothing, and use. Their clear-cut support for Sarutobi Hiruzen was also one of his most important chips during his lifetime as the third Hokage. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, the medical department cannot be said to be headless, but basically no one dares to take the medical department into their own hands. After all, none of their 7 clans are proficient in this field, and although the actual management of the medical department is handled by others, the director has remained the same from the beginning. That is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade has returned, and her stance is crucial. If she is not firmly standing by Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, and she has let go of some things due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, then Kaido feels that it's not impossible to try and keep her here. Kaido doesn't need her to engage in any fights, even though she is strong, her abilities make her more suited to be a support figure. And the products of her research in the field of medicine are extremely valuable. For instance, in order to counteract Chiyo's poison, she specifically researched and developed a drug that can detoxify instantly. She also continued to develop and improve Palm Sage Jutsu to better aid wounded ninjas. These are all her accomplishments. Kaido believes that if he can keep her here and allow her to focus on research again, it would be beneficial for the whole of Konoha. Of course, if she still wants to side with Sarutobi Hiruzen, then she can leave if she wants to. If she has any impulsive ideas, I won't hesitate either. Kaido murmured in his mind as he walked forward, but soon his gaze was fixed on Shisui. Shisui has not conducted a second experiment since the first one ended. Not just him, Uchiha Fugaku has also not conducted a second experiment to this day. If Kaido's perception and observation were not wrong, their bodies had already adapted to and absorbed the power of the White Zetsu. In fact, they should have started the second round of experiments a long time ago, but due to their numerous commitments, this matter had been indefinitely postponed. However, now that the issues that needed to be resolved were mostly resolved, Kaido believed that the experiments could resume. Uchiha Madara's appearance this time gave Kaido a sense of trouble and terror, thus enhancing the strength of those around him was absolutely necessary. Moreover, in order to respond to future changes, Kaido has always believed that making the entire clan stronger is a very important matter. The system gave him a hint to make his clan the #1 clan in Konoha, and this is just the current stage. In the future, after he accomplishes all these, the system might require him to make his clan the #1 clan in the entire ninja world. Therefore, Kaido believes that it is necessary to prepare in advance. After all, he's not joking with Jiraiya and Uchiha Madara, he genuinely intends to unify the entire ninja world. If the entire ninja world is unified, then there will be no more wars, and our clan will be safe. Even if some lunatic launches an attack, it's not certain it will reach me. Then if the clan is safe, my life is safe, and I can continue to improve through the clan's constant development. Therefore, unifying the ninja world is extremely necessary. Kaido never denies that he possesses the traditional sentiment of the Uchiha clan, and he also won't deny that he is a person who highly values his own life. Without life, all other things are meaningless. Speaking of which, Shisui. Thinking of this, Kaido turned his head and addressed Shisui. Prepare yourself. Now that Konoha has stabilized, I think it's time to continue your experiments. Experiments? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shisui nodded seriously. No problem, indeed it has been so long, we should proceed with the next experiment. I can feel that my body has completely adapted to this power. That's good to hear. Next, I think we should try to increase the dosage as much as possible according to your body's current tolerance. Kaido looked at Shisui with a smile, patting his shoulder with a hint of mischief. Don't forget, you didn't do so well after the first injection. Don't go soft on me this time. Don't worry, I won't. Although Shisui's face showed some embarrassment remembering the last experience. He had managed to endure the first experiment and had gained unimaginable benefits. However, his condition at that time wasn't particularly optimistic. He knew that he couldn't even fight during that period because his body was too weak. However, even though Shisui was frustrated with the situation at the time, the current environment is obviously different, there aren't as many battles for them to fight now. No matter how difficult, I will persist. Shisui said earnestly, but soon it seemed like he remembered something. By the way, Kaido, will Tsunade's return be a good thing for us? A good thing? Kaido looked at Shisui curiously, not knowing how Shisui's thinking could jump so wildly, now turning to the topic of Tsunade. How so? Although our researchers have undergone medical ninja training, it's all basic. And those who trained them aren't as professional as Lady Tsunade. Shisui said what he had in mind directly, and his next words made Kaido seriously consider. If Lady Tsunade could stay and help train our researchers, I think it would greatly benefit our experiments, right? Ask Tsunade to train their researchers? Shisui's somewhat naive idea, which could even infuriate some of the older Uchiha members, made Kaido start to ponder seriously. The Uchiha and Senju clans don't get along well. In fact, you could say that 70 or 80 years ago, the two clans were in a kill or be killed relationship. However, each clan had a traitor, and these two traitors were the clan leaders at the time. They had a good relationship with each other. Despite some misunderstandings and problems, after Senju Hashirama physically persuaded Uchiha Madara, the two clans began to work together. The collaboration between the two also made other Uchihas gradually adapt, even if some of them still despised the Senju to the extreme, they remained in Konoha. For instance, people like Uchiha Kakashi, as a former member of the Blood faction, they probably have no good feelings towards the Senju. But Shisui is different. This guy was once a member of the Spirit faction. Although not entirely spirit-like, he is just right for Kaido. And his spirit-like characteristics mean he won't bear a grudge against the Senju clan, so he can propose such a suggestion. Seems like a good idea. Kaido thought about it seriously and found this idea was actually feasible. If Tsunade stays, she will definitely have to take on the duty of the head of the medical department, a position that no one dares to compete with her for. Similarly, no one is qualified to contend with her, she is the only head of the medical department. But since you are in this position, Kaido can naturally use rights and duties to ask Tsunade for help. Having her specifically help Kaido to cultivate some talents, further consolidate their abilities, this is clearly a great idea. However, as good as the idea is, the most crucial thing is Tsunade's own decision, whether she will stay or not. Everything needs to be confirmed just to be sure. It's a good idea, but we'll have to see how things go. After seriously considering all the circumstances, Kaido said to Shisui with a smile. I didn't expect you to pay such close attention to this matter. All right, I got it, I'll handle it well. I know you want to promote our experiments to the entire clan. I would naturally be interested in such a good thing. And indeed, the basics of our researchers are too poor. Shisui chuckled and shook his head gently, then slowly began to speak. Letting them get adequate improvement is beneficial to us, not to mention they also need to replicate the cells of that arm, right? Such a difficult task is likely hard to learn from just reading materials and literature, it needs professional guidance. Besides, my disciple is also among the researchers. I'm not like you, I have to be responsible for her. Shisui's words gained Kaido's nod of approval, but Shisui's teasing made him roll his eyes. This guy spoke as if Kaido was not responsible for Shizuke at all. Actually, upon thinking about it, Kaido didn't seem to manage Shizuke much. The current teaching is mostly the same as within the family. But these basic teachings are to help Shizuke and other clan children broaden their horizons. The importance of this education is undeniable. As for other forms of teaching, it seems Kaido only once trained with them, which was then interrupted due to Kakashi's issue. This made Kaido reflect, was he a qualified teacher? After some thought, he felt that he might not quite be. He has now confirmed that the nameless person, Itaki, is still alive, and he is waiting for Shizuke to kill Itaki. So, Shizuke needs to be trained properly in the future, can't be as negligent as now. Kaido muttered silently in his mind. He had made up his mind, though he hadn't figured out how to train Shizuke yet. But one thing he could be certain of was that Sasuke probably wouldn't have any good days in the future. Oh, and Karin as well, they're all doomed. However, Kaido did notice another thing, that was the issue of Shisui mentioning his disciple. Kaido recalled that Shisui had mentioned to him that someone in the lab sought his guidance, and Kaido had left the decision to him. Now that so much time had passed, Kaido didn't know the details very clearly, and he didn't even know who Shisui's disciple was. This made him somewhat curious, and after pondering for a moment, Kaido asked. "By the way, who is your disciple?" "My disciple?" Shisui looked at Kaido strangely, but he instantly understood that Kaido probably hadn't paid much attention to this matter, so he simply answered with a smile. "She's a girl, also a member of the lab. She is a strong and determined person, but also sensitive at heart. Speaking of it, she has some stories with that guy, but she's nothing like him. The fact she got into the lab is thanks to your approval. I've approved many people. So who is she exactly?" Kaido felt somewhat helpless with Shisui's cryptic personality. Even if he himself often speaks in riddles, it doesn't mean he likes to listen. Shisui probably knew Kaido's personality. He chuckled lightly, and then began to speak. "She is Izumi, Uchiha Izumi. I think you know who she is, right?" "Uchiha Izumi?" Kaido was slightly taken aback when he heard this name, then nodded in realization. He remembered this girl. She and Uchiha Itachi were childhood friends. After Uchiha Itachi's defection, she was firmly determined to take revenge on him. Kaido really didn't expect that Shisui's disciple would be her, but this seemed very interesting. Kaido now even somewhat regretted letting Sarutobi Hiruzen commit suicide. After all, Kaido knew how much this old man hated Uchiha Itachi. If he was alive, along with Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi, they could form a league of avengers to hunt down Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, these three were the people Uchiha Itachi loved and respected the most. That feeling would be both thrilling and satisfying. Unfortunately, that guy was gone, unless Kaido could perform the Edo Tensei to bring him back. But that didn't make much sense. Besides, there was no need for so many to deal with Uchiha Itachi. He was now really looking forward to the expressions on their faces when Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi grew up and pursued Uchiha Itachi. Kaido would never deny his wicked taste. It was part of his personality, and there was nothing to deny. Meanwhile, as they were about to meet Tsunade, in the Land of Water's hidden mist village, Uchiha Itachi and Byz had different expressions as they read the report. Since Kakuzu and Haiden had disappeared, Uchiha Itachi had leaped from being a reserve member to being a formal member of the Akatsuki. His first task was to go to the hidden mist village in the Land of Water to investigate the situation with the Three Tails and the fourth Mizu cage. This was Uchiha Itachi's first task, and he was very careful and focused. After some preparation, they set off. However, it took them quite some time to get to the Land of Water from their departure. Drifting at sea was not an easy thing. Especially since they needed to evade the blockade fleet of the hidden mist village, so they spent almost a month to get to the Land of Water. But what they never expected was that as soon as they landed in the Land of Water, they received a message from the world of shinobi. The message detailed the process of the 7 major families of Konoha impeaching the Hokage, with Sarutobi Hiruzen admitting guilt and showing the spirit of a true shinobi, eventually dying by suicide. Such documents are found in every ninja village, some even more detailed than what Uchiha Itachi received. After all, every village has many spies. Uchiha Itachi looked calm, but his heart was full of rage. He was just forcibly restraining himself. The third Hokage was dead? He was forced to commit suicide? This series of news really caused Uchiha Itachi's heart to bleed. His focus was entirely on these messages, ignoring everything else subconsciously. Didn't expect things in Konoha to be so interesting, did you? As Uchiha Itachi's heart bled, JZBY on the side suddenly spoke up. Your Hokage was doing such things behind the scenes, it's really terrifying. Uchiha Itachi glanced at him silently. He didn't know how to refute this topic. Although he wanted to ignore these things subconsciously, he even wanted to say these were charges forced on them by Uchiha Kaito. But Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted to everything, which left Uchiha Itachi unable to refute. But he was wondering, could it be the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Was the Hokage controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi had experienced the power of Uchiha Kaito, and he never expected that person, who he once looked down upon, to hide so deeply. What he did not expect even more was that this guy took the position of clan head from his own father, becoming the new head of the Uchiha clan. He was really very wary of Uchiha Kaito. He felt that anything happening to this guy was possible. Who knows? Konoha is so far from us, no one can know the exact information inside. Uchiha Itachi successfully controlled his emotional fluctuations, then began to speak. Let's go, don't forget our mission is very important. I know, just feeling a bit emotional, it would have been nice if our hidden mist village had these 7 families back then. JZBwa didn't pay much attention to Uchiha Itachi, he was reading the document in his hand and laughing. The previous Mizukage was really too much, he completely regarded the hidden mist village as his own, doing whatever he wanted without restraint. Who knows how many bloodline clans he harmed, how many people died because of this, even we, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, couldn't stand him anymore. But none of us dared to rebel against him, because he was a Kage. No matter what he did, there would always be a group who would follow him to the death. Those guys were like brainwashed, they only thought that others were wrong, not their Kage. It's really ridiculous, the darkness of this village is unimaginable, and so are these cages. The speaker spoke without intention, but the listener took it to heart. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Itachi's fists involuntarily tightened. The killing intent in his heart had begun to brew, but JZBwa kept talking slowly. Actually, looking at it now, your Hokage ended up not too bad, at least he died with dignity. A person is already dead, what dignity is there to speak of? Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, he was collecting his own aura, and he replied calmly. You're still young, there's a lot you don't understand. JZBwa noticed some abnormality in Uchiha Itachi, but he didn't care much. Trust in your teammates, that's his consistent rule as a ninja, and also the reason he chose to defect from the loathsome 4th Mizukage. The head of the Uchiha clan gave the 3rd Hokage a great deal of dignity, allowing him to vindicate himself and get a chance to atone for his sins as the Hokage. Such a practice on a political enemy is not common, after all, one needs to thoroughly send their opponents to hell. How could he give him so many opportunities to vindicate himself? So, I said that the head of the Uchiha clan is pretty good. Especially when the 3rd Hokage of Konoha had already angered the public, the 7 major families had impeached him, it was indeed a first in the ninja world. And when they took action, not a single civilian ninja helped, I think you can understand what that implies. Understand? Uchiha Itachi's aura dissipated, these details were things that he subconsciously ignored, things he resisted in his heart. Now that this damned JZBwa was asking him in this manner, Uchiha Itachi didn't even know how to respond. He did have the intent to kill, but he dared not act, the impact of such an act would be too severe. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Itachi started to think quietly, while JZBwa walked ahead, seeming in a good mood. This made Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but start to doubt inwardly, because what JZBwa said really sounded like him. Chapter 159, Chapter 159. Tsunade sat silently in an office inside the Hokage building, with Shizune holding Taunton behind her. At this moment, Tsunade's gaze was locked on the bustling scene outside the window, and her heart was filled with emotions. She didn't know how long it had been since she last returned to Konoha, and this time her return made her feel even more unfamiliar. Her family was gone, the older generation was almost all gone, and not many of her generation were left due to wars, missions, and so on. Among those she was close to, it was hard to say whether 10 could be found in Konoha now. Such loneliness was hard for Tsunade to bear. If it wasn't for her wish to see Hiruzen Sarutobi off on his final journey, she might not have returned to Konoha in her lifetime. What slightly reassured her but also surprised her was that this time she returned to Konoha, she saw Jiraiya, and Jiraiya was about to become the new Hokage of the village. Upon hearing this news, Tsunade really furrowed her brows. To be honest, she didn't have much affection for the position of Hokage. Her younger brother and lover had dreamed of becoming Hokage, but when they were striving for it, an accident occurred. Being a Hokage seemed like a curse, or to put it another way, those around her who had any relations with the Hokage usually didn't end well. Both her grandfathers were Hokages, and yet they both died protecting Konoha in the name of Hokage. Likewise, her teacher also died, and he was a Hokage too. Although his death was different from her two grandfathers, it still moved Tsunade's heart. Her teacher was a slightly distorted Hokage, and he sacrificed himself for redemption, but no matter how you put it, he still died. His death made Tsunade even more certain that Hokage was an ill-fated position. She wanted to persuade Jiraiya, hoping he wouldn't get involved in this mess, but Jiraiya's helpless look made her realize that he probably didn't have a choice either. The person who had sown these seeds of trouble was probably her teacher. Sigh. After a long while, Tsunade sighed quietly. This left Shizuan, who was sitting next to her, somewhat confused. Lady Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Ever since we returned to Konoha, your mood seems off, Shizuan asked, holding the still very young Tauntaun. She had noticed Tsunade's mood was off for a while, but she had been too scared to ask. But bottling it up wasn't a solution either. Now that she had the chance, Shizuan naturally planned to ask. You wouldn't understand, and it would be best if you never did, because it would save a lot of trouble. Tsunade shook her head, not going into detail about these things. In fact, Tsunade herself didn't want to understand, but as the last nurtured person of the Senju clan, she knew a lot of things deep down. When she was young, she was carefree, loved and protected by her two Hokage grandfathers and her clan, she didn't need to worry about anything. However, as time went by, the Senju clan began to decline in a planned manner. And she had grown into one of the most outstanding ninjas in Konoha, and the things she had learned before began to ferment in her mind. She was actually one of those who always avoided reality, preferring to be herself, just like when she was a child, aimlessly wandering and gambling with her grandpa. Instead of learning about the deceitful nature of people, the intrigues, and the manipulation of situations in the unpredictable Konoha with her other grandfather. So she left Konoha. She would rather shoulder a heap of gambling debts and leave, because that way she could be herself. Shizuan gave Tsunade a confused look, but in the end, she fell silent, not knowing what to say. She felt that Lady Tsunade was particularly serious and different now, as if she had been this way ever since she returned. This worried Shizuan a bit, but she was smart and knew that there were things she really shouldn't say. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door of their office was knocked, immediately catching their attention. However, Tsunade didn't say a word, she calmly glanced at the door and then continued to look out the window, leaving Shizuan a bit at a loss. She stood up and walked to the door to answer it, but to her surprise, this time it was two young people who looked much younger than her. Hello, you are? Shizuan curiously asked, but she quickly stepped aside and didn't block the door. Anyone who could freely enter and exit the Hokage building in Konoha and come looking for Tsunade probably wasn't a simple character, and of course, being in Konoha gave Shizuan a strong sense of security. Sorry for the intrusion, please pardon us. Kaido recognized Shizuan at first glance and immediately showed a slightly warm smile. My name is Kaido, Director Shikako told me that Lady Tsunade is back, so I came to pay a visit. Ah, please come in. Shizuan immediately smiled and replied, even though she didn't quite understand what the name Kaido meant. When Tsunade heard this name, she turned around immediately. Unlike Shizuan, she wasn't as confused. Even though Kaido hadn't said what his surname was, Tsunade knew that the leader of the Uchiha clan was named Kaido. Besides, she had met Jiraiya in the morning and naturally knew a few things. She was just curious about the purpose of Kaido's visit. To think that the leader of the Uchiha clan would personally come to visit me, I'm rather flattered. Tsunade thought of this and immediately spoke out, while Shizune froze slightly upon hearing Tsunade's words. It was only now that she noticed the red and white emblem, like a ping-pong ball, on the back of Kaido and Shisui's clothes. Obviously, they were both members of the Uchiha clan. Visiting Lady Tsunade doesn't seem strange at all. After all, Lady Tsunade is one of the 3 legendary Sunin of Konoha. It's only right that we, as younger generations, should pay our respects. Kaido smiled at Tsunade, then nodded slightly. I am Uchiha Kaito, this is Uchiha Shisui. Nice to meet you. We look forward to your guidance. I'm not qualified to guide. Clan leader Kaido's fame probably already surpasses us has-beens, the so-called Sunin. Tsunade responded with a touch of self-mockery. Her gaze, however, remained on Kaido, as she asked with a serious expression. So, clan leader Kaido, what brings you here? Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Kaido didn't respond immediately. His gaze fell on Tsunade's chest, and he fell into unconscious silence. Tsunade was still wearing her iconic green robe with a loose white top underneath. This outfit perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, a sight that made Kaido sure that Kishimoto didn't exaggerate in his drawings. However, seeing Tsunade's figure, 2 questions involuntarily popped into Kaido's head. The first was whether such a figure was really suitable for battle, especially since Tsunade seemed to be a ninja proficient in taijutsu. And the second question naturally was how she managed to develop such a figure. Was it natural genetics or did she consume something specific? Kaido, a scientific ninja, had a clear mind and harbored no improper thoughts, he was just simply curious. However, he knew that his curiosity couldn't linger too long, or it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. So, he quickly adjusted his mindset and then smiled at Tsunade, saying, Lady Tsunade, I just wanted to confirm a few things. You have met with Jiraiya, haven't you? Yes, I've already met with him. Tsunade nodded, not denying this, since she knew these matters couldn't be kept secret. Then you should also know that when we found Jiraiya and brought him back, we encountered Orochimaru. Kaido looked at Tsunade calmly as he slowly spoke. Moreover, I think you know that Orochimaru mastered the reanimation jutsu and summoned some formidable individuals. As fellow Sunin, and both of you being in Konoha at this time, we must understand your intentions and where you stand. This is very important to us and to Konoha. I believe you understand. On hearing Kaido's words, Tsunade's gaze quickly cooled. As smart as she was, how could she not understand the implications in Kaido's words? Clearly, the so-called higher UPS of Konoha knew about the relationship among the Sunin and how they related to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Especially at this particular time, with Orochimaru having clashed with Kaido, they would undoubtedly adopt a cautious stance. But having such caution applied to her, Tsunade, especially from a Uchiha visiting her, it annoyed her a bit deep inside. She had no particular aversion to the Uchiha clan, even though she knew that her Senju clan and the Uchiha had been at odds for thousands of years. However, she grew up following Hashirama Senju. Her ideals also leaned towards Hashirama. Even if her great-grandfather, Tobirama Senju, was not fond of the Uchiha, he didn't say much in front of Tsunade. Additionally, she had a grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, who also inherited Hashirama's will. After the 2 Hokages passed away, Mito educated and raised Tsunade for a long time. This influenced Tsunade to form her own beliefs while also retaining part of Hashirama's thoughts. However, if she was picked on, she would not tolerate it. She never had any particular thoughts against the Uchiha, even disliking some of her teacher's actions towards them in the past. Now the Uchihas, holding on to traditional concepts, came to her. It would indeed be strange if she was in a good mood. Do you suspect that I would act like Orochimaru, doing things I shouldn't? Tsunade folded her arms across her chest, her voice taking on a chilly tone. Or is it because I'm from the Senju clan that you're particularly cautious and vigilant, Uchiha Kaito? It seems Lady Tsunade has some misunderstandings about me. Tsunade's straightforwardness left Kaido somewhat at a loss, but he could understand some of her thoughts. After all, being a Uchiha coming to meet Tsunade and asking such pointed questions, considering the historical issues. The fact that Tsunade didn't immediately lose her temper or show signs of initiating combat indicated she was holding back considerably, not to mention that Kaido knew about some of Tsunade's attitudinal issues. This is not about suspecting you, but an inevitable matter. I believe your concerns also stem from my Uchiha identity. However, please rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I'm not an extremist of the Uchiha clan. If you know me, you would understand that my philosophy has always been to integrate into Konoha. The issues between the Senju and the Uchiha were made clear when Konoha was jointly established, and the fact that the elders of the Uchiha clan chose to stay when Uchiha Madara left is proof of that. The reason I'm here is that as the head of the security department, I need to fully understand some matters and prepare for emergencies. Moreover, as Jiraiya is about to become Hokage and you, his teammate, can influence him, we certainly wouldn't dare to offend you, would we? Kaido's words made Tsunade's furrowed brows relax a bit, but she still maintained a certain level of vigilance. After all, she was not familiar with Kaido or his affairs. But upon careful consideration, Kaido's words were not unreasonable. As the head of the security department, it was indeed Kaido's responsibility. So she took a deep breath, then began to speak seriously. I don't know about Orochimaru's return because it's been quite some time since we last met, but I can assure you that I have no ulterior motives. I presume you have control over Konoha and are aware of my relationship with my sensei and the conflicts within, as well as the reasons why I left Konoha. Nevertheless, he is my sensei, and my only purpose for returning is to pay my last respects to him. I have heard from Jiraiya that his reason for returning to Konoha was also to bid farewell, but he mysteriously ended up becoming the Hokage, didn't he? As for Orochimaru, I presume his return is also for the purpose of saying his goodbyes. As for why he would battle with you, I am not clear about that. He's not the type to seek revenge for our sensei. Most likely, he's just curious to see what kind of person could have managed to kill our sensei. Tsunade's words were not spoken hastily, but her logic was very clear, which made Kaido nod in agreement. Now he had a preliminary understanding of Tsunade's position, which was important for him as he had considered keeping Tsunade in Konoha based on Shizuo's suggestion. However, keeping someone who was accustomed to wandering isn't an easy task. This would require Kaido to put in more effort, but these matters can be discussed slowly in the future. After all, the purpose of Kaido's visit this time was just to ascertain her attitude. Now that he has a preliminary understanding of what he wanted, there is no need for him to rush. Overeagerness might sometimes result in the opposite effect. With this in mind, Kaido, with a smile on his face, nodded to Tsunade. I think I understand, Lady Tsunade, and please don't be upset, it was just routine procedure. That's it. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, but then she nodded. Seems like you're not those Kaido. Stereotypes are not a good thing. Every group consists of numerous individuals, and each individual has their own independent will. Kaido laughed and shook his head at Tsunade, and then slowly said when he left with Shizuo. To judge a whole group based on the actions and thoughts of some is not a good thing. I hope Lady Tsunade can understand this. After all, we might have to serve Konoha in the future. Kaido's words left Tsunade in deep thought, uncertain about the meaning and purpose behind them. This confusion lingered until the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been dead for some time now. His body was preserved in the morgue, because at the time, Kaido and the others had not decided what to do with it. But ever since they resolved the issue with Jiraiya, holding a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi that befits a Hokage became inevitable. Organizing such a funeral would inevitably require a lot of preparation, the most important of which is the publicity work. Kaido was originally thinking about whether he should provide some suggestions for the publicity, but in the end, Shikamaru Nara took care of it perfectly. According to his propaganda, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to commit seppuku in the name of redemption. He is still legally recognized as the third Hokage. Furthermore, when evaluating the life, achievements, and shortcomings of Hiruzen Sarutobi, one should not only look at the troubles and damages he caused to Konoha in his final years, but also must consider the contributions he made to Konoha. During both the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, Sarutobi's performance was commendable, and under his leadership, Konoha indeed developed well. Thus, offering this third Hokage his final dignity, letting him depart as a lost soul who found his way and attained redemption, embodied the humanistic connotations of the Leaf Village and recognized Sarutobi's contributions. With such a publicity campaign, the sentiment within Konoha towards Sarutobi indeed improved significantly. Especially, Kaido noticed that many Konoha ninja praised the decision to hold a funeral for Sarutobi, which greatly improved the reputation of the seven great families. After all, being able to offer such dignity to an enemy shows the broad-mindedness and magnanimity of these seven great families. Therefore, after several days of preparation, Sarutobi's funeral was chosen to be held on a Friday, and the number of participants from the Leaf Village was massive. There was no rain today, but the weather was unusually gloomy, with dark clouds continually rolling across the sky, obscuring the bright sunshine. Kaido, dressed in a black kimono, stood in the front row representing the Uchiha clan. As the clan's leader, he now represented the entire family's image. Even if such clothes made him feel uncomfortable, he had to wear them. Speaking of which, this was Kaido's first time attending such a funeral. He had heard of Uchiha Fugaku attending a funeral during the Third Great Ninja War. However, the significance of that funeral was different, as it was during the most brutal period of war. Wars always demand sacrifices, a fact everyone understands. In the constant cycle of life and death, they become increasingly numb, and the ninja, as killing machines, become even more so. They not only disregard others' lives but also their own. Perhaps one day, when sacrifices fall upon those they care about, they realize they are not as numb as they thought. However, such numbness pervades the hearts of the ninja of that time, and the best way to dispel this numbness is through mourning. By such mourning, these ninja are reminded that they are emotional beings, that their fights are for their village and their loved ones. After all, a battle with conviction is entirely different from a battle without. Besides, Uchiha Fugaku also mentioned that such funerals are considerations from a political perspective. Whether they genuinely mourn the ninja who sacrificed for Konoha or want to show the village's high regard for these sacrifices, these are things they must do. The brutality and numbness of war, really. Kaido silently shook his head, his gaze on Jiraiya, who stood at the host's position of the funeral, narrating Sarutobi's life story. He didn't seem very emotional. Kaido couldn't tell if it was Sarutobi's death that made him this way or if all of this was bringing back memories of the brutalities of past wars. And the other ninjas, especially those who participated in the Third Great Ninja War, also wore complex expressions on their faces. Perhaps everything happening now reminded them of their past experiences. Kaido shook his head, his gaze finally falling on the stone monument filled with countless names. Kaido couldn't make out their names, didn't know who they were, what they did, or how they died, but what was certain was that they had died in the war. Perhaps from the day of their death, no one mentioned them again. Their stories became untold pasts, dissolving under this sky and disappearing into the dust of history, leaving only their traces on the memorial. I seem to understand better why people from Uchiha Madara's era despised war so much. Kaido sighed softly to himself. After all, Uchiha Madara and his ilk were always portrayed as villains, even in the original story. However, what they yearned for in their hearts was nothing more than world peace, because they were truly tormented by war, for too long. When Jiraiya had finished narrating, it was time for everyone to lay flowers and bid their final farewells. Leading all the Uchiha clan members attending the funeral, Kaido silently followed the crowd towards the front. But what he didn't expect was that someone would suddenly speak up in front of him. "Thank you, Director Kaido. It's you, Kakashi." Kaido looked over in surprise at the sound of the voice, and found himself looking at Kakashi. Kakashi wasn't dressed in his usual ANBU gear but, like Kaido, was wearing a black kimono. However, Kaido was puzzled. Why had Kakashi come to attend Hiruzen Sarutobi's funeral? "Why are you here? Did you come to pay respects to your teammate and just happened to be here?" "No, I came to pay my respects to my father." Kakashi shook his head slightly, the exposed part of his eye curving into a crescent. "Because of your actions, my father has been exonerated, and he is now redefined as a hero of Konoha. His name has also returned to Konoha's memorial monument. Today, I am here for him. But without you, there would be no such day for my father." "Thank you, Kaido." Looking at the sincere Kakashi before him, Kaido sighed softly, then patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, "You don't have to thank me, we just did what we had to do. And you should just be yourself, doing what you should do. You're living too hard. There's no need for that. You are Kakashi Hatake, not someone else's shadow. I think you understand what I mean, Kakashi." With that, Kaido led the members of the Uchiha clan and quietly walked ahead. Kakashi remained standing where he was, lost in thought. When the last person to lay flowers left, it started to pour heavily. Jiraiya silently waited until the last person left before he breathed a sigh of relief. Only now was the funeral truly over. He lifted his head to look at the photo of his teacher on the monument, then glanced at the numerous names on the other monuments. He sighed deeply. The rain had thoroughly soaked his clothes, but he remained standing still, not moving. After a while, he finally spoke. "Thank you, I think all my wishes have been fulfilled. I will cooperate with your work. It's not about cooperation, but our joint effort." At this moment, Kaido, holding an umbrella, slowly emerged from the shadows. He stopped when he reached Jiraiya. He had changed from his kimono into his usual attire, looking handsome, clean, and competent. He smiled, shaking his head lightly before speaking. "Don't forget, you're the Hokage, and you're simply entrusting matters to professionals. All the results we have achieved cannot be separated from your efforts and trust, right?" "Whatever you say, Director Kaido." Jiraiya shook his head lightly. He was too lazy to argue with Kaido about these things because he felt he couldn't out-talk the youngster in front of him. Moreover, this youngster always used words that were pleasing to the ear to say things that were hard to accept. Perhaps this was a form of high emotional intelligence, but Jiraiya thought it was also a form of hypocrisy. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why make it like a riddle, letting people guess? Kaido seemed to notice Jiraiya's displeasure, but he didn't mind. He quietly turned around and looked at the monuments around him. In the rainy night, amidst the pitter-patter of rain, the entire heroes' cemetery had a repressed atmosphere. Kaido looked at everything in front of him, reminiscing about the past. He suddenly asked, "Does everything here bring back memories of your past? Are you talking about this funeral, or the past with my teacher?" Jiraiya turned to look at Kaido and asked calmly. "Of course, it's about this funeral. I heard from Elder Fugaku that he has attended similar funerals before, and I noticed the emotional changes in many ninjas today." Kaido slowly spoke in the rain, but he noticed that two people had approached him. He had identified who they were at the first instant, but he was not interested in pointing it out. He continued to speak unhurriedly. "This is probably the disaster brought by war. Although I haven't participated in these wars, I think no one would forget once they have been involved. You have participated in 2 wars, I guess your memories will be deeper. Even if you are not an ordinary ninja, you have experienced a lot, haven't you? Yes, I will never forget, it might even be a lifelong nightmare. Jiraiya nodded slightly. Holding this funeral today made him feel like he had returned to the past. He still remembers how oppressive the funerals he attended were. Especially the large-scale funerals. No one stood silently in the entire heroes' cemetery. No one was narrating the life of the deceased, and no one was crying. It was very quiet, without any sound. That death-like atmosphere made people feel numb and uneasy, and it also made people deeply saddened. It was at that time that Jiraiya truly strengthened his resolve. He was determined in his conviction. He wished to resolve these issues in a peaceful way. Because what happened back then left a profound impression on him. But Jiraiya responded quickly. He immediately guessed why Kaido was talking about this with him now. You want to tell me about your logic, didn't I say I need to consider it carefully? I know, I'm just speaking out of feeling, and I've thought about some other issues as well. Kaido stood quietly in the rain holding an umbrella, looking at Jiraiya with a smile on his face. War is terrifying, but the more terrifying things continue after the war ends. The loss of personnel brought by the war, how should we take care of their families? Especially many of them are not ninjas. Once they lose the pillar of their family, their source of income is cut off. We haven't done well in this regard before. I can try to make up for it now, but it will put a lot of pressure on our finances. Kaido's words made Jiraiya raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect Kaido to come to him to talk about this, but knowing his future situation, he also needed to think carefully. Meanwhile, Kaido was still smiling. Let Jiraiya think about it. After all, what he thought might not be approved. After all, Kaido and his colleagues already had a great idea, which was to deal with the Daimyo. But this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Kaido is just giving Jiraiya a heads up, and his ultimate goal is what comes next. Besides, we should also provide psychological counseling and treatment for ninjas after the war. Kaido's voice was very soft, but with the help of chakra, even amidst the noise of the rain, everyone could hear it. I'm afraid that up to now, many people are still unable to get out of the shadow of the war, which has caused some changes in their hearts. This situation may drive a person mad. Imagine that every night when you sleep, you think about the bloody and cruel scenes of that year. Thinking about how your teammates died horribly beside you, flesh and blood blurred, and the enemy rushed towards you with a ferocious smile. If such a trance is reflected in reality, and someone rushes up and you instinctively think it's an enemy and start attacking, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiraiya-sama, our post-war placement for ninjas is far from satisfactory. After all, not everyone has a firm will. Kaido's words made Jiraiya silent. He had never seriously considered this issue, and he could even say that he hadn't thought of it if Kaido hadn't brought it up. However, thinking carefully, all of these are not impossible things to happen, even he would have such nightmares. If it weren't for his strong will, and the ability to think through other means to reduce his own stress, he wouldn't have gotten over it so quickly. Of course, he was also aware that he had not truly gotten out of the shadows, but he could try to use other things to distract his attention. Now that Kaido has brought this up and seems to have his own ideas, it has made Jiraiya take it a bit more seriously. It is indeed a serious problem, and I must admit that no one has paid attention to this issue before. Jiraiya's expression became a bit serious. He looked at Kaido earnestly and asked. So, Minister Kaido, do you have any thoughts or methods? Since you have brought it up, I guess you must have some preparation, right? I guess so. Kaido nodded lightly, then he said. But this is just my idea. It's up to the medical department to counsel them, and we need a competent medical ninja. Tsunade. Jiraiya's brows furrowed instantly. With his own personal experience, he was 100% sure that Kaido was targeting Tsunade. Could it be that they want to keep Tsunade here to control the guard department and further enhance their reputation? But, do they still need these things? That's right, Tsunade. Kaido nodded directly. He had no intention to pretend now, he even wanted people to hear it. Although she has been away from Konoha for a long time, her name is still listed as the head of the medical department. She actually has a duty to do all this. Also, you've become the Hokage, you need people you can trust. We fear you may find it hard to trust us, so we won't make it difficult for you. Besides, none of our 7 families are proficient in medical ninjutsu. Konoha needs a ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu. What's more, you might find my logic hard to accept, but this might become a necessity in the future. Pain is inevitable, but at least it's temporary. As long as our descendants can live in a completely peaceful environment, we can endure the current pain. For Konoha, for the world of shinobi, I think it would be best to keep Tsunade here. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already died in Konoha, and many things have passed. She also hopes to start over in Konoha. Of course, I won't deny that I do hope she can do something, after all, I want her to help me train some personnel. With that, Kaido paused, then turned and walked towards the outskirts of the cemetery. He had said all he wanted and needed to say. He would leave the rest of the time to them to discuss. Kaido had no interest in disturbing them any longer. However, as he was walking, Kaido suddenly thought of something. He stopped, turned around with a smile, and looked at Jiraiya. By the way, Orochimaru once participated in the experiments of the first Hokage, and he might have some unique items in his possession. Just think, he can summon Uchiha Madara, so can he summon the first Hokage? After saying this, Kaido finally left here with satisfaction, while Jiraiya still stood quietly in the rain. He seemed to be seriously considering Kaido's words, thinking carefully about everything he said. It was only after Kaido's figure had completely disappeared that he sighed deeply. At this moment, 2 figures appeared again in the rain. When the figures approached, their faces were clearly visible. It was Tsunade and Orochimaru. I knew you would come, Orochimaru. Jiraiya was not surprised by their arrival. He just shook his head slightly and said, I've been thinking about when you would appear. After much thought, it seems like it could only be now. So you stayed to wait for me, to watch me lay the final tribute. Orochimaru licked his lips, and his gaze quickly fell on Tsunade. Are you also waiting for me, or do you want to do something? Today is his final journey, I just want to ensure you behave. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru indifferently, a special emotion simmering in her eyes. However, she did not make a move. As she said, today was their teacher's final journey, and she really had no intention or desire to act. However, Kaido's words just now had made Tsunade's feelings fluctuate. Besides understanding what Kaido was trying to get her to stay for, there was something else. It seemed that Orochimaru could awaken her grandfather, who had long been resting in peace. This act of disturbing the dead greatly displeased and upset Tsunade. Orochimaru quietly glanced at the 2 of them, then licked his lips and slowly walked towards the monument. Looking at the photograph on the monument, Orochimaru's expression became significantly more solemn, as various memories constantly surged in his mind. He had witnessed his teacher's transformation from a renowned ninja to a 3rd Hokage who only cared about power. Unfortunately, he did not witness the last brilliance of his teacher as a renowned ninja, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Shaking his head slightly, Orochimaru took out a bunch of white flowers and placed them next to the monument. Finally, he spoke softly. Teacher, your era has ended. Goodbye. Chapter 160, Chapter 160. After returning home, Kaido did not bother to pay attention to Jiraiya's old classmates gathering, but he still had Shisui on standby in the distance. He had to be careful with Orochimaru no matter what because this guy was truly capable of causing trouble. If he wasn't careful, Orochimaru could cause a big fuss, especially since this scoundrel had mastered the impure world reincarnation technique. Kaido knew he was being a bit overly cautious. After all, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were there and probably wouldn't allow Orochimaru to make any mischief. Moreover, Kaido had given Orochimaru a heads-up in advance, letting Tsunade know that Orochimaru had the ability to awaken her grandfather. Therefore, for whatever reason, these two probably wouldn't let Orochimaru do anything. If he dared to make a move, it would inevitably lead to a battle. What a pity that Shisui's pupil technique hasn't fully cooled down yet, otherwise we could have held Orochimaru down. Holding an umbrella, Kaido walked home, really regretting that Shisui's ability hadn't cooled down. Orochimaru's research ability had always been recognized by Kaido and was something he yearned for. But unfortunately, if this guy didn't cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Even if you caught him, he might still be able to escape. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to do anything and just let Jiraiya save some face. Kaido was always a cautious person. If anyone provoked him he would certainly look for an opportunity to retaliate. Whether it was Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, aren't all these guys now having tea in the Pure Land? Orochimaru had created an impure world reincarnation which made Kaido extremely embarrassed. Even though, in some sense, Kaido should thank him for giving him the opportunity to fight with Uchiha Madara. But if you provoked him, then you provoked him. Kaido, who was never a virtuous and kind-hearted person, would certainly do something. And his idea was very simple: either you work honestly for me, or I'll use Kota Amatsukami to control you to work for me. There were no other choices, no other considerations, just a matter of freedom or not. But we still have to wait for a while, waiting for Shisui's situation to recover. After returning home, Kaido rested well for a night. Early the next day, he went straight to the guard department to clock in for work. As the head of the guard department, Kaido had been too busy to take care of many things, and so he had left them to Uchiha Fugaku, which was admittedly somewhat irresponsible. But there was no choice for Kaido. The entire guard department knew just how busy their chief was, so no one would blame him. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku was strictly following Kaido's established path, which gave Kaido some reassurance. It seems that the future head of the guard department can be completely left to him. After all, the position is essentially a continuation of the existing structure of the guard department. As Kaido walked, he silently pondered in his mind. In his plan, the guard department was divided into three major parts. The role of head of the guard department is an extension of the current operational state of the department, only more comprehensive and detailed in management, and its coverage has become wider. After all, it has spread from every street and community to the whole Konoha, constructing a complete and perfected blockchain. Uchiha Fugaku was originally the head of the security department. This guy was a veteran in handling all these matters. Even if Kaido reformed the internal rules and regulations of the security department, this guy could quickly adapt to it all, and his performance was quite impressive. In Kaido's heart, some middle-level power could be delegated, but he never intended to give the highest power of the security department to others. Therefore, handing it over to Uchiha Fugaku is completely feasible, and his loyalty and current performance also make Kaido very reassured. As for the security director, a violent organization completely focused on the internal defense of Konoha, Kaido's idea was to give it to Shisui to lead. But that is still far away. He can slowly advance and perfect it. The issue with the judiciary director is what gives Kaido a headache. Because he can't think of who should be given a shot at it, but after pondering over it, Kaido thought, at worst he could learn from the crazy nation across the ocean in his previous life. Appoint 7 supreme justices at once, letting all 7 major families in, but the main decision still listens to me. Kaido muttered to himself as he entered the office of the security department. What puzzled him was that he did not find Yuniko in the office today. This made him a little confused. Normally, Yuniko would be waiting for him in the office, or doing something leisurely in the office. But now she is nowhere to be seen, which makes Kaido feel a bit uncomfortable. But as Kaido was pondering, his office door was knocked. When he allowed the knocker to enter, he realized it was Yuniko who came. What confused Kaido was that he found Yuniko's gaze at him a bit strange. That look was as if she was looking at a pervert, which baffled Kaido. He didn't think he did anything odd, did he? What is that look in your eyes? Kaido asked inexplicably. Why do I feel your gaze is so disrespectful? You are the one who's being disrespectful. Yuniko glared at Kaido, then put down the documents in her hand and turned to leave. But before she could step out, Kaido swiftly grabbed her wrist. How was I disrespectful? Kaido raised an eyebrow. I didn't do anything, don't speak nonsense. What about now? Yuniko glanced at her wrist that was being grabbed, but she didn't struggle. Never mind, maybe it's not disrespectful to you, but remember the 3 forbiddens of a ninja. Even if you're already strong enough, but you're the clan leader of the Uchiha, and the head of the security department, you need to be mindful of your influence. What are you talking about? Kaido was even more confused. He hadn't drunk alcohol not of age yet, and wasn't indulging in lust. He hadn't encountered a suitable one in his clan yet. Moreover, as the clan leader of the Uchiha, he wasn't short of money, and he was a disciplined ninja. How did he get involved with this? These days, he spent all his time assisting Jiraiya and dealing with the funeral arrangements. He hadn't even gone to the prison to collect heads. Are you misunderstanding something? I've been so busy these days, you should know. What does the 3 prohibitions of a ninja have to do with me? Where is Jiraiya-sama's book? Yuniko turned a bit red as she asked. She still remembered the strange look the bookstore owner gave her when she asked for Paradise of Intimacy. At that time, she didn't react and didn't think much about it. It wasn't until she read the content of the book that she realized what it was. Thinking of this, Yuniko glared at Kaido. After a brief moment of surprise, Kaido burst into laughter. You're talking about Paradise of Intimacy, aren't you? You've read it, haven't you? Such books should not be sold in Konoha, you need to consider the impact. Alright, alright. The book is so poorly written, it lacks any detail. I don't know what you're shy about. You're still looking for details? You really are full of lewd thoughts. This is considered lewd? You don't know what I've seen in my previous life. On his way to the Konoha prison, the corner of Kaido's mouth twitched slightly. The contents of Paradise of Intimacy, in his previous life, was barely considered anything. At most, it would be categorized as introductory literature. Back then, Kaido's computer was filled with countless uncensored HD movies, but unfortunately, everything disappeared when he traversed. Oh no, those things were never deleted, if they're discovered. For some reason, Kaido, who had never considered this before, suddenly thought of this problem. He instantly felt like his social death was inevitable. Even if he's gone in his previous life, being repeatedly whipped after death would still make Kaido feel awkward and his scalp tingle. He now only hopes that whoever got his computer would quickly reinstall it. Even if it's found, it's okay, just don't flip through his browsing history. As Kaido murmured and walked forward, he probably didn't notice that his mentality had changed slightly. The previous Kaido was also optimistic, cheerful, and energetic, but at that time he was under a lot of pressure. It was related to his life, to the survival of the entire clan. While he wasn't repressed or driven to hysteria, he wouldn't think about these issues at that time, and his mentality was not as good as it is now. Naturally, his thoughts were only for self-preservation, and he wouldn't think about many things that could help him relax and enjoy. But now, perhaps due to the change in environment and the increase in his strength, he has changed a bit. Mindset is indeed very important for a ninja, because these various mindsets can affect a ninja's growth. In the original work, Sasuke's heart filled with hatred, only wanting to kill Uchiha Itachi, gives him ample motivation to constantly grow. However, correspondingly, because of this twisted mentality, he has become indifferent to the consequences and simply considers who can bring about change for him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he has fallen into the abyss. And all of this was caused by that self-righteous Uchiha Itachi. This guy is genuinely destructive. Even the brother he claims to love the most is left with anger from gods and ghosts because of him. If it were not for Naruto's continuous efforts to pull Sasuke out of hell, it would be a miracle if Sasuke ended up well. As for Naruto, he always maintained a positive and optimistic attitude, desiring to gain everyone's recognition through his own efforts, and eager to protect everything he cherishes. Under this mindset, his faith was solidified, his strength increased rapidly, and he ultimately became the savior and defeated Sasuke, who was also a savior. Perhaps it's because Kaido has not experienced the most brutal war that he has not fallen into the dark abyss and can always maintain a good mindset. Even under the double pressure from within and outside, he is still able to withstand everything and continue to move forward. Now that the pressure within the village has disappeared, Kaido has gained enough confidence, because all of this is his own efforts. This confidence subtly changes his mindset, and also the stimulation of Uchiha Madara's resurrection keeps him from being arrogant. Confident but not arrogant, positive and optimistic, one can imagine how much growth Kaido can achieve due to the changes in his mindset. However, Kaido has not noticed this now, but it will not affect his growth, and at this time, he has easily entered the Konoha prison again. Strictly speaking, Kaido has rarely visited Konoha prison, either for tours or for sneaking in to accumulate shadow scythe. But he knows everything about the prison quite clearly, because he was truly amazed by the construction of the Konoha prison at the beginning. In Kaido's mind, a multitude of tough men popped up in an instant, and this prison was simply for him to practice and understand. If the people here understood and were let go, running to other villages would be fine, but staying in Konoha would be untenable, right? Therefore, at Kaido's strong request, the whole prison underwent modifications in management mode and guard mode. Although it cost a lot of money and increased manpower costs, the prison is much safer now than before. At least I don't have to worry about any enlightened masters appearing here, then going out to start a hardcore life. While thinking about this, Kaido silently ran to the place where the death row inmates were held. Kaido is really lucky, because the impeachment of Hiruzen Sarutobi led him to deal with the Anbu, which caused a huge loss to the Anbu. Now Kakashi is forced to readjust and make large-scale use of reserve personnel. Although the operation of the Anbu has been restored, the shortage of manpower is still a short-term insurmountable problem. Therefore, many prisoners in the Anbu prison, including some death row inmates who hadn't been dealt with in time, were all transferred to Kaido's Konoha prison. This was a real bargain for Kaido. Although this brought significant pressure to the prison guards, Kaido didn't need to worry about running out of death row inmates to use. Who's there? Inside a death row inmate's cell, Kaido suddenly emerged from the space, giving him quite a fright. However, just as he opened his mouth, Kaido's eyes turned into a bizarre red, and a strange power emanated from them. The prisoner was stunned for a moment, and in the next second, he just stood still. As Kaido's ocular power intensified, the prisoner suddenly clutched his throat and knelt down. His face turned purple, and his mouth slightly opened, but weirdly enough, he didn't make a sound, nor did he breathe autonomously. After a long time, he finally died, and the cause of his death was suffocation. Kaido just watched this guy quietly, then silently turned around and left for the next death row inmate's room. As the head of the guard department, Kaido had full knowledge of these people's intelligence. This guy was absolutely irredeemable. He had stained his hands with the blood of many innocents, but unfortunately, he was captured by the Anbu during a mission in the Land of Fire. After all the twists and turns, he ended up in Kaido's hands. Kaido felt no guilt in killing him. In the following time, Kaido continued to wander among the death row inmate rooms, creating suicide scenarios for them. Once everything was done, Kaido quietly returned to his office. Courage. Every time you kill an enemy, you can gain a shard of courage. When you acquire 100 shards of courage, you can enhance your yang release power to a certain extent and improve your physical fitness. The number of shards contained by enemies of different ninja ranks varies. Activation condition: need 100 shards of courage to activate. Courage shards: Janin can gain 25, Chnin can gain 20, Genin can gain 10, ordinary enemies vary between 1 to 5. Shard collection completed, start importing. Kaido looked at the system prompt and nodded lightly. One good thing about the system was that it somewhat eased the difficulty for Kaido within reasonable rules. The so-called hunting of Janin only required the enemy to be of the Janin rank, nothing else mattered. Among these death row inmates, the weakest were probably Chnin. This could be said to have saved Kaido a lot of trouble. Start the import. Kaido pondered for a moment and then directly spoke. I have 2 instances of yang release in my body, both revived and born from modifications. I'm curious to see how much this can enhance me. Kaido had no shortage of yang release within his body, even Uchiha Madara would be impressed upon seeing it. However, due to Kaido's body's nature, he was always in urgent need of yang release, so how could he not be happy to get such a huge amount of yang release this time? Besides, he had long determined that the enhancement of his eye's strength indeed required these yang release powers as assistance. The stronger his yang release, the stronger his eyes would become. As an Uchiha, the strength of his eyes could indeed directly determine his combat power. With Kaido's decision, the system quickly started operating. In a flash, Kaido felt a strong vitality swirling within him. At this moment, his body felt warm and comfortable. Although these powers were subtly stimulating his body to change, having already experienced the most painful transformation, he felt nothing unusual about this change. In just a moment, Kaido felt these powers fully integrate within his body, and at the same time, he could feel his body strength changing once more. He clenched his fist slightly, and a surging power was freely flowing within his body. Such a feeling was indeed very wonderful. Moreover, with the intake of this yang release, Kaido distinctly felt that his eyes seemed to have been enhanced again. If before he could only vaguely feel that there seemed to be a blockage in front of his eyes, now, he seemed to be able to slightly see the ceiling blocking his path forward. This was progress, a clear and tangible progress. Such a feeling was addictive because it could make him understand his path more clearly. But having improved, I need to keep adapting to these powers. Uchiha Madara has taught me a good lesson. My combat experience is not rich, and my use of power is far inferior to his, so I must try harder and work harder. Kaido was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses, and what he needed to do was to carry out some targeted training. Even some targeted battles, to compensate for his shortcomings. However, Kaido could not rush this matter now. After all, he still had many plans to implement and many things to do. With so many things to do, Kaido was overwhelmed, he could only do things one step at a time. After stabilizing the constantly stirring chakra within his body, Kaido began to consolidate his current situation. However, after he spent an hour finally calming these powers, he didn't expect his door to be knocked on again. Come in. Kaido quelled all his powers and then directly spoke. Soon, Yuniko came in. Yuniko looked a bit awkward at this time, after all, she had just called Kaido a guy with a brain full of yellow waste, now running over here, she couldn't stand it. However, after a slight awkwardness, her expression immediately became serious. It was obvious that she knew that this was not the time to worry about these details. She took a deep breath before saying, "There are 2 things I need to report. First, Master Jiraiya wants to see you." "Jiraiya wants to see me?" Kaido was taken aback by this news, but quickly nodded to show his understanding. Kaido guessed that perhaps it was their conversation last night that had led to this decision, or perhaps Tsunade had made a decision. With that in mind, Kaido nodded again and quickly asked, "Is Tsunade still in Konoha?" "She hasn't left, has she?" "Lady Tsunade." Although Yuniko didn't know why Kaido was asking about Tsunade, the clever her immediately realized that Jiraiya's request to meet him might have something to do with Tsunade, so she promptly replied. Lady Tsunade is still in Konoha, there are no signs of her leaving for now. She is still within the village. Still in Konoha, I see. Kaido nodded. If Tsunade was still in Konoha, then things could be discussed. This meeting was likely about Tsunade. Thinking about this, Kaido didn't want to delay any longer. He stood up and was ready to leave when Yuniko spoke again. Don't rush, there's another matter that I need to report to you. Seeing Kaido's reaction, Yuniko knew that the matter regarding Jiraiya must be significant. If nothing unexpected happened, it really had something to do with Tsunade. She even speculated that Kaido wanted Tsunade to stay in Konoha. After all, if Tsunade's position was firm, then her staying would be more beneficial than harmful. Normally, Yuniko wouldn't obstruct Kaido's movements at this time, but the matter at hand was indeed critical. This matter is important, I must inform you, because there might be a problem within the guard department, even a possibility of enemies infiltrating. Kaido stopped upon hearing this. His gaze instantly became sharp. He didn't care if the enemy was in the temple, but if they were in the guard department, he couldn't accept that. What's going on? Explain in detail, I'll figure out how to handle it. Kaido said seriously. He was indeed angry at the moment. Even after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, they still dared to cause trouble. Wasn't this seeking death? However, Kaido's sharp gaze became somewhat awkward and evasive after Yuniko spoke again. According to the report, several death row prisoners died an hour ago. They seem to have committed suicide, but I suspect it's more like silencing. Yuniko said with a serious expression. She hadn't noticed Kaido's gaze at all. Among these people, many are spies from other countries. Perhaps they know a lot of secrets, hence the silencing. The others might have been killed to cover up the real targets. After all, so many people dying from suicide or self-inflicted reasons all at once, it just doesn't seem plausible. Indeed. Kaido managed a composed smile, wondering why the last time he pulled something like this nothing happened, but this time, it drew attention. And how could this be wrong? What's this about an enemy in the guard department? Could it be that he, Kaido, as the head of the guard department, is the enemy? Would they ask him later, why did the department head turn traitor? Kaido shook his head firmly in his mind, then turned to Yuniko and said seriously, I understand this matter, I will have Shisui follow up on it. It seems that our prison management and defense system still has some problems. There are no problems for now, the key is that we have no idea how the enemy got in. Yuniko sighed slightly, her expression becoming more serious and stern. I've seen the prison reform plan, it was proposed by you. You've installed surveillance in every corner of the prison. This can prevent many incidents, but the enemy seemed to not take the regular route, perhaps they used some unknown power. For instance, space ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but swallow. He found that sometimes being too clever wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all this analysis, wasn't she pushing Kaido into a corner? This couldn't happen. What a nuisance. Kaido sighed as he walked towards the Hokage building. Kaido felt a bit overwhelmed. His ability to use space ninjutsu was not exactly a well-kept secret in Konoha. The higher UPS of the Uchiha clan and the heads of the 7 major families had all witnessed Kaido's space ninjutsu. If Yuniko went back and asked around, there was a good chance that Shisui would tell her straight away. Although it wasn't a big deal for Kaido to kill some death row prisoners, after all, these guys were essentially done for, and Kaido was just giving them a push, his secretive actions were a bit questionable. Kaido now needed to think of a counter-strategy. However, these were all minor issues. The most Kaido would face was a bit of embarrassment. He was more focused on the upcoming meeting. As he briskly walked ahead, Kaido suddenly cast a glance to the side, and a figure quickly appeared beside him. How is it, has that guy Orochimaru caused any problems? Kaido asked bluntly without any courtesy. Evidently, this figure was Shisui, who Kaido had assigned to tail Orochimaru last night. No, he left Konoha right after offering the flowers last night and didn't cause any trouble. Shisui answered directly, although his expression showed some confusion. But I did notice something strange. Both Lady Tsunade and Master Jiraiya were very restrained. Especially Lady Tsunade, she seemed to want to make a move but didn't do anything for various reasons. So everything was peaceful last night, but after Orochimaru left Konoha, he disappeared and I had a hard time tracking him. That's fine, as long as he has left, consider this as doing a favor for Jiraiya. Hearing Shisui's words, Kaido couldn't help but smile. Orochimaru's ability to escape was probably unmatched in the entire world of Naruto. Otherwise, why could this guy always get away easily no matter how much trouble he caused? It was because he could truly run. Aside from the Sharingan, or rather, the Mangekyou's Genjutsu, this guy had hardly any weaknesses. This also meant that there were very few ways to counter him, not to mention even if he did fall into a trap, he had ways to survive. He's like an eel, there's not much you can do to him unless you can completely control him. Kaido grumbled to himself, then turned to Shisui and said, "Are you tired? If so, go home and rest. If not, do you want to come with me to see Jiraiya, or rather, check on Tsunade's attitude? You underestimate me. I was once a ninja of the Anbu." Shisui chuckled, then followed Kaido towards the Hokage building. When they both arrived at Jiraiya's office in the Hokage building, Kaido nodded slightly. As expected, Tsunade was also there, which further confirmed Kaido's thoughts. "Master Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade." Kaido and Shisui greeted the two with a slight nod and a smile. "I wonder why you wanted to see me. Is there something you need?" "It's me who wanted to see you, I just want to understand and confirm a few things." Tsunade walked out, staring at Kaido and said coldly. "I know why you want Jiraiya to stay, and so does he. And he agreed because you used the great ninja ideology to pressure him, of course, and your so-called vision. But I'm not Jiraiya. I don't know why you want me to stay. Is it just because of the reasons you mentioned last night? Or do you want to use my return to the medical department to increase your influence, allowing you to better control Konoha?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kaido couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This woman was really direct. And she was indeed sharp enough. In just a few sentences, she saw through Kaido's thoughts. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising at all. After all, she had received elite education under the last glow of the Senju clan. Don't be fooled by her seemingly careless behavior in the position of Hokage, she handled every matter with great skill. Especially when faced with significant issues, she could instantly take on her responsibilities, and her performance never disappointed. Looking at the formidable Tsunade before him, Kaido revealed a slight smile, then spoke softly. "Your conjecture is absolutely correct, I indeed have such thoughts, but it's not entirely so. Actually, I made my thoughts quite clear last night, but since you asked, let me explain a little more." Kaido paused slightly, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. Next, he gently tapped to signal Shisui, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to sit down, completely taking control of the situation. After they all sat down, he continued. "I want you to stay for 3 reasons. First, you can exert an unimaginable influence in medical ninjutsu. Such influence would be of great benefit to the entire Konoha. Because you are a pioneer of medical ninjutsu, because you are one of the Sunin, because you are Tsunade. Even we would reap incredible benefits if you stayed, so I do need you to stay. I hope you understand what I mean. Second, I indeed hope that you can do something for the ninjas who have experienced war. I haven't experienced war, but I can feel the mental state of those who have. Even now, most of them haven't fully recovered. Sometimes, the end of a war does not mean the end of everything, because the trauma of war has deeply imprinted in their hearts. I have my own personal reasons. I believe Jiraiya has told you some of my thoughts. Whether you agree or not, I will work towards this goal. If you could heal them, Konoha would have a large group of experienced ninjas with a good state of mind. Even if not for my ideas, don't they deserve something from you for all the sacrifices they have made for Konoha? Third, Jiraiya needs trusted people around him as the Hokage, and as his classmate and the person he trusts the most, you are the most suitable candidate. Having said so much, Kaido paused slightly, looking at the seemingly silent Tsunade in front of him. He gently tapped the table once again, then said with a smile. Of course, I can also tell you that this is actually a safeguard against you. Because you are an extremely excellent person. Although you have a gambling habit, isn't Jiraiya also a lascivious old man? That's not a big deal. Moreover, past war experiences have taught me that you are absolutely reliable at critical moments. Careful, bold, responsible, highly capable, and one of the Sunin with a high reputation. If you were to run for Hokage, to be honest, even with our help, it would be somewhat troublesome for Jiraiya. And you are definitely not the Hokage we welcome, so if you become Jiraiya's assistant or even advisor, everything would be different. These are my thoughts and goals. Is this enough for you to confirm? As Kaido's words fell, the whole room fell somewhat silent. Tsunade looked at Kaido with a slightly furrowed brow. She hadn't expected that her straightforward method of probing would be bluntly reciprocated by Kaido. Moreover, the reasons Kaido gave were so candid and blatant, but strangely, what she sensed was not malice, but sincerity. This guy didn't evade expressing his thoughts at all. He very directly admitted that he wanted to use her. But in admitting these things, he also articulated his fear of her. Tsunade felt that such a fear was not worse than the praise of an enemy of her level, it even made her feel more comfortable. Moreover, Tsunade had to admit, this guy seemed to understand her quite well, his assessments were quite accurate. Even though this guy was doing all this for their own benefit, he gave Tsunade a reason that was truly hard for her to refuse. She had been on the battlefield herself and naturally knew how severe the post-war damage was. Strictly speaking, she herself had some problems. It was just that she didn't want to and had been avoiding dealing with her own issues. She preferred to treat it as a memory to commemorate some people who had left. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade looked seriously at Kaido, and after a while, she finally nodded. I can stay, but you must remember this is your choice. Helping Jiraiya means I'm opposing you. Tsunade didn't hide her thoughts, just stated them quite subtly. The position of Hokage was full of curses to her. Now that Jiraiya was in the position, all she could do was to protect this idiot to the best of her ability. She truly didn't want another person with whom she had a deep relationship to leave because of the curse of Hokage. No, we won't oppose each other, because we're both doing this for Konoha. Kaido laughed when he heard her answer. He found Tsunade, when she was serious, had a unique charm. No wonder Jiraiya, for her, remained a bachelor all his life and never married. Of course, it's also possible that Jiraiya is indeed a hopeless case. So, I guess we have reached an agreement, right? Kaido gathered his thoughts and then stood up and extended his hand towards Tsunade. My name is Uchiha Kaito, the head of the security department, Minister Tsunade. I look forward to working with you in the future. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you were really doing this for Konoha, would you have let Jiraiya fall into such a situation? Tsunade looked at Kaido's extended hand. Although her face still showed some displeasure, she finally stood up and reached out her hand. Their hands clasped together, an image that made Kaido himself somewhat dazed. Many years ago, the Uchiha and Senju clans must have shook hands like this, creating an era of peace. Even if they can't compare to that time, at least for Konoha, this is still a historic and meaningful event. That's not quite right, you and Jiraiya have known each other for so long, you should know that he is a man full of idealism. Kaido calmly looked at Tsunade and spoke with a smile. And the position of Hokage is one that can be steered with idealism, but it needs the support of realists to maintain. Don't think too poorly of us, because we are indeed doing this for Konoha. Of course, don't think too highly of us either, we are still members of the ninja clans, and you are one of them, you should understand. Tsunade calmly glanced at Kaido, then didn't say anything else. Kaido's gaze then turned to Jiraiya. At this moment, a brighter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he spoke softly. Lord Jiraiya, I believe from today on, I should call you the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya looked at Kaido somewhat silently, then finally nodded slightly. A few days later, Jiraiya stood on the corridor of the rooftop platform of the Hokage building, now dressed in a divine robe woven in white and red. Listening to the cheers outside, he suddenly felt a bit nervous for some reason. He was a person who had seen many storms, but he didn't expect that being thrust into the position of Hokage would still make him a bit nervous. Although he knew that his Hokage was not the Hokage of his childhood dreams, he also knew that he had no choice. All he could do was to do everything he could. It's time, Lord Hokage. At this moment, Nara Shikako came to Jiraiya's side and whispered. I know. Jiraiya glanced at Nara Shikako, then nodded seriously. Slowly putting on his Hokage hat, Jiraiya took a deep breath and walked out of the corridor. The next moment, a cheer like a tide suddenly poured toward him, the huge wave of sound filled his ears, the fervent atmosphere enveloped his whole body. When he finally stepped to the very edge of the platform, he reached up and took off the hat on his head. His gaze took in the sea of people below. After a while he finally spoke loudly. From today onwards, I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Chapter 161, Chapter 161. Jiraiya became the fifth Hokage of Konoha, marking the end of Konoha's shocking impeachment action that shook the entire ninja world. At the same time, it also provided all those in the ninja world with different intentions a classic, successful case of successful uprising. The turmoil of the ninja world and Konoha at this time are not greatly related because after the election of the fifth Hokage, Konoha's internal situation has basically stabilized. However, there are still some minor issues that need to be properly handled, such as the matter of the three clans, which is a thorny issue for many. But all this doesn't have much to do with Kaido anymore. To be precise, Kaido has no intention of continuing to exert his influence. The role he played and the influence he had during the entire incident is unparalleled and hard to imagine. However, standing out too much is not completely in line with Kaido's thinking. Sometimes it's important to keep a low profile. After all, he still needs to accumulate his own strength and the strength of the entire clan. He has always believed that individual strength is important, but if the overall strength is too weak, that can be a very troublesome matter. In the end, as a member of a clan of Uchiha, he doesn't particularly believe in the doctrine of individual heroism. He believes more that everyone can play their own role in the right position, but such accumulation requires time. Fortunately, the internal problems of Konoha have been resolved by him. He can wait a bit, waiting for the growth of the younger generation. Teacher. Just as Kaido was thinking, Sasuke, sweating profusely and sounding extremely weak, suddenly called out to Kaido. The voice was very faint, but it pulled Kaido back from his thoughts, and he turned his gaze to Sasuke. Sasuke was now panting, his entire body was soaked, but he was still struggling to stand, clearly at his limit. Kaido looked up at the sun. Today's weather was the exact opposite of the day they held the funeral for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scorching sun baked the earth, especially now at midday in summer, the sun was incredibly fierce. Even Kaido was munching on a watermelon while hiding in the shade, not because he was afraid of the heat, but because he didn't want to get tanned. While Kaido was so relaxed, Sasuke was having a hard time. As Kaido's disciple, Sasuke actually hadn't received much instruction from him, which made Kaido decide to give him a thorough lesson. Therefore, on this rest day, Kaido didn't report to the security department but instead pulled Sasuke and Karin out. This action excited Sasuke. After all, Kaido, as the clan leader and the first man in the family, personally coming to instruct him was incredibly gratifying. However, Sasuke soon couldn't be happy, because the first training project Kaido gave him was a physical assessment and training. After all, being a ninja is a profession that requires enough physical strength. Without enough stamina, one can't support long-distance running. Chakra can indeed alleviate fatigue, but if you continuously use chakra to ease your tiredness, how are you going to fight? In response to Kaido's requirements, Sasuke could only obediently comply, whereas the nearby Karin, who was dared not utter a word, simply did whatever Kaido instructed her to do. As a result, after a round of training, both Sasuke and Karin were completely exhausted. Interestingly, Karin, due to her chakra, could still persist, but Sasuke was on the brink of collapse. He sincerely wanted to grit his teeth and continue, but his body clearly did not allow it. It seems you are still quite weak. Can't handle this. Kaido glanced at Sasuke while he continued to nibble on his watermelon and spoke calmly. Of course, he could see that Sasuke had reached his limit. After all, Sasuke is young, and it's quite impressive that he has persisted to this point under such high temperatures. But this level of impressive is still unsatisfactory for Kaido. If it were the Sasuke from the original story, even if he didn't faint from exhaustion, he wouldn't complain and would continue training after waking up. After all, that Sasuke was burdened with deep-seated hatred for his whole team. He had fallen into an extreme state where his heart was only left with a belief in revenge, just like a walking corpse. This state was quite similar to Kakashi's. Perhaps it was because of this, and Sasuke's Sharingan, that Kakashi favored him in the original story. Now Sasuke hasn't fallen into extremity, so his mentality hasn't reached that level, which is understandable. But Kaido looked up at the sun in the sky and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Thinking back to his previous life's nuclear test subjects who silently endured 1000-degree temperatures. Is this current temperature only around 35 or 6 degrees? And he can't handle it? There's a huge gap between him and those nuclear test subjects from the neighboring island in his previous life, isn't there? Alright, rest for 10 minutes. I have a rough idea of your basic conditions. Although Kaido really wanted to say that they have a lot in common and could learn from each other, he ultimately let Sasuke and Karin rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke immediately slumped to the ground, and although Karin was in better shape, she also ungracefully sat down on her knees. Their state made Kaido shake his head, but he didn't offer to help them. Your physical reserves are too poor. Karin, you've managed to persist for so long only because your chakra reserves are ample, allowing you to continuously use chakra to alleviate your own condition. However, this is the power given by your talent and your bloodline, and I won't criticize you for it. It's just that it's not a good thing to waste too much chakra here. As for Sasuke, your situation is even worse. Whether it's me or Shisui, at your age, our chakra wasn't necessarily more outstanding than yours. But our physical fitness was much better than yours, which allowed us not to consume too much chakra during high-intensity runs outside of combat. Kaido continued to nibble on his watermelon as he spoke, while Sasuke and Karin remained silent and listened attentively. If you can't even meet these basic capabilities, how can I confidently take you out to experience what a real ninja should be doing? What a ninja should be doing. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who was almost paralyzed, forced himself to lift his head and then asked with his extremely weak voice. Sensei, are you planning to take us out of the village for missions? I've been considering it, but let me be clear, it's not an easy thing. Kaido finished the last piece of watermelon before he murmured. First, your performances worry me. If I take you out, I worry about the potential mess. Secondly, are you really mentally prepared? Being a ninja is not a game. Ninjas may have to face bloodshed and conflict at any time. Kaido didn't tell Sasuke too many grand principles, because there was no need. With a year of new family education and Uchiha Fugaku's careful teaching, Sasuke's growth environment is incomparable to the original. Similarly, it's not comparable to that nameless person, Itachi. His thinking is more open, and his approach to issues is more comprehensive. Even though he's still young, he has a certain logical thinking ability. This little guy understands many things and can see clearly. Even if he has many doubts, he will remember them and then ask his father. It can be said that his growth is what Kaido hopes for, even if his conviction is far less than the original. However, it doesn't matter if he lacks some conviction. Kaido can completely put external pressure on him to achieve the training state in the original. With the idea of as long as training doesn't kill them, train them harder, Sasuke and Karin were thoroughly dumbfounded. The two probably don't even know how they got home, and this is just the beginning. In the following week, they were always in this state. The training was boring, but there was no other way. Kaido wanted to teach them some basic skills, such as climbing trees and walking on water. However, one of the two had already learned, and the other had excellent control over chakra, and could learn quickly. This left Kaido in a bind. However, he was already planning to teach them some ninjutsu once their physical performances improved. And they themselves would enter into actual combat, allowing them to make better progress. However, I need to contact Jiraiya for this. I need to bring Naruto over. Ever since Jiraiya returned to Konoha, Naruto has been living with him. Although Kaido didn't know how Jiraiya managed to build such a good relationship with Naruto, he accepted it when he thought about the original story. Naruto desperately needed recognition, and Jiraiya probably felt indebted to Naruto deep down. Or rather, the whole of Konoha owed Naruto something, and Jiraiya would certainly try his best to make up for it. Kaido seemed to remember hearing from his subordinates in the security department that they had seen Jiraiya personally escorting Naruto to school. Moreover, Sasuke mentioned that Naruto had told him at school that he had learned some amazing things, which made Sasuke very envious. This shows that their relationship is very good, and it also informs Kaido that Jiraiya has probably started training Naruto. In the original story, Naruto was only trained for 3 years, and he already had such strength and abilities. Now that Naruto is being groomed by Jiraiya from a young age, how far can this boy go? I just hope Jiraiya doesn't spoil Naruto's personality. The one in the original story was such a strange character. If it wasn't for Shisui assuring me that he hadn't done anything, I would suspect that he really warped Naruto. Kaido pondered silently in his heart, while also arriving at the Hokage building. Since he had thought of it and there was no mutually affecting relationship, he would go ahead and do it. Although he had severe procrastination in his previous life, after being beaten up so much in this world, he has developed a habit of acting swiftly. Clan leader Hyuga, Counselor Nara. However, what Kaido didn't expect was that just as he arrived at the Hokage building, he saw Hyuga Hayashi and Nara Shikako walking out together. Although Kaido was a bit surprised, he still greeted them with a smile, and they also responded with smiles when they saw him. He could tell that their moods were very good, and their gazes towards Kaido were slightly respectful. After all, they had accomplished such a big thing and wrapped it up smoothly this time. The contributions Kaido made were unimaginable. Now that they saw Kaido, their moods were naturally very good. Counselor Kaido, you've worked hard during this period. Hayashi was the first to speak, and it was clear that his mood was very good. After the 5th Hokage took office, we haven't seen much of you. I was wondering if we should pay a visit. I didn't expect to meet you today. Can't be helped, there's a lot to handle in the security department. And I have plans to reform it, which you should know about. Kaido shrugged casually. He seemed a bit helpless, but the pride between his brows was quite clear. Moreover, I have my own disciples. I just haven't had the time to properly teach them. Now that I have some time, I think I should do something. Higahayashi and Nara Shikako were both taken aback. They didn't expect Kaido to have taken disciples. However, they didn't say anything, just found it interesting. After all, Kaido, who was already 18, didn't even have a fiancé yet. Everyone was from the circle of large families. There might be some things that others didn't know, but they all had a clear understanding. Kaido, the unparalleled clan leader of the Uchiha clan, hadn't even got engaged till now. Not just him, Shisui, the vice leader of their clan, was also quiet about any personal matters. However, what changed Nara Shikako's smiling face was the seeming deep connection between their clan leader and his family's Unico, even bordering on overly close. Shaking his head, Nara Shikako decisively decided not to think about these messy things. After all, it was not him who would be bothered, but his elder brother, Shikashiro. By the way, did you come to see the Hokage? Kaido didn't want to keep worrying about the situation with Sasuke, so he asked with a smile. Looking at you two, it seems that the results have been quite good. Overall it's good news, but when it comes to specific details, it's headache-inducing. Nara Shikako shrugged, smiling as he replied to Kaido. It's about the two issues you and he brought up. He asked us how to implement them, and he also saw the current financial report. He knows that Konoha is out of money. Aside from that, it's about Asuma's situation. Asuma has arrived in Konoha and has returned to the Sarutobi clan. Nara Shikako's words made Kaido nod subtly. Indeed, this was good news in general, but when it came to the details, it wasn't so satisfying. That Jiraiya voluntarily discussed these matters with them indicated that he was getting into the role quickly. He was very clear about his position. However, the matters involved were somewhat challenging. The two issues Kaido and Jiraiya brought up were essentially about post-war ninja management. Kaido went to see them after Sarutobi Hiruzen's funeral and explained these things. Kaido didn't necessarily need to tell them, but he was clear that they were now a team. Kaido needed to show them a certain degree of respect. A large reason for Uchiha Madara's failure was the lack of support around him. A lone wolf couldn't achieve much, no matter how strong he was. Having learned from Uchiha Madara's lessons, Kaido paid attention not only to personal strength but also team building. Only in this way could he get support for anything. And whatever he did, there would be people helping him to do it better, hence the saying many hands make light work. Kaido actually presented them with a difficult problem, but this problem wasn't unsolvable. After all, it was just a money issue. They had already planned to deal with the Daimio, and the assets of the three major clans had already been confiscated. However, now there was another issue that wasn't big but couldn't be ignored, that was Asuma's attitude. After all, Asuma's return would force them to temporarily focus on these three clans. Regarding the handling of these three clans, the 7 of them, including Kaido, do not exactly share a unified view. For instance, Higahayashi harbors intense hatred for these people, wishing them dead, even though he would never verbalize such thoughts. But who doesn't know what he's thinking? Nara Shikako, on the other hand, approaches the situation from a pragmatic viewpoint, considering the interests of Konoha. He believes that if these people can be assimilated, then they should be, as it benefits Konoha. If it were only this, Nara Shikako would definitely have the upper hand, given that he is backed by Akimichichiza and Yamanaka Inoichi. The Abarame and Inyazuka clans maintain a neutral stance, supporting neither side. Under these circumstances, Kaido, who hasn't expressed his opinion, has become the most critical figure. His voice carries almost the highest weight among the 7 major clans by default. This reflects the strength and influence of Kaido. Even though he has only recently been accepted by the major clans, he is undoubtedly the core figure among the 7. Many speculate that, as an Uchiha, Kaido holds a deep grudge against the 3 clans, likely even supporting Higahayashi's cutthroat approach. However, as long as he doesn't take a stance, a final decision cannot be made on this matter. Regardless, Nara Shikako has to find a way to convince the Uchiha clan leader, at least from Konoha's perspective, this is definitely more beneficial than harmful. But, if these three clans lack self-awareness, it is not up to him. I think I get it. This matter is indeed a headache, but let's see how things develop. After observing the two, Kaido couldn't help but laugh. He had considered this issue long before and had his own thoughts. However, he believed it was best to stay silent. After all, Higahayashi has given him significant support in the past. It's best to keep his thoughts to himself for now. We don't need to rush this issue. After all, the Hokage is dealing with the brunt of it and is more anxious than us. We only need to do our jobs diligently and wait for the best opportunity. Just like with Sarutobi Asuma's return, we don't need to do anything. Who knows, to those three clans, he could be the new Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Kaido said this, he glanced at Nara Shikako and winked at him. Nara Shikako was slightly stunned but soon understood. He couldn't help but laugh and nod his head. Becoming Sarutobi Hiruzen actually has two meanings. The most straightforward meaning is to become the new leader of these three clans like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such a move would naturally involve integrating the three clans and then launching an offensive against Kaido and others. If he does this now, it is truly seeking death. This is completely in line with Higahayashi's inner desire because if they make a move against Kaido and others now, they are challenging the authority of Konoha. But the other meaning is subtler. That is, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man who knew how to endure and compromise. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's endurance and compromise were mainly for those outside the village, he dealt with people inside the village with a heavy hand. However, everyone knows that when facing issues of life and death, one must remain calm and think carefully. Asuma is Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, and it's hard to say if he'll inherit characteristics like Hiruzen. Regardless, Kaido has subtly revealed his intentions to Nara Shikako. That is, if Asuma can cooperate honestly, he wouldn't mind sparing these clans. Kaido's expression was subtle, but how could someone as smart as Nara Shikako not understand? After pondering for a moment, he understood why Kaido expressed himself so cryptically. To put it plainly, Kaido is keeping things ambiguous, watching what those three clans will do. Because for him, whether they are annihilated or not, it's no big deal. Furthermore, Kaido is also taking Higahayashi's feelings into account. Having clarified these things, Nara Shikako couldn't help but smile and say, "Minister Kaido, you're probably here to see the Hokage, right? In that case, we won't disturb you." "Indeed, we have taken up a lot of Minister Kaido's time," said Higahayashi, who also got the answer he wanted. He too smiled and nodded at Kaido. "It's not a bother. After all, meeting with the Hokage isn't a big deal." Kaido chuckled and shook his head, but didn't explain further. "Well, I'll take my leave then, Minister Shikaku, clan head Hayashi." "Goodbye, Minister Kaido." Nara Shikako and Higahayashi nodded slightly at Kaido in unison. Neither of them asked what Kaido was going to do. Asking directly would not only be impolite but also suggest a lack of trust between them, which is definitely not something a normal person would do. Watching Kaido leave, they both turned around, satisfied, and left the Hokage building. After all, they had both received the answers they sought. Kaido quickly arrived at the Hokage's office in the Hokage building. What amused him was that he clearly detected the trace of Anbu when he came. However, when these Anbu saw him heading to the Hokage's office, they pretended not to see him, allowing him to stride into the Hokage's office. Did I go too far back then? Sometimes Kaido couldn't help but think. At that time, he had no reservations and almost exterminated the Anbu inadvertently. But this can't be entirely blamed on him. That barrier, like a lava belt, was created by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the real catastrophe for the Anbu was caused by him and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the end, so it's inevitable that Sarutobi Hiruzen bears half the responsibility. Shaking his head, Kaido was too lazy to speculate about the Anbu's thoughts. He stood politely at the door of the Hokage's office and knocked. It was only when a voice from inside invited him in that he pushed open the door. Why are you here too? After Kaido entered, he saw Jiraiya looking troubledly at some documents. Jiraiya looked somewhat surprised upon seeing Kaido. Especially since Nara Shikako and Higahayashi had just met with him, and now Kaido was here right after, this only added to his headaches. Don't worry, my purpose for being here differs from Minister Shikako and clan head Hayashi. Kaido could tell with a glance what was troubling Jiraiya. He shook his head and said directly. In fact, you have good solutions for these issues. You just need to observe and think carefully, and you can get a good answer. After all, we have been doing some of these things all along. If you really can't figure it out, you can ask Minister Tsunade. She stayed to help you. Ask Tsunade. Jiraiya rubbed his head, then shook his head and spoke. I see. But why are you so kind to give me such a hint? This doesn't seem like your style, does it? Do you really understand me? Do you really know what I'm thinking? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with a somewhat playful expression, then continued speaking with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about these issues. After all, you're the Hokage, and many things require your own thinking. I came to you to inform you that Sasuke is my disciple, and one of his best friends is Naruto. I think you should know that not long ago, Naruto kept running to our Uchiha. Now Sasuke needs a sparring partner, and Naruto is under your care and has made good progress under your guidance. So, I plan to have Naruto come to me when he has time. That's about it. Jiraiya stared blankly at Kaido. He really hadn't expected that Kaido came to him for this. He did know that Naruto had been cared for by the Uchiha clan, and Naruto hadn't been shy about singing their praises while living together. For example, Brother Kaido is the most gentle and kindest ninja. Sasuke is so clueless, why can he become Brother Kaido's disciple? There's also Uncle Fugaku is so good to me, and so is Aunt Mikoto, they really take good care of me, which had given Jiraiya a headache for a long time. However, to be serious, Jiraiya was very grateful for Kaido's care of Naruto, even if he always felt that Kaido had ulterior motives. But now Jiraiya didn't feel like thinking about this, as he faced an even trickier issue. Kaido actually wanted Naruto to go there? This made Jiraiya a bit troubled. To be honest, he was really worried that Kaido, as the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, might control Naruto. Even though he knew that the probability was very low, he still felt somewhat uneasy deep down. After a long while, he finally asked, "Do you just want Naruto to be Sasuke's training partner? You do know their relationship, don't you?" Kaido looked at Jiraiya's hesitation and couldn't help but shrug and speak. "Besides, I've never mistreated Naruto. On the contrary, I was one of the few who felt sorry for him and recognized him back then. But I heard that when you attacked Danzo, you specifically had Uchiha Fugaku bring him over." Jiraiya stared at Kaido, his face showing signs of anger. "I think you can't deny that, can you?" "Yes, I can't deny it, but there's something I must clarify." Kaido looked fearlessly at Jiraiya, tilting his head slightly and speaking calmly. "That is, even though I took him there, I never thought of controlling him to do anything. What I wanted to do was to deter, to prevent others from acting rashly, because I don't want to hurt the innocent, do you understand this?" Kaido was now bluffing. He wouldn't control the Nine Tails, and how could he have had the abilities he has now back then? But the transformation that happened in just 1 year, if he were to reveal it, Jiraiya might be even less likely to believe it. Not just Jiraiya, even a normal person would find it hard to believe. Kaido's growth rate was astonishing. Even the fact that he had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, in the eyes of Itachi and Fugaku, was something that Kaido had done long ago but had never revealed. Moreover, there was a consensus within the family that if it were not for the extreme crisis the clan was in, Kaido might have kept a low profile all along. Kaido couldn't explain these things, so he simply let the misunderstanding stand as a deterrent, which seemed to have a pretty good effect. Jiraiya obviously approved of Kaido's reasoning. After furrowing his brows, he reluctantly nodded. Kaido single-handedly defeated his teacher while also wiping out many Anbu and 3 clan ninjas. Such combat power was unimaginable. Although the open space in front of the Hokage building had been repaired, traces of the previous battle still remained there. I see. But I have a question. Jiraiya closed his eyes, but he soon opened them again. You want him to be Sasuke's training partner, aren't you worried about damaging the child's confidence, or is that your original intention? Why would you think that, and why don't you think I can guide this child? Kaido was somewhat speechless. He really didn't understand how much malice and misunderstanding Jiraiya had towards him. However, when Kaido thought about it, he could understand why. After all, Naruto is the child of Minato Namikaze, and he is Konoha's Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. After all, he is now Jiraiya's disciple. In an instant, Kaido seemed to know how to deal with Jiraiya's words. He looked at Jiraiya playfully and then asked with a laugh. So, under your personal guidance, you still think Naruto can't be Sasuke's match? Or do you think your teachings can't match mine, right? Nonsense! Jiraiya was caught off guard by Kaido's words. He stood up angrily and glared at Kaido. If it were anything else, he might have admitted that he was not as good as Kaido, but he would never accept that he was not as good a teacher as Kaido. After all, he had trained excellent disciples like Minato Namikaze. Although his beliefs were refuted by Kaido, leaving him speechless, it doesn't mean his disciples are not good. To deny this would be to deny Minato Namikaze, wouldn't it? How about this, Hokage-sama? Kaido looked at the slightly annoyed Jiraiya, rubbed his chin, and suddenly had an idea. He could try to take on this clear dissatisfaction of Jiraiya and witness the so-called natural energy. Natural energy has always been one of the most dangerous and magical powers in the world of Naruto, and this power constitutes the final piece of Uchiha Madara's power system. Uchiha Madara's power is probably divided into 3 parts, the power of Uchiha's Yin release, Senju Hashirama's Yang release, and the power of Sage Jutsu. Although he acquired the power of Sage Jutsu last, its power is unimaginable. The reason Naruto is so strong is that apart from the 9 Tails mode, he most relies on the power of Sage Jutsu. That kind of super-enhancing ability can cause a qualitative change in a person. Due to Kaido's divine ascension, he already has the power of Yang release, and his physical condition has been unimaginably enhanced by the dark scythe. In addition to the Yang release power he acquired this time due to courage, his acquisition of Yang release can be said to be plentiful. Of course, this power is still more the better, as it helps Kaido's eyes irreplaceably. After all, it is like fuel, allowing Kaido's eyes to keep working without worrying about blindness. As an Uchiha, he is naturally endowed with the power of Yin release, and the continuous enhancement of the power of Yin release can improve the quality of his eyes, exerting greater power. Kaido already has these 2 powers, so the only thing he lacks now is 1 power. That is the power of nature, just like when Uchiha Madara was resurrected. Coincidentally, Jiraiya himself possesses such power. If Kaido doesn't try to experience or attempt to harness it, he might regret it. Before I consider how to obtain this power, I should at least witness such power. Kaido thought to himself and then spoke up. Let's spar, consider it an exchange. Actually, I know you might have been harboring resentment against me. Instead of keeping it in, why don't we let it out? I've often heard a saying, that excellent ninjas can understand each other's thoughts through their fists, right? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with a smile, cocked his head and said softly. I can't match your fists directly, but in battle, I think you can clearly understand what I'm thinking. Likewise, I can understand what you're thinking. What do you say, Hokage-sama? In a secluded corner of Konoha, in a valley, Kaido and Jiraiya stood across from each other on a river. They stared at each other quietly, neither taking the initiative to attack, but it was evident that Jiraiya agreed with Kaido's idea. Actually, Kaido always thought the concept of communicating with fists was nonsense. If feelings could be conveyed through fists, what's the point of verbal communication? But as Kaido spent more time in this world, he seemed to understand the meaning of this so-called communicating with fists. This needs to be connected to a saying of the Sage of Six Paths, which is there is inevitably a connection between chakras. It's not the act of clashing fists that makes one understand the other's intentions, but the fusion of each other's chakra during the clash that lets one comprehend the other's thoughts. And the reason only powerful ninjas can do this is even simpler: if the chakra is insufficient, how can one carry out this series of operations? As for those with a vast difference in strength, one would be dead after a fight, so what is there to understand? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but fall silent. To be honest, he had been feeling some frustration and dissatisfaction recently. Even though he has become the Hokage and witnessed Kaido doing things that seem to benefit Konoha, the resentment in his heart is still there, and that cannot be changed. In addition, Kaido's words indeed hit Jiraiya's inner feelings. He indeed wanted to know Kaido's thoughts. As for understanding each other's thoughts through a clash of fists, he somewhat agreed with this in his heart, but he also understood the principle behind it. Kaido took the initiative to propose this challenge. Jiraiya knew that even if he might not be a match, he could still partake in a good fight. The two quietly stared at each other, and as their breathing gradually became calm, their aura steadily rose, making the surrounding air seem somewhat oppressive. "Are you ready, Lord Jiraiya?" Just then, Kaido suddenly spoke up. "I only hope that Lord Jiraiya could be serious. After all, I will not be holding back much. Don't be too confident." A ninja should not only maintain confidence that he can deal with all enemies. Jiraiya also spoke at this moment, his chakra already beginning to surge wildly. But they should also remain vigilant, because even a genin could potentially kill a genin. Kaido chuckled lightly. However, just as he was about to speak, Jiraiya had already used a body flicker technique to appear in front of him. Bzzzt. His fist, carrying a strong wind, was ruthlessly aimed at Kaido. However, at this moment, Kaido's eyes turned blood red, and he quickly reached out and grabbed Jiraiya's wrist. "Of course I know this, but I have always been vigilant," Kaido said softly. However, Jiraiya didn't respond. The chakra around him became even more fearsome. The immense power slightly shook off Kaido's hand. In the next moment, without any hand seals, his hair suddenly became as sharp as a porcupine's quills. Then, like a frenzy, it stabbed towards Kaido. Kaido dodged slightly. These sharp hairs, as pointed as kunai, couldn't cause him any harm. But the next moment, he felt a strange chakra appear behind him. Like a phantom, Jiraiya had appeared behind Kaido, and in his hand, a chakra sphere was continuously spinning. Chapter 162, Chapter 162. In the land of rain, the sound of rain showed no signs of stopping. Within a forest of steel, all sounds were drowned by the rain, making the entire world seem both noisy and peaceful. Atop a tower of steel, an expressionless man sat on an extended iron bridge, allowing the rain to drench him. He was dressed in black with a pattern of red clouds. Such colors were not eye-catching in the dim rain. But his yellow hair, matted together in the rain, and his cold, merciless eyes, reminiscent of a dead man's, could not help but send chills down one's spine. Especially clear were the patterns in his eyes, like rings of a tree, demonstrating these were the Rin-Egan, the eyes of the legendary Sage of the Six Paths. The people of this country called him Pain, but his real identity was just one of the Pains, Tendo. Of course, it was not wrong to simply call him Pain. Because no matter what the title, they all referred to one person, Nagato. Nearly 10 years ago, after Yahiko was killed by Hanzo and Danzo, he followed the advice of the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. He extended his hand deep into the land of rain, and under his physical suppression, the entire land of rain was now his. Even the Daimyo had no presence in the entire country, nor could he compare with his rule. However, the current land of rain is also a closed country, which can be considered a form of protection, but also a form of revenge. He didn't like this weeping country because it had caused him too much pain. His family was tragically killed in the war, even his only dear friend, Yahiko, also had his life taken away in this country. The hatred in his heart was as tangible as substance, but he couldn't destroy this place. Because there were many innocent people here, they too suffered the devastation of war, they too were people who detested war. Moreover, this was where his dream started, where Jiraiya as a teacher guided them, where they spent their happiest times. This was where his dear friend's dream resided, what they strived and fought for, just for that elusive peace, they really gave too much. That's why he chose to close it off. Under such closure, this place was unlikely to develop, but it also protected everyone. After all, under the coverage of Rain Tiger at will technique, any spy attempting to infiltrate would be exposed instantly. But in the rare periods of peace in the shinobi world, this place was also completely isolated from the world. However, because of his extraordinary power, and for ending the war in the land of rain, protecting all the people in this country, he was called God by the people of the land of rain. Having the eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths, he naturally didn't think there was anything wrong with this title, and in his heart, he truly believed himself to be a god. I want to pacify this chaotic world like a god, I want to prevent war from ever erupting on this land again. Nagato quietly watched the heavy rain fall. This torrential rain disgusted him, but every time he saw such rain, he was surprisingly at ease. He knew that since he stepped on this path, he couldn't turn back, but he never thought of turning back. After all, he had to realize his and Yahiko's dream. However, that Uchiha Madara's plan is utterly nonsense. What's the point of creating a world of nothingness? He was now quietly contemplating his plan for peace, and the so-called Uchiha Madara's plan of infinite Tsukuyomi. Compared to that illusory world, he actually preferred something more realistic. He also believed that if Yahiko were still alive, he would definitely not like that kind of self-deceptive dream. Not to mention, he still remembered that Yahiko had very clearly rejected Uchiha Madara initially. And the reason he accepted him now was nothing more than to use his abilities to fulfill his own dream. He had absolutely no trust with this guy before. As for how to achieve peace, he had a vague idea. The method of capturing the tailed beasts for infinite Tsukuyomi reminded him. But he still needed to refine the specific details, and he had not told anyone about this idea. Step, step. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him, breaking his train of thought, causing him to frown and look back. Yo, leader, so you're here, sitting here watching the rain every day, aren't you tired? Before the person got close, a slightly rough voice had already reached him. Nagato didn't move, but his gaze had already landed on a man dressed in black with a pattern of red clouds walking towards him. The guy was carrying a large sword wrapped in white cloth on his shoulder, a faint smile hanging on his shark-like face. Most importantly, the chakra within this guy was so massive that it was suffocating. It was really hard to believe that one person could have such a terrifying amount of chakra. But Nagato had no intention of turning around, he still maintained his previous posture, his voice indifferent as if dead. What do you want, Kisame Hoshigaki? Kisame shrugged, he seemed rather carefree, but his movements and eyes were extremely careful. He knew that the guy in front of him was very dangerous, he knew this guy was not to be messed with from the moment he joined. Well, you see, I've been here for a while since I was recruited by the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. But don't you think it's a waste for someone with my talents to be stuck in a place like this watching the rain? How about giving me a mission to get some fresh air? Nagato did not answer him immediately, but seemed to be thinking. After a long while, he finally spoke indifferently. If you don't want to stay in the rain country, then prepare to go to the earth country. We plan to recruit a man named Deidara into the organization. His abilities are useful to us. In addition, starting today, you'll team up with Uchiha Kaito. His original partner, BYJZ, died on a mission, so he doesn't currently have a teammate. And since you were once a member of the Hidden Mist Village, like BYJZ, I think you two can get along well. Oh! The man, reminiscent of a shark, arched an eyebrow, a playful look on his face. BYJZ is dead, I wonder if his beheading sword has been brought back. As for Uchiha Kaito, hasn't he already lost the Uchiha surname? And I heard he tried to attack his own clan, ended up being counter-killed and even got the people behind him killed. He's quite an interesting guy. But he swung the same hata in his hand and turned towards the stairs. It doesn't matter, teaming up with this guy is at least better than watching you raise fish like this. Goodbye leader, I hope you can find a new place to watch the rain when I return. Atop a cliff outside the rain country, Uchiha Kaito sat quietly. BYJZ was dead, died right in front of him, and it was for his sake. The impact was really not small for Uchiha Kaito, it made him involuntarily recall the moment he first activated his Sharingan. In fact, his relationship with BYJZ was really not good, to the point that he had actually thought about killing this nonsense-talking guy. But after a conversation with BYJZ, Uchiha Kaito's heart inexplicably harbored a hint of doubt. And BYJZ's death made the doubts that had already emerged in his heart become even heavier. Especially now that he had received news from Konoha, the third Hokage's disciple, Jiraiya, had become the fifth Hokage. Moreover, Lady Tsunade, who had left Konoha years ago, had also chosen to return to Konoha and once again took up the position of head of the medical department. These two pieces of news seemed to signify Konoha's return to stability to others, but to Uchiha Kaito, their core significance was completely different. Why didn't Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade avenge the third Hokage? Weren't they all disciples of the third Hokage? Uchiha Kaito muttered in his heart. This time he didn't think about whether it was Uchiha Kaito who used the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the two of them. Even though he really wanted to think that way, he knew that doing so would only make him look stupid. Just as he was pondering, someone suddenly walked past him from behind, instantly causing him to furrow his brow. You're that surname-less Itaki, aren't you? The figure of the newcomer was still blurred, but his voice had already reached him from afar. This single sentence made one of Uchiha Itaki's eyes turn blood red. Indeed, he had lost an eye, but to prevent the loss from affecting his combat ability, he had transplanted a regular eye to compensate for the problem. Although this somewhat affected his combat performance, it was much better than having a huge blind spot in his field of view. Uchiha Itachi didn't move, nor did he make a sound, but the chakra within his body had started to surge. It was obvious that he was somewhat angered by these words. After all, he was now a true renegade of Konoha, a person without a clan or a surname. Angry, hey? That's a bit much. The entire shinobi world knows about your situation, you're not that petty, are you? As the gruff voice grew closer, the figure behind Uchiha Itachi became clearer, and it was Kisame. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi indifferently asked. I don't seem to be familiar with you, and my name is Uchiha Itachi, that's not something anyone can easily strip away. That depends on whether the Uchiha of Konoha recognize you. Kisame casually laughed, then continued. As for me, my name is Kisame Hoshigaki. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be teammates in the future. If you have any questions, you can ask the leader. I really have bad luck. I originally thought I would team up with BYJZ. Although I don't like him. But we're from the same village, it's convenient to coordinate, and that guy was smart. I just didn't expect him to die, and in the end, you became my teammate. If you have any questions, go find the leader. After all, I haven't received any orders. Uchiha Itachi calmly said, he didn't want to say another word to this guy. "You're really cold, just as I imagined." Kisame, however, didn't care at all. Itaka's attitude only made him more interested, so he continued with a smile. "Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about you. I heard you wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan with your own hands, but unfortunately, you were stopped and lost an eye. But I want to ask, what kind of emotions were you harboring when you decided to kill your own people and destroy the clan that gave birth and raised you, including your parents?" His casual words instantly solidified the atmosphere. Uchiha Itaka slowly stood up and turned his head to stare at Kisame. But Kisame, carrying the same hata, smiled back at him. It was clear that Kisame was not the least bit scared, and a dangerous atmosphere had subtly spread amidst the curtain of rain. Talkative ninjas often meet death. Did you not learn this lesson during your ninja school days? It took a long while before Uchiha Itaka spoke indifferently, appearing to be harboring a killing intent now. "No, I just happened to meet someone who nearly shared my experience, so I wanted to ask." Kisame chuckled lightly at Itaka, shrugged carelessly, and finally spoke. "I clearly remember the horrified looks of my comrades when I killed them. That despair in their eyes, I don't think I will ever forget it in my lifetime. And you know what? The order to do this came from my village. My faith was in my village at that time, but they asked me to do such a thing. From that moment, or rather, from the moment I saw the look of despair in my comrades' eyes, I knew I was entangled in a war. A war of power struggle within the village, where the leaders are interested in benefits, not us. In their eyes, we were merely disposable tools. I despised that feeling. That's exactly why I joined the organization at the suggestion of that masked man. I wanted a peaceful world. Of course, I personally feel that the masked man is more like an unreliable madman, but that doesn't matter. After all, if this continues, I'm going to go insane sooner or later. As for you, I heard that you entirely regard your village leader's words as truth, so I'm very curious about what kind of mentality you had when you were doing it. After all, you're much more ruthless than me. I only killed my comrades, but you plan to kill your entire family." Kisame's words were filled with mockery and provocation, and the anger and killing intent in Itaka's heart reached a climax. But in the end, he closed his eyes, turned around, and sat back down. He gazed at the heavy rain before him, then finally spoke softly. "I am quite different from you. I did not actually do it, but you did. If you insist on asking, then I'll tell you, what I adhere to is the will of a ninja. Aren't you the same? I don't know whether it's right or wrong. Maybe only when I die will I truly see myself clearly. Everything will become clear then." Humph. Upon hearing this answer, Kisame couldn't help but shake his head disdainfully. Then he turned and left straight away, but not before making a parting remark. "You are such a hypocrite. You can't even see the reality. Teaming up with you is indeed a sorrow. Because you are a real executioner, and I am a man who is almost driven mad by reality. But that's fine too, an executioner and a madman together, quite interesting indeed." Uchiha Itaka remained silent, still looking at the curtain of rain before him. Only after Kisame had completely left did he start to shiver uncontrollably. Did I really make a mistake? Uchiha Itaka looked up at the sky. Whether he was right or wrong, he knew there was no turning back. Because he knew Uchiha Kaito, he would never let him go, and would never give him the opportunity to correct his mistakes. The battle between Kaido and Jiraiya was destined to be intense, yet inevitably non-lethal. After all, Kaido had already forced a Hokage to his death. If he accidentally killed Jiraiya, it would be a real trouble. Of course, this was merely Kaido's speculation, as Jiraiya's strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, this guy had an incomparable wealth of combat experience, making dealing with him no easy task. In the original story, facing Nagato who could directly rival Konoha and had mastered the Rinnegan for so long, Jiraiya still managed to hold his own. Even his eventual defeat was merely due to a lack of information about Nagato. If he had reacted sooner and known more about his opponent, it would have been hard to say who would have won. But such a scenario would never happen now, considering that he was now the Hokage. Even if he wanted to, nobody would allow him to invade an enemy village alone. Kaido and Jiraiya moved with astonishing speed. Even if they were simply engaged in hand-to-hand combat, the constant vibration of chakra was enough to intimidate anyone. Jiraiya, as a seasoned ninja, knew very well his strengths and weaknesses. Directly engaging Kaido in hand-to-hand combat and ninjutsu was unrealistic, especially when the latter was a renowned super ninja who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though the kid wasn't using it at the moment, the power of the simple three-tomo Sharingan was still enough to invoke envy. Boom! The torrent of chakra continuously spread out, shattering rocks were sent flying. Kaido and Jiraiya moved like two streaks of light, constantly separating and crossing paths. Such a battle appeared incredibly intense, even an ordinary Jonin battle at this level would be deemed noteworthy. But whether it was Kaido or Jiraiya, their expressions remained calm. After all, although the aftermath of such a battle seemed substantial, it was only a regular fight for both of them. A fight of this degree posed no real threat to either of them. Even for the Raise Nan, Kaido could easily evade it if he wished to, without even bothering to hide. This most basic, chakra attribute-free Raise Nan, despite its swift assault, was not a threat given Kaido's reaction speed. Moreover, in this fight, Kaido had clearly learned from his previous encounter with Uchiha Madara. He always sought to control the initiative and actively used some small-scale ninjutsu. Combining them with his hand-to-hand combat and launching attacks on Jiraiya, rather than blindly pursuing large-scale, high-intensity ninjutsu for bombardment. Under their continuous collisions and attacks, everything around them had been turned into ruins by the impact of chakra. However, the current intensity of the warm-up isn't enough. If it remains at this level, it will likely be difficult to make Jiraiya use his Sage mode. While Kaido dodged and attacked, he also pondered within his heart, his stress was surprisingly minimal at this moment. Such little pressure, however, did not satisfy him, but on second thought, it wasn't surprising. After all, they were not mortal enemies, where the battles had clear winners, losers, life and death. Still, a little pressure should be fine. Kaido mumbled to himself, then suddenly lunged forward, throwing a fierce punch at Jiraiya. Jiraiya reacted swiftly, almost jumping backward the moment Kaido made his move, his hands simultaneously starting to form seals. Coincidentally, Kaido also started forming seals the moment Jiraiya retreated. Fire release, Great Flame Bomb. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. The flames formed from the fusion of chakra-turned oil and fierce fire, collided violently with the roaring flame dragon. At the moment of flaming turbulence, Kaido had already drawn his ninjato, and this time, a vibrant blue lightning chakra rippled on it. After acquiring the power of lightning style, Kaido could fully bring out the power of the ninjato he snatched and refined from Reiga Kurosuke's hands. Speaking of this ninjato, it was indeed a tragic one. Although it could conduct any type of chakra, it was best suited to lightning style. Ironically, Kaido did not possess lightning style power before and only used wind style, resulting in a subpar effect. But now it was different, having finally chosen the power of lightning, he could finally let this ninjato shine. Upon drawing his ninjato, Kaido's aura underwent a drastic transformation. The ninjato emitted a soft hum in his hands, and Kaido's gaze swept around the flames. The next moment, Kaido abruptly used the body flicker technique, and his ninjato sliced fiercely into the flames. Buzz! Even without using wind-style chakra, the blade from his ninjato swing still managed to cut through the flames. Jiraiya, situated behind the flames, immediately pressed his hands heavily on the ground in the face of Kaido's attack. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The ground beneath him rolled quickly, and an earthen wall instantly blocked between Jiraiya and Kaido. However, the next moment, Jiraiya's face changed slightly, because he clearly sensed that Kaido's ninjato was filled with lightning-style chakra. This guy, he actually possesses lightning style. After Jiraiya returned, he had carefully read the documentation of Kaido's battle with his teacher, as well as the documentation left by Kaido's attack on Dans a year ago. Without exception, all these documents mentioned Kaido's exceptional skill in wielding a sword imbued with wind style and his frighteningly proficient use of ninjutsu. Especially fire style, it seemed that the fire style he used was different from the traditional one. He could replace ordinary flames with a kind of fire that alternates between black and white. Moreover, this guy's eye strength was extremely exaggerated. He could construct a chakra giant fully integrated with chakra for both offense and defense. When this giant worked in combination with Kaido's swordsmanship, it was not merely catastrophic. However, there was never a mention of Kaido using lightning style. If Jiraiya knew this, he wouldn't have used earth style. After all, lightning style absolutely counters earth style, leaving it utterly defenseless. Buzz. As expected, Jiraiya's earth wall was torn apart like tofu by Kaido's ninjato. Then, under the continuous attack of leaping chakra, it crumbled instantly. However, Jiraiya remained calm under such circumstances. Ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya quickly clasped his hands together again, and the next moment, terrifying chakra erupted from his body. His white hair suddenly lengthened, forming a giant lion's head that rushed at Kaido like lightning. Looking at the hair sharp as a blade, Kaido swiftly swung his ninjato, cutting off Jiraiya's hair in a blink. But the next moment, he found Jiraiya had already rushed in front of him, followed by a fierce punch to his stomach. Using his hair as a cover, and then launching a surprise attack, Jiraiya executed this move very proficiently. For an average person, this combo punch would indeed be difficult to resist, but unfortunately, Jiraiya's opponent was Kaido. Kaido sidestepped Jiraiya's punch, and then delivered a kick to his stomach. Jiraiya's reaction was extremely quick. His feet lightly touched the ground, and he leaped into the air, then threw another punch at Kaido's head. Kaido slightly leaned back, the punch barely missing his face. But the next moment, it seemed like he had an idea. Without any hesitation, Kaido's ninjato swiftly stabbed towards Jiraiya's chest. Sure enough, he found his ninjato being parried the next moment. This guy, though not as sharp as Sarutobi, isn't performing poorly either. Jiraiya really had a trick up his sleeve when dealing with the perceptiveness of the Sharingan. This move seemed to be called frog something, Kaido couldn't quite remember. Originally, Naruto Uzumaki was able to dodge the shared vision of the 6 paths of pain with this move, subsequently shattering a clone. The attack didn't succeed this time, but Jiraiya didn't mind at all. He quickly launched his own offensive without uttering a word. He didn't use any ninja tools, instead, he kept closing in on Kaido's body, leaving no room for Kaido's ninjato to be deployed. It must be said that his strategy was indeed slightly troublesome for Kaido. Especially since this guy's fists were genuinely hard, and his defensive ability was somewhat excessive. However, Kaido was not in a hurry. Such close combat presented no threat to him. After all, he had the insight that Jiraiya simply did not possess. Finally, Kaido found an opportunity and quickly created distance between himself and Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could close the gap, the ninjato was already swung. The ninjato, arcing with bright blue electricity, unceremoniously slashed across Jiraiya's chest. But Kaido didn't make any further moves because the Jiraiya in front of him turned into a puff of smoke. Fire release, Great Flame Bomb. Suddenly, a powerful fire-style chakra erupted behind Kaido. Kaido glanced back, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the chakra within Kaido subtly shifted, and Jiraiya immediately felt a blur in his vision. The next second, Kaido appeared in front of Jiraiya like a phantom, along with a roaring chakra and space vibration, throwing a punch at his face. Thump! Accompanied by a dull sound, Jiraiya was sent flying. But Jiraiya had excellent control over his body. Even in such a state, he immediately steadied himself, landing firmly on the ground. However, the moment he landed, Kaido appeared once again in front of him with that space-distorting chakra. Then, his left fist swung out again. Under Jiraiya's astonished gaze, it hit Jiraiya's stomach hard this time. Space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya felt a surge of intense pain in his stomach. However, his endurance was still very strong. He could still control his reaction to the pain. He just couldn't understand how Kaido could also use space-time ninjutsu. Could it be that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique? No time to think, Jiraiya immediately started forming seals in mid-air, but his body stiffened momentarily. That's because Kaido had already appeared in his trajectory, seizing one of his hands, preventing him from completing the seals. On the other hand, the ninjato he was holding was already pointed at his neck. "Hokage-sama, aren't you going easy a bit too much?" Kaido said with a smile, looking at Jiraiya who lay on the ground. Then he put away his ninjato, slightly exerted force with his left hand, and directly pulled Jiraiya up. "Although it's just a spar, didn't you want to vent a bit? You really can't achieve anything like this. You should know that I'm not even trying. You can actually use space-time ninjutsu." While rubbing his face and his stomach, Jiraiya felt that he wasn't here to vent, but to be a punching bag. He was really curious though. How could Kaido know such a technique? It seemed that there were no records of it at all. The only one who was recorded to have such a technique was the mysterious figure who killed his disciple years ago, someone that even the Uchiha clan had no knowledge of. The fact that I can use space-time ninjutsu is known by people like Director Shikaku and even Kakashi. Kaido casually spread his hands, smiling as he spoke. But this technique consumes a lot of chakra. Under normal circumstances, I won't use it casually. Plus, using it takes away a lot of the fun in fighting for me. After all, combined with my swordsmanship, basically no one can survive. That's why very few people know that I can use this technique. Either they don't talk about it, or they're dead. So what about using it on me? Kaido hadn't been too harsh, just giving Jiraiya a couple of solid punches, which wasn't a big deal for Jiraiya. "Do you think I can resist your abilities?" "Why not? I don't believe the Hokage's standard is just this." Kaido gently shook his head, and then he said seriously, "I believe that if Hokage-sama gets serious, he can absolutely figure out a way to deal with it. After all, strictly speaking, your combat experience is much richer than mine. In terms of combat awareness, I am not as good as you. But just the level of fight we had just now is definitely not what I want. You want to vent, and I hope that the fight is meaningful for me. So we'd better both be serious. After all, I'm really looking forward to your sage mode." Hey. At first, Jiraiya only casually responded, and then began to think about how to deal with Kaido's space-time ninjutsu. But before he could think further, he realized there was a problem with Kaido's words. Did this guy know that he could use sage mode? "You don't make that face, it only shows your ignorance. Haven't you referred to yourself as the Toad Sage many times? I am the clan head of the Uchiha, the information about Hashirama Senju is recorded within our clan, and I am well aware that you, Hokage-sama, can use sage mode. Moreover, I am aware of what the 3 sacred places of the sage mode are, and you are the inheritor of one of those sacred places. Isn't it normal for you to use sage mode?" Kaido didn't give Jiraiya a chance to ask questions, he directly addressed all of Jiraiya's doubts. While Jiraiya did choke a little, he had to nod quickly because there was absolutely no issue with the logic of Kaido's explanation. "So you mean, you want to see my sage mode?" Jiraiya looked at Kaido curiously. "Why? If you have seen the records, you should know that sage mode is an extremely dangerous ability." "I know, of course. It's because I know that I want to experience it." Kaido smiled and took a few steps back, then continued speaking with a shrug. I'm curious about this power, after all, it's the power that gave Uchiha Madara trouble back in the day. As for danger, which power is not dangerous? Injuries can happen even in friendly sparring. But Jiraiya-sama, I possess both the Susanoo and space-time ninjutsu, do you really think you can harm me? Kaido's words almost painted "you don't have the ability," on his face, which immediately upset Jiraiya. However, looking at Kaido, Jiraiya had to nod seriously. Because even if he used Sage Mode, he wasn't confident that he could definitely deal with Kaido. In essence, Kaido hadn't shown much information, and valuable intelligence didn't really apply to him. For instance, the Mangekyo Sharingan and that giant, it seemed like he had no intention of using them. Thinking this, Jiraiya didn't hesitate anymore. In normal combat, it wasn't that he was powerless, but he would definitely find it extremely difficult. Sage Mode could exponentially increase his power, making fighting easier for him and possibly letting this arrogant kid, Kaido, experience failure. Nodding at Kaido, Jiraiya's chakra became extremely strange, but it harmonized perfectly with nature. The next moment, he quickly bit his finger and used his blood to draw on his face. Jiraiya's Sage Mode hadn't reached the ease of use and power that Naruto, Minato Namikaze, and Hashirama Senju had. But regardless, he could still wield the power of Sage Mode. Let's begin. Since you want to experience it, then experience it properly. Feeling the force of nature completely resonate with his body, Jiraiya was focused. Then, he initiated the attack. Kaido still maintained his three-tomo Sharingan state. In his eyes, he could clearly see a very unique force. This force really differed from the typical chakra drawn from oneself, and it was extremely dangerous. Kaido seemed to feel that this kind of power, if neglected, might end up killing him. But the enhancement this power brought to him was also evident, as Jiraiya's speed and strength had climbed a level. The key point was that Jiraiya, at this moment, had also acquired an exceptionally strong perception ability, a power that others might not obtain in their lifetime. That is indeed powerful, this Sage Mode is quite extraordinary. Kaido silently gauged Jiraiya's strength, all while making continuous analysis and judgments. As Jiraiya noticed that Kaido's offensive was somewhat sluggish, his own force became even more fierce. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Flame Bombs. An even stronger fire release burst forth from Jiraiya's mouth. The violent flame, combined with the oil Jiraiya had condensed with chakra, attacked Kaido relentlessly. Kaido watched all this calmly, but inside, he was overjoyed. Sage techniques are the best way to directly reflect the strength of natural chakra, which is much better than constantly attacking oneself to make judgments. However, despite his joy, he couldn't let down his guard for a moment, as this technique could be disastrous if one is not careful. Faced with an attack mixed with Sage Chakra, Kaido took a deep breath, and the ninjato in his hand shone brightly. In the next moment, Kaido swung his sword, but his face changed slightly. Because he clearly perceived that even though the terrifying flame was indeed cut open by his sword, the Sage Chakra contained in it actually crept along his blade towards his body. Even though these powers were eventually blocked by the Aegis shield, Kaido clearly felt that the chakra of his Aegis shield began to become eerie. However, this seems to be quite normal. Kaido quickly dispelled the chakra of the Aegis shield from his body. Watching Jiraiya rush over again, he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. With the Sage Mode so powerful, he was naturally satisfied, although he was astonished that such chakra could even be used for assassination going straight into other people's bodies, undetectably. However, strong power is strong. The Aegis shield may not be as good as Kaido's Susanoo, but its defense is not inferior. Yet Jiraiya's mere diffusion of power made him somewhat embarrassed, which was quite telling. But Kaido didn't think that this would be useful against Susanoo. It might be effective at the primary stage, but not necessarily at the advanced stage. One must know that even if Uchiha Madara was defeated every time, it was undeniable that he always brought Hashirama Senju to the brink of collapse each time. Hashirama Senju was an expert at using sage techniques, and if Uchiha Madara didn't have the ability to ignore sage chakra, he probably couldn't have threatened Hashirama Senju. However, this is also good, I can see where his limits lie, and by the way. Kaido looked at the Aegis shield chakra tainted with sage power that had fallen off his body, and then his eyes fell on Jiraiya again. Collect some of this power to help me plan further. Chapter 163, Chapter 163. In fact, there are other chakra modes similar to Sage mode in the world of Naruto, such as the lightning release chakra mode used by the 4th Raikage, which stands out. The explosive power and speed of this mode are so great that it can even dodge the attacks of Amaterasu. You can imagine just how terrifying it is. The Sage mode is different because it represents a unique way of utilizing natural chakra. The so-called Sage chakra is a state where one can harness natural energy. In this state, one can draw upon natural energy to enhance both offense and defense, and also augment physical techniques, ninjutsu range, and sensory abilities. This represents an all-round, potent boost. More importantly, natural chakra is infinite, whereas the chakra that can be produced within the human body inherently has a limit. One is infinite, the other has a clear ceiling, how can they be compared? However, the load that Sage chakra places on the human body has a limit, which depends on how much power the individual's body can handle. The effectiveness of Sage mode also varies, which is blatantly obvious. If we were to discuss the upper limit of Sage mode, the first person that comes to Kaido's mind would be the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Following him would be Naruto, then Minato Namikaze, who claimed he wasn't proficient in Sage mode, and the weakest naturally would be Jiraiya. But even under such a weak mode, Jiraiya has become as formidable as if he were a completely different person. Now he can keep up with Kaido's speed, and the power of his ninjutsu has increased many times over. Such an all-round boost is truly incredible, and this power made Kaido understand why Uchiha Madara, despite being so strong, was still eager to obtain it. Could it be that the so-called Sage mode is actually a simplified form of the Six Paths Chakra mode? In Kaido's view, the Six Paths Chakra mode is essentially a combination of all types of chakra, including the integration of Sage chakra. However, for beings that reach that level, the power they use is likely replaced by natural chakra instead of regular chakra. Therefore, those who reach the level of the Six Paths Sage are practically in a state of Sage mode at all times. They inherently possess Sage mode, and with the fusion of various types of chakra, that's how the so-called Six Paths Chakra mode is formed, right? This is becoming more and more intriguing. Kaido quickly dodged Jiraiya's attack and swung his blade at Jiraiya. Jiraiya swiftly dodged and counterattacked while doing so. He didn't summon the two toads to assist in the battle, perhaps for him, summoning those two toads would mean a life-or-death struggle. However, that's fine too, it makes it easier for Kaido to explore and discover. As the battle between Kaido and Jiraiya continued, Kaido gradually figured out many things. Especially through his constant observation with the Sharingan, he had unearthed many hidden secrets. Jiraiya isn't as in tune with Sage Chakra as I imagined. If we use Naruto's state as a comparison, where Naruto is 100%, Jiraiya can only be considered around 80–90%, Kaido thought to himself, avoiding a wildly exaggerated fire release powered by Sage Chakra. At that moment, Jiraiya had also charged to his side. His hair once again sharpened, and he fiercely stabbed towards Kaido. Sage Art, Hair Needle Senbon. This time, imbued with natural chakra, his hair had become much longer. The constantly fluttering sharp hair formed a semicircle as if to completely trap Kaido. Moreover, the strength of these hairs had increased and obviously, they couldn't be shattered easily. Kaido didn't dare to be hit by these. With a flick of his shinobi blade in hand, he quickly blocked the incoming hair and immediately leaped backward. However, Jiraiya wouldn't give Kaido any time to rest. His speed was extremely fast, and before Kaido knew it, he had already jumped above him. In his hands appeared a huge sphere filled with terrifying sage chakra. Raise Nan, or more accurately, sage art, massive Raise Nan. This thing was more than 10 times larger than a normal Raise Nan. Kaido was completely convinced that if he was hit by this, he would be in serious trouble. However, it wasn't easy to hit Kaido, even Jiraiya was very clear about this reality. Boom! The massive booming sound was deafening, and the terrifying Raise Nan instantly created a deep pit in the ground. Kaido landed steadily on a tree, the chakra around him was fluctuating wildly. It was obvious that he had used void walking to face this attack. He silently observed the traces left by the sage art Raise Nan, and finally couldn't help but shake his head lightly. That's the thing about the Raise Nan. While it seems to have average burst power and range, its actual effectiveness and lethality are astonishing. With this technique, Minato Namikaze and Naruto swept through the ninja world, defeating one strong enemy after another. It wasn't without reason. If I use Susanoo to defend against the sage art Raise Nan, can I block it? Kaido thought quietly, but soon he noticed another issue. Also, Jiraiya's sage mode seems to be different from other people's sage mode. Kaido leaped up, he rushed towards Jiraiya while pondering, his shinobi blade once again swung at Jiraiya. And Jiraiya's reaction speed was also extremely exaggerated. Even though he didn't possess Kaido's perceptiveness. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see Kaido's movements, and both his brain and body could respond accordingly. This allowed Kaido to confirm and deduce a lot more. Jiraiya was purely relying on the perception ability enhanced by Sage mode to fight. However, although he has perceptive abilities, his movements still seem a bit slow, and this performance is not as exaggerated as Kabuto's. Could it be that every Sage mode from each sanctuary is actually different? Kaido clearly remembered, Kabuto's Earth Dragon Whole Sage art, though it amplified chakra quite drastically, didn't seem to be as comprehensive. In the original story, the power of the ninjutsu he executed under Sage mode was incredible, and even after he closed off his own vision, it didn't affect his fighting at all. From this, it was evident how strong his perception was at the time. But what surprised Kaido was that Kabuto seemed to have lost his physical prowess at the time. This aspect was starkly different from Jiraiya's current performance. Indeed, he was facing two wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan, but let's not forget that his physical abilities were actually quite strong. Can it be interpreted that each so-called sanctuary excels in different types of sage arts? With a very casual sidestep, Kaido dodged Jiraiya's attack, and then his fist went straight back at him. At the same time, his ninja blade also stabbed at Jiraiya's chest at an odd angle, and at this moment, Jiraiya fiercely shook his hair. Thought art, needle Jizo. His hair hardened, enveloping his entire body, which forced Kaido to withdraw his punch for fear of striking it. And his ninja blade made a sound like a metal collision when it hit the hair. One can only imagine how hard this guy's hair actually is. But Kaido didn't care, he had basically obtained the results he wanted. Based on Jiraiya, Naruto, Minato Namikaze, and Kabuto, even considering the performance of Kome and Hashirama Senju as comparisons and summaries, he indeed discovered some rather interesting things. Minato Namikaze, Naruto, and Jiraiya, they were all representatives of Myaboku Mountain's sage art. And looking at their performance, it seems like the enhanced aspects are truly all-round. It could only be said that the giant toad, who has lived from 1,000 years ago to the present and even interacted with the young Six-Path Sage brothers, was indeed extraordinary. The Sage mode it created was perhaps the closest to the Six-Path Sage mode of the Otsutsuki. Of course, these creations of the sanctuaries naturally use natural chakra and can be considered representatives of the innate Sage mode. Therefore, the Sage mode created by the three major sanctuaries also has a bias, similar to that of the Manjiki Sharingan. Excluding personal ability, the Sage art of Mount Myaboku provides a strong physical, ninjutsu, and perceptual performance. And it also shows excellent defense, be it ninjutsu resistance or illusion resistance, both have reached a terrifying strength. Although Jiraiya has been avoiding Kaido's attacks with ninjutsu or his own speed, he is, more or less, grazed by Kaido's ninja blade. However, when Kaido's ninja blade charged with lightning release chakra strikes him, he still seems vigorous and unaffected, which really amazed Kaido. However, it can be basically determined that the three major sanctuaries formulate Sage Mode through their own bias. Mount Myaboka's Sage Mode is completely based on Otsutsuki Hagoromo's performance, and then strips away the inner chakra of other modes to perfect the Sage Mode. Although it's standard, without any advantages or disadvantages, it can be considered the most comprehensive and complete Sage Mode. The Sage Mode of Ryokai Cave, on the other hand, fully integrates snake traits, perhaps because of the snake's sensitivity to life and its terrifying perceptual ability. Therefore, in addition to the basic enhancement, the Sage Mode of Ryokai Cave also enhances its perception and chakra. However, it seems not as strong in physical jutsu, but at least in this chakra mode, he can make snake-like movements to evade attacks. And the last one is Shikotsu Forest, represented by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His personal strength has already reached the peak, and he inherently possesses terrifying perceptive abilities, which can be seen from the performance of the second Hokage. Although there were no more users of Shikotsu Forest Sage art later, based on the anime and manga I've seen, I can make some simple judgments. It seems that his Sage Mode greatly enhances physical vitality to increase agility and defense, and also gives all the techniques he excels in a leap in power. That is to say, the Sage Mode of Shikotsu Forest actually removes perception, greatly enhances the body's performance, and increases the power of jutsu. Thinking of this, Kaido's face turned somewhat strange. His Mangeki ability inherently has an ability to enhance jutsu power, and now looking back, he finds that there is something similar in those sage arts. This made Kaido slightly embarrassed, and he also understood why Uchiha Madara was keen on stealing Hashirama Senju's sage art. Is this the ultimate experience? Double the joy. While Kaido was contemplating, Jiraiya's offensive became even more fierce, because Jiraiya seemed to be thinking about something while fighting. This suddenly made him realize something. This guy is investigating and studying Sage Mode. He is not a fool. After he launched an attack in Sage Mode, Kaido started to dodge continuously, relying on his own speed and space-time ninjutsu. Then when he couldn't evade or wanted to learn more information, he used basic attacks, followed by observation and thinking. This spectacle made Jiraiya both amused and exasperated, but he had no viable solution. Kaido had too many hidden capabilities, such as the Raiden Jutsu, and this accursed space-time ninjutsu. While Kaido was observing Jiraiya, Jiraiya was also collecting information on Kaido. The more he gathered, the more frustrated he became because he found that Kaido's space-time ninjutsu was completely different from his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God at least requires a seal for a successful teleportation. But with Kaido's space-time ninjutsu, none of that was necessary. It seemed like he could simply teleport wherever he wished. However, there was a certain problem with this space-time ninjutsu, that is, every activation seemed to cause a strong chakra effect. It's as if it were telegraphing where he's about to teleport to, giving a clear prediction. But after all, it's space-time ninjutsu, even if you can predict it, you have to react fast enough to make it useful, otherwise it's of no use. This guy, he's too tough. Looking at this, it's no surprise my teacher lost to him. But how does he have so many abilities? Jiraiya knew that as the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaido would certainly have some special powers, gifted to him by those eyes. But Kaido had never activated those eyes from the beginning, which made Jiraiya all the more curious. And what frustrated Jiraiya even more was that, according to records, this little guy could even fly, making him far more troublesome than imagined. But soon, Jiraiya's face slightly changed, because at this moment Kaido suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. The roaring chakra with terrifying spatial fluctuations made Jiraiya somewhat suffocated. What's even more terrifying was that after this little guy swung a punch, he once again performed his space-time ninjutsu. The next moment, to Jiraiya's astonishment, everything around him began to collapse. Even under the Sage mode, he seemed unable to resist this terrifying power. What's going on? In Konoha, many people suddenly felt a vast chakra current rapidly spreading. And this chakra current was drastically different from the past, as this suffocating power seemed to carry many other unique elements. An indescribable feeling, but one that caused a deep-seated fear. They didn't know what exactly had happened. After all, strange things often occurred in Konoha these days. This situation had numbed them somewhat but also made them more cautious. After all, no one wanted the village hidden in the leaves to descend into chaos. They were all villagers of Konoha. However, when they saw the guards and ANBU quickly mobilizing, they felt slightly relieved. After all, they were also shinobi of Konoha. Although they were worried, they quickly organized and set off towards the scene of the incident. But their quick recovery didn't mean that others could recover just as fast, especially those in the sensory unit. What is this? The shinobi of the sensory unit were beyond merely looking pale now, they were genuinely frightened. They had thought that in the past couple of years, they had already been subjected to enough shocks. The destruction caused by Uchiha Kaito alone was enough to send chills down their spines. They truly couldn't forget the cold, destructive chakra released by Kaido. Such power is hard to forget. They really couldn't understand how one person could release such dark power, and why this power was so strong. Unfortunately, no one could answer this question for them, but they had firmly remembered the power of Kaido. And today they realized that they had underestimated this head of the guard unit. This guy could not only release that kind of cold chakra, he also had other powers that sent shivers down their spines. The intensity of this power may not have reached that of the cold one, but its strangeness was deeply etched in their memories. They had seen such power before, they had sensed it from the fourth Hokage. But while Kaido's power was similar to the fourth Hokage's, there was a significant difference. Kaido's power was explosive. This power kept accumulating and then suddenly exploded when it reached a certain point, impossible for anyone to withstand. What kind of monster is this guy, and who exactly is he fighting with? That power filled with a natural aura, seems like the Hokage. Jiraiya had used the Sage mode, and the nature of his chakra had changed. Even though this chakra still contained his aura, the sensory unit did not dare to confirm it lightly. Besides, they really didn't dare to think that way, because Kaido had just taken down a Hokage. Even if he didn't do it himself, the Hokage had died because of him. With this level of battle intensity, could it be that Kaido was going to take down another Hokage? The sensory unit looked at each other and finally fell silent. They dared not discuss this issue, nor did they dare to report too much about it. If there was anyone in Konoha who could still remain relatively calm, it would probably only be Kakashi. Because he had witnessed Kaido and Jiraiya leaving, and knew that the two were going to spar, he concluded that this was the commotion caused by the two. Although the commotion was indeed a bit big, Kakashi felt that Kaido, being an intelligent and restrained person, would definitely not do something that is incomprehensible. Although Kakashi thought so in his mind, he still dutifully led the team to rush over. After all, as a member of the Anbu, he must ascertain the situation first. I say, are you all right? When the Hidden Leaf village was in chaos, Kaido looked a little embarrassed as he glanced at Jiraiya, while Jiraiya was somewhat silently looking forward. In front of them, there was a forest of moderate size. However, at this moment, a vacant arc area appeared in the center of the forest. This arc looked extremely strange. It smoothed out everything inside it, even the trees were strangely divided. Jiraiya thought about himself being in the center of the arc, feeling the unparalleled explosion of what should be called spatial power. He really felt like he was finished. Even though his Sage mode didn't perform as strongly in terms of perception as he imagined, it was definitely not too weak. Under such circumstances, the idea of certain death emerged, which could only prove that he might be in big trouble. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Kaido grabbed him and forcibly moved him away from the original location, which helped him avoid the most terrible thing from happening. "I'm fine. Just..." Jiraiya raised his head, looking at Kaido with a somewhat complex expression. "You wouldn't not know how to use your own technique, would you?" Kaido's technique really puzzled him. This guy seemed very skilled when using it. But each time, it came with a strong chakra shock, which made Jiraiya feel very strange, as such vibration could easily expose himself. This did not conform to the nature of space ninjutsu, as the best way to use space ninjutsu is like the Flying Thunder God technique, to quietly cross the space and then take out the enemy. But now, it seems he understood. This spatial ninjutsu was not intended to kill a single target at all. Such chakra vibration was actually accumulating more powerful force. It was a large-scale spatial ninjutsu meant to shatter an entire group of enemies. An inherently aggressive spatial ninjutsu, this really is. This really was beyond Jiraiya's imagination, but he found this technique truly terrifying. Kaido's purpose of fighting him was to understand and study Sage Mode, which Jiraiya knew as soon as he used the Sage Mode. And wasn't he also studying Kaido? In this research, he discovered that Kaido really brought him a huge surprise. One could even say, this completely expanded his narrow understanding of spatial ninjutsu. Only now did he realize that spatial ninjutsu could also be used in this way. However, such a discovery also made him realize one thing, that is, it seemed that Kaido didn't have a clear understanding of his own technique. He didn't doubt that Kaido wanted to kill him. If he wanted to, Kaido had plenty of opportunities, and what good would killing him do? If he wanted him to come back as a puppet, it would be crazy to kill him. Even though the Uchiha clan seemed to have this tendency, Kaido definitely was not one of them. So after much thought, he only had one answer, that is, Kaido seemed to not know what the limit of his technique was, or how powerful it actually was. Moreover, he might not even know how to use it. That's indeed a bit true. I can only say my research wasn't deep enough. Kaido was made somewhat extremely embarrassed by Jiraiya's statement. How could he not know how to use the technique of void walking? After all, he had been using it for such a long time, and even used it to ambush so many people. It would be really improper to say he didn't know how to use it. But to say he really knew how to use it completely, Kaido couldn't quite say. After all, void walking is a technique with extremely high lethality. Yet in his hands, it became a simplified version, a Flying Thunder God technique that could travel through space without the need for a barrier. He had never fully utilized the power of void walking. In his understanding, void walking required a constant accumulation of usage. Only after accumulating to a certain degree could its power be fully unleashed. Kaido, due to insufficient chakra, had never been able to accumulate to a high degree. And when he had more chakra, he didn't need this technique for his attacks, so more often he used it as a transportation ninjutsu. He had to admit one thing, that he had really used this technique too little in its development, and as a result, he caused a big blunder today. Kaido, who launched attacks on Jiraiya by directly traversing through space, did not pay too much attention to the infusion of chakra. After all, for him, the infusion of chakra into this technique did not require much thought. He only needed to infuse it with the minimum amount of chakra required for this technique. However, just now, when he inadvertently used this technique consecutively, the infused chakra also subconsciously increased. And the consequence of such an increase was that he inadvertently triggered a relatively high level of explosion of this technique. It could be said that before, he activated this technique by infusing the minimum chakra needed. Using it once required more the next time to ensure the technique's level would not increase. But now, he infused the chakra into a higher level all at once, instantly elevating the technique to a second or even third stage. Such a level is fatal. The power of the second to third stage in the game was already not weak, let alone in the real world, it would be even more terrifying. Kaido really didn't know about this. In the end, he didn't research the techniques he received from the system deeply enough. Even if the system gave him these techniques and even explained how to practice them, how the chakra changes, he still gave most of the entire change process to Kaido. But Kaido basically did not try to develop these techniques. Perhaps the only one he explored thoroughly was the ultimate of the Alistar. Since the word Alistar underwent a change, Kaido has always been interested and kept a distance from it. He was a committed love warrior towards himself, treating others seemed like nothing, especially when he was blonde. Therefore, the Alistar's skills attracted high attention when they were in his hands, especially this skill was more effective against ninjas who mainly use genjutsu and their eye techniques. As a result, during his use, he found that this skill was not just for dispelling genjutsu, resisting genjutsu, and even recovering himself. It could be used as a super burst, even if it only lasted 8 seconds, but how many ninjas could withstand such a burst for 8 seconds? It seems that I have a lot to learn and supplement, just like this void walking. It seems that besides the first chakra is mandatory, the subsequent chakra input can be raised by myself. Kaido is a very realistic person, knowing that he has errors and problems, he would never deny it. Being stubborn is not good, even if he can overthrow the reanimation Uchiha Madara, whose power is not even a tenth of his original, then he can say I don't have a deep impression of you. He can't do such a thing, only by admitting his deficiencies can Kaido make more substantial progress. It seems you're quite brave, after all, you've reached this level, even if you don't admit it, no one would dare to say anything to you. Jiraiya slowly stood up, he now felt sore all over, the feeling of directly traversing through space really made him very uncomfortable. But his perception of Kaido has also improved a lot, this Uchiha is indeed proud, but he also has other qualities that other Uchihas don't have. Admitting mistakes and deficiencies indeed requires courage, perhaps some people can't do it, but for me, every mistake and deficiency are the driving forces for me to progress. Kaido gently shook his head and said with a smile. I'm not short of courage, nor am I lacking in conviction. After all, I'm a pragmatist, right is right, and wrong is wrong. You're so realistic. Jiraiya originally wanted to praise Kaido a bit, but his words reminded him of the radical ideas Kaido had told him before, making him sigh. Perhaps being realistic has its advantages, but your thoughts are too far-fetched, our priority is still the 3 clans. The 3 clans are not a problem, I have already given you suggestions, haven't I? Besides, we have longer-term measures to implement. Kaido revealed a smile, and Jiraiya's inner guard against him was gradually weakening, which was a good thing for him. Kaido even wondered whether his approach could be used on girls, but he dismissed the thought. Because such continuous temptation and pressure always made him feel uncomfortable. Especially if the girl already has a boyfriend, then he would truly become the actual owner of a firm will. What are you guys planning? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and asked directly. As Hokage, his ignorance of these matters truly frustrated him. About the welfare issue of the Leaf Ninja, for specific details, you can ask Minister Shikaku. After all, I am just the head of the security department. Kaido spread his hands with a smile. He could talk about this matter, but there was no need, he didn't want to overstep others' authority. But generally speaking, it's a good thing that can bring substantial benefits to all the Leaf Ninjas. Does it include you guys too? Jiraiya asked, implying something. Of course, it includes us too. Kaido nodded without hesitation, but we are also Leaf Ninjas, don't forget that. Jiraiya nodded, not bothering to delve into these matters. He only knew that making the clan ninja a big deal was indeed forced by his teacher, and he was just here to take the blame and pay the debts. But he had no choice to refuse, nor did he have much ability to refuse. Well, that's it for today, Lord Hokage. Kaido stretched lazily, then smiled and said to Jiraiya. In fact, I've always known that Lord Hokage has some dissatisfaction in his heart. But if you look at the problem from another angle, doesn't it mean that as Hokage, you also have time to do what you like? Like writing novels, or developing some techniques for peeping? After all, your teacher did not do less of this. But speaking of which, how much money did you give to the publishing house? What do you mean? Jiraiya was a bit moved when he heard the words Kaido said earlier, but he was somewhat confused when he heard the last sentence. However, he reacted quickly and immediately knew that Kaido was mocking his writing skills, which instantly annoyed Jiraiya. It's nothing, I just feel that Intimate Paradise is so average, I don't understand why it sells so well. You brat, that is a great work, do you understand? Could you write it? What if I can? If you can, then without challenging my bottom line, I can promise you one thing. Is that so? Then it's a deal. Even if Kaido wasn't clear about Jiraiya's bottom line, he could guess. After all, Jiraiya belongs to those old-school justice ninjas, their hands may be covered in blood, but their hearts are full of justice. In a very Chiyunobuta way of saying, that is, they act in the darkness, serve the light, everything is an illusion, and anything is permissible. It's just like the creed of the assassins, but they are indeed the in darkness aiming for light type. Kaido didn't really have any demands for Jiraiya, anyway, given his situation, falling was only a matter of time. And Kaido wouldn't possibly let him reveal anything about Sage Mode, even if Jiraiya knew that Kaido might not be able to learn it. But every ninja has their own secrets, even if others can't learn, they won't reveal them, especially when Sage Mode is a characteristic of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya has an unusually high level of trust in Mount Myaboku, this is something that no one can change, after all, Mount Myaboku has also been good to Jiraiya. But it doesn't matter, the Sage Jutsu Chakra has imbued my ninjato, I should be able to try and comprehend it when I go back. And promises are better to be gotten first, although at certain times the least valuable thing is a promise, but at certain times it's worth a fortune. As for writing adult novels or something, Kaido didn't have any resistance in his heart, after all, he had seen too many things in his previous life. To put it bluntly, whether it's human or animal, whether it's hand or foot, apart from fencing types, there's nothing he hasn't seen. To him, Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise was simply pure and innocent, and it was questionable whether it could be considered as an enlightening read in his previous life. How about young Kaido? Arriving at the security department office, Kaido started thinking about what he could use to deal with Jiraiya. The first thing that came to mind was a simple and crude classic. Actually, he wanted to go for a rainy night without anything, but he couldn't remember the plot. However, he quickly felt that the name didn't quite fit. Making himself the protagonist was interesting, but the problem was that Kaido's reputation was bad. How about young Hiruzen? Never mind, let's forget about that old monkey, young Jiraiya is better than that. Young Jiraiya isn't a bad idea, after all, Jiraiya's past performance wasn't very satisfactory. But the problem is, Jiraiya is the Hokage now, isn't it a bit inappropriate for him to arrange it like this? This matter made Kaido somewhat troubled, he even wondered whether he should simply write Day in Konoha, or something like. Forget it, let's go with Abin, it feels more familiar. Kaido sighed deeply, then he picked up his pen and started to write seriously, he couldn't care less about the disturbances in the village. Of course, he knew how much trouble his fight with Jiraiya had caused, after all, he saw a large group of people running over when he came back. But this matter has nothing to do with him now, he has the Hokage backing him up, so what does he have to worry about? He wrote very quickly, although he forgot some of the plot, but what he should remember, he still remembers, so he isn't afraid of not being able to write. Just when he was about to finish writing the first small part, Shisui suddenly ran over. Why are you here? Kaido looked at Shisui curiously, then he put down his pen, is there something wrong? It's Kakuzu, he said he wants to meet you. Shisui said somewhat awkwardly. Seeing Kaido always writing, he thought he was working seriously or something, and his arrival obviously disturbed Kaido. Kakuzu. Kaido was stunned when he heard Kakuzu's name. I think I know, but I was going to look for him anyway. Kakuzu was a bit unlucky. It was originally agreed that he would be responsible for task transportation, but then Kaido and his group started the impeachment of the Hokage. Then he honestly watched Kaido and his group topple Sarutobi Hisashi, and then witnessed Jiraiya becoming the 5th Hokage. The time spent during this period was not short. This guy was probably not interested in these things, and he must be impatient now. With this thought, Kaido simply stood up and said to Shisui, "Let's go, we will go see him, he's been waiting for so long, he should get moving now." "Yes, he's still obediently waiting in the forest, but I heard he's very resentful." Shisui laughed and said. While talking, Kaido had already put his hand on Shisui's shoulder, and the next moment, the two of them disappeared from the spot, leaving the office exceptionally quiet. Knock, knock, knock. It's unknown how much time had passed, but suddenly the door to Kaido's office was knocked, but unfortunately, no one opened the door. This knocking continued for a long time, and eventually, the person knocking seemed somewhat discontent, only then did he gently push the door open. "Strange, where is he?" The person who opened the door was Yuniko, holding a large stack of documents. She looked around the office curiously, looking somewhat helpless for a moment. Obviously, she found that her boss had run off again, which really gave her a headache. This boss really knows how to slack off even more than she does. Doesn't he know how many documents he has to deal with? What a jerk! Yuniko muttered helplessly. She really didn't want to come in at all. But the documents in her hand had to be reviewed by Kaido, so she had to bring them over. Feeling helpless, Yuniko, holding a large stack of documents, arrived at the desk, and then she put the documents down directly. However, what surprised her was that just as she was about to leave, she found a newly written document on the desk. Is this a new plan? Is it really okay to just leave it here? Yuniko thought to herself. She simply picked up the document and prepared to put it in the cabinet. Her actions were not overstepping. She had cleaned up for Kaido before, but her movements paused slightly when she glanced over the content. A novel? Is this guy reading this stuff at work, or is he writing it? Yuniko's expression was somewhat strange, then she glanced at the current content. However, the next moment, her expression became dazed, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Chapter 164, Chapter 164. Kaido and Shisui soon arrived in the dense forest to the east of Konoha. As they walked forward, Kaido's face seemed quite strange. He always felt as if he had overlooked something or forgotten some important matter. Unfortunately, he thought for a long time but couldn't recall anything, so he decided to simply stop thinking about it. After all, there were only so many things happening in Konoha. With this thought, Kaido and Shisui quickly found the location of Kakuzu. At this moment, Kakuzu was still honestly waiting in the forest. The only difference might be that this place no longer retained any shadow clones. "I thought you guys had forgotten about me." Seeing Kaido and Shisui approaching, Kakuzu immediately stood up. His eyes, like green beans, scanned over them. His tone sounded somewhat annoyed, but his heart was filled with sighs. These guys, including Kaido, really were bolder and more impressive than he had imagined. During his time in Konoha, he had been waiting for the start of the mission, but as it happened, Kaido and the others had embarked on another mission. A mission that made Kakuzu shudder, but was also filled with inexplicable emotions. They had actually managed to change the dynamics in their ninja village. They had impeached the shadow, and most importantly, they had succeeded. While Kakuzu had no interest in such power struggles, this incident made it hard for him to ignore. After understanding everything, his heart was truly touched. He found that the Uchiha clan and himself were so similar in the beginning. He had been betrayed into Kigakure and ended up a rogue ninja. The Uchiha were subjected to unprecedented exclusion and targeting in Konoha. Wasn't this a kind of betrayal by the village to the clan? But his fate was different. He was out of the game, forever a rogue ninja of the Takigakuer, and from then on, he trusted no one. His only belief was money. But the Uchiha were different. Under the leadership of Uchiha Kaito, they changed their strategy and approach. They used rules and means to resist. They sent those who oppressed and betrayed them one by one to the Pure Land, and they actually transformed from being suppressed and marginalized people to one of the village's leaders. This change, this success, truly shocked and enlightened Kakuzu. He was wondering if he had had someone like Uchiha Kaito to help him back then, or if he had had the same ability as Uchiha Kaito. Would he then be wandering in the ninja world now, trusting no one, carrying the name of a rogue ninja? Although he didn't regret his choices, encountering such events still filled him with countless emotions. How could we forget you? You know, it's just that there's been a bit too much happening recently. Kaido didn't know that so many realizations had surged in Kakuzu's heart. He shrugged and spoke helplessly. The tasks that needed attention have been mostly taken care of. Strictly speaking, the security department may not be short of funds, as we have many plans to carry out. However, we won't stop selling weapons either. You just need to know that more and more people are bound by shared interests with you. So, is this a good thing then? Kakuzu looked at Kaido with a somewhat playful gaze, but he quickly became serious. Also, congratulations. Oh. Kaido raised his eyebrows, then he spoke with a laugh. I really didn't expect to hear those words from you. But if you could give us some discounts, say, lower commissions, I think I would be happier. Dream on. You guys have already taken the lion's share, and you still want to deduct from my money. It's good enough that I'm not asking you for more. As soon as money was mentioned, Kakuzu's expression immediately changed. His attitude was undeniably serious. All right, I was just kidding. We wouldn't do that, and there's even the possibility of giving you more. Kaido didn't continue to joke about Kakuzu's sensitive topic, he spoke directly. After all, as more people become responsible, it's normal for you to pay more. However, let's wait until business is going smoother. Let's set off tomorrow then. I'm afraid the Bear Country has been waiting for quite a long time. The moment Kakuzu heard the word pay more, his spirit lifted immediately, and he actively suggested. It's evident that his work enthusiasm was really high. After all, he could cross anyone, but he would absolutely never cross money. All right, I'll go on this mission with you. What kind of people does Kaido like best? Those with high work enthusiasm, but setting off tomorrow seemed a bit too hasty. After all, he still had many things that needed to be handled a bit, so he directly shook his head. But let's set off a week from now. Prepare well, as I have things that need to be dealt with. A week later, I got it. Although Kakuzu wasn't quite comfortable with Kaido's week-after-week approach, he couldn't argue since Kaido was the boss. Of course, he also understood that Kaido is now standing at the peak of Konoha's power. Although Jiraiya was the Hokage, could he really make a difference? The answer was obviously unlikely, so Kaido probably has a lot to do, and Kakuzu just needed to wait quietly for arrangements. After handling the important matters, Kaido also talked a lot with Kakuzu, such as some issues regarding the Akatsuki organization. He had basic intelligence on every member of the Akatsuki, as well as a general understanding of their combat abilities. However, he didn't know much about external bases of the Akatsuki, as these things were never depicted in the original works. Just because they weren't depicted doesn't mean they don't exist. How could an organization full of high-level rogue ninjas not have some basic ninja bases? In addition to this, there were some details about the inner workings of the Akatsuki that he wanted to know. Kakuzu, true to his nature of money talks, didn't hesitate to share information since he felt that being with Kaido had more prospects than being with Nagato. The three of them talked for quite a while before this conversation came to an end, and Kaido gained quite a bit from it. Are you very worried about this organization? After Kaido and Shisui left the forest, Shisui couldn't help but ask. Of course, Itaki is in there, as is Orochimaru. I can't possibly take an organization like that lightly. Kaido nodded seriously. Although he was very strong, he never thought he was invincible. At least he didn't think he could handle everything calmly when surrounded by a bunch of powerful guys. After all, he wasn't Uchiha Madara. By the way, you should have carried out this experiment before I leave. Kaido pondered for a moment before saying. Being here would allow me to better understand your situation, and also ensure your condition. That would put me more at ease. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Shisui nodded and then spoke very seriously. I understand. I'll tell the people in the lab tomorrow and we'll start as soon as possible. Shisui had been waiting for a long time for this experiment. The benefits of this experiment to them were self-evident, even to the entire clan. But Shisui was always puzzled about one thing, that he had never seen Kaido perform similar experiments. Neither Shisui nor Uchiha Fugaku understood this point, but they could feel the surging power emanating from Kaido. Even though the power within Kaido was somewhat different from theirs, the essence of this power had not changed. Moreover, they could vaguely sense that the power within Kaido was stronger and greater than theirs, which they simply couldn't compare to. This only increased their confusion. Could it be that Kaido already possessed a similar power and only let them try it because he knew this? This question had been lingering in their minds, but they didn't have the mindset to ask about it. As far as they were concerned, they would trust Kaido no matter what he did. After everything was arranged, Kaido followed Shisui and Fugaku to the inside of the lab just a few days later. As a result, Kaido realized that he hadn't been paying particular attention to this lab. The last time he came, the lab was already well decorated, but this time he noticed significant changes again. The location was still the same, and the lab was the same one as before. But inside, there were bright lights and a white, minimalist aesthetic, as well as necessary ventilation ducts and lab equipment. The design was far superior to the labs of Orochimaru and Danzo as depicted in the animation. Kaido even noticed various sterile laboratory facilities. Was this just a clan's lab? Kaido thought that it wouldn't be a problem to claim this as a lab led by Konoha. You've done a good job here, but the budget must not have been small, right? Kaido said to Shisui and Fugaku, who were already lying on the bed ready for the experiment. Then he turned to look at a container. The container was obviously in a sterile isolation state, and it contained an amputated arm missing some fragments. Frost was on the amputated arm, indicating that it was in a frozen state, and the people here had taken very good care of it. Besides, Kaido saw many people working on various research projects in small labs separated by transparent glass screens. Everything seemed orderly and professional, which made Kaido swallow hard. So many pieces of equipment, so many experimental projects, how much would the budget be? I'm not sure, but the gold we brought back last time is almost gone. Uchiha Fugaku had always been keeping an eye on these matters, and he and Shisui had clear divisions of labor. Shisui was always in charge of handling matters related to Kaido, including but not limited to reconnaissance, information gathering, and even combat. On the other hand, Fugaku handled many logistical matters. Whether it was the security department or this lab, it was mainly Fugaku who helped manage it for Kaido. It could be said that both of them were Kaido's right-hand men, and their roles were irreplaceable. They had indeed relieved Kaido of a lot of pressure. But now Fugaku's words made Kaido look a bit unpleasant. That was gold, and it would be worth even more if converted into money. And now, in such a short time, it was all gone? Sure enough, conducting experiments was like feeding a gold-eating beast. Before you even knew where the money was going, it was all gone. Is that so? Yaluo twitched the corner of his mouth, and in the end, he could only nod helplessly. I see. It seems that agreeing to Kakuzu was right. We really should take action. Otherwise, we will run out of money. It's indeed running out, but I'm afraid we'll have to trouble the clan leader again this time. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, then looked somewhat apologetically at Kaido. It seems Shisui and I can't take action, but I think we should be able to recover quickly this time. Fugaku's words led Shisui to nod in agreement. After all, with the experience from before, they felt they could handle it better this time. Kaido could not deny their confidence, as they had already endured it once from their perspective. So their bodies would inevitably have a higher level of tolerance, which means they won't suffer as much while adapting, and recovery time will be less. However, the dosage is clearly going to be increased this time, and it remains to be seen whether they can really handle it that easily. And reality proved Kaido's thoughts right, as these two were soon unable to laugh under the increased dose injection. Their bodies began to turn red, as if they had a fever, and they began to sweat. At first, the sweat only gathered on their foreheads, but in the blink of an eye, it had covered their entire bodies. They looked as if they had just been pulled out of water, and it was hard to imagine that they looked perfectly normal just a minute ago. Did they overdose? Kaido had also activated his Mangekyo Sharingan at this moment, his eyes focusing on the two men in front of him, and he asked directly. How are they doing? What are the data like? Clan leader, the data looks stable, but their physical reactions are very strong. The voice came from a girl, which made Kaido turn his head. To his surprise, it was Uchiha Izumi. There was a hint of worry in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, but she still seemed calm. However, we have upgraded our equipment this time, so we can better monitor their current condition. In addition, we have done a lot of work over the past year, simulating many possible scenarios, and we have also purchased ample medicine. So we are confident to deal with any situation, please rest assured, clan leader. Well, now he finally knew where all the money had been spent. Hearing the girl's tone, Kaido couldn't help but nod silently. He was satisfied with such a confident attitude. It was clear that this group of people had been working hard and diligently over the year, which gave Kaido more confidence in letting them study under Tsunade. Although he had already decided on this, he was still worried about the talent and attitude of his people. In fact, for Kaido, talent is secondary, the most important thing is the attitude. If you learn something without a good attitude, even with the best talent, you won't be able to grasp it clearly. Fortunately, while the talent of the people he recruited might be hard to gauge, their attitude definitely satisfied Kaido. The experimental reactions of Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku were much stronger than expected, but after observing for a day, Kaido was basically at ease. Although their condition was very poor, there was no problem with their bodies. They were in the process of being transformed by the white blood cells. This process was painful and the transformation was slow. After all, they couldn't have a system like Kaido's at first glance. They could directly undergo the fastest, and also the safest transformation under the protection of the system. Of course, the pain Kaido experienced was indescribable. After temporarily confirming that they had no issues, Kaido let his worries go and went home for a good night's rest. The next morning, Kaido didn't report to the security department, but went directly to the medical department to see Tsunade. His purpose of seeing Tsunade was simple, to confirm the things he had already mentioned, and to see Tsunade's attitude. So urgent, are you conducting some kind of experiment? Tsunade couldn't help raising her eyebrows when she heard the purpose of Kaido's visit, and then directly asked. Sending people to study here is not strange, but the phased comprehensive number of people is so large, it's hard not to attract Tsunade's attention. Is it strange that a clan does some experiments? But what Tsunade didn't expect was that Kaido admitted it so directly, without even a thought to cover it up. Is it strange that each clan produces its own soldier pills, antidotes, and things to dissolve bodies to prevent bloodline limit from being studied? Not to mention drugs, even the research of ninjutsu, seals and the like are not few. What's so strange about us doing some experiments? Has there been another villager missing in the village? Kaido's words left Tsunade somewhat speechless, but after some thought, she could only nod. Indeed, such a thing was not strange for the major clans, not to mention, Konoha itself had its own laboratory. And coincidentally, this laboratory was set up under the medical department, which could be said to be under Tsunade's management. Actually, experiments were not a big deal, but there was a bottom line for doing experiments, which was human experimentation. As a medical ninja, Tsunade always understood the importance of human experimentation, but understanding was one thing, acceptance was another. After all, this involved a lot of complex things such as morals, human relations, and so on. Wasn't her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, caught up in this? All right, I know, you have experience in impeaching my teacher, but don't forget the reason. Tsunade is smart. After a little thought, she didn't bother to continue talking, she nodded directly and said, "Give me the list when it's time, and the content you need to learn as well, but I'll tell you first, there are some things I might not know either. Secondly, I won't take care of all of you in class, after all, you're not my disciples, if you don't learn, you just don't learn, understand?" "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Kaido nodded with a smile. This was already the best outcome, and he was very satisfied. "By the way, I don't want to discuss the panic you and Jiraiya caused in Konoha, but there is something I want to ask you." Tsunade sat in front of her desk with a faint smile, looking at Kaido, then she directly asked. "You let Jiraiya come over to ask me how to deal with those 3 clans, do you think that's appropriate?" "Lady Tsunade, do you think it's appropriate?" Kaido looked at Tsunade with a smile, and gently spread his hands and said. "You are the person the Hokage trusts the most, and you have a more long-term view of some issues than the Hokage. And I've said that the education you've received will not limit you to temporary rights and wrongs, isn't it?" After saying this, Kaido turned around and left the Hokage's office, leaving only Tsunade sitting there. After greeting Shizuan waiting at the door, Kaido leisurely headed towards the security department. However, when he returned to the security department, he realized that he had forgotten something, which made his face change instantly. "Suddenly I feel like I haven't been out for a long time." Walking on the road to the land of bears, Kakuzu spoke out in a moment of reflection, while Kaido gave him a strange look. How long had this guy been caught and brought to Konoha by him? Was it even 2 months? And he already had this feeling? But Kaido didn't say anything. After all, Kakuzu was indeed running around the whole ninja world before he was caught. Now he has been grounded for so long, and if he complains a bit, Kaido doesn't see a problem with that. Actually, Kaido himself somewhat felt the same way. After all, he used to be a mission ninja. Now he has gone directly from being an executor to management. The sudden change in identity meant he didn't have many opportunities to run around anymore, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. But thinking about it, the most unfortunate one is probably not himself, but Shisui. Shisui was now dutifully lying in bed, unable to move at all. Thinking back to his previous grandiloquence, Kaido felt like laughing. The more arrogant he was before the experiment, the more decadent he was after. This was simply a perfect model of direct proportion. But as Kaido was laughing to himself, he couldn't laugh anymore, and then his face turned slightly red, and he simply kept his head down and said nothing. "What's the matter with you?" Walking by Kaido's side, Kakuzu naturally noticed the change in Kaido's expression, which made him quite curious. Didn't this guy just seem quite happy? How come he changed his face so quickly? Is there a problem? If it's about something within your Konoha village, I can wait another month. No, I just thought of some embarrassing things. Kaido sighed softly, then turned his head to look seriously at Kakuzu. "Speaking of which, what do you think of Jiraiya?" "Jiraiya? Isn't he your Hokage? You should respect him, even if he's acting." Kakuzu was rather helpless about Kaido's question. Jiraiya seemed to be a puppet-like existence, and there was nothing good to say about his recent ascension. If he said something unpleasant, Kakuzu was also worried that Kaido would be upset. After all, Kaido was his patron, and if Kaido was unhappy, Kakuzu would also be unhappy. After thinking about it, Kakuzu could only answer based on his normal understanding. He's an excellent ninja, but also one who doesn't abide by the so-called ninja code. But because he's powerful enough, it doesn't matter much. So, have you read his books? Like those interesting ones that lean towards love between men and women. Kaido seemed very serious at this moment. He turned his head to look at Kakuzu and asked. And, what do you think of him writing such books? Are you crazy? Why would I give money to that guy? Kakuzu looked at Kaido with a puzzled face. He really couldn't figure out what Kaido meant. Could it be that he wanted to impeach Jiraiya again? As for him writing books, let him write. When one's strength and status reach his level, doing something out of the ordinary is not a big deal. Besides, you guys in Konoha are backing him up. Basically, as long as he doesn't commit any heinous crimes or like his teacher, there won't be any problems. Kakuzu's answer could be said to be very straightforward, and it was clear that he always had a long-term view. However, Kaido found his answer somewhat hard to articulate, because he felt he didn't seem to get the point he wanted. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this guy did provide an answer, which was that as long as you are strong enough and your backing force is large enough, you'll be fine. But the problem was that his whole answer was a macro answer for everyone. What Kaido wanted was actually a micro answer from an individual level. He felt that maybe he asked the wrong person. Shouldn't he ask Tsunade instead? However, thinking about the complex relationship between Jiraiya and Tsunade, he decided it's better to save his breath. It would be a case of asking but getting no real answer. Ah, how could I be so careless? Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help but rub his temples. Recalling the awkward encounter with Yuniko in the security department, that gaze as if looking at an incurable pervert, really gave Kaido a headache. By the time he figured out what had happened, he was already thoroughly bewildered, and he didn't even know how he got through those days. He always felt that people were talking behind his back, even though he knew Yuniko would never reveal it. This feeling really made Kaido understand what social death meant. Although before he crossed over, he hadn't cleared his computer, and all the browsing history was still there. But after all, he was no longer in that world, and upon careful thought, let others think whatever they want. At most, he would feel a bit embarrassed and that would be it. However, now, he had personally written something not suitable for all to see, and it just so happened that his best friend of the opposite sex had seen it. This world-shattering feeling was something Kaido couldn't put into words. If there was a comparable feeling, it might be waiting for your father to finish a parent-teacher meeting. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help but sigh again, and Kakuzu at his side couldn't bear it any longer. Maybe we should go back. You seem strange now. Kakuzu said, somewhat torn, but eventually, he made up his mind. There will always be chances to make money, but being distracted might lead to mistakes. I'd rather we complete our tasks properly than have our income reduced because of your mistakes. Don't worry, it won't affect our mission. Even if we have to fight now, it won't be a problem. Kaido shook his head. His heart yearned for a battle right now to release his embarrassment. As for returning to Konoha, that was something he didn't even want to think about. He had finally escaped the most embarrassing moment, and now if you asked him to go back, he might as well fight with you. What he hoped for now was to stay out for a month or two, to avoid some embarrassment, which would be the best option. But how could a mission possibly last so long? Kaido also felt helpless. However, he soon thought of something and couldn't help but touch his chin. What route do you think we should take to the land of bears? We directly enter the land of rain, then pass through it. Kakuzu said as a matter of fact. Are you worried about meeting the people from my old organization? Don't worry, we won't go to their village. No, what I mean is, we go directly from the land of grass into the land of earth, then from the land of earth into the land of bears. Kaido pondered for a moment before finally speaking softly. Are you crazy? Kakuzu was stunned by this news. You are a high-ranking official of Konoha. If you are discovered, it will be a big trouble. It's fine. Kaido shook his head, finally sighed softly. I personally add 500,000 RY to you. How about that? Really? Kakuzu's eyes lit up at this sentence. Deal. At the border of the land of Earth, in an abandoned temple, the majestic statue of a deity watched over everything within its hall, instilling a sense of awe in those who gazed upon it. Temples of this kind were plentiful across the 5 great nations. Although the history of ninjas only spanned 1,000 years, the history of mankind had been passed down for an unfathomable amount of time. In ancient times, when extraordinary abilities were not widespread among humans, those who possessed such powers were considered gods. This belief persisted even up to modern times. Even Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the sage of the 6 paths, was designated as a sage due to his extraordinary powers, rather than his belief in chakra linking all people and promoting mutual understanding. In the center of the temple, a teenager, who appeared to be around 13, was sitting cross-legged in front of a mural depicting a celestial being. His face was full of zeal, his hands continuously forming hand seals, accompanied by a strange chewing-like noise. Excellent, a new piece of art is about to come into the world. This time, they will experience real art. Yes. The young boy mumbled, his eyes glowing with excitement. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and abruptly raised his head. The temple doors were pushed open, and 4 figures slowly entered the temple under the sun, their black attire adorned with red clouds leaving a strong impression. 4 of them, all looked tough. Could they be the pursuers sent by the old man? But it doesn't seem likely. The boy's eyes narrowed, an obviously unfriendly expression appeared on his face, then he shouted. Who are you? Why are you here? Is this the guy? Sasori looked at the kid in front of him and shook his head lightly. His voice, however, remained as cold and rigid as a corpse. Why recruit such a guy? This kid has some spirit, but he looks like he's going to die young. Don't you think it's a good thing? If he dies, you'll have a new puppet to use, won't you? Orochimaru licked his lips on the side, his words sounded like he was fanning the flames. He didn't care about these details at all. He didn't really want to participate in this mission, but it was a joint operation, so he had to. He still needed the organization to fund his research. After all, he had found the direction of his research and understood what kind of power some terrifying entities possessed. But experiments required money. Therefore, he did not leave the Akatsuki and establish a village hidden in the sound on his own. After all, that would waste too much of his funds. His words raised Kisame's eyebrows, and Sasori gave him a glance. The expression of the kid they were supposed to recruit had also turned dangerous. Fortunately, at this moment, Uchiha Kaito spoke with an emotionless face. This is the organization's order, and I believe there must be a deeper meaning to it. Moreover, this guy's abilities could be helpful to us. Recruit me? You guys, wait. The blonde boy was slow to react, but he also noticed the content of their conversation. His gaze turned somewhat odd. Do you know my ability? So, you should know who I am. But then who are you? Kid, I know about you. Your name is Deidara, originally a genius ninja of the Stone Village, and a proud disciple of the third Tsuchikage, Noki. Kisame, with a giant sword slung over his shoulder, started speaking with a slight smile. But his shark-like face made his smile quite eerie. But due to your private experiments and your inability to bear Noki's discipline, you ran away from the Stone Village to here. Recently, there have been many explosion incidents in the surrounding countries, including the land of Earth. Is that your masterpiece? It seems you know quite a lot. The boy referred to as Deidara remarked, a smile then spread across his face. How about it, isn't it great? You're not wrong. Those are all my works. Presenting my works to people and letting them see the true art is what I pursue. Works, art? Kisame questioned again, looking at the kid in front of him as if he were insane. Unfortunately, Deidara seemed oblivious to this. Instead, his eyes lit up at the mention of the topic. That's right, artworks, those are my works. Between Deidara's clasped hands, a white object appeared, looking like a spider made of clay. Looking at the spider in his hand, which began to move slowly due to chakra, he couldn't help but speak with pride. Do you see it? These refined lines, these lifelike expressions, it's simply an artwork. But my art is far more than this. My work has fluidity and shape. And it can explode, which is my favorite thing. Because the explosion elevates it, and finally embodies the original intention of my work. I can only feel art at the moment of this elevation. Yes. Art is an explosion. As he spoke the final sentence, he was completely engrossed in some sort of frenzied excitement. The mouth in his hand opened wide, revealing a fanatical smile. A cold sweat dripped down Kisame's forehead. Finally, he shook his head and chose not to speak. After all, when you chat with a lunatic, you can never out-talk them. Uchiha Kaito was silent at this moment, truly not understanding why they were recruiting this seemingly deranged guy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was still enjoying the show, with no intention of intervening. However, Sasori was seriously observing the clay spider, and finally spoke in a low voice. Interesting, but you're crazy. Explosions are momentary, while true art lasts forever. Forget it, it's hard to explain to someone like you. Let's beat him half dead and take him away. Persuasion is really too difficult. Itaka lightly nodded, too lazy to engage with the lunatic. So he took a step forward and spoke indifferently. Indeed, it's hard to explain. I'll do it, it will be faster. As he spoke, one of his eyes changed, the three Tomo Sharingan slowly spun, revealing a bloody and bewitching glow. That pair of eyes. Sharingan, hey? Is this guy the outcast? Deidara murmured under his breath, becoming vigilant, he wants to make a move. Itaki indifferently looked at Deidara, and then calmly said, if I win, you join Akatsuki. On the other hand, if you win. Forget it, there's no such possibility. You dare to underestimate me, outcast. Deidara said angrily, clutching the clay spider with one hand and reaching into the ninja tool bag on his side with the other. The big mouth on his hand swallowed the clay, quickly forming new works. Prepare to die, my ninjutsu is supreme art. As he spoke, another hand quietly went behind him. A white clay centipede crawled out, eerily creeping down as if it had life. Almost simultaneously, he threw the clay pig in his hand, his face flashing with excitement, get ready to experience art. Ha! Uchiha Kaito's shadow jumped backward, and the spider in the air exploded with a bang. Like high-density explosives, amidst the roaring sound, dust filled the air, a hole was blown into the temple wall, and the entire temple shuddered. Uchiha Kaito turned agilely at the moment of the explosion, landing elsewhere, still watching him with an emotionless face. Suddenly, a clay centipede bizarrely appeared on the wooden floor, binding Itaka like a snake in an instant. Deidara let out a triumphant chuckle. Ha! Acting almighty, I thought you were incredibly strong, but is this all you've got? However, at this moment, Kisame's somewhat mocking voice came from the side. Kid, do you want to blow yourself up? Chapter 165, Chapter 165. Are you all here for free meals? Have you still not found him? Inside the Tsuchikage's office in Uegakure, Noki fiercely hammered the table, his gaze fixated on the ninjas in front of him who dared not speak, bellowing out loud. He was indeed very angry at the moment. His most promising disciple, Deidara, had run away, and it was truly a disgrace to him. What made it worse was not just the fact that the kid had run away, but he had also caused a series of explosions. Was he afraid that he wouldn't be able to continue being a ninja of the rock? Was he afraid that he couldn't go to jail? Was he trying to anger his teacher, Noki, to death? Deidara's talent was widely acknowledged, and his determination was strong. He was also a person who would abide by the ninja code. But adherence to the code was predicated on it not impeding his pursuit of his own art. What kind of art is that? Is art played out like this? Noki did not recognize Deidara's art. What kind of art was an explosion? It was fleeting, just like a shooting star. At least a shooting star could leave some traces in a large meteorite for study, whereas an explosion would only lead to destruction. Towards enemies, Noki would definitely praise it as a rare form of art. But for the kid to cause explosions within his own village and on his own land, was this called art? This was damn well a terroristic act. And this little bastard ran away at the drop of a hat, causing so much trouble in the process, which gave Noki a major headache. The troubles caused by the 7 major families of the Leaf Village had already consumed much of his energy. After all, it was a successful, classic case of rebellion. Once such a thing succeeded and had obvious reference steps and methods, it would certainly not be able to withstand the imitation and borrowing of ambitious individuals. Noki did not want to be impeached from his position as Tsuchikage, or to put it another way, none of the 5 major ninja villages wanted such a thing to happen to them. Therefore, he had to appease the families in the village, while eliminating and erasing some things that were extremely unfavorable to him. He couldn't let others easily catch his weak points. But at this moment, his most promising and favorite disciple caused such a thing, how could he not be upset? If it had happened before, he might just have scolded Deidara a few times after capturing him and let it pass. No one would dare say anything about such a light punishment. But now he didn't dare. Who knew how many eyes were watching him, how many people were waiting for him to make a mistake? If possible, he wished Deidara would simply leave, but he was really unwilling and couldn't let go of Deidara. What he could do now was to capture Deidara before he made bigger mistakes and throw him into jail to cool down. And then he would do more work, hoping that he could be released earlier. And in the future, he would properly educate this kid, teach him what he can do and what he cannot do. But now the extremely awkward situation is, no one knows where Deidara had run off to. Every time he caused some trouble, he would hide so well that no one could catch him, making Noki seriously troubled. Looking at the group of ninjas in front of him who didn't dare to utter a single word, Noki sighed deeply in the end. He knew that he needed to calm down at this point. However, just then, a member of the Anbu suddenly rushed in, catching Noki's attention. "Lord Tsuchikage, there's an urgent report." After the Anbu member entered, he directly kneeled in front of Noki and said gravely, "It's about Lord Deidara." "Speak." Noki glanced at everyone present before he spoke. "Yes, we have found traces of Lord Deidara. He was last seen on the border." The Anbu member spoke softly. He didn't care about the other people in the office. If Noki ordered him to speak, he would execute the order without hesitation. Borderline. Noki frowned, but he quickly understood the meaning of the Anbu member. "You mean, he's within the land of Earth?" "Yes, that's our defensive blind spot, and no one lives there," the Anbu member quickly answered. "Lord Deidara is very clever. It's hard for us to find him hiding there until we found some people who accidentally discovered his traces." Hearing this, Noki couldn't help but nod. Those areas were indeed desolate, and since he had been invading neighboring countries continuously, they were no longer borders in the traditional sense. Deidara had been studying with him all along. This kid must have noticed such loopholes and hid there, and it was indeed hard to find someone in such blind spots. But now that it's confirmed he's there, Noki naturally couldn't do nothing. Even if that blind spot was particularly large, he was the Kage of Uegakuer, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. He could use the simplest means to capture Deidara. Notify the forces in the land of grass, land of birds, Land of Bears, and Land of Ghosts to immediately return and seal all passages strictly. Noki gave the order in a deep voice. We must catch Deidara, we absolutely can't let this kid escape. Kid, do you want to blow yourself up? Deidara naturally heard Kisame's words, but hearing them doesn't mean he would believe them. How could he easily believe the words of his enemy? In his view, this was nothing more than trying to save the one-eyed man with the Sharingan. Deidara raised one hand, his chakra surging as he was about to detonate his clay bomb. However, Itachi Uchiha, who had been watching him, still remained expressionless. Even his eyes didn't flicker. He simply stated a fact in a calm manner. I advise you to look at yourself first. If you really detonate it, you won't have a chance to regret it. You Cyclops, don't think I don't know you. You're Itachi Uchiha, oh no, you've been stripped of your family surname. Deidara looked at Itachi Uchiha disdainfully, chuckled, and said. You wanted to kill your whole family but ended up getting killed instead. The people you were loyal to are not good at all. Now, you're just a stray dog who has lost his family. It doesn't matter who I am, but if you keep moving, we might really have to collect your corpse. Itachi Uchiha's face also started to look a bit ugly, but he still maintained his calm and spoke. Of course, for a man like you who speaks recklessly, there's nothing serious about dying. Now Deidara was genuinely confused, his gaze attracted by the three tomo in Itachi's eyes. In an instant, as if a dream was shattered, everything returned to reality, a strong feeling of restraint came over him, and a white clay centipede appeared on his body. What? Deidara exclaimed in shock, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his body. If he had just detonated his ninjutsu, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So I was asking, do you want to blow yourself up? Kisame sighed, but there was a tone of schadenfreude in his voice. But this can be considered as a dedication to the art you talk about. It seems not bad for you. This guy really looks like he's going to die early. I think we should find his successor in advance to avoid having to make another trip after his sudden death. Sasori also added a sentence from the side. Only Orochimaru's expression remained calm as if he didn't care at all. Kisame and Sasori's conversation completely ignored Deidara, without any regard for his feelings. But Deidara at this moment did not argue with the two, but instead looked gloomily at that one eye. Genjutsu, hey? But when exactly? Of course, it was from the very beginning. The moment you saw the Sharingan, you were caught in a genjutsu. At this moment, Orochimaru licked his lips, speaking in his raspy voice. The Uchiha's Sharingan is really not a joke. He only has one, but if you encounter one with both eyes, it will be even more interesting. Golden light suddenly came from a hole in the wall. Deidara subconsciously closed his eyes, but then he looked over there. Itachi Uchiha was in the golden light, looking at him expressionlessly. The crimson Sharingan slowly rotated. Even with just one eye, it seemed strange and bewitching. With the light behind it, a sense of sanctity even appeared. Deidara stared blankly at this scene, his mind blanking in that moment. The strange Sharingan was reflected in his eyes. So beautiful. This is simply art. This is the Sharingan. However, Deidara quickly gritted his teeth and lowered his head, covering his eyes with his hand. Damn it, I'm actually fascinated by someone else's ability. Is that art? No, absolutely not. I will never accept this absurdity. Art is an explosion, only my work is true art. And besides, even if it's art, it wouldn't be the art of a family-less dog. He doesn't even have a pair of complete eyes, stop joking around. Upon reflection, the clay centipede slumped to the ground, and Itachi had turned and walked away at this point. The three tomo in his eyes disappeared as they spun, without saying another word. Orochimaru watched the farce end and immediately turned and walked out, while Sasori also controlled his puppet shell to leave. Only Kisame turned and chuckled to Deidara, "Blonde brat, remember your promise, keep up. Watching the departing backs of the three, Deidara gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But after a slight hesitation, he still hurriedly followed. To abide by the result of a wager, this most basic ninja principle, he still had. Speaking of which, entering the land of Earth is so troublesome, and it's so dangerous. Why do you still want to go here? Kakuzu walked beside Kaido. Although he was not a talkative person, seeing the unusual expression of his golden master, he could only try to lighten the mood by talking. And he was also very curious about some things. This was not because he was gossipy, but because he didn't understand why they chose such a dangerous path. Who is Kaido? This guy is the head of the Uchiha clan and the director of the Konoha Guard Department. In addition, he is one of the initiators of the impeachment of the Hokage and is one of the biggest beneficiaries after the successful impeachment. And according to Kakuzu's understanding, Kaido is also the biggest contributor to this event. It would not be wrong to say that he is one of the real decision makers at this time. Jiraiya, this Hokage, is simply a puppet. This guy must have ways to bypass the Hokage to achieve his own ideas. The intelligence of such a person could not possibly be concealed, and such a person suddenly running to the territory of other major shinobi villages, once discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. How did the third Raikage die back then? Wasn't he killed by thousands of people led by Noki? Kaido's strength, no matter how strong it is, you haven't reached the level of Uchiha Madara, right? Is it really good to take such a risk? Because of some troublesome things, I don't want to rush back to Konoha, do you understand? Kaido sighed softly, looking at the road ahead before finally speaking leisurely. Although I'd like to say, as long as I'm shameless I can be invincible, but I really can't do it. What I'm talking about is not strength, but dealing with friends. Do you understand what it feels like to experience social death? I don't understand, I don't have friends, so I don't have this kind of trouble. Kakuzu shook his head. His words made Kaido lose interest in talking to him. This kind of conversation ender was truly unprecedented. I have no friends, so I have no such worries, only Kakuzu could probably say that. Kaido was too lazy to discuss these issues with Kakuzu here. There was no point in further discussion. He glanced left and right, then asked curiously. Apart from those things, where are we going? A relatively secret route. This route used to be a village and a temple, but it's been abandoned now. Moreover, the neighboring countries are all under the influence of the land of Earth. Kakuzu spoke at a leisurely pace, seeming confident when it came to his area of expertise. So there aren't many guards on this route. There's absolutely no problem with us going this way. From what I can see, the mission is complete, so we can disband now, right? Orochimaru looked at Deidara following them and then asked directly. Orochimaru never had a good impression of such missions, especially those carried out with Uchiha Itachi. Now, he had no interest in Uchiha Itachi, having summoned Uchiha Madara and witnessed the power of this shinobi world's Azura. He had also witnessed the deterrent power demonstrated by Uchiha Kaito. He really looked down on Uchiha Itachi now. Even if Uchiha Itachi once made him feel challenged, it wasn't Uchiha Itachi who was the real challenge, but his careful Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of the Uchiha, it's really something to be both envied and feared. Orochimaru licked his lips. He just wanted to go back now and further his research. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. It had to be said that in research, Orochimaru was worthy of the praise as a once-in-a-century genius. He had great achievements in Konoha, and after leaving Konoha without the restrictions of being a ninja, his research became even broader, and he gained more results. In less than 10 years, he had completed many ninjutsu experiments. If there was anything he was most proud of, it would be impure world reincarnation and living corpse reincarnation. Each one can be said to be an unprecedented breakthrough, but the two are different after all, one being his own development and the other being a transformation. Orochimaru's most proud work was, of course, living corpse reincarnation. This jutsu, as the main direction of his ninjutsu research, successfully broke the boundary between life and death. He considered himself to have achieved an unprecedented feat. After all, this was the real means to allow a person's soul to continuously inherit and keep reviving. But the use of this jutsu also had very serious problems, that was, to find a suitable reincarnation body. The reincarnation body greatly affected the strength after reincarnation, as well as the fit between the soul and the body. This might sound similar to the impure world reincarnation, but that's the way it is. As for the real impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru had made some breakthroughs, and these breakthroughs made him very satisfied. Unapologetically, if he were to perform the impure world reincarnation now, he could definitely make the reincarnated person perform better. But this breakthrough was far from enough, and he was still continually researching and breaking through. After summoning Uchiha Madara, he acutely discovered the various problems of Edo Tensei, and solving these problems required him to put in serious effort. Take the requirements for bodies and the demands for control, for instance, these were things he needed to think about seriously. And I have more than one project at hand. I also need to work on the development of the curse seal. Orochimaru licked his lips, silently contemplating. The projects in his hand were not just the two previously mentioned, he had an even more interesting project at hand, which was the development of the curse seal. This was a power extracted from a subordinate named Jago, and then researched into sealing. This could break the conventional ninja wisdom of slowly cultivating chakra, allowing a ninja to possess powerful combat capabilities in a short time. Though not completely successful at present, like the sealings, many things need to be improved. He left one on his student, Kabuto, many years ago, but it was clearly not ideal. Moreover, Orochimaru was very sharp, he found this power so close to nature, which made him wonder if this was the so-called sage mode power. Unfortunately, he had no answers, and he had no interest in asking Jiraiya for them. However, he believed he could slowly research and obtain what he wanted. It would be nice if there weren't so many annoying tasks. Orochimaru glanced back at the people behind him and couldn't help shaking his head silently, but he knew there was nothing to say about these things. He was now contemplating whether he should go back and tell the guy with the Rinnegan that he would act alone in the future. After all, their organization usually operated in pairs, and now it was clear that an extra person had come out, so Orochimaru had to seize this opportunity. Even if it was temporary, because no one knew if someone would be recruited next time. But Orochimaru could temporarily get rid of these guys, avoiding some headaches. Normally we could disband now, but naturally, someone has to take this guy back. Who do you think should do it? Sasori looked around, then directly asked. However, this task suddenly made everyone silent. Obviously, no one wanted to take this task, even Kisame at this moment was exceptionally silent. In such a weird silence, Orochimaru was the first to walk towards the land of rice fields without looking back. He had prepared his laboratory in the land of rice fields, and the land of rice fields was close to the land of fire and the land of rain, he could get there at the earliest. Uchiha Itachi looked at Orochimaru and then walked in the opposite direction. No one knew where he was going, but it was clear he didn't want to deal with this task. As for Kisame, he shrugged indifferently and followed Itachi. He looked down on Uchiha Itachi, but as a ninja, his professionalism was high. If this guy was his teammate, then he would follow him even if he looked down on him. Of course, you shouldn't count on him to save anyone in a critical moment. After all, as a member of the Hidden Mist Village, the concept and option of saving people is not in his life dictionary. At most, he would do his best to kill this guy to prevent their secrets from being exposed. It seems you're not very popular, short-lived brat. Sasori was also indifferent when he saw this, turning his head to speak directly to Deidara, who was also silent. TCH, who knows what's up with your organization? Sasori replied indifferently, then looked at Scorpion and said, so, I'm with you. I'll take you, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Sasori nodded indifferently. After all, he was somewhat pleased to meet someone who also pursued art. Even if this guy's pursuit of art is completely different from his own, his obsessive character makes Sasori somewhat fond of him. However, just as they were about to leave, Sasori suddenly frowned and turned to look in the distance. At the same time, Orochimaru, Uchiha Kaito, and Kisame also did the same, because they could clearly feel someone approaching. But they were also curious about who would choose this place. After all, according to the routes and clues provided by Konoha, this place was basically uninhabited. Deidara ran here obviously for this reason, and now someone was coming. Could it be that they were unlucky enough to run into a patrol team? Everyone stood quietly, each with their own pride, so none of them planned to retreat. However, when two figures entered their line of sight, all their faces changed slightly. How can this place be so desolate? Does the land of Earth even have such a place? Walking through a barren valley, Kaido looked around and asked curiously. Although he had anticipated that the land of Earth would be barren, the desolation of this place was quite shocking to Kaido. The land of Earth is rich, this is indisputable, given the abundance of mineral resources there. But the land of Earth also has its own problems, namely that their climate environment is somewhat poor, leading to subpar farming conditions. The old man Oniki was so active in the Second and Third Wars because he wanted to give the land of Earth a chance to become self-sufficient. Unfortunately, the land of Earth didn't gain much from these two wars, but at the same time, it didn't lose much either. Especially in the Third Ninja World War, they surrendered proactively yet didn't have to pay any compensation, which didn't harm his reputation at all. He really had to thank Hiruzen Sarutobi for this. It was such a good opportunity, and he let it slip through his fingers. Kaido didn't know what he was thinking. Without significant economic losses, Oniki wouldn't ignore the border, right? Even if the country on the other side was within his control, was it right to do so? I have no idea. The Hidden Rock Village's penetration into these small countries is much better than what you guys in Leaf Village do, Kakuzu explained while walking, glad to have diverted Kaido's attention. He couldn't stand the latter's previous attitude. Leaf Village only establishes bases to show its sphere of influence. But Hidden Rock Village directly sends in migrants to fully occupy the area. However, Oniki's actions are quite covert, and with the daimyo's help, ordinary people don't know about this. Coincidentally, I spent some time in the land of Earth and undertook many missions from Hidden Rock Village after joining Akatsuki. So, I know more and have more information. Of course, if you want more detailed intelligence, you'll have to pay more. Kaido massaged his temples, feeling that Kakuzu was simply too adorable, although his fists were becoming tighter involuntarily. However, interacting with Kakuzu was similar to dealing with Shisui, no need to constantly wonder if he's hiding any information. Moreover, what's more intriguing about Kakuzu than Shisui was that he was smart and, due to his age, had a lot of experience. Therefore, Kaido could communicate freely with him. There weren't many in Leaf Village who could do the same. Nara Shikako was one, but there was still somewhat of a generation gap between him and Kaido. Yuniko definitely could, but some topics weren't suitable for discussion with her. At least, some light-hearted topics for men, Kaido wouldn't dare joke about with Yuniko. Given her name, Kaido worried if one day she might leave the land of fire while clutching his head. Thinking of this, Kaido shivered a bit, feeling lucky that his name wasn't Uchiha Makoto. Otherwise, who knows what kind of forced distortions of the world might appear. Moreover, no one is named Mundo right now. There's no Uchiha or Hyuga I know or am familiar with, so I guess I won't have any issue with the Hyuga. Shaking his head, Kaido didn't feel like engaging with Kakuzu. He understood Kakuzu's point. Simply put, Oniki's methods were quite ruthless, and his long-term goal was to fully control the territories he had occupied, transitioning from puppet control to actual legal control. Using the gaming terminology from Kaido's past life experience playing Hearts of Iron, it's as if Oniki wanted to turn these places into his core territories, protected by the law. Even if it can't be done, all the people in the area are his own. Then, with the call to join the Land of Earth, this obviously isn't impossible either. Or set up a cooperative ninja village, wouldn't that solve the problem? Kaido mused silently. However, as they walked, his pace slowed down, and Kakuzu also frowned, looking ahead. Both of them noticed some traces at the same time. What was different was that Kakuzu discovered fresh signs of movement ahead, while Kaido directly felt several strong chakra presences ahead. And none of these chakras were weak, which made Kaido frown. "Didn't you say that under normal circumstances, nobody would come here?" Kaido asked, turning his head towards Kakuzu. However, he did not stop. "Normally, yes, but there are always exceptions, aren't there?" Kakuzu also did not stop walking and explaining side by side with Kaido. Meeting people here wasn't a big deal. After all, no plan is ever 100% perfect, and encountering unforeseen situations during normal operations is commonplace. Though encountering people in the Land of Earth was indeed troublesome, if Kaido wasn't concerned, why should he be? This place was so remote that if their financier was recognized, they could simply eliminate the threat. By the time the Hidden Rock Village reacts, they might have already returned to the Land of Fire. "It seems we have to make our financier pay more. After all, we've designed such a covered route for him, he doesn't have to worry about running into trouble." Kakuzu thought to himself, walking along until his bean-like eyes suddenly narrowed. Similarly, Kaido gradually stopped his pace. Ahead of them were 5 people, one of whom wore a black cloak with red clouds. The 4 of them were staring at Kaido and Kakuzu with a strange, unexplainable gaze. Clearly, they hadn't expected to run into Kaido and Kakuzu. The only one who wasn't wearing the cloak, a blonde youngster,